February, March. There's a lot of books were sold about psychology and how to relieve stress and so on. And he said now there's a lot of books bought about how it was to live in 1930s Germany, how to survive as an individual in a dictatorship. So like more and more Russians are saying that, well, where this is heading to, it's going to go worse. It's becoming more and more dictatorship-like, and you just have to adapt and try to survive, but you are not probably going to fight it. So if we want to influence Russia, I say that we need to try to influence the people around Putin because they are the only people who can change the ruler. The palace coup has always been is the most common way to change the ruler in Russia. So make their life so intolerable, make them to understand that the only way for them to survive is to change the leadership.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much. Let's go to Antti.
Thank you. Welcome back, sir. It's always a pleasure to see you here on the space. So I've heard a number of commentators describe Putin's decision making as endless procrastination and doing only bad decisions when there are no good options left anymore. Would you agree with that assessment? And if so, wouldn't it be in Ukraine's and indeed our best interest that Putin continues to exert command over even minute military matters until Ukraine brings this war into a successful close?
But I agree on the fact that he don't like to make decisions which are uncomfortable. I understand that, for example, the decision about mobilization had been moved several times, mainly because there are a lot of people, especially on the economic side, who said that this is bad for Russia. So he pushed it forward till and then he conducted it in a little bit watered down way. So yes, but I don't think that he's, Hitler was such a dictator that he screwed Germany and Wehrmacht's fight totally. I don't think that Putin is there yet. Maybe he's following the footpath of Hitler. He's doing more and more the same moves and same mistakes that Hitler is doing. So in this rate, yes, in year or two he might be in the same point, but not yet. I don't think so. And the thing is that there are about a dozen people around Putin who might be his successors. Out of those, two are, as Americans say, batshit crazy. Everybody else is more moderate and more willing to make a peace, make a deal with West, get rid of this troubles they are in. So I would still try to get rid of Putin first, because Putin is the man who has a dream. He has his dream about building an empire again, Soviet Union 2.0, which means that he needs to acquire more land, even though he don't have money to develop that that land anymore. But he wants more land, and he hasn't given up that.
When you just said batshit crazy, how do you rate Mr. Sechin and Patrushev?
Well, I'd say that Patrushev goes right to that range. The other gentleman, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know about him enough. And then, of course, we have guys like Prigozhin, old criminal, hanging around. But I don't think that he's in a position to. But he hopes to be in a position to compete. But I don't think that he is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And one can only hope that Mr. Patrushev never gets the keys to anything. If you don't mind, I would go on to further hands. We have Katik, and then afterwards Abdullah, then M, Nina, and Miko. So Katik.
I think Abdullah was before me.
Yeah, but I gave you the microphone, darling. So
Okay,
please.
thank you.
And Abdullah is a very, very friendly, patient gentleman.
Yeah, I know. Hi, Pekka. I'm two quick questions, and I don't know if first I don't know if you have read the article in Yle written by some Finnish defense expert in explosives regarding the bridge, but he says that he thinks it was a truck bomb because of the footage, and also if it's not too political, since I'm Swedish, I'm wondering, and this question you don't have to answer if it's too political, and maybe Axel will say it's too political, but I will. I'm curious. Do you think if the Swedish Democrats get on two important ministry roles in our next government, do you think it will affect intelligence sharing between Finland and Sweden? Thank you very much, and Finlands sak är vår. Thank you.
Tack så mycket, tack. First of all, the truck bomb. Yes, I know Mr. Major Turu very well. He's a best, one of the best, if not the best, expert in that field in the Finnish Defence Forces. So if he says that, I believe him fully. What comes to the Swedish Democrats, I don't think that it's going to have a effect on the information intel sharing between each other. You know, there's a strong trust that our dear Swedish neighbors do the right thing and select the people in the positions that we can and their neighbors can trust. You know, so there's trust till it's proven wrong. After that, there might be other decisions.
Okay, thank you very much.
And as to the truck bomb, we've discussed this here quite comprehensively with a variety of experts. I think we have to get your Finnish colleague here on the space and have a little panel discussion with the likes of our missile experts from the United States, as well as people such as Thomas Tyler. I think it will be interesting. But there you go. Before we go there, let's go to Abdullah.
Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Just had a couple of quick questions, if I may. Just wanted to ask you, why do you think the Russian dictator chose this particular year? You know, some thinkers say that maybe he would have had a better chance if he had invaded Ukraine when Trump was in power, and you know, when the NATO alliance looked divided. And also, my second question also is, we had a guest on this platform a few days ago who said, you know, to paraphrase him, he said that the state of the German military is so bad that they might not even last 3 to 5 minutes in active battle. You know, I don't think he was bloviating. I just wanted to ask, what's going on in Germany and their military? Is their intelligence service this bad as well? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. If I start with the second question, the German military, and I was in Afghanistan 2010 to 2011. It was hard fighting time, and we had 2 American and 2 German battalion task groups which we were using in operations, and the Germans fought in quite difficult situations and hard fighting, sometimes surrounded without any support and anything, and they never gave up. They're good troops, willing to take risks, willing to fight, no problem. I say that the Bundeswehr's problems are higher up. You know, it's the I'd say a bit too bureaucratic, bit too closely politically guided actions so that the military is not free to do barely nothing without green light from politicians, which has created I don't know, atmosphere where the military concentrates too much on sitting on the middle of their clothes and too little about operations and creating operational capabilities. They have good troops. I didn't have any problems with Germans I was with, and I had a lot of them as my subordinates, and as I said, half of our troops were Germans. Great guys, no problem. Maybe they just need a little bit change of attitude and change of how the politicians support the military, trust military more, and give them a little bit more mission tactics kind of taskings so that they could move freely. And by the way, the Germans really know how to do the mission tactics. I saw that in Afghanistan; they're great in that, and they intel, as far as I see, they are in good in what they are doing. I don't have any negative things about German intel. And what was the first one about?
The first question was about why this year? Why did you choose this year?
Yeah, and that's a good question. I'd say that if Putin would have waited for another 5 years, Finnish defense forces would have faced a new 15% cut. NATO would have been disbanded more or less. We would all have been in coma. But luckily, he decided to start his aggression early enough that we still have time to repair all the damage that's been done last 2 decades in the defense capabilities in Europe. And I think that there are several reasons why he did it. I think that there were several windows of opportunity which were closing. One window of opportunity was his military strength. We've seen that Russian military is not that strong. Everybody thought it was stronger, but what they had was the better response times. They could start operations. They could mobilize from the active forces 150,000 guys in a couple of days, which was much more than NATO could do. And they also had a slight edge on certain technologies like hypersonic missiles compared to West. But this window was closing because the NATO was starting to make decisions about higher readiness. A lot of countries were starting to look to have a bigger military budget. Plus, the United States put, if I remember right, something like 10 billion to develop better hypersonic weapons and means to defend against them. So that window of opportunity on military side was closing. Another window of opportunity was how long you can use this energy weapon you have, because the activities in Europe were heading to the renewable energy sources, and in 10 years' time, the possibility to blackmail Europe with energy would have been much less. And I think that the third window of opportunity was Putin himself. The life expectancy of a Russian man is 66.4 years, and he is now 70. Of course, he's got best medical treatment in the country, but still, he knows that he don't have too many active years left. Fourth window, not opportunity, but window that was closing was Crimea's water reservoirs. Crimea was trying, and I think that they couldn't have lasted another summer without the water from Dnipro. And then, of course, he was looking at Europe, seeing that it seems divided. Western leaders seem weak. Biden's support was around 30%, and etc. So I think that all these affected that he saw that now it's time to attack, and luckily he did it now and not later.
Thank you so much. Now I'll go back down with the commoners. Thanks.
I think, Pekka, what you just highlighted is quite interesting, because the strategic calculus and the situation he faced, the window was closing, and there was very little opportunity arising in future. Even if he might have been banking on different political machinations in the US, if that actually were the case, which I don't believe he can. But the economic strength of Russia has deteriorated. Its capacity to replenish the ranks has deteriorated. As you just rightly said, Crimea was drying out massively. And Ukraine, on the other hand, was succeeding economically. Ukraine was strengthening its society and was a clear success. Its IT industry had grown year by year from pretty much nothing, or very little, to 7 billion in overall GDP contribution. That is something Russia was unable to do. And by that means, he forced himself with his own kleptocracy into one corner. So I can only underline what you just said. If you don't mind, I would go to further. We had questions also from Antti, if I'm not mistaken, and then M, then Nina, then Nico. Antti, please.
Thank you. So I would be very interested in your take in the how would you characterize the current status of Russian armored and mechanized forces? Because today we've seen clips that, or rather information suggesting that they are in the process of trying to somehow modify or modernize over like something like 800 T-62s. Thank you.
Well, I'd say that Russian armored corps sucks. It sucks in multiple levels. They have poor equipment. The T-72 series, T-64, T-72, T-80, T-90. The basic construction is such that you can't make a good tank out of it. You just can't. But they still try because that's the only thing they can do. They suck in training. The skill level of both the crews and skill levels of the commanders is bad. They don't know how to do the combined arms tactics. They send single tank platoons, maybe companies, to kill them one by one and the tank troops, because they don't know how to coordinate infantry, artillery, tanks, air defense, logistics engineers. They just don't seem to know how it. And it was silly that in Kherson, when the Ukrainians started the offensive a couple of weeks ago, there were complaints among the Russian mill blockers that it's unfair that the NATO has taught the Ukrainians to do the combined arms, that there's a 15 to 20 tanks and infantry, artillery, and engineers, they're working together and they're making breakthrough. And I was thinking, like, what have you guys doing last freaking 30 years if you haven't been practicing that? So yes, they suck on that too. And plus, you can see they also suck on maintenance and upkeep of the vehicles. The Russian tanks require more maintenance and service than the Western ones. And now that they've been in field 6 months on a row and haven't taken time to pull the tanks back and do proper maintenance, they have a lot of problems. You hear all the time reports that in free tank platoon, you have one tank which is actually functioning. One can drive but can't shoot, another one can shoot but can't drive, kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not too impressed about them.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Iske ja murra.
Iske ja murra.
Now you have to tell our friends.
March, and it's basically say, hit and break.
Very well. Let's go to M.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for joining us again. On your previous appearance, or one of your previous appearances, you mentioned that your assessment was that the Russian Federation had enough police and military force to enforce public mobilization, should they go for that option. Now that they have gone for that option, the partial mobilization, and we've seen a couple 100,000 military-aged men flee the country, and we've seen them enforce the mobilization or the partial mobilization to a certain degree. How would you assess the level of success of this partial mobilization thus far, given everything that we know in open source domain?
Well, it seems that individual mobilization has gone much better, because it seems that there are more people who are military-age males who have left Russia than the Russian armed forces been able to recruit and mobilize for their forces. We've seen they have had a lot of problems, and it's not that they haven't been able to collect as many people. I think that they have gotten, majority. They have gotten over 200,000 probably, but still they haven't gotten fully the amount they have hoped to have. They haven't gotten the quality and the skill sets they claim they wanted to have. They've been tracking anybody, even a lot of people without any prior military training or education whatsoever. They haven't been able to create a good functioning training program for those troops. They seem to have a lot of problems in equipping these forces, even with personal equipment. They have this crowdsourcing going on everywhere in Russia, trying to find some protective gear and night sights and other equipment for these forces, because the armed forces don't have anything. Instead, they report that they are missing 1.5 million uniforms somewhere. And they can't even equip them properly with heavy and unit equipment. There's been reporting that tens of thousands of soldiers have gone to Belarus. They just sent troops without any unit equipment, any heavy equipment, and they are just fulfilling the empty ranks in the depleted Russian battalions, or then are looking for the Belarus armed forces equipment, which is given to them. So it hasn't gone too well, and as I said, I really believe that they're going to do a second wave, if not in the end of the year, in the springtime, and if this didn't go this well, I don't think that the second one will go too well either.
As a follow-up, sir, would you assess that this partial mobilization, and indeed if there is a second wave, is just a stop-loss strategy rather than actually fielding a capable trained force or a capable reserve force that can achieve any advances on the battlefield?
I think that this is something that's coming out of necessity. They don't have anything else to do. They don't have anything else. They don't have a reserve. On paper, they had these over 20 reserve brigades, but now it turned out that, you don't have organized reserve for these brigades. You don't have equipment for these brigades. Therefore, you do what you can do. You call in people, give them poor training or no training at all, and send them to fill the holes in the ranks of the units fighting in Ukraine, because and that it's just cannon fodder, and these people will have terrible losses because of the poor training and equipment and leadership. But that's the only thing you can do. Then you do it because you're in a dictatorship and you don't care.
So
this brings us back. Sorry, very briefly. Doesn't this bring us back to the question we asked earlier, and where we couldn't come to a conclusion quite yet, as to what happens to those troops, and would another 50,000 KIA change the picture? Because if he manages to raise out of the 300,000 he has named to be raised, if he manages to raise actually 150, he may well lose a third of that up until the spring comes.
Well, I'd say that at least it's not necessary enough to create a popular rising against him, but I think that it will make the second wave of mobilization quite a challenging task, because now people would know what's really waiting for you there.
So more or less, and this is a bit of a dark humor, the punchline for this whole mobilization could be, we've run out, TM, trademark, please bear with us, and we're not getting anything done anyway, but we have to do it.
Yeah, more or less. And he just Putin is doing whatever desperate measures to continue this war. He knows that as the Ukrainians said, we've more or less dealt with the professional army. So we have to throw in the amateurs and trying to keep the war going, because he hopes that the winter will save him, that it will be hard winter and the economies in Western Europe will crumble, and the political will to support Ukraine will go down, and he eventually would force Ukraine to negotiation table. Not going to happen.
All right, this is my last follow-up, and thank you so much for your patience and your insights, sir. As someone who was the former chief of a defense intelligence service, you are quite familiar with briefing, with managing morale, with briefing troops on their mission, defining the mission. What would you say to the recent videos emerging from quote-unquote Russian officers briefing the mobilized soldiers moving to the front line, that they are in a war against quote-unquote satanists, etc., and all the political speech that they are using to quote-unquote motivate their mobilized troops to fight this fight, which is an illegal fight, of course. We all know that.
I'd say that these guys have terrible psychological skills and eye on the troops. You can see that they really don't live with the troops, don't feel the pain the troops do. They just see them as a material that can be used. They don't talk the language that the reservists would really understand, listen and feel that we are cared for, and that even though this difficult situation, hey, at least I'll do whatever I can do to help you guys, and let's do this together. No, if I don't think that the feelings among the reservists after that kind of speech is not that great.
Thank you so much, sir. Off to you, Axel.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I tend to highlight this here on a regular basis, that there will come a moment when the disconnect between truth, reality on the one side, and the projection and these, how should we call this, satanic verses, will become so clear that not only the interspersed messages from some soldiers that, oh God, we are encircled, what have we done? And no, the Ukrainians are fully armed. Oh God, we can't survive here. At some point in time, this will set in. The question is only when.
Yeah.
We have two more questions. Sorry, please. Yes, of course.
Yeah, and I said that the one black swan which can raise is that if the losses in the front are too big, that we have another 1917 moment, that the guys on the front, the amateurs, the reservists there said, okay, this enough is enough. I'm not going to go there anymore, and that starts to spread. We'll see.
That's an interesting point. The first time we spoke on a phone, we discussed this. We talked about Tannenberg, and that we haven't seen mass surrenders, and we haven't seen those massive KIA lists yet, because it would completely demoralize the troops. What should Ukraine do in Kherson in order to, say, evoke those sentiments of Tannenberg?
Yeah, I'd say that if they would manage to get 10,000 prisoners, it would make great video material to spread all through the Russia, and that might have some effect.
That's a very good point. We have two more questions, if you don't mind, and I want to be mindful of your time, and we're very privileged that you're here. So, friend of the space, and you know her well, Nina.
Thank you, Axel. Ja kiitos Pekka, että olet täällä taas. My question is, during these almost 8 months, I have somehow learned to become very black and white, seeing this, how to end the war in Ukraine. And I don't see Putin giving up or any kind of coup coming. So the only way I can see it is the West giving everything what Ukraine needs, and we have talked about it, of course, a lot. So we have also talked about, is it possible to somehow influence the Russian regime? And I just don't see this happening. So my question would be that do you think that it would be possible that there would be a coup and that would end the war, or how do you see it? Thank you.
Well, yeah, problem with Mr. Putin is that he's an ex-KGB guy, so he knows how to assassinate people, and he also knows how not to be assassinated. So in the beginning of the war, there was news that, or attack, there was news that the whole presidential staff has been changed, etc. So he's tough guy to kill, most probably. And that's one reason why Silovics don't do it. But again, if there's a big enough threat towards the Silovics, that their own existence is on and their position and their wealth and everything is on danger, they might think that okay, it's worth trying. And that's why I've said that if Putin would try to use nuclear weapon, that might be one point where the people around him thinks that okay, enough is enough. Putin don't have anything to lose. He is ready to die in the nuclear war. I'm not, and nobody else around Putin is either. So then they might find the courage to do something. But below that, yes, I'd say that helping Ukraine in all possible means and making it clear that Russia is not going to win. Starting the defense industry production in such level that the Russians would see, that people around Putin would see that we are never going to win this war. Might be a way for them to start to find the courage to push Putin away. It takes time and unfortunately some time and effort, but most important thing is to the sooner they understand that they can't win and they are in danger of losing their own position and their own wealth, that's the way to make them to take the risk and push Putin away.
Isn't it interesting that essentially you just very consequentially derived the calculus which he faces, meaning he has no choice. He just may not recognize it quite yet. Because if he were to escalate, as many in the West constantly fear and portray and scaremonger and what, if he were to escalate before he can have the buttons pressed, he'd be removed and find a window frame maker. But on the other hand, he also cannot force a win.
Yeah. I think so. I think so that and that's might be the one reason that maybe hopefully he understands that what would be consequences if he would try to do it. Therefore, he won't do it or won't try to do it, because I don't think that he needs the military to do it, and I'm not sure that the military is ready for it, because military understands the consequences better than anybody else.
Excellent point. Mikko, you had a question.
Okay, is my mic okay now?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Do I hear a tractor or a propeller in the background, Mikko?
No, this is ATV and Karilan Brigade is shooting actually. I'm Ruokolahti, so Karelian Brigade has some shooting range here. So okay, so just ask you back. Hey, Pekka, question about OCT. What is your thinking about OCT? I think so it's a kind of new world. And I googled you in one thing was like General Soleimani stuff, and it was like very confidential picture, and I was able to Google what docs you had here with you. Just yeah. Yeah, just question because I saw you. Somebody photoed you. I Google your docs, and it says the USA killing General Soleimani. So what do you think about OCT?
What do I think about? Sorry, it's a bit bad line.
Yeah, sorry, I'm with Mönkia. So, what is your think about open source intelligence? What we can Google ourselves. And I saw one of picture of you. I just happened to Google it myself. When you were in active military and when you were chief of the intelligence, I see one of your documents which were classified. And it said about USA attack against General Soleimani or killing attack, and I saw that. And I've been in the game before, and that was a little bit worrying about me. Yeah.
I'd say that open source intelligence is a great resource. I'd say that in peacetime you can get up to 80% of the intel you need through the open source intel, and it's as we have seen during this ongoing war in Ukraine that just using the open source intel, you can get a pretty good and accurate picture of what's happening and where, and mostly, especially if you have people who are a bit, let's say, not so aware about what OSINT can do, they can really reveal lots more about themselves than they wish to. But the thing is with open source intel is that it's to be very useful, you need to have a capability to use massive amount of data go through, and nobody has that manpower. So the artificial intelligence and machine learning is something in the future which will be needed in order to use all that data available and make some sense out of it. But as we have seen, this side is improving and developing very, very fast. But open source intel will never replace the old style intel. And more you go to actual war fighting, more you go to the field and operational level or tactical level, there you need SIGINT capabilities, you need image capabilities, you need human capabilities, etc. If nothing else, for targeting, and open source intel sometimes works, but most of the times it's not the solution. So it's a very useful tool, very interesting tool for many people who want to know about the world. But and then it's also a dangerous tool for those, dangerous towards those who don't understand that what the open source intel and what the stuff you put in social media can actually, cause when people with bad intentions start to use that intel against you.
Yeah, that's a very good topic, and I think we should probably schedule another segment for this when we can talk about how to harden our systems and educate the population a little bit further as to what is necessary in that regard. Sorry, Mikko?
Can I comment back?
Please.
Yeah, so I fully respect what Pekka is saying. I'm totally with Ukraine and Finland, but I was able to Google your documents via open source picture, and it was about you were general major for Finnish intelligence. You were briefing about USA attack against General Soleimani. I was able to do that myself, and you don't need to comment to me about that, but I was a little bit surprised, what kind of citizen capability I have myself, because I'm a little bit zoom into that doc, and it's just I'm criticizing you, but it's open source intelligence is probably like a new way of the life, I'm just saying that. Thanks, Pekka. Thanks, Pekka. I'm fully with our forces, so sorry. I just said it.
Yeah, just so that you can bet that I haven't put any documents like that to internet. But if you have a briefing and somebody takes a picture without thinking it and shares it, then you have a problem.
There you go. I shall hope that we can schedule a segment on, as I said, hardening of our systems and how to prepare the general population, how everybody can learn a little bit about both operational security. What was it? Once was said, loose lips sink ships. That has
Exactly.
never changed.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this, Pekka. It has been a privilege and a pleasure yet again. It has been absolutely clear. We even, I would have asked you at the very end, typically, whether you think, is there anything the Russian army and Putin can do? But we've answered that already. It's highly unlikely that there's any chance for them. And then I would have added, what do you think how long it might take? And will they survive the winter? And maybe that is the final question.
Well, I'd say that Putin hopes that General Winter will help him, but I think that General Winter will bite his butt because his army is not prepared for the winter, and it will be total reversal from the Second World War when the Germans were suffering. The guys in the West were from the West were suffering because they didn't have a proper winter equipment, and Russians did. And I think that will be a reversed role this winter. Plus, I don't think that West will give up as he hopes.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, and thank you for that. Pekka, it has been a privilege, as I said. I shall hope that we can interest you again to come by and share your thoughts and your analysis with our space. And we may have a panel of the generals in a few weeks from now, if there's a possibility to gather Mick Ryan, yourself, and maybe General Hodges around the table and have a little look-see as to how you dissected them, because we all expect that the Ukrainians have one more ace up their sleeve in the coming weeks. So if we can solicit your confirmation that you would hopefully join us, if that is the opportunity, I would end on this. And thank you very much for being with us today. So,
yeah, thank you, and surely I'm sure to participate if the time is just right. Bye.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. Right, Kitos, and everybody, please give a big hand to Pekka Toveri, who has kindly taken a lot of time yet again for all of us, and sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. Now, Em, what do you say? Was that yet again precise, concise, to the point, and clear?
Absolutely. But M is dying and has been dying for like 5 days, so I'll pass.
All right, you go recover, because I'm very lucky that we've been joined already by our next guest, friend of the show, and someone who's been recently in some of the most atrocious environments, some of the most serious environments, including Liman, Justin Yao. Justin, good evening. Justin, can you hear us? Justin, I can see you, but I can't hear. Okay, he dropped. All righty, so we'll try to get Justin back up in a second. In the meantime, we'll cycle through. Wisnakovsky.
Thank you. I'm back, as you can see. I had one question, kind of connecting to the wonderful discussion that just happened. And I wanted to ask about Russia's / Putin's options. So what I observe is that Russia or Putin, they basically are pushing for the one and only way out they still perceive, in my opinion, which is to try to force a negotiation and a ceasefire. Like if we look at the propaganda, if we look at all the Russian shills who are in soft propaganda terms calling for Ukraine to just return to the tables, to stop the suffering. And to me, it seems that Russia is just doubling this in extreme ways, because that's the last option and the only viable option, in my opinion, how they could kind of secure any gain they made. Because the longer the war drags on, the more they lose, and eventually they will hold nothing, and they will have some explaining to do at home why the whole army is gone, and why nothing except for a few washing machines has been brought home, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think you have that point quite right on, and this also is consistent with what Pekka said earlier, that they are, or Putin and his regime, they have run out of options. And even the fear mongering is wearing thin. So they need to use the gullible, the fallible, the easily to be swayed, and those who are interested in having more Russian money flood their pockets in the West, to the point that they could actually then somehow find a way to force a ceasefire. Highly unlikely from my point of view, but they're still trying. They will probably not give up, because as long as they have money, they will fund those people. So, which is why, by the way, Pekka already said very clearly, we have to, as the West, we have to be serious. We have to be adamant, precise, and hit everyone with sanctions, personal, otherwise, limitations, restrictions, and enforce them in order to prevent the Russians from playing their game, in order to prevent the Russians from undermining civil society, in order to interdict those flows of money for their asymmetric warfare. That is the key aspect. Does that answer your question, Wisniewski?
It does. If I may ask one more item, if you agree with that, which
Come
is,
of course.
So in order to achieve this one single option which Russia has, which basically is to come to some whatever way ceasefire negotiated, so retaining of some conquered territory, Russia will, in my opinion, militarily go as hard as it can, whatever it has. It will be as gruesome as possible to create as much as possible human suffering within the next few weeks. I think that's the only strategy they have. That's why they target civilian sites as much as they can. And probably that's why they just throw their own soldiers into the meat grinder without weapons, because the only thing that they need is lots of blood and suffering. I think maybe that's even the strategy why they just throw their own soldiers into the fight without any chance, because the only thing they need is to see unimaginable suffering, which will then have more and more people in the West call for a ceasefire.
Yeah, the interesting thing is with the West, they can call for whatever they like. They have no agency about this. Currently, Ukraine is fighting for itself, its existence, and for the freedom of the West. And the West has a moral imperative to support Ukraine. It may or may not feel it, but it has that moral imperative. It does not have the right to tell Ukraine when to stop fighting for its existence. That's
100%, 100%. And I think that is the task for us at home who sit on cozy sofas in Europe. I think our task is to keep spreading exactly that message, that Ukraine decides when it's ready to negotiate, and only Ukraine decides. I think it's our task to keep now this bulwark against Russian propaganda, against the Pope who call for some ceasefire, to explain again and again and again until the last one has understood it, that Ukraine will determine when it's done, and that we need to support Ukraine in whatever decision it takes, as long as, of course, they stay within the ethical and moral boundaries. But I don't have any single doubt that Ukraine will keep the moral and ethical upper hand in this game. So as long as they do this, they are the ones who call the shots, and we are the ones who are obliged to help.
Yeah, very good points. And by the way, this ethical point can be easily supplemented by means of evidence. And what better evidence is there than documentation, photos from on the ground and reporting from people who are on the ground? And with that, I shall welcome again our friend of the program and correspondent, Justin Yao. Justin, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Hello, Axel. Thank you for having me on again. Sorry, the signal here is quite bad. I might cut in and out.
All good. Keep going.
If you need me to repeat anything, definitely let me know. Currently on the way back from Donbass to Kiev. Small break before kind of setting to go down south. Hopefully, get some access to cover the newly liberated areas in the Kherson region. Currently in the car with Caleb Larson, freelance journalist for Military Times. I believe he was on your space yesterday, giving us some great information, as well as Belgian journalist Arnaud Decker and French journalist Hugo.
Justin, can you shout a little louder? You were good at the beginning, but now you're fading a little. Can you shout just a little louder?
Absolutely, I'll try to keep my voice a little louder. Sorry about that.
Perfect.
So the team and I were currently driving back from the Donbass region back to Kiev. Just to reset, wash our, do some laundry and plan our trip south to newly liberated areas in the Kherson front. We can see just from looking at live updates that the Ukrainian armed forces is making some gain. More so than before, not as much as the lightning offensive in the Kharkiv region, unfortunately, but they are making significant gains, pushing Russian forces south towards the city of Kherson and hopefully back, even further than Kherson before winter sets in. And,
so yet again, you are right at the hotspots. You were, Caleb as well, you were at Le Mans, and can you maybe briefly summarize what your view was? Caleb already indicated a number of those situations and anecdotes he encountered, including the hospital and the likes, but you've also posted imagery yesterday. Maybe you can highlight this for our audience.
So, there are similar and repeating and recurring stories coming out of the newly liberated areas. Evidence of possible war crimes, abuse of civilians, terrible humanitarian situations in these occupied areas. And Le Mans is unfortunately no different. The city is largely destroyed. The infrastructure itself is close to non-existent. The city currently has no power aside from individual generators, no internet just yet, and as of now, I think the winter is going to look really rough for the people. Ukrainian authorities are stepping in, like Caleb probably mentioned yesterday. We witnessed Ukrainian Red Cross organization giving medical help to the elderly people who lived in Le Mans through the occupation, as well as giving them, the chance to charge their cell phones and use the internet to communicate with families, let them know they're safe and whatnot. What I was really interested in prior to finding out about the mass graves was seeing the giant rail hub in Le Mans. Le Mans is the home of a giant rail yard. Is kind of crossroads of many rail lines, and as such, it was a very strategic city for the Russians to hold. The Russian invading army being supplied mainly by rail. I went to see it. The scene was pretty much very much apocalyptic. The train station is completely destroyed, along with all the stores around it. Most of the rail lines have been destroyed at one point or another, to some degree or another. I think this is just some indication that how long I think it will take for Ukrainian authorities to be able to rebuild a lot of these occupied areas, to bring life back there, so to speak, to even like make the city again be able to sustain life. After that, a day later, we received permission to go on a tour where we were allowed to photograph and document the exhumation process of a mass grave and a separate mass burial site, all located in the cemetery in Vermont. The governor of the Donetsk Oblast, Pablo, I believe his name is Pablo Kirilenko, gave a short interview with us. In short, they're still working to exhume the bodies of Ukrainian service members who were in that mass grave. The one exhumation we saw of the remains of a Ukrainian service member, he was still wearing his uniform with boots and Ukrainian flag patch on his shoulder. These are clearly Ukrainian service members. We were also told that civilians and the Ukrainian military were buried separately. There are two burial sites, so to speak. One with, we were told, approximately 200 bodies in individual graves, and a mass grave that they're still exhuming, with currently now over 50 bodies that they're investigating. The governor of the Donetsk Oblast said criminal investigators have found signs of torture and executions, including hands bound behind the back. Human remains having been blindfolded, and placement of bullet wounds in the back, either on the victim's back or back of the head, is what I've been told.
So can you tell the audience a little bit, Justin, about the process of exhumation? How many people are engaged? Is this? We understood from, for example, from a friend of the space, Roman Kachanov, who is one of the firefighters in Kharkiv, that their colleagues and he and his colleagues had been actually tasked with the support of the exhumation process at Izium. I'm quite sure that others will have gone the same route, but how does the public, or how does our audience have to envisage what is going on there?
So in Izium, there were multiple teams working at the same time in the mass burial site. I believe the process was a lot more streamlined, given that most of the remains were buried in individual graves with markings already on them. To my understanding, and speaking with the local people in the museum, they were given numbers by the Russian forces of their families who were buried in that mass grave, that mass burial site in the museum. I believe it is a lot more complicated in the military mass grave in Le Mans, in that it's a two slit trenches from what I saw, or one slit trench in two parts, and the bodies were put in black body bags and dumped inside. In some of the body bags exhumed, they were only individual bones, so you can kind of imagine how brutal the conflict was and the circumstances in which these soldiers died in. So when we were there was a team of four forensic technicians, one of whom was videotaping the entire process. There was a kind of a team leader in charge. He would give out instructions, and they would pull out one body bag at a time and document kind of every detail and look for signs of trauma, visible signs of cause of death and such. Of course, this is a very preliminary part of the investigation. I think all of these remains will go to some lab somewhere where they would undergo further investigation and tests. But from what I've seen, they would measure and document clothing. They would look into the pockets for forms of identification, whether it be a passport, ID card, wallet, anything like that, or a dog tag. If there are, visible signs of trauma, such as bullet wounds or shrapnel, they would document that on the scene. The body would then be placed back into the body bag and put into a new fresh body bag, sealed and labeled to be taken away for further tests and investigation. I'm no expert at this. I've seen it happen over the course of about 45 minutes in Liman, and I've watched it happen in Izium again over just the course of 45 minutes to an hour. So by no means an expert. I'm just reporting my observations. So take it with a grain of salt.
Of course, no. But Justin, from what you're describing, this sounds exactly like the process one would prescribe in any Western army or in any Western forensic crime scene, meaning videotaping, documenting, taking note, stopping, being careful, making sure that you do not contaminate the site and the likes. So essentially what you're describing, or what you seem to have observed, is a proper army doing its work, or proper technicians doing their work.
Absolutely. On scene, there were, members of different branches of law enforcement who would come out to support this, investigation. In Izium, I'm sure like everyone's seen the iconic photos of people wearing vests labeled war crimes prosecutors. I didn't see that myself in Le Mans, but I'm sure, such investigations are taking place to investigate, possible war crimes and abuse of POWs and such. And like you said, the crime scene is very much cordoned off. Members of the press are not allowed to cross the cordon. They let us document from behind the cordon line, only in one direction, and I believe that is so that we do not, contaminate the scene by accident.
Yeah, then that is a fair cop, evidently. I mean, this makes absolute sense, because whilst we all have a curiosity and an interest and want to, understand and want to see and get the data, it's most important that the data in itself is preserved and secured first and foremost.
Absolutely, and of course, I hope that the families of these soldiers will be able to find peace and closure when their loved ones are identified, and be given proper burial. And that's actually something the governor of the Donetsk Oblast mentioned, was that one of the priorities was identifying these remains, that they may be returned to their families and given a proper Orthodox burial.
Now, how was the spirit of the local? I mean, you just said different branches of law enforcement, forensic analysis. I take it there were firefighters as well. Yet again, medical technicians, but also the armed forces. When you met the armed forces there, just like Caleb explained yesterday, how was their spirit, having seen what happened in Le Mans and having conquered Le Mans or liberated it?
I think that spirits are definitely high. I think everyone within the Ukrainian armed forces is riding the high of this very successful and fast counteroffensive that saw, I think, the liberation of over 7,000 square kilometers of land now. They are, moving into Le Mans and moving further. They are currently still fighting and on the road towards the next town called Kremina. While we were documenting the scenes, the various scenes in Le Mans, we would hear outgoing artillery and various forms of indirect fire, as it's kind of constant reminder that the Ukrainian armed forces are still on the move, rolling forwards towards the next town. And I believe that there is, I'm no military expert, but it seems like now is go time, because as the rain and the cold sets in, being able to move will get much harder, and being able to sustain these armies and these offensives will be much harder in winter.
So on your way back now, when you I mean, you posted yesterday when we were chatting, you posted these images and snippets. How was the reaction of the international press and the people you liaise with in media and you actually report to?
So, one of the things I think reporters working in Ukraine will know is the bureaucracy of being able to get access to certain areas and to do our jobs. We understand that this is a country at war and we are guests here. We understand the importance of the work of the military, and at the same time, I think it's very important to document, the scenes of these liberated areas as soon as it happens. Like you said, it is a crime scene, and I've been told that crime scene is like a pot of boiling water with the heat just turned off. And the longer you wait, the colder it will be, and the less evidence you'll tend to find. And I think it's hard to get access sometimes. And so, for example, the liberation of Le Mans was more than a week before we were able to get access, and I think either the international news cycle needs to change, or we need to be able to do our jobs a little bit better, being able to get to these places. Le Mans was in the news when it was liberated, and there are lots of things that need to be explored that the world needs to see, and the news cycle just keeps rolling along, and things keep happening as is war, as everything unfolds. So I think the communication between members of the media and press and press liaison officers or press officers, it can improve. There's definitely space for improvement.
No, I get that. And by the way, best regards to Caleb. I still owe him a couple of links, which I will send him later tonight. I apologize. It was a pretty hectic day. And we finished at 5 o'clock in the morning, our time here. So it was a bit busy. Having said this, may the delay in Le Mans have had anything to do with the fact that it was Krasny Liman, and a city which stands out to an extent as to its existence as a city where Russification, even in the Soviet Union, had taken place to a much greater degree than in other areas because of its importance strategically, militarily, and for the Donbass. Is that possible?
Absolutely. That's definitely like one of the that has definitely crossed my mind. Krasny Liman. It's a stark reminder because that sign still exists on the outskirts of one of the entrances of Le Mans, and then Krasny on the side, red. We also understand that in past elections, the residents of Le Mans have consistently voted for the opposition party or the pro-Russian parties in the area. But I think what it was the Ukrainian authorities wanted to keep the integrity of certain crime scenes, whether it be the mass grave, whether it be Russian bases, whether it be police stations used by collaborator police and Russian forces. They want to, preserve the evidence of possible war crimes and such. And unfortunately, keeping members of the press away is one of the ways to not have these, crime scenes be contaminated. And that's just my own guess. I'm not sure as to why, but press officers have been responsive when you reach out to them. And I believe, they have to answer to someone. The person above them also answers to somebody. So this bureau, this very large bureaucratic machine is slowly moving. And I'm happy to be able to get the images that I got yesterday and be able to share that with the international audience and people who are interested in what's happening in Ukraine currently.
No, it's very vital, and I would highlight this to everyone in our audience tonight. Please do yourself a favor. Go to Justin Yao's profile, look at his Twitter page. You'll be guided from there onwards, and you can see series of the images from yesterday. Justin, are there any publications in the US which have picked up the imagery, or where should people go to?
I'm actually not sure, but I file my images to a photo agency called CIPA USA, and from there my images go to different places like Associated Press, and for members of the European audience here, it goes to Alamy as well. And from there, it's sold to publications who are writing about Ukraine, writing articles about Ukraine, or features about Ukraine. They will sometimes buy my photographs. Sometimes they won't. That's just the nature of it. But
so the best thing is to follow you on Twitter at the moment.
I try to update as much as I can, just like my Instagram. But sometimes it falls behind because you're out working, and it's usually 10-hour days in the car and out of the car, in the cold and the rain, and you're back. You have to edit, call, and file your photos, send out emails. And at the end of it, you just don't want to look at Twitter or Instagram. You just want to go to sleep, eat some food, and go to sleep. So I do try to keep it as updated as possible. So my Twitter and my Instagram are the best.
So when you entered Le Mans and when you left Le Mans, did it change anything, or have you already become so detached that you see it from the perspective of someone who both photographs, observes, registers, dissects, and analyzes? Or are there things in Le Mans which have specifically touched you?
I think it's something Caleb brought up in his interview, was definitely watching a member of the Ukrainian Armed Forces who's been fighting since February. He hasn't been home since February 24th, the day of the Russian invasion this year. Following him back to his home, walking through his garden, his grapes, apple tree, watching him kind of go through his house, and he told us to stay back because his neighbors, maybe separatists, and may have told Russians that this is the house of a Ukrainian soldier. So he told us to stay back so that he could check for mines before we went inside. So I think that's a very, very intimate look. I don't think I've experienced anywhere else. Is watching this man go through, what was his life, everything he's worked for to build a home. He's grown grapes. There's a magnificent grapevine, in his front yard. There's an apple tree, and he has a garage where he's working in his car. And all of that is destroyed, and you see this man kind of walk through what was, in a shadow, what was left of his life. And that's definitely touched me a lot. He was very happy that the looters, whether it be Russian soldiers or people of the town, had left a portrait of his mother, so he was very happy with that. He's also very happy that he found his cat, Tomas, which I believe his mother told him to go home to get, so that he could go back. So there is a happy ending to that story. But I believe it was Caleb who asked him this question. He said, how do you feel? And the man, he goes by the call sign Python. He doesn't speak English very well, but he understands this well enough. He just says, "Man, it feels bad." So I think that touched me definitely a lot.
Is there a photo of the man and his cat?
There is actually. It's on Caleb's or Arnaud's Instagram. Let me pull this up now so I can put it in the chat. So
sure, if you could,
yeah,
put it in the nest.
Yeah, it's I believe it was Arnaud, our Belgian colleague, who took this photo. Oh no, it's not.
Sometimes it is those small, vital images which make a hell of a difference. And I just want to make sure that our audience can see them. Because evidently what Caleb also, and then the anecdote which he referred to yesterday, not everybody has been able to join us yesterday in the evening, of course. So maybe it's worthwhile highlighting it again or referring to it. Caleb told the story, I don't know whether you were there at the same time as well, that when he arrived at one of the emergency hospitals, the doctors outside told him, or one doctor told him that a series of young girls, 13 to 14, had come to the place. Can you talk to that?
Yes, I was there. I think the hospital had just been back in operation for a week. The doctor told us that this hospital was was garrisoned by the Russian military during the occupation. So it wasn't until after the liberation that he and the staff got to come back and set up shop again. There's no electricity, no running water, no heat in the hospital. So the hospital is used as like a trauma stabilization point, so that ambulance crews can bring either the wounded or the sick to better equipped hospitals in further west, Torsk or even Dnipro. And he did bring up that there were five or six very young girls, aged 13 to 14 to 15, who were 3 months pregnant, and he said it was with the children of Russian soldiers. And of course, I wanted to speak with these people or their relatives to ascertain the story. This is huge. This is terrible. And this is the kind of things that people, need to see and be informed about what is happening here. Unfortunately, he did not want to go on record. He did not, want to let us keep asking questions or. He did mention that those girls wanted to go with the soldiers after they hoped that they would be taken away with them. Instead, they were left behind. And I don't know if it's propaganda, brainwashing, or just the stigma of being a single mother in rural Donbass. So that was very strange to me, and I still think about it, and I don't think I've come to a conclusion about everything I've seen there.
There are stories out of France when the women had been subjected to being. Some of them may have collaborated, others didn't. Who, as single mothers after the war, did not have an easy time. It's difficult for society, but we understand that in Izium, Balaklia, and in other areas, the same kind of rapes have occurred and have led to serious consequences for those who survive and become pregnant. All right. So once you're now en route to Kiev, what is your next target? Where would you go next? You earlier spoke a bit about Kherson. Is that the next region you will be tackling?
That was the original plan, but we did not envision Kiev to be, the target of over 47 missile strikes in a day. As of now, the city of Zaporizhia is under daily bombardment. So we're still figuring out where where we are needed, so to speak, where it's best for us to be able to spend our time and do great work. So it could be spending a few more days in Kyiv to see what happens. It could be going down to south in Zaporizhia, where we'll be ready to follow the advancing forces to liberated areas once they open. But right now, I'm sure, and I don't think the team is sure. I think we're just all tired and happy to be back in a city with high pressure hot water and warm sheets and fast internet and restaurants that are open late.
All right, mate. So have a cold beer. I think you definitely earned it.
Thank you so much, my friend.
All righty.
Yeah, thank you again for having me.
Seriously. Yeah, you and Caleb and the boys and the girls, you're all doing the Lord's work, and we all owe you a debt of gratitude that you're doing it, because the longer you're there, the more you become essentially the war correspondents you may have thought that you are not.
Thank you so much, Axel. And thank you, everyone listening.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Seriously appreciate it. And best regards, everyone. Godspeed.
Will do.
Safe travels.
Thank you, my friend.
Cheers.
Great night.
Bye. You too. All right. Now, how is that? Abdullah. Abdullah, that was quite impactful, wasn't it?
Hello, can you hear me? Come in.
I can.
Berlin?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Oh, okay, good. I can hear you now. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to ask him. What is his name? Hey, Justin.
Justin. Yeah.
Yeah, Justin. Yeah.
He dropped off in the meantime, but
yeah, he was talking about. No, I know he's gone. That's okay. The line wasn't that good anyway. But I just wanted to ask him about the mass graves that were unearthed. He spoke of earlier. It seems that the work of the forensic pathologists is a bit daunting, and I'm just worried that the victims might not get the proper justice in terms of identification and all that proper ID. So I just wanted to ask if they have reached out to any foreign doctors, government pathologists, helping out. Have they reached out? Because this work is not.
Yeah, I can answer that. I can answer that.
Thank you so much, Axel.
Sure. Apart from the fact, there is a very, very large medical community in Ukraine to start with. There's a lot of forensic pathology. There is also a lot of combat medics who are assisting the forensic pathologists at this point in time when towns are liberated and the likes. Both those combat medics who are then in the rear guard and not with the active fighting force or the line of contact, as well as those who are being trained up, plus a number of hospital operators from the various cities in the West. However, in order to bolster the efforts and spread the stress as well, because that is another thing, you have to cycle through the people. You can't have them there for a week. It just doesn't work. You need to make sure that you have more troops in place and more experts in place. The Ukrainians are very good at that. They've been trained up through the sheer terror of the recent months and having now had to deal with this on a regular basis. French, German, Dutch, Polish, as well as Swedish, Finnish, British, American, Canadian, Italian, and I think some Spanish doctors are also in country on a regular basis and under two programs which had been created, bringing additional staff into the place. There's a coordination with international police organizations who are supporting the Ukrainian police authorities in that regard. We are aware of a group of photographers, forensic staff in that regard who are trained in this matter and who've been sent there in order to support this effort. This continues to be the case. So as such, yes, there is significant support from those countries of the Global Coalition of the Willing. But like with ammunition, there's never enough. Are they currently covering those mass graves? Yes. If they find yet another location where, say, like in Kherson, where it is currently expected that more than 3,000 people have been tortured and killed in recent months by the Russian occupation forces, this will necessitate significantly more effort. Liman was a city of, I think 22,000 people. So a mass grave of 200 plus additional graves of about another 150. That's hard, that's a lot, and it takes significant amount of meticulous day in, day out effort and a comprehensive documentation. It takes time, and time is against you at that point, that moment. However, this is something which is conducted meticulously. If and when Kherson is freed, or the Kherson Oblast completely is freed, you should expect significantly more efforts undertaken by the international community to support this. I am aware of two efforts, both in Germany as well as in the Netherlands, to provide substantially more staff in that regard. And there's many, many volunteers in both countries. So if anyone knows anyone, by the way, the same request extends to everybody else also in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. If you are a volunteer and you are willing to support the Ukrainian government, there are channels to do so, and you can apply for volunteer positions in that regard, and not just as people had done earlier in the fight of the Foreign Legion, but no, actually as experts, as first responders, as forensic analysis and the likes. So there are many, many ways in which you can help Ukraine also not just fight the war, but also document the war crimes conducted by Mordor. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Thank you so much, Axel. I know it's a difficult situation to talk about, but I think it's necessary. Imagine once Mariupol is liberated, what we're going to discover in terms of atrocities. Thank you so much again, Axel.
Of course, Mariupol will be certainly one of the bigger environments in that regard. Kherson, Melitopol, and then Mariupol, absolutely. But then again, these are facts. We have to deal with them. We're grown-ups. We are well educated. We are the West. We can do this. All right. And on that not so happy note, it seems that we've completely and utterly exhausted our audience requests. That's a first. And now that I said it, immediately 3 people are coming up. There you go. All right. So we have Jim, we have Dillo, and we have Frank coming up, and Freight. Freight, you have your hand up. Question or comment?
Yeah, no, you haven't exhausted your base. I'm just saying, I'm just a bit too drunk. I had a lot of drinks, but I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I've got no input tonight, and I've got no questions. I just really appreciate your work.
That's very kind of you. Thank you for saying that. Much appreciated. All right, we'll go to Jim.
Oh, hi, yeah, thanks. I just wanted to repeat, yeah, thanks for not shying away from this topic. It sucks for a lot of people to have to listen to it, but I can't iterate how enough this is important. Like if from something as simple as trusting Ukrainian numbers for casualties, or there's that more confirmed deaths in Mariupol. Like, do you know where we are? Are we any closer?
120,000
Yep,
120,000 dead in Mariupol.
That's the from Bigfa, I believe, was the number that I saw. We talked about this months ago, actually. But is the West any closer to actually accepting these numbers, or like I know it's?
Oh yeah, no, the numbers are confirmed. I mean,
okay.
both the British MOD, the French government has dissected this. Even my countrymen, the Germans, have accepted this. So it is not facts are very hard to dispute when they're so well documented, obviously.
Right. Yep.
So has
okay.
it helped convert them? Not quite yet. I have been on interview now for the past 2.5 hours. So I really do not know. I have not been able to read anything, but maybe people here from the community can update me as to whether the press conference after the Rammstein 6 dinner has already started.
Okay, yeah, that's like just in Canada. I don't think it's really sunk into people. I think maybe it's still 24,000 or something like that. It should cause like a seismic shock through the world. That's just my observation, though. But yeah, thank you.
You're absolutely right. It absolutely merits a seismic shock. I'm just wondering as to when it finally happens and comes through. But there you go. Dillo.
Thank you. Sorry, having a little trouble with Twitter here, but are you guys hearing me okay?
Loud and clearly, Machari.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you again for the space. Just, I listen in when I can. It's not as often as I like, but I do appreciate, what you said there at the tail end of the, peering into the darkness, peering into the evil, shining light, shining truth, and taking this all on in a responsible way, in a right way. You know, we do have to, it's hard at times, I think, mentally to, I can't imagine for the people over there trying to maintain the moral high ground and what all goes into that. But my appreciation goes out to you guys running this space and to all the Ukrainian fighters. You know, and I've continued to see developments that, you know, the ground situation continues to develop, and I think, you know, we get big news at times, you know, like Lyman, that news, and now we're starting to see some signs of things happening near Kreminna, near Savatove. I'm not sure if there are any specific updates yet, but I'm starting to hear things here and there. What I see on basically open source intel. But are there any updates you guys are hearing on that? Anything worth reporting along those lines?
Yeah, there were updates which Yehuda was so kind as to previously provide during the day, given the fact that obviously he has significantly better insight into this at this point in time. And he was referring back yet again to the two thrusts which are going towards Troitske as well as Svatove. So Troitske in the north on that north-south axis, which then feeds into the Route 66 going through Rubizhne and into Severodonetsk. So, and well, passes Kreminna, of course, as well. Kreminna has been circumnavigated by the Ukrainian troops, and essentially is building into a place where Russian troops have very little capacity to resupply themselves. So they will end up having to make a decision as to whether to depart from the city sooner rather than later or be destroyed in place. So that is something which is upcoming. You should look forward to Rubizhne being taken by Ukrainian armed forces sooner rather than many people in the OCT domain are currently clamoring. Indications from friends of ours who are actually currently there and fighting in the area are that the Ukrainian armed forces are making significant advances and that the Russian troop lines are collapsing. They are running out of officers, they're running out of capacity to mount their armor, their IFVs are collapsing, and yeah, overall morale on the Russian side is low. Conscripts which have been brought forward are being slaughtered, quite literally. Some of these events are reminiscent rather of the way the Soviet army has actually brought forward large troops in the Second World War, or the tales you will have had from, in this case, the First World War. This is currently happening at this point in time in the area. So you should see, as Yehuda indicated, the axis Svatove to Starobilsk becoming open. And by that means the whole Luhansk Oblast about to completely fall. Now, this is a very large oblast, as you know, and if you look at the overall map, you can see that at the moment the Ukrainians are doing the smart thing and bringing the Russians to a point where they have to defend a very long front face there, which they cannot do with their thinned out troops. Even if they throw in conscripts and the likes, there's just no capacity of theirs for that to be effective. The efforts which have been undertaken and showcased earlier, and lots of Twitter bots went heavily after it, that entrenchments are being built by Russian troops in the area surrounding Luhansk. We've already had this debate here, that the lack of professionalism in the Russian armed forces when it comes to obstacle creation and the likes hits them pretty hard. What they are building are more not the modern kind of entrenchments, revetments and fortifications we would build in the West, but rather more things which amount to the same stupidity Patton always clarified as being those fortifications which rather are a testament to the stupidity of man, because they, having been built by man, they can be destroyed by man. And in that regard should be not taken as seriously. There's a number of those trenches which are simply not suitably reinforced, where they say the dragon's teeth are not molded into concrete, and the hedgehogs are not appropriately positioned. It's just absolutely stunning how bad they are at what they're doing. And as a consequence, these entrenchments, whilst they may shape the battlefield and lead certain attack vectors, they are not helpful at all. And they will not help the Russian forces deter the Ukrainians. That is what we've been observing in the whole Lugansk Oblast in that regard. I hope that answers your question.
That is a very encouraging update. Thank you very much. I tried to give a lot of
Fortunately, it's
reactions.
just purely factual. So, please.
Oh, I was trying to give reactions as you were speaking, but I've gotten stuck in some weird mode. Twitter does some strange things sometimes, but nonetheless, thank you very much for those updates. Really appreciate it. I will attempt to. Actually, can you bump me down because I don't know. I'm stuck in some
it's
weird
just
thing.
if you can switch to listener if you like. There's a possibility if you click on your avatar, you should be able to switch to listener. If that doesn't work, I'll bump you down.
You know what? I'll leave and rejoin. Thank you.
Okay, no problems. Much appreciated, and thank you. All right, Frank, you were next, I think. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Yeah, well, go on, Frank. It's okay. I made a mistake, but it's fine. Please go on.
Are you sure?
Hit it.
All right. Well, that's a great update on the East. I was more interested in the South, given the given the Kerch Bridge attack last weekend, and given how Russian logistics utterly depend upon the rail line going through there. So, I mean, obviously, it's not going to have an immediate impact in terms of supplies, but over the next week or two, I would imagine that Russian supplies might start to get fairly dwindling in the entire South. And so I was just wondering if this might, because Ukraine doesn't seem to do things by accident. I mean, this might have been a strike of opportunity, given that there was a fuel train, on the tracks right nearby there. That could be just a little lucky coincidence.
Yeah, they were lucky too.
Okay. But the fact that the rail line seems to be knocked out and quite heavily damaged, yeah, I mean, it seems to me, I mean, is Ukraine maybe, I mean, I guess we'll find out in the next month if Ukraine's telegraphing that they're going to make a major push into the south, with Russia not being able to resupply their troops. So we'll see.
Yeah, good point. And by the way, as to the, we had a rather nuanced and differentiated discussion about metal and the impact on logistics. There's one which is an immediate effect, which happens right away. And that's not necessarily for the heavy ordnance and the likes, because some of the ammo storages did have enough ordnance for 3 to 5 days from that day forward. So that effect will be felt towards the end of the week. However, what is certainly correct is that for small arms ammunition, the Russians in recent weeks, so according to the information which we have more or less been already working just in time, meaning that they had to constantly ship small arms ammunition to their troops and replacement capacity, spare parts and likes, to the Kherson Oblast in order to try to get it across, either by barge or by pontooning and the likes. This has hit them very quickly. And it seems evident that in the Kherson Oblast and Kherson city, a number of the Russian BTGs and their troops have reduced their fire, and some of them have run out of ammunition. And as if you have been in the infantry, or if you've ever been in mechanized infantry or armor, if somebody runs out of ammunition, that is the one thing he or she cannot tolerate in combat, because that makes you literally completely bereft of any capacity to defend yourself. And therefore, you are as good as dead or a prisoner of war. That is what's happening at the moment. That immediate effect has set in, and the frequency of the, return fire of Russian troops supposedly in the Kherson Oblast, specifically closer to the city, has receded. And that's good news in that regard. Will it have a further effect? Absolutely. Whilst there are efforts by Russian troops to up the ante and to deliver more, both by rail as well as truck, from Rostov-on-Don. That's clear. But one should expect that the rail line, as well as the interchanges where the change their transport trucks, will be susceptible to HIMARS attacks because they're all very much in HIMARS range. And the Russians know this, which makes it untenable for them to do it. So they have to find a way to either revert back to the Kerch Bridge or pretty much give up their forces in those areas and withdraw. That's the key element which both Meg Ryan last week as well as today Pekka Toveri inferred when talking about it. So if you don't mind, yes, please.
Oh yeah, that's a great answer. My sort of semi-related question was, so Russia arrested 8 individuals today. They're trying to really stick with this truck bomb theory, even though a number of folks thoroughly debunked that on this space. And Thomas Tyner had a really interesting take of basically Ukraine doesn't want to admit that they used an ATACMS. Russia doesn't want to admit that they used an ATACMS because that would force an escalation or some kind of response from Putin. The U.S. doesn't really want to admit it. So no, everyone's happy to just not admit that Ukraine used an ATACMS on the bridge. But so Russia seems to be playing into that with this arresting of 8 people with the so-called truck bomb theory.
I think the truck bomb theory will cast aside here in this space. I think we've done this now for 3 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and,
I agree.
And whilst Pekka is a very polite man, and he therefore gave his Finnish compatriot an out, he has not said anything about as to what he believes. So I think that's fair.
Very good.
This is what good generals do from time to time.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Axel.
Thank you, Frank. Much appreciated. Let's go to Freight. I apologize when I went past you. I just didn't look at the phone properly. I apologize.
I think lunchtime was before me.
Really? Lunchtime? Gosh.
Oh, thanks, Freight. That's very,
Hello there.
very kind. Hi, Axel. How are you? I think in addition to other people that have said, I just want to sort of commend this afternoon. Well, it's coming up to evening now. Today has been absolutely compelling and at times difficult listening on MriyaReport. So thanks so much. I wanted to highlight something. I don't know if it's particularly useful. Perhaps I'd appreciate your opinion. But today I encountered a tweet. This is to do with the bridge, right? So someone replied to new footage of the bridge and some photos saying, just mentioning the company. It's a Dutch company that built the bridge and they ignored sanctions to do it. The company is called Olnamics Den Haag. I'm sure, I hope I'm not butchering that. But he basically pointed out their contact page and suggested people write to the company to try and shine a spotlight on them in case they are tempted to provide supplies to repair the bridge. He said, imperative they do not now send repair parts, particularly structural bearings. So I don't know if we have many Dutch people, but perhaps it might be an idea to highlight it and get people to write in. What do you think?
Yeah.
I've rendered you speechless, Axel. This is the first.
No, you did this before. I'm not sure that I have a very decent and very good answer at this point in time. Let me have a little think.
Okay, I'll sort of send you. I've put it in the little. I don't know what to call this. There's like a little.
The nest. It's called the nest.
Yeah, well,
the thing. You mean the thing on top?
No, I don't mean that, because I know that's usually the preserve of hosts, right? So I wouldn't just presume to put it in there. But I did stick it in. At the bottom right of my app, I see a purple thing with a speech bubble and a number next to it. And when I click on that, it seems to be like a little mini bit of Twitter that's attached
Yeah,
to this
yeah,
page.
that marks that's correct. You can put it there. Absolutely, please do so, and then we'll have a little look. See.
Okay, I've put it there, and I might just ping it to you as well, so you can just for convenience. Okay, thanks so much. Cheers. I'm going to drop down to listener because I've got to do stuff. Thanks so much.
I hope you enjoyed Pekka's clear, concise, and precise analysis. I think it was actually quite tremendous. But there you go.
It was. I mean, it's been amazing all day today. Actually, I've just been really, really good. So thanks again. Cheers.
With pleasure. And by the way, I shall say hi to Ryan. Ryan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How's Oklahoma?
Balmy 78 degrees, I believe. Light breeze.
No. We're down to 7 degrees here, mate. I mean Celsius.
No clouds in the sky. Sunny day, light breeze. I think it rained this morning. So
all right. Now that you made
nice
everybody
cool.
in Europe envious, that's all right. Okay. I sent you a co-host invite. I will let's go to Freight and then we'll take it from there. How about it? Freight.
Yeah, I just maybe had a comment to lunchtime. I mean, I don't know how it works in infrastructure, but I work in shipping, and I got to say one thing. Since this invasion has begun, the company that I work for and a lot of other companies will not touch Russian business. So I personally agree that we should actually write an email to all Namics, if that's the name of the company. I'm just Googling it. But I also really believe that they would not do business. They would not go and supply any services to Russia at this stage just for delays in payments, difficulties, etc., unless they had headquarters somewhere else or some kind of sister company that they could do business through. I don't think it would be worth it. So that's my only sort of comment for
now. Yeah, good points. Let's hold it right there. Let's go. Ryan, if you don't mind, I need to step out for a few minutes. I will cycle up Mr. M and leave you two to it. And in the meantime, we'll have Nick, because I really need to attend to family members here who found out that I still exist.
Sounds good. Go tend to the family matters. We will hold down the fort.
Yes,
Nick, go ahead. Nick.
Hi. Sorry, did you call me?
Yep, sure did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear because following lunchtime's comments, I went to go and find all Namics. So if you imagine the word dynamics, plural, and you take off the DY and you put ALL in front, you get allnamics.com, which is this Dutch company. This is the second time in short order that I've heard the suggestion that the bridge was built by a Dutch company. The Wikipedia article on the bridge just mentions the Russian company that got the contract, but the bridge is, I must say, pretty good looking, and I can certainly imagine that the some part of the design was outsourced to a Western company. It must have been interesting for the Dutch building it in the immediate aftermath of MH17, I must say. So if anyone has any direct evidence that it's this company, I'd like to see it. On the assumption that it is, the reason I didn't hear you was that when I clicked on their About Us page, they play a soundtrack in the background. And any website that plays sound automatically when you visit it should, in my opinion, be given the full HIMARS treatment. So I'm exploring that site, but it's not a consumer-oriented site. I mean, clearly this is a site for people who are going to be spending a great deal of government money on some huge infrastructure project, which the Dutch specialize in, of course, with the estuary closures. There's a particularly good collection of graphics at the bottom of the page, which I think are meant to be some kind of religious building, but end up looking like a couple of ICBMs, rather unfortunately. So, as I say, if somebody has a source for that, if lunchtime is around to say what is the actual evidence of these people's involvement, I would be I would feel better about calling in a NAFO strike on them. But it's not the kind of company that's going to suffer too much from a social media boycott. You know, it's not like hundreds of thousands of European consumers are going to stop buying their product. And if they did indeed contract to build this bridge in the aftermath of MH17, then I suspect that I suspect that their susceptibility to being told that they're working for bastards may be quite limited.
I can give some information about that. There were 7 companies involved in building the Kerch Bridge, and they were all from the Netherlands. There's also been an investigation to these companies because of what you said, Nick, the MH17. It was right after that, and it was a very delicate question. As I recall, they all have been convicted, but there is not much done with it. And the Gelderlander, that's a news outlet that in the first time did the investigation to these companies. The companies has delivered piles and hammers and hydraulic jacks. That's the way they could build the bridge. So these companies are under investigation, and I think the investigation is renewed because of the Gelderlander made an appeal for it to investigate it again. So it is true that Dutch companies have built with the bridge, the Crimea Bridge.
I suppose one possibility is, because we're seeing pictures suggesting that the concrete was not of the highest quality. So I suppose one possibility is that in vengeance for MH17, they just left all of the reinforcing steel out and hoped it would fall down. But I don't think that's a very serious suggestion.
No, I don't think that is serious. I think only thing the piles that hold the bridge, and that they did that, and they lift the bridge, the lanes. But I think, Nick, that the concrete is something from Russia, a Russian company, and I don't know if you heard of the concrete mafia. So I think that's a bit of the problem with that bridge concrete is not of the quality it should be.
What a shame.
Yeah, what a shame.
So, but nonetheless, Dutch companies got involved because geld stinkt niet.
Dat klopt helemaal, Nick.
L'argent n'a pas d'odeur. And I'm sure there is probably an expression in the language of everybody else. Interestingly, that's an expression I've very rarely heard in English. But most other languages seem to have that expression. Money has no smell. In other words, we'll take your money because we don't care where that came from. And it's money is always considered to be kind of clean of wherever you got it from.
Money doesn't stink.
Yeah, money. Well, in English, in Dutch, money doesn't stink. In French, money has no smell, which is a little bit more. Money has no odor, which is, I think, a little bit subtler. I prefer that, but I never really heard it in English. But maybe I left my native country before I was old enough to be exposed to these terrible phenomena. So I hope there's. I would hope there's a reckoning about this in the Netherlands, but yeah, maybe it's business, huh? Business.
Yes, I know. Sometimes some Dutch companies think like that.
Yeah.
But good that there is sorry for that. That there is an investigation going on, and that they're not going to walk away with it. So I leave it by that.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. I see we have some hands up. I don't know the order.
It was Abdullah, Will, and Lockie.
Okay, Abdullah.
Hello, thank you, Mr. M and Ryan. I wonder if the Ukrainian government can sue this Dutch construction company for building the bridge in Crimea without their approval. And also, Lunchtime mentioned something. The reasons why the Russians and the FSB are pushing the truck attack narrative on the bridge. And they don't want to advertise that the bridge was attacked by a missile. It's because that they know that Erdogan will return his S-400 air defense system that he bought not long ago. I don't think the Turks want to buy a useless system that will piss off NATO allies. So I think that's the main reason. I think the Russians know that the bridge was attacked by a missile, but they don't want to let the world know that their S-400 air defense system, that they advertised that the bridge was what do you call, no one can penetrate the defenses of the bridge. So the whole time, they were releasing videos that the bridge is untouchable. So
Did you say
I don't think
vessel or missile?
a missile. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
missile. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think about this?
I think it was a missile as well. There's of course a lot of hot debate on whether or not it was a vehicle-borne IED with a witting or unwitting driver. There are people claiming that somebody ordered ammonium nitrate and had somebody moving it across the bridge into Crimea, and they were possibly, an uninformed participant. But there are also photographs of the decking of the bridge that was actually dropped into the water, and you can clearly see a hole punctured straight through the center of the decking between two support girders. And I don't know that a vehicle-borne IED would punch straight through the deck of the bridge like that in such a fashion without destroying the girders as well. There's also no massive amount of vehicle shrapnel, and I don't think the bridge would be so clean and unpockmarked, for lack of a better term, if it was a vehicle-borne IED. I'm from Oklahoma City. I know a little bit about truck bombs. Unfortunately, I have a couple of cousins who happened to be in the Social Security office at the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building on April 19th, 1995, when there was a truck bomb that went off there. They were much older than me. They were retirement age. I only met them a couple of times, but they were my cousins nonetheless. Truck bombs and missiles attacks are two different things, regardless of whether it was a truck or a missile. We will find out sometime after this war is over with. It definitely wasn't a boat, because if it were something that had driven up under the bridge from underneath, there would be charring and scalding and other debris on the bottom edge of the bridge. So missile or truck, doesn't matter. It inhibited traffic on one of two causeways for vehicles, and it stopped the train tracks for an undetermined amount of time. I hope they hit it again tomorrow and the day after that.
Oh man, yes, you're right. That would be great. If anyone knows about EU law, if the Ukrainians can go after this Dutch company, because the bridge was built illegally without without the consent of the Ukrainians. That would be nice if someone can just comment on it. Thanks.
The EU really doesn't have any laws on this. The EU tells its member countries or invites its member countries, or they agree to impose the sanctions, but there really are no EU criminal laws, in fact. So the EU says we will collectively agree to impose sanctions on a company, and then it is up to the individual member state to say this company operating in our country violated sanctions. From what I've read, it seems so. It would be under Dutch law. There is no. People tend not to understand this, but there really is no EU criminal law.
There's no compelling element.
Yeah, the EU invites and the EU can get member states, can coerce member states into doing various things, but at the level of getting people to comply with that and individuals to comply with that, the EU expects that the justice systems of the member states will do their business correctly, but the EU doesn't have some kind of superior role. So there's no, despite claims of a federal superstate, there really is no federal law within the EU.
You read my mind. I was just about to say people misperceive it as a federal system, and it's really a confederation. It's a confederal system.
And what I'm reading about this is that there are other complications because there are lots and lots of, the rule was that you shouldn't supply stuff at the time to Crimea. And people are going, oh, well, we didn't supply anything to Crimea. We supplied stuff to Russia. We didn't have to know what they were going to do with it. Or there are people going, well, the bridge was assembled in the sea. So, and I think this is a concern I have more generally now as well, in that as we said, money has no smell. And there are plenty of large companies, and I'm looking at you, Siemens, because it's always Siemens busting sanctions. But there are plenty of large companies out there that I'm sure right now, today, as we speak, are looking for ways to get past the spirit, if not the exact letter of the law, with high-paid lawyers going, oh, well, we didn't know this was going to the Russian Federation, or this comma came after the word Belarus and not before. So I think I regret, but I think we are going to discover over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, I think we are going to discover extensive busting of sanctions to the benefit of Russia by Western companies, just because that always happens.
Thank you so much, Nick. And just a quick question. So they will have to go to a Dutch court. I think they might have a better luck with that, I think, instead of going to Brussels, which actually doesn't exist.
I believe investigations are already underway in the Netherlands, but these take an enormous amount of time. But the defense will be something along the lines of, we didn't know it was going to Crimea. This nice Russian man just asked me to send him a bridge. How was I to know, ... And in the absence of raiding their office and finding this thing saying, dear Mr. Dutch engineer builder, we want new bridge to Crimea for delivery. Please send, that isn't going to happen. But it certainly can only happen at the Dutch level. There really is no EU level at which this could happen.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick. I think it was supposed to be Will and Lockie, but Will's hand is down. So
can you hear me?
I can.
I don't know why my hand went down. Just talking about the bridge and the trucks. I'm not sure if any of you have seen the post from our friendly Cat, Kirsten Special Cat, who's posted a video of the truck blockade of more than 100 trucks trying to get over the bridge. 3 to 4 days apparently at the moment, and obviously, well, no doubt growing day by day, which is fantastic.
If nothing's happening, let's go to John Howard.
Yeah, good. That was my, just have a look at the pics. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fine
Yeah,
time for increased security. Go ahead, John.
Sorry, gents. Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to very briefly say about the Dutch firm. If it's correct, if it's true, and if they did actually have a significant part to play in building that bridge, there's absolutely no way that the Dutch government didn't know about it, or at the very least that the Dutch intelligence services didn't know about it. It's frankly preposterous to think that a structure like that in such a sensitive location, that all the details wouldn't have been known by various agencies, and even if the Dutch themselves, didn't research it directly, excuse me, sorry, they would have been informed by the Americans, by the Brits, by whoever. So, the Dutch government will have known about this on some level. And that was it. Sorry.
Absolutely. And I'm quite sure, John, if I'm not, I don't want to be too insidious about these matters, but I'm quite sure that our friends in Cheltenham will know everything about it too.
Well, no, I mean, Russia building a huge piece of infrastructure between Russian land and a piece of territory is just annexed illegally, that was the absolute center of political attention for a long time in Europe. And we don't know who the commercial actors were involved in building the bridge. I mean, I've got a bridge to sell you. If anybody
That
actually
is David
believes that to
Farrell's
be the
business, John.
Yeah.
That is David Farrell's business.
Yeah.
If I could interrupt
I
you.
hope the bridge you're selling doesn't have a huge dent in it, John. I mean, it's the longest bridge in Europe, apart from anything else. If I was an entirely politically neutral structural engineer and I discovered that bridge was being built, I would be off looking to say, yeah, but who's building this? This is fantastic. I have a bridge to build that's half that length, but I want these guys on my team. So yeah, you don't do these things under the radar.
Mr. M has sent me a Dutch news article. I'm looking for a date on it, but it was known that this Dutch firm was helping build a bridge to Crimea. Hang on, let me get the auto reader function off. Yeah, this article is dated Friday, May the 18th Friday the 4th of May, 2018. So it was well known that this firm was assisting Russia in building a bridge to Crimea.
So, no hokey pokey. Let's go to Loki.
Good evening.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. So these funny trench things that seem to be turning up, are they any use at all? I mean, why are they doing what they're doing, the Ruskies?
In the way they are done very badly. They are not the same kind of shaping operation, obstacle creation, and support mechanism which modern Western armies were to employ. They're just not. So they become more like Mayan fortifications of the same value.
But are they for stopping armored vehicles, or what's the purpose?
No, yeah, you would try to shape the battlefield, but the way they're doing it is wrong. It's just wrong. It's completely wrong. It's badly done. They're not entrenching the dog's teeth and the dragon's teeth. They are not. I mean, entrenching meaning as an embedding in concrete. They're not setting them right. They're just dropping them. They are putting hedgehogs in the wrong places. The width of the trenches is wrong. It's linear. It's not. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to give advice to the Russians. They should know better. Even in their doctrine, they would do better, but they're just not capable of doing it at this point in time. It's one of the worst appearances of the stupid fortifications of man.
So they shouldn't present any significant obstacle to any advancing
Not for Western, not for, say, a Western trained army, and the current largest and most effective and most modern land army in Europe.
Okay. So just to comment on this, I don't know much about this Dutch company and whatever seems to be going on, but these types of large international infrastructure projects are usually done by a very long procurement mechanism. I'm not sure on the nature of the contract and if it would be a design build or not, or if they design it first somewhere and then it's built. But
no, it was designed by a Russian company under one contract as general contractor. The Russian company had it and then they contracted out, but they were under sanctions. The project was under sanctions, and it's a project in Russia at a time when Crimea had been taken by Russia in its usurping way, in the classic Russian way of colonialism. So no, the Dutch should not have supplied anything, not even design works in that regard. And there was already a scandal in 2018 about a Dutch company doing it. And what continued is sanctions busting is wrong, it's illegal, and it should be punished. And every single one of those people involved should be keelhauled in public, right outside the Isselmeer.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, if there were any corporate lawyers involved, they would have been shutting it down. So it's probably the mistake of a number of relatively high-ranking corporate officials.
I'm absolutely certain it's a mistake of a whole host of people, including the higher echelons of those corporates. And certainly it's a lack of supervision and enforcement by Dutch authorities. And whatever they did there is completely, utterly wrong, shambolic, amoral, and criminal. And it should be prosecuted to the, say, maximum extent under applicable Dutch law. But I'm sure that the government of Mr. Rutte will know what to do. And as I said, public keel hauling and then tarring and feathering would probably be the least to do.
And just one last thing. Why is it that people seem to think it's not ATACMS?
We don't think that. There are certain people who do. We don't think that. Just because one or the other person strikes out in that regard, despite the fact that there is significant, substantial, comprehensive, and very well documented evidence against it, I can't help them. That's fine. And if that helps the overall level of strategic ambiguity, I don't bother with it either.
Well, the Russians
Have
don't. The
you
Russians
seen the
don't seem
Russian
to.
claim that they X-rayed the truck? It's hilarious.
Yeah, and then the truck image is completely wrong too. So.
Yeah, the truck in the X-ray had like a wheel less than the one in the. It's just.
Yeah, Nick.
So
they
what?
lie.
Oh,
We know
sorry.
that they lie. Sorry. Look, it was just going to expand on the same thing as always. They lie. They know that they lie. We know that they know. They know that we know, and we know all about it.
So just a final point before I give up the role. Why do the Russians want people to think it's not ATACMS?
ATACMS evidently cannot be fought by the Russians. It would show their powerlessness quite evidently, and would therefore be conducive to further mass panic.
Thank you. Good night.
Ryan?
I'm here. I'm trying to post a tweet right this moment. Mr. M sent me an article from the Kyiv Post that links to Reuters, and it names the 7 Dutch firms involved in the construction of this bridge to Crimea. So they can be named and shamed. They've supposedly been under investigation since 2018, and I'm not sure why it takes 4 years to complete an investigation. I know the wheels of justice turn slowly, but they shouldn't turn nearly that slowly.
I will not complain about my Dutch friends in that regard further than I would complain about my German countrymen and a few others in Europe, because they have all failed. Every single Russian with only a temporary residence should not even be in Europe. And those who have a residence here should all be under direct control of the security services, and they should be simply, utterly, say, listed as potential fifth column enemies of the state. And that includes all law firms who engage and have engaged in the last 15 years with Russian companies, have taken mandates from them and the likes. And it should also include a complete and utter blacklist for any company which has, since sanctions, engaged in, say, sanctioned business. And that is, by the way, why a number of German weapon systems companies have sold all their assets and their structures in order to get rid of this. And they're still dying of it because they couldn't get rid of it quickly enough. So, but then again, it's a long list of failures. We just need to take it seriously and prosecute it with a maximum extent that we can.
I think one of the issues in the Dutch investigation seems to be, from what I've seen, that some of the companies involved were like subcontractors and didn't consider that whatever they were making, they were just being asked for an XYZ, hammer knocker component or whatever the engineering term is, and that they didn't consider that they needed to ask where it was going to. And I don't know if that's a legitimate thing to think you don't need to ask or whatever. I don't know whether we have end user licensing agreements for bridge components like we do, for example, for weapon system components. So it seems that some of these companies may just have been more or less innocent, although if I received an order for a couple of million euros worth of bridge component, I might ask what the application is. But it's going to be difficult. Clearly, there will have been one lead supplier, who knew exactly what was going on, and then it's the question of the extent to which they were able to pull the wool over the eyes of the others. And establishing criminal liability in cases like that is enormously difficult. And
hang on. There are witting and unwitting co-conspirators involved in this at the very least.
Sure.
I've been involved in procurement and purchasing of raw materials and finished goods for an oil company. I spent over $250 million by myself in the span of about 5 years. Anytime you drop an order on somebody for something in excess of $10 million for a large fabrication product like that, there are going to be questions about where the end product is going. One, just because people are proud of their work and they want to see it once it's in place, but there would have to have been at least some amount of deception where somebody lied to a fabricator and said, oh, we're going to build this and put it somewhere in Norway or, in outside of Moscow, but somebody lied to somebody, and any good investigator or prosecutor can get the unwitting co-conspirators to roll over on the witting ones.
Sure, but the point is you only get to take these things to court once, and so, slow and steady wins the race. I hope that in the immediate future that there are police officers posted at the gates of the office of all of the companies who might be called upon to supply replacement parts, having a quiet word with the directors as they go in on each day. But in terms of the case of the original sanctions busting case, it doesn't surprise me that it's taken this long. And I think actually the current situation makes it more likely that there will be progress, because the Netherlands is not going to enjoy the international spotlight that they get out of this. But I'm always happy to see justice done right tomorrow rather than missed an opportunity today, because we don't, we rightly have laws against double jeopardy, and I want to see the right people going to jail for the right amount of time, and the people who were just a little bit naive, I just want to see them out of business.
That's more than fair, and I couldn't agree with you more about having slow justice done right than fast, swift justice done wrong. With that, we can go to Peter and then
By the
Leonard.
way, Ryan, before we go to Peter, I apologize. Just a correction. I think 2 days ago, when I was really, really sleepless, because for a number of days I hadn't been sleeping at all, I was completely stupid. I threw my 2 favorite boxing fights ever, and the third one being, of course, Larry Holmes, but that's a different thing. But I threw about the Thriller in Manila versus the Rumble in the Jungle, and I somehow managed to mix up Joe Bloody Frazier against George Foreman. I apologize profusely. Given the fact that I've watched both fights so many times, I should really, even if I'm completely sleep deprived, be able to differentiate them. I wasn't. I apologize. Whoever was so kind as to remind me of it, you know who you are. I like you. I'm glad that you're there to keep me honest. Thank you.
It's going on your performance review, Axel.
I knew you would say that.
Sometimes we get a little too predictable. We've known each other for 7 months now.
What? We've been talking and listening to each other for hours and hours for 7 months?
With a few brief interruptions for sleep and restart of the space.
Absolutely right. All right, keep going.
Peter, go ahead.
Hi. Yes. Interesting to learn about the bridge more. I have a couple of comments that are different to the bridge, and then a question related to the bridge. So we'll come full circle back, because I know some people are more interested in the tactical level stuff. But I wanted to raise a couple of things that might be of interest to other listeners, which is the Turkish have suggested on a visit to Russia in the coming couple of days that they'll be happy to try and mediate for a third time a set of talks, despite it being made very clear by Zelensky that he has no interest of talking to Putin. I find it quite interesting. For some reason, Erdogan thinks that this is going to make a difference in the sort of, phase of the war, the end game, and clearly illustrates that the Turkish are trying to, balance their neutrality of one side versus the other. The other thing that I thought was quite of interest is the United States made it quite clear that they're not happy with the reduction in energy output that the Saudis, OPEC, were going to be doing, and that they're going to be looking at finding some way of encouraging consequences, is what Biden said yesterday. Interestingly, something I noted on Monday was that the Arab Emirates, the UAE, said that they were paying a visit to Russia, to the Moscow on Tuesday, I think it was. And they only announced it about 24 hours before, which is quite unusual for a diplomatic visit. So from what I get, the sense is the UAE and the Saudis are being quite sort of, I don't know if they want to sort of cozy up to the Russians, but it's clear that they're trying to, like the Turkish, play both sides off against one another to maximize their own gains from the energy output. So that was all really I wanted to raise, just a couple of things from the sort of bigger picture front. And the question I have for you from a friend of mine, Greg, is why do people think so certainly that it was the ATACMS missiles that we used and not the homegrown Ukrainian drones? He thinks that both seem quite equally possible. So if anyone has any thoughts on that, love to hear them.
Right, I'll bring John Howard up. We can talk. We can go full Grom. No, because he and I can go full Grom, no problem, or Grim, whatever. John, homegrown missiles from Ukraine vis-a-vis the ATACMS.
I'm the wrong person to ask, because I have zero.
Oh, come on.
No, genuinely, I have zero expertise in either. The balance of probability, given what lots of people who are far more expert than me have said about this, and they've been universal in saying, this is an ATACMS strike. Well, okay, fair enough. If they say it is, I've got no issue with experts. I'll accept that one completely. It would be nice if Ukraine has developed something of its own. My only nagging thing with the ATACMS theory is why they didn't hit the railway bridge. Because if you use an ATACMS, you have a zero probability of missing your target, and they could have dropped the railway bridge. rather than one carriageway of the road bridge. And if you were genuinely looking to neutralize Russian logistics, that railway bridge is absolutely crucial. And that's the only part of that that doesn't make sense to me. But I put my hand up, if you don't mind, just to very briefly reply to Piotr about the Saudis and the UAE. I mean, they've been certainly cozying up to China for a very, very long time. And UAE is very keen on the Chinese technology that they use to enforce the social credit system, the surveillance state. So that appeals very much, I think, to the UAE and probably to Saudi as well. And they've also tried, both of them have tried to stay close to the Russians, just effectively to balance against the US and prevent the US having a stranglehold over them. What I don't expect to happen is for the US to act decisively against Saudi Arabia or anybody else in the Gulf. Unfortunately, because I think we should, and I think it would be in the West's interest to do that. But ultimately, they look at us as decarbonising economies who see their main export as a huge global problem in terms of climate change. So, yeah, I think ultimately, in the not too distant future, they'll jump the fence and go across and weigh in fully with the authorities. To Iran and Iran's nuclear program, and went down the route of trying to actually find an accommodation with the Iranians when what they wanted.
Standpoint, reduce the reliance on Saudi, reprimand them for Khashoggi, the Turkish journalist who was killed, and so on. And he had to do a very realist move by basically sucking up and playing ball with the Saudis earlier this year, completely to the humiliation of the administration. So I feel like the Saudis are just sort of exploiting on that. I haven't seen how much they're close with the Chinese. They are getting closer. And the Chinese's neutrality approach does mean that they can have good relations with both the Iranians and the Saudis. But the Saudis are very aware of the strategical partnership that the Iranians and Chinese have. And therefore, I remain skeptical as to how close they're going to get. But I certainly take your points.
Well, sorry, I don't want to take over the space. I apologize. But just as a point of fact, Saudi, wrong. China is now the largest single buyer of Saudi oil.
And China has had their economy shut down for a massive amount of time now. So they're having issues with their mortgage industry. They're stockpiling oil, but not consuming nearly as much as was forecasted. And so long as the Saudis' cut in production isn't affecting deliveries to their Houston refinery, it shouldn't have a massive impact on American gas prices. And I'm sure that point will be conveyed to MBS directly. I don't know what kind of game the Saudis are playing. I presume they're forecasting global demand over the long term and trying to get out in front of it. And all prudent operators should be doing that. That's what the oil business is about, is rubbing the rough edges off of the roller coaster that is the energy market. But it's an odd time for them to be tinkering with global production with upcoming US elections. And I think it will be perceived in a negative light by the current administration as a direct or indirect attempt to influence US politics, and we're not going to open that can of worms any further than that. I don't know who was next on the hand order. I think I'll go to Jens, then Smiley, and Random.
I would say I'm actually the very last.
Okay, smiley random gens.
Hey,
How about
so
you?
I have a I don't know if you can hear me. Smiley here. So I actually have a theory regarding the avoidance of immediately nailing the rail bridge and going for the roadway, and that is that, you know, where would you rather have Russian material? Would you rather have it stranded in the Crimea, where eventually it becomes part of a big Lend-Lease, or would you rather have it somewhere in the west part of Ukraine? I mean, it may have been that they're just waiting for the right moment, and they'll just drop it then. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think they've demonstrated the capability to do that. They did the same thing on a few other key bridges, almost as they call it knocking when the Israelis do it in the Palestinian territories. They hit a target ahead of time with an inert weapon to allow the civilians a chance to exit, and then they come back and drop it in to the ground, or in this case with the bridge, drop it into the water. There were some targeted HIMARS strikes, almost like buttons on a shirt, down a previous bridge. I forget the name of it, but similar situation. I think you might be onto something with them demonstrating a capability and seeing how the Russians react. I wonder if maybe they're not gathering information about where they store spare trusses to try and repair this thing. If they can hit it once, I think they can hit it again. I'm on team HIMARS as far as theories go with how the bridge was taken down. We had an expert in rockets on the space a couple of days ago, and I think he gave a pretty excellent synopsis of what the capabilities are.
Yeah, I have one other comment, and you know, we talk a lot about, you know, if this was ATACMS, but, you know, the other possibility is that, you know, this was an opportunity to provide a little bit more real world data for prisms, which are the ATACM replacements. And I wonder if anybody has any thoughts on that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah. I mean, you know, ATACMS are one of a number of options, and as many of you know, ATACMS are not the future. The new missile system that is replacing
90s
ATACMS
technology.
Yeah, so that they're moving to the prisms, you know. And if I wanted to loan somebody some interesting piece of kit under the table, I might want to get a little bit more out of it, and I would certainly get a little bit more out of a real world test of a prism than I would out of another example of using an ATACM. And I wonder if anyone has thoughts.
None that I would care to convey to an unknown number of listeners, but I think we've clearly demonstrated that 90s era US technology is vastly superior to just about anything the Russians have come up with in the past 3 decades. So I don't know that they even need to loan out an extra set of prism missiles. If I'm not mistaken, you can fit 2 prisms on a HIMARS and
yes,
1 ATACMS. Is that how that
That's
works?
right.
Well, if they were going to fire prisms, I wish they would have hit one on the paved bridge deck and one on the railway bridge. I don't know if there's any evidence that there were 2 missiles, but I would think if they were going to fire one, they would have fired 2. And who knows, maybe that's what the splash was we all saw in the video just in advance of the bridge deck blowing up, and maybe both of them were 5 feet off and they're going to correct the next 2 that they fired. But I don't think any of us can say with any certainty. And I had a listener share with me the tactical dolphin theory that I've gone ahead and thrown into the nest just to add a bit of levity to the discussion. I feel like in Finance's absence, I do need to bring in the slapstick comedy. If somebody feels the need to delete that from the nest, I won't be offended. Who was next on the hand order? Was it Rando?
Hey guys.
How you doing? Go ahead.
Pretty good.
I mean, listening to the theories about the bridge and stuff, I think it's more likely that I guess I subscribe to more the partisan operations theory that missile strike, just based off. I think it's more likely that someone was timing the schedule for the fuel trains heading into Crimea and then just blowing up a device, as opposed
Where
to
would
just.
where would they have been able to hide on the Russian side the ammunition in that amount? How would they have gotten it onto the bridge? That question remains unresolved. There is no such thing as a truck bomb. There's no such thing. There's also no evidence. If you ever look at, I don't know whether you've done ordnance or played with ordnance at some point in time in your career in the military, but if you have, then or played with it as a fireman, you would know that typically a truck bomb would create a completely different image of blast and blast impact given the amount of explosion there and how it is supposed to have occurred around the whole bridge structure. The railway bridge structure would have been impacted for a far wider area than it actually has, and it would have blown off in a certain part, and that has not occurred.
No,
Have you ever seen? It just hasn't. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, please look at truck bombs. Have you seen truck bombs go off in
Yes,
Iraq?
I've seen. I understand.
How large? How large? IED size? Probably right?
IED size, but I'm not saying I'm not saying I don't disagree with you, is what I'm saying. I understand, and your point's well made. I guess I feel like the Atacama strike, and like there'd be a bigger impact crater in that regard, but
actually not. That's the funny part about the Atacams. If you look at, you can see some Atacams has been shot. There's some public videos on YouTube. Have a look at it. Impact craters, precision, and the likes. And depending on what fuse has been used and what version of the Atacams has been used and how it has actually been detonated, it may have exactly the kind of piercing capacity which this one hole evidences. The hole which we've seen from below of the road deck, and then blow it up, lift it up, therefore rip the joints at the end of that segment and have it flat fall down as it did. That's exactly what an Atacams would do. Unless you find me a missile which does exactly the same thing, it's an Atacams. So far, we haven't found a missile in the West or in Ukraine which does exactly the same thing.
That is very interesting to hear about that. Also, just based off it. But actually, Axel, I actually had a question for you, based earlier off the conversations you were having about the West and arming Ukraine and the logistics of it. And I'm curious from the position of this, it seems like the logistics operation, given supplying heavier armored vehicles like tanks and such, from my standpoint, there seems to be, from here in the US to across Europe, it's like, okay, when are we going to give heavy weapons? When are we going to start supplying instead of the old Soviet made stuff? And I know it comes down to questions of logistics and contractors and stuff like that, but from my standpoint here, is it pretty much because the Russians, the French, and the Germans have tied together so much in the last decade or so that prevents there's more complications with sending Leopards and Leclercs in as opposed to an Abrams, because it all relies on training. But I'm just curious about the proximity of things, because we hear all about the example of oh, we're going to send Leopard 1s, and then Schultz puts down the Leopard 1s, and then it's Leopard 2s, Leclercs, and other NATO tech in that regard, as opposed to M1s.
Well, let's put it this way. We've said it before. There's two current weapon systems, actually three weapon systems, in place in Ukraine, which invalidate the argument about maintenance. The weapon systems in place are the Gepard, based on the Leopard 1, then another system, which is very close and is based on the Leopard 2 chassis, and then our friends, the Ukrainians, were allowed to order the RCH 155, which is based on the Boxer. So, and the Ukrainians have been trained for the Gepard, so they could maintain the chassis of Leopard 1. Can they operate one? Absolutely. The Leopard 1 is a very good recce tank. Can they man the crew with 4? Sure, of course they can. Can they load and do they have the gunnery skills? Bloody hell, of course they do. So it's not an issue. This is complete hocus pocus. This is not an argument. The logistics train for the Leopard 1s and the Leopard 2s for the Ukrainians, together with the coalition of the willing and their European partners, is completely straightforward and simple. And it's a diesel engine. It's fast, it's versatile. Ukraine is essentially one of those countries these tanks have been built and designed for. It is their natural habitat to beat the bloody Russians. That's where they belong, and that's where they will go. It takes a little while. The dance continues, and Lloyd Austin has said so. We have to wait and see what kind of specific statements come out of Ramstein today, and then we'll be able to tell whether there's any progress to be prognosticated and to be expected soon enough. And the other part is that, as much as I love the M1 Abrams, and they are available, and there's some of them available in the right format and with the right kind of armor and with the right kind of sensor system and defensive capacity, not the very old ones, but they are available in pre-positioned stock in Europe. Could they be given? Absolutely. Can they be operated by the Ukrainians? Definitely, no question. Is it heavy and difficult to operate? Yes, the engine needs to, yes, it can burn off diesel. It's not as effective. Does it have a significantly bigger supply chain than the Leopard? Absolutely. Would you want both in place? Yes, sure. Hey, come on. If I wanted to work for Soluzhny and would be the logistics officer or the planning officer to support him, and I were to be asked whether this is doable and whether we would want it, apart from the fact that everybody would say, yes, of course, we want to have these things for gunnery, then of course you can get it done. This is not a question. This is wartime. We can fix all of this. We're the West. And Ukraine is currently the best functioning and largest Western land force army with combat capabilities and effectiveness more than anybody else, and with more experience and recent 8 months than anybody else. Can they do it? Hell yeah. It's only up to us, not to them.
I was just curious about that because, like, I know, like, that's one of the most interesting things to me when it comes to the Ukrainian army is that we train, like, the West has trained them, but it's like a perfect blend in a way because they came out of the Soviet Union with all the Soviet doctrines, and then they reformed, and then they have everything with the Western tactics and doctrines and mindsets, and so they have both. They know a lot more militarily speaking and more capable speaking, especially against the Russians. So, and logistically speaking, I'm curious about that, like, because it seems like there's like a lack of willpower in some regard when it comes to supplying the heavier weapons when it's probably more pertinent and probably better to do it now than any other time period. And so
100% correct.
I guess because the other thing is it's like it's confounding that we're talking about tanks and all this other stuff, and we're not even bringing up like attack helicopters, and we're still talking about the Soviet stuff because like the answer is always, oh well, they've been trained, they're more familiar with the Soviets and the Russian stuff. But from what we can tell, it's like no, they can learn the West stuff pretty dang quick. So it's not a question on their end of whether or not they can do it. They have proven the ability to do it. It's whether or not we have the ability to actually step up and do it. So in that regard,
you're absolutely right.
Yeah. In that regard, last night I was having a conversation. I was talking to Patrick Fox about the Kherson front and the operations because we're heading into the Ratsputitsa, and the winter logistics for the Russians aren't looking good. Like, he brought up the fact that they're asking Turkey for 90,000 winter uniforms to supply them to keep them from being in the cold. And so,
he is a former, as you know, military police officer,
yes.
And therefore, obviously, stocks which go off base are of importance to him. I understand this, but we're very, very glad that Transcom and the logistics supply chain within NATO have already supplied more than 480,000 pieces of kit to Ukraine since the request was made at the beginning of September. The additional request, which, by the way, Zelensky's government has made, goes for another 215,000 pieces of winter kit, because they want to ensure that also the conscripts and those troops which are currently being trained in England, for example, and soon to be trained also across Europe, would be equipped with the same gear. And that's fine. If Patrick Fox has an issue with this,
no,
I'd like to hear it.
It was more. It wasn't Ukraine requesting from Turkey. It was the Russians.
I'd be interested to hear this, because Turkey has had a request as part of NATO to supply winter uniforms, which they had once been given, because Germany has sold Turkey not only 354 Leopard 2s when we dissolved our beautiful proper tank divisions, but we also gave them winter gear so that the Turks could fight their war against the Kurds better. Thank you very much.
But I mean, it's obvious the Turks are playing to get the best advantage out of everybody. But in this regard, they are a NATO member, which makes it even more of a issue. But the real question I wanted to ask was, because based off that, we did have numerous experts and Finnish members that were here earlier, and it seems like we're heading into the second part of a winter campaign. And logistically speaking, I live, just to put in perspective, I live nearby the Air Transport Command for the U.S. Air Force, and so it's obvious the logistics capabilities of NATO to help Ukraine survive the winter are vastly superior to the Russians. And so I'm wondering, how do you see the winter operations playing out between now and the end of the year in the south, in Ukraine?
Well, the areas are different. There's 3 different regions in terms of weather to account for. One is the southeast towards the Rostov-na-Don, then there's the northeast, and then there's the south, Kherson, and down south to Crimea. Different timing as to when winter hits and how it hits, and it does differently. So the southern campaign is not infringed by this winter for quite some time. And if and when it does, then the temperatures go down south. Yes, absolutely, and they go down low, specifically during the night. It becomes wet, humid, and quite biting and unnerving, but it's not as hard as it would be in the northeast. And it's not as snowy as it would be, for example, in the north, in the region around Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kiev, where, for example, Rastotica actually would be really an issue. Does Luhansk and Donetsk have that? Absolutely, it does. But it has it at a different time. And the good thing is that the Ukrainian troops are actually well prepared. And you wouldn't believe, it's their home country. They know this in and bloody out. They know it better than the Russians. And they had 8 years to prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess that's my last question is, I mean, based off, recently there were reports that the German, there were ties to Russia within the German intelligence services, like the cyber divisions. I was curious to get your take on how the ties between, this will be my last question, just the ties between how much the effort to normalize relations between Germany and Russia has kind of compromised the situation within the German military and intelligence atmosphere.
Yeah, the reporting in that regard is a bit exuberant, let's put it this way. Mr. Schönborn, who was the head of the cybersecurity division, if you want to call it this way, had to step down, not because he personally himself is an asset or anything like it, but because the division had been infiltrated by a number of hackers over time and a number of decisions. And he was already, shall we say, this ship was listing for a long time for many reasons. So it was not just that. Has Russia infiltrated security services all across Europe? Absolutely. That's their job. That's what they do. And they have been in and out of MI6, MI5. The French security forces, the Italians, the Austrians have a tendency to be rather communal in that regard. And in Germany, we have 3 different services which matter, plus this institution for cybersecurity. And 2 of the 3 institutions in Germany had issues in the past, one of which has dealt with it a little bit better than the others. That's it. German institutions have been undermined as part of both the very comprehensive strategic as well as business cooperation between the countries. So have the French. This is what we need to deal with. We have to harden our deterrence and our systems in order to make them more resilient vis-a-vis the attacks of authoritarian countries. And we have to make sure that we don't deal with authoritarian countries. So we have to, for example, stop trading with China. I know people don't want to hear this, but that's the key. This is what's coming. If you take one lesson only from Ukraine's independence war against Russia and Russia's information operation against the West, then it is that you need to deal with China differently than we've done so far.
If I can speak to that, Axel, very quickly.
Yes, you can, but can you do this, Piotr, please, after the hands? We have so many people.
Oh, sorry, my thingy wasn't showing them. Sorry.
No problems. So let's go to the others, cycle quickly through them, and then we'll come back to China because I'd really like to keep this cool, but then afterwards, please. So, Ryan, if I'm not quite mistaken, Chris had his hand up, Jens had his hand up, OpenCL, whatever, Andreas, and then Piotr, correct?
Yeah.
All right, Chris, shoot.
Good evening, gents, or whatever time it is in wherever you are. Axel, let me just start by saying I'm 100% on your tank theories, 100%. I think we should have Leopards and Abrams sent. We're still at about 22 million, by the way, for Free the Leopards. So just to let you know that. But Axel, what I would say to you is that Thomas the other day did not rule out an indigenous Ukrainian missile, and we can all go back and check that because
I know that
there's a recording.
Thomas is a great guy, but just because he said he doesn't rule it out doesn't mean that it exists. And none of the data which we have from missile experts in Ukraine who build missiles goes to that. And if you were listening to Thanos, who actually works in the missile industry and was in the Navy, in the US Navy, in regard to missiles, his view coincides with the Ukrainian view. As much as I love Thomas Tyler, don't get me wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were referring to Thomas when you said that
no,
an expert said it was
I meant the discussion with Thanos.
Okay, I didn't hear that one. But however, nevertheless, right, I would just say to you that I'm on the side of the indigenous missiles, right? And as evidence, I would suggest people look at the R-36 Satan missile program and also the Grim or Grim or Grom, however you want to pronounce it, missile program. And all I'm saying here, Axel, is that Ukraine has an incredible ability to produce missiles and rockets. So I'm not definitely saying, as I said to Thomas the other day, I'm happy if it be number 2 to ATACMS. I'm just saying, I think that it's got a shout, that it could be an indigenous Ukrainian missile.
But we will find out at some time.
Ah, that's what I was going to say. We will find out.
Time will tell.
Thank you.
Let's get through some hands. I see Craig's trying to get up, and I couldn't add him.
And I will swap with Mikola because Mikola has come up.
Perfect. Who was next in the hand order? Jens or open class action? Or
Yeah, I think it was me.
Go ahead, Jens.
I'll try to tie my thoughts together. First of all, I would say it may be confusing to us. You know, Russia are the baddies and we are the goodies. And we have Zelensky looking into the camera straight at us and saying, give us the Atacams. And we have Biden saying, sorry, we can't do that. And then we see a lightning from the sky striking down like God's finger, destroying it, a bridge. And then we obviously have to find other alternative reasons to what it can be. But what I wanted to, the comment I wanted to make was about kind of tying in this kind of profiteering that we see with Dutch bridge building companies with the Russian war crimes, in the sense that I think that there's a collective complicity. In Russia, there's a collective complicity in the war crimes that'll say that of all the 63,000 Russians that Ukraine has prosecuted into the ground or all over the place in their trenches, they are either war criminals or they are probably complicit. And the same way, Europe, we have one Dutch company, but the entire European industry has been trading and fueling itself in Russia. So I think whether this Dutch company is, prosecuted, we all collectively have to pay the price. We all have to make good to Ukraine militarily and financially. And our complicity, I mean, we are supposed to be the free world, right? But we are warming ourselves with Russian energy, and we are fueling our way of life with Chinese labor, which I think is, well, very profitable, but maybe a little bit, problematic. I don't have the imagination to see us, ridding us of all this. But it is definitely problematic. I am rapidly losing my train of thought, but I kind of just wanted to say that whether it's war crimes or this war profiteering that has been going on the last 8 years, where our reactions to Russia's what do you call it, hybrid war, or little green men, or our weak reaction to Novichok attacks in London, or in UK, or shooting down of passenger airliners. I think there's a complicity in the way we have reacted so weakly, and we have reacted so weakly because we have, become dependent on Russia, trade with Russia and energy. That was it.
I think those are some great points, Jens. I agree with you, and I do think we need to find a way to fund our economies that don't involve cheap Chinese labor and cheap Russian energy. On the latter side of that, we are actively working to reconfigure European and world supply chains to operate in a world that does not require Russian energy. and I hope we can speed that process up even faster.
Ryan, I was just gonna add to this a little note is that I think the position of Ukrainians in this sense is that, of course, when you're talking about someone being complicit in this, is that we need to understand that the regular trade with Russia cannot be considered as a part of a complicity before the war in 2014, or even kind of the war before that. What we want to understand is that the sum of the choices in this trade that were made, that's where the complicity arises from. So what I'm talking about, for example, building a gas pipeline, right? That's where the complicity will arise, because the pipeline existed even prior to that. But what we need to understand that when the principles and the asking from Ukraine, the country that told about the possible risks of it, were ignored, that's where we're talking about complicity. So we're talking about Merkel at this point, how she completely ignored what Ukrainians were talking and telling previously. We're also talking about some European other leaders who allowed this project to occur. That's I think where we need to kind of draw a bit of a line, because there were a lot of, even Ukraine itself was trading with Russia, even though the war started in 2014, because we understand that the regular players, like the markets and everything, the regular companies themselves, they want to trade, they want to live in 21st century and everything, and there were a lot of Russian companies that were trying to do good. The problem arises is that when the national security is under scrutiny, and that's exactly what occurred. Just a little point I wanted to add, and Ryan, keep going with the order.
Thank you. I think open class action, Andreas, and we lost Peter, so Craig is next. And Craig, if you're hiding in a closet because the office hasn't closed down yet.
Yeah, right. No, I was just going to remind everybody that to kind of piggyback on what Mikolai was saying, the issue here is that Russia turned its back on a good deal. The deal is that we will buy energy, we will make your country rich, we will do this in a cooperative sense, and this was done in the 1990s when we're trying to prop up Yeltsin, right? Not exactly the most stable place in the world. And so these agreements that we're seeing are decades old, and they were done at a time and place where we were trying to give Russia a chance, right? I mean, this was a democracy for the first time in Russian history, and we were trying to give it all the chance that we could. And Russia turned its back on us, right? It is what it is, guys. I'm sorry what happened to you, but let's try and make the best of it. Here's some money, give us some oil. We're going to do what we can. And Russia instead turned its back on that really good deal, that really nice deal. It's kind of sweet, actually. It's a very sweet deal. Just sit back and take our money. And they took it and they said, actually, you know what? This is all your fault, right? And so remember, when we talk about these agreements, remember this: the premise of this is that Russia walked away from us. We didn't walk away from Russia, and that we have to continuously remind, just people in general, that we didn't do anything wrong here, right? And they just couldn't take the deal, right? And so that lies on them, not necessarily our quote unquote complicity.
And just to add to that, Craig, I think it's also where the situation where Russians couldn't accept the choice that Ukraine made, right? Because nobody from Europe forced Ukraine to, to join European Union or actually to join NATO. And multiple times, Ukraine was told, guys, hold on, do your stuff, chill out. You don't need to rush towards us. It's okay, guys. So all this narrative that Russians are pushing right now is utter, bollocks, and that's why we need to kind of put them whenever they try to tell all those notions that Ukraine kind of chose NATO because it became a puppet state or something like that. No, guys, sorry, it's Belarus that became a puppet state of Russia nowadays, and that's what we need to remind them. Yeah, great comments on that, Craig, and yeah.
I think open class action was next. If not, Andres.
Thanks. I've heard a lot, read a lot about Russian treasuries being half of maybe $300 billion, half of Russian treasury funds being in UK, European, US coffers. I wanted to ask, is this true? Is this some ring true? And the second question being, what would the mechanism be for repatriating those to Ukraine for rebuilding, or in some way punishing RF by taking those funds and diverting them elsewhere? And I guess the third part would be, why would they be so stupid as to keep such a huge amount of their ill-gotten gains in their enemies' coffers?
We were asking exactly that question a few months ago. Yes, those figures are correct. Yes, there have been discussions within the U.S. State Department and I guess the Department of Commerce on how to proceed with not just freezing those funds, but seizing those funds so they can be remitted to the Ukrainians. I think some of that has been done within Europe as well. I don't know the various countries involved outside the US, but maybe Craig can fill us in on that a little more. It's slightly complicated here. If you'll recall, there was still a whole lot of money, frozen Iranian funds that were released back to Iran during the Obama era. He didn't ship them pallets of our money. They shipped cash that belonged to the Iranian government or Iranian businesses. So I bring that up only to remind that sometimes these things don't move fast and they're held in escrow for long periods of time before they're remitted to an injured party or remitted back to the country that they belong to. I think some agreement was made back during that Iranian deal that reparations had to be paid to those individuals who were held hostage at the American embassy for over a year. But yes, all that money has been frozen. Craig and I were scratching our heads trying to figure out why they didn't involve the economic minister or whatever her title is in Russia. It would seem from the best anyone can tell, they really did believe they were going to achieve some military objectives within 3 days to a week, and they did not foresee needing to move that money out of foreign coffers. And maybe it was hubris and they didn't think they would need to because they didn't expect such large sanctions. Maybe it was lack of foresight, but that would be a huge lack of foresight. So I think it was probably hubris, and that's just my own personal assumption. Craig, go ahead.
I'd be more than happy to defer to Peter on that, and I can follow up after him.
Yeah, go ahead, Peter. I didn't even see you come up.
Oh, yeah, thanks
Sorry,
so much. No, I was just going to echo what you were saying and answer the question. So so you are correct. Russia overall on February 23rd had about $600 billion in hard currency assets overseas. This is how international trade is conducted. Basically, it's an Excel spreadsheet, more or less, that keeps track of who has what money and which central bank and other banks around the world. And countries use that hard currency in order to conduct trade with other countries. All right, so Russia had overall about 600 billion. The G7, acting in coordination, seized about 300 billion. The Russian foreign ministry or finance ministry has confirmed that number. There is an additional 200 billion that still remains accessible to Vladimir Putin's government in China. So they're mainly using that pile of money in order to conduct trade right now. And the question is, what do we do with this $300 billion that's in various G7 central banks? For the United States, the problem is, we're a country based on laws, and those laws are heavily reliant on the idea of property rights. Our laws were never written with the assumption that money that would be seized would be the money of a war criminal state. Usually when we use these laws, it's to seize the money of a war criminal or other nefarious evildoer, not an actual government's money. So, or for example, usually when we use our current laws, as we've done with the Russians, it's when someone steals money, right? So imagine you have a corrupt oligarch who somehow steals millions of dollars and stashes it in a Western bank. The law we use to essentially freeze Russia's foreign currency holdings is the same law we use to freeze the money of a bad guy who stashes his money in a US bank. The assumption of the law is that at some point we would give the money back to its its rightful owner. In this case, that's the Russian government. So the law we use to freeze Russia's assets is not the best law. It was kind of one of those use whatever you have under emergency conditions, and that's what the G7, particularly the United States, did. Now, the policy question that is currently under debate is, what do we do? Congress can change the law so that this money never goes back to Russia, because under the current law, you can freeze it, you can prevent Russia from accessing it, but eventually you have to give the money back. So Congress can change the law so that we don't give the money back. And there's a lot of people right now who want to take that money and use it for eventual Ukrainian reconstruction. This is where the state sponsor of terror debate enters into play. And I know Craig has offered some very well-reasoned and thoughtful perspectives on that. Craig and I may not agree 100% on some of the policy outcomes, but one of the objections to recognizing Russia as a state sponsor of terror is that it could snarl all of that money in the courts for many years, maybe decades to come. And while that money is snarled up in the courts, it cannot be used to help Ukraine rebuild its country. That's where the policy debate is right now. My answer to this is Congress can act. Congress can change the law. Congress can set aside a certain amount of money for US citizens who have been harmed. I think that's necessary. Congress can also say, and the rest of the money should go to X, Y, and Z, Ukrainian reconstruction being one of those examples. So bottom line, yes, we have frozen the money. Yes, Russia has some access to money in China. What we do with that money will, I believe, eventually require congressional action. But, I tweeted about this today. Russia just announced its September trade surplus for the year now is $289 billion. That is a titanic amount of cash that they have accumulated on their balance sheet since the start of the year. Russia is finding a way to eventually rebuild its foreign currency holdings inside its domestic economy because it is selling so much oil and natural gas to the rest of the world. We're going to have to address that issue if we're going to tackle the larger problem of sanctions evasion and preventing Vladimir Putin from waging his war against Ukraine.
Did you say $289 billion trade surplus for the year?
Yes, for the year. So between January and September, I tweeted about it. Basically, it's their current account. So their current account is now plus $289 billion, which for those keeping track at home, does constitute a record. It is the largest amount of cash that the Russians have ever collected since the end of the Soviet Union. It's a huge number.
So maybe it's kind of don't underestimate your enemies. Maybe they're not as stupid as we're all thinking. Maybe this was part of their calculus was, a war that we start is going to increase gas and oil prices.
Yes, absolutely. And we must all remember the people who work in the Russian Ministry of Finance all went to the London School of Economics. They all went to Oxford. They all went to Georgetown. And now they're back in Moscow. They are very good at what they do. And we should not even if we underestimate, or even if we have a new estimation of Russia's military capacity, the technocrats who are managing the Russian economy are Western trained, extremely knowledgeable, and very good at what they do. So they know everything that a Western trained economist knows because they all went to school together. They all were taught the same things together at our elite Western schools. So we should never underestimate Russia's technocrats, even as we recalibrate our understanding of Russia's military in the field.
Well, I think it's also important to note that there will be a diminishing rate of return going forward as far as Russian energy income is concerned. Prices spiked up over $120 for a period of time, and they're now hovering around 80, if I'm not mistaken. Russia will have an inability to keep up these production numbers. Their production fell off over 10% in the first few months, if I'm not mistaken, and it will continue to fall off for the foreseeable future because they can't get the supplies and the technology and the technical expertise that will be needed to maintain their cash flow system, which is oil and energy.
And there's things we can press on there. Craig, I want you to go because I know you've got some well-reasoned thoughts on this. I want to hear your perspective as well.
I mean, to put it succinctly, we have to think beyond what the next 5 to 10 years mean, right? And this war is not going to be over this year. I mean, we hope it is, right? God willing. But I just feel like in our relations, we held this money in Iran for so long. This was not yesterday. This was not several months ago. We held it, and it was under certain conditions that we did this. Now we can talk about incentivization. We can talk about trying to lead people down the right path. But at the end of the day, I like options, right? I like having a choice. I like being able to delegate that choice forward in case conditions change, right? If things are not what we think they are in the next 2 or 3 years, and we pass an opportunity up now for what is righteously, I think, a good idea of supplying Ukraine with the means to rebuild, reparations. Again, Ryan hinted that those dollars were released under certain conditions, albeit not what everybody in the world agreed on, but there were conditions nonetheless. And once you concede that very principle that concessions are now on the table, then it's at that point there's a well-reasoned argument to hold on to this money until the conditions meet maximum leverage to where you can achieve the most out of them, right? It's a little bit of quantitative analysis depending on the future cost of items, right? Inflation, interest rates. I understand all that, right? It's relatively possibly cheaper now than it might be in 2 years, right? Depending on what the global economic situation is. So at the end of the day, I just like options. I like giving the future president, future administrations, the ability to shape these given certain changing conditions. And then again, maximize that leverage and have that option that if a situation presents itself in 3 years that we just didn't see, we want to be able to kind of turn around and say, what arrows do we have in the quiver, right? What can we do with this now that we have the maximum amount of pressure to apply on the Russian state? And unfortunately, I don't think that's now. I don't think we're there yet where we can leverage any discussion. Russia is going to mobilize. It is going to try to do its best to hold a defensive line, wait for winter, and wait for the political fallout in Europe. That's really the only game in town right now if you're Russia, right? I mean, let's just kind of call it what it is. And so if that's the case, then they're going to make a try at it. Wait till that fails, which it inevitably will. I think we all understand that this is not a well thought out military strategy. That when that fails, Russia's in a worse position then than it is now. So apply that same principle to these funds that are frozen, and leave future administrations the ability to negotiate with at least something on the table that they can just kind of be like, well, what about that? You like that? You like that money right there? That's $300 billion. How do you like that, right? Dangle that and see what you get out of it, right? You may not get everything, but let's just see what happens.
I was just going to add 2 more points related to this, is that I think just to fill up the gaps, because some things were not told or anything. So one of the things is that basically Russia was preparing for 2021 and 2022, aggression against Ukraine, because you could clearly see how they were reducing the kind of savings specifically in the US, because it reached only 6.6%. So previously, before that, you could see a lot of reserves of Russia, they were in the US. So they knew about this. And that's exactly, I think it also kind of goes to the next argument that kind of Putin was preparing to do this in the near time, right? Because we know about 2014. So at that time, Putin understood that it's time to prepare for the next thing. The second thing that we should understand is that basically the reason why Russia stored a lot of, of their own reserves, right, in different countries is in the case if ruble starts to devalue, you can use those different currencies to buy to sell basically those currencies and buy rubles, and that's the way to keep your ruble, on the right level. Now, one of the things that you should remember is that, for example, London Stock and Exchange is the biggest place where the gold is being traded. And because of that, you would probably store some money there because you don't want to kind of do the quick, kind of transactions just before the war because everybody will understand that something is fishy there. Now, another thing that you should understand that, for example, Russia was selling, and that's, you can literally look at it, Russia was selling for 3 consecutive years its gold to the UK. So UK bought pretty much every single year up to 1 billion of gold, and it was doing similar operations with other countries. And you can look it up on, on the statistics and the most Statista, basically. And one thing that you mentioned about China, that it's 13.8% is kind of storing Russian reserves at the moment. We also have France, and interestingly enough, Japan. So we know about Germany and US and UK, of course, but Japan holds almost 10% of those reserves. And I think that's quite crucial to stress that Japan is probably need to freeze it as well, because I haven't heard any information about that. And what is crucial as well is that all of those, your 200 billion that you were mentioning previously, you somehow need to pay other countries, for example, like Iran, right, for the drones. So that's the way how you're gonna operate with it, and that's where the money can be used. And just to finish the point about the how basically those Russian assets can be used to rebuild Ukraine, there was a really good article on on Financial Times where they discussed how basically you could pass a notion in United Nations about that all the money or all the reserves of the countries that are participating in the military conflicts around the world, if those money somehow are related to the military complexes of those countries, aggressors, they have to be frozen. But that's a very complex issue because we're again returning back to the problem that Russia holds a veto, right? And it will be really hard to pass this law. And a lot of other countries like China, for example, will be not interested in that because they don't want their assets to be frozen. And the last thing that was also mentioned there is that actually it's not only about the lawsuits that basically Europe and US need to go to unfreeze the kind of those Russian money and send it to Ukraine. It's about the reputation, right? Because a lot of countries in the world store their money in Europe and US, and it's about the trust. If the Europe now kind of voluntarily or super fast passes this and starts rebuilding Ukraine, you have a reputational damage, and you also have another problem that basically you do not know how much reconstruction costs is at the moment with Ukraine, right? Because it's probably going to involve the commission where they're going to come and check, how much does it cost actually to rebuild those things, and that's a completely different topic, and we didn't even touch it. How do you estimate that? And that's going to be interesting one as well.
I will disagree with Craig real quick, and then let Peter go ahead. But I don't think we should dangle this currently sequestered money. I shouldn't say seized. My words are failing me right now. The withheld money or the frozen assets, that's the word I'm looking for, should be dangled as a carrot towards the Russians as a possible return or repatriation of their money. I think we should move forward full steam ahead at just turning that right over to Ukraine as reparations. But Peter, go ahead and feel free to pick me apart on that.
No, not at all. In fact, I think we're having a really useful conversation here. This is why this community is so important. Everyone brings a bit of their knowledge to the table, and nobody has one good answer. It's the collection of minds that produces a better answer. With regard to Craig, Craig, I fully agree. In fact, Craig is pointing out it is a bad thing when policymakers don't have options or are straitjacketed into one outcome. It's a good thing when policymakers have options and they can dial it in, they can respond. This is always useful. Anyone who has been in a situation where they only had one bad option or two bad options to choose from, you never want to be in that situation. Now, the plot twist here, we have to give the money back to Vladimir Putin. The way our laws are currently written right now, if nothing changes, we have to give this money back. Again, these laws, the laws that we use to freeze, and Greg, Ryan, you were correct, freeze, all we've done is basically said, you can't touch this money for now. But it is Russia's money. It's Vladimir Putin and the Russian government's cash. So under the current laws, we have to give it back to them. We don't want to do that. So by not changing our laws, Craig, I would argue we limit the options that policymakers have. That's why I think it's a good thing for Congress to act and change the laws so that policymakers can have more of those options. On that point, we fully agree. And now we're just talking about, what's the best policy path forward. Fair enough. Nicola, I definitely take your point about reputational risk and the ultimate cost of rebuilding Ukraine. As far as reputational risk goes, yeah, you could make that argument in theory, but we're not being arbitrary or capricious about this. The world knows why these assets were frozen. And frankly, I think it's a good thing to say to the world, if you invade your neighbor with a military because you just want to conquer your neighbor, then you too could risk having your assets permanently frozen and losing your foreign currency holdings in the G7. Frankly, I don't see that as a reputational risk. I see that as a reputational burnishment, an advantage. And I think it might cause other smaller countries to think twice before conducting aggressive illegal wars against their neighbors. As for the costs of rebuilding, obviously the United States, even the EU are not going to be able to cover these costs alone. I think at some point in the future, not for this discussion, but a future discussion, we should absolutely consider how we create some sort of rebuilding tax on Russian energy sales so that, for example, when the Hungarian government buys a barrel of oil from Russia through the Druzhba pipeline, part of that money goes to a fund that will allow the Ukrainians to rebuild their society. And then we can build up that idea to cover more and more aspects of Russia's energy sales. That's a policy issue for tomorrow. Right now, we need to focus on denying Russia the ability to wage war against Ukraine. And I think tightening sanctions, imposing stronger secondary sanctions on the Russian energy and defense industry, and denying Russia the ability to access its funds overseas are all three great ways in which we can achieve our near-term policy objectives and help, in the long run, our friends in Ukraine to win this war.
I would just have to very briefly respond, respectfully, of course. That dynamic you just brought up, right, of taxing Russian oil, right? What a great time to have an extra thing in your quiver where you're still holding $300 billion over their head when they're ready to when we're ready to cut a deal for Russia's energy to be put back onto the world market, whether that be 5 or 10, because let's be clear, what's the average age of a Russian male? Between 72 and 74 years old. How old is Vladimir Putin? He's 70, right? And so there is a timeline where we don't have to let it go now, right? Because it could be that when we have that, number one, Putin's dead, right? Or he's not in power. And then at that moment where, again, not to be redundant here, but when we're ready to strike any kind of deal, when we're ready to be involved in any kind of transaction with Russia, we have this, and we can do it in cooperation with the Ukrainian government. That is a helpful negotiating, supporting fire, if you will, however you want to phrase that, right? Because it's there on the table now. It's a negotiating tool that you can use to impose a 5% or a 10% or a 15% tax on Russian energy and then give back half the money. And now Ukraine has both a lump sum and a long-term funding for Russia, right? And so, yes, they get some money back, but long-term and in the short term, Ukraine gets a lot, right? What may even exceed the total amount that was even there. Of course, over many, many years, but let's be clear, it's going to take many, many years to even rebuild Ukraine to what it was. So those timelines aren't exactly out of sync. And so, yeah, I mean, Peter's absolutely correct. We're on the same page. We just need to change some language. I would agree with Peter on that. There needs to be some clarification in the legislation regarding who has what authority, who can release it, and under what conditions that it can be released, and who has that authority to make that call, right? Who's that referee in that instance? Is it the president making the decision and then Congress having a word in it, or does the president hold a veto pen over what Congress wants to do, right? And that needs to be delegated and moved about amongst American political structures and branches. And so, I think, like what Peter said, this is a very good conversation because we have to be able to explain what's going to happen in the future and what is trending in that direction, just to add context and try to add a little bit of nuance to what is already a very complex, but to some degree rather simple equation, that is get Russia out of Ukraine, and everything else is ancillary, right? They surround that goal. So whatever that does accomplish it, I think we should do it.
Fully agree, Craig. 100%. I think we fully agree as you described it there.
On that positive note, should we, because there are some people who are waiting actually, and they are probably waiting for some time right now, should we go to Andreas, and then after Andreas, let's go to Naughty, Athena the Fella.
Thank you very much. Thank you also very much, the speakers prior. It has been very interesting following you. And I don't want to go too far away from what you have actually been discussing. Just let me, for a sentence, go away, in fact. A very optimistic note here. Pretty sure you have heard of it. Within 18 minutes, 4 Ka-42 have been shot down by the Ukraine forces today. I just want to mention that was probably a quite a good achievement. The second note has nothing to do with helicopters and nothing with shooting down, but rather what you have been discussing. What is the prospect here? What can we expect? Someone prior on this podcast has said something which I would want to call an ethical informed globalization. We are not making business anymore with everyone, like Saudi Arabia, let's say, with Russia, let's say, but we are doing business with the people we are also agreeing on very basic norms we are sharing norms with. That might be, I don't say it is, I know things are complicated, but it might be a possible way how the 21st century could play out. I'm looking forward for your opinions on this question. If my question was precise and you
Sorry,
understand.
Andreas, I didn't catch the last bit, the last question that you asked, because I've heard about kind of helicopters and everything, but the last question that you asked.
How should the globalization play out? That was my question. Should we, our business partners, quote unquote, should we have ethical criteria or not? You know, should there be something like an ethical globalization, let's say a Western globalization, or don't we care? You know, we are making business with Saudi Arabia. We are making business. We have been making business with Russia. My question is here: economy and ethics. What is the so to say? How should we prolong in these questions, in these realms? Should they be separated or should we combine them in a way or in another?
It's a very broad question, but I can start replying to it, and I would be, and I would appreciate if Craig and Peter Doran actually could add to this quite a lot of their knowledge. So what we have nowadays, and especially with the globalization, right? Obviously, everybody knew that China wouldn't be the best country to trade even in 90s, right? Due to the historical past of China, and everybody knew about the Cultural Revolution and the kind of the protests that were happening on Tiananmen Square and everything. So everybody already knew what would be the actor. The reason why kind of the trade still occurred and everything was that, of course, it's a problem of China. So it was at that time, it was an internal kind of problems of Chinese people, and that's why nobody wanted to intervene, right? And similarly to Russia, right? We had the Chechen war and everything. Nobody wanted to intervene in that, because if somebody would, then we would have a huge problem, and actually we could have had like another world war, and that's why everybody was was afraid of participating in that, and that's why everybody was thinking that the trade would be the best way to even change the countries in a certain way, because by improving the quality of life of people in different countries and so on, would give them a different picture of the world, and it would also improve the development of the nation, those nations that were a bit lagging behind. The problem, and that's what we have today, is that there are global players that abuse this free trade rules and everything. And the way, so you have to look at the two things. The first one is that there are global rights organizations, including like the United Nations, that still have Russia as a state there. And of course, if we followed just normal ethics and everything, we would have to exclude Russia from there. But the reason why we have Russia is because they also have the nuclear power and everything, and because they're successor of the Soviet Union, and they're still kind of a major world power in the world. But it's also about, how should I say it? It's allowing them to have a platform to speak and to see a different point of view. And if this point of view is ridiculous, show it to the rest of the players in the world that this point of view is ridiculous, right? Even though they're being kind of like a terrorist right now, by having them there and having a dialogue and showing that they are absolutely incapable of making the logical statement or anything, shows to the rest of the world that Ukraine needs to be supported. So in the same respect...
Right. Mikola, with all due respect, that was not my question, though.
No. So what I'm leading to, and that's what I want to kind of go further, right? If we're talking about the globalization in the sense and the trade, are you relating to the trade or not?
I was my question probably was rather how should let's picture the next 100 years, okay? How should 21st century geopolitics look like? That was my question, I believe.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a slightly different type of question, and I thought I was responding more to globalization and the trade. So, Craig, go ahead then.
Yeah, so I mean, it's impossible to say, right? Because at the beginning of the 17th century, you could never imagine that there would be 10 million dead in Europe because of the Great War. In 1919, only one French general almost predicted to the day that there would be war again with Germany after this treaty. There were those that said that democracy in Russia would work. It didn't, right? And so to forecast out the next 100 years, whether you're trying to approach it from a moral perspective, that we're going to make our decisions, our governmental, our policy decisions based on our moral compass, I think has always been throughout history to been seen as a noble effort and a noble goal. But if that were the case, then there are certain things that wouldn't be going on, because if you want to take a completely moral stance, then part of that would not be.
But then again, we have to picture it, right?
Right, but but it's one thing to picture, it's another thing to, forgive me for saying, to live in the real world, because we are existing in a world that hasn't been in Europe in 80 years. So if you were to think back 80 years that Russia would be invading Ukraine at this moment, then what moral decisions could we have taken along the way, right? But we still are where we are.
I completely understand it. Yeah, I completely understand it. And it's one thing, and it's very important to make clear decisions to understand this situation. I completely understand. But I think it is at least not important to picture the world in 50 years.
So it's a good point, Andreas, and I'm sure the different governments in the world already making their own predictions, and they're trying to put a theoretical a bit perspective how it's supposed to be done, and that's why we have professors at the universities, and I'm sure you can read a few of them. And when I was studying at the University of Manchester, specifically in the politics department, they were doing that job. The problem is the world
Yes,
doesn't
and
follow that
I
theoretical perspective.
don't take it in the wrong angle, really. I just wanted to propose the question, nothing else. All right.
Yeah, thank you. And let's go to Peter,
All right.
because I'm sure he has a response to this.
Andreas, I really liked your question. I think it's really good. Here's what I would say. You're not asking a normative question. You are describing what is happening right now. So a normative question would be, is this the way the world should be? And what I think you're describing is the way the world is right now. I think Craig is right. We need to be realists about this. Yeah, it's not useful to look ahead 100 years into the future. Let's assess where we are right now. And where we are right now is countries are choosing. That's why I keep saying now is the time for choosing. And that means something. Look at India. India right now is lining up with Russia and China on economy, energy, you name it. India is lining up with our enemies. Hungary is lining up. Serbia, parts of Africa, they're lining up with Russia. That's very bad. The great irony of our time, I think, is that transatlantic power, American power, could be at its maximum at this point, but it's not. And the reason is because we really have not developed the tools that we need, economic tools, resource tools, in order to create incentive structures for these fence sitters to choose our civilization, one based on rules and norms and laws and prosperity and free markets. We haven't created the incentive structure for these fence sitters to choose our civilization over the kleptocratic despotism of the East, of Russia, of China. And we can look at India and Hungary and Serbia and others as the canaries in the coal mine, and that needs to change. If we unleashed America's oil might, unleashed our natural gas might over the last 2 years, if we had a policy of encouraging hydrocarbon development, we would have more energy resources to insulate ourselves against the capricious policies of the dictators who hate us. We wouldn't have to go with an empty cup to the Saudis and say, please, sir, I want some more, which is what happened when Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia. And the Saudis said, no, not only are you not going to get more, we're actually going to give you less because we want to make more money right now. If we had policies in place that allowed us to provide more economic power, more resources to the world, like Europeans who are suffering because Russia has turned off the energy to Germany, for example, America wouldn't be in a better position. The transatlantic community would be in a better position. That's normative. What's happening right now is that the world is choosing. And what we must do is create the policy structures so that the world chooses us over our enemies. Now is the time for choosing. And I think, Andreas, you have identified that. And this discussion is important, not as some late night gab session about geopolitics. This discussion is important because as countries choose, as they throw in with us or our enemies, the lines between East and West, between freedom and dictatorship, start to harden up. This is happening. I don't like it, but it is what it is. And that's how, and we must deal with the world in which we live.
Great. On that thing, we have the Naughty waiting for a long time, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mikola. And thank you all. You were discussing the American, the possibility to freeze the assets in the US so that Russia couldn't get them back. I wonder if it's done in Europe in any way, and also in UK, because UK is not in European Union anymore, but it's Europe, of course. And is there any kind of international law that can be also applied if Americans do it? Can we do it in Europe? Because of course I read about there was this International Monetary Fund and the World Bank talking about the Ukraine's like reconstruction, and did it have something to do with that, Peter? What you were talking about? And yeah, thank you.
So with Nina, if I understand your question correctly, the bottom line is the United States, in coordination with G7 countries, have frozen, I stress frozen, the foreign currency reserves that Russia held on February 24th in G7 central banks, etc. So policymakers ask the question, gosh, we're going to have to rebuild Ukraine and we're going to have to help them in some way. So what do? Do we send them money from our taxpayers, or do we use the money that we've seized from Russia in order to help Ukraine rebuild in the future? Obviously, politicians, they want to use money from Russia, not money from taxpayers, in order to help rebuild Ukraine. That seems right and just to anyone, frankly. So now the issue is, how do we do that? The problem is that the money we have frozen belongs to Russia. And because our systems are based on property rights, the Russian government has a right under the current laws to ask for its money back. Now, that's obviously stupid. The way the laws were written, they were never written for this situation. So we have to adjust the laws to conform to the current conditions. That's where the debate is right now. Here in the United States, that would require Congress to act. That's what I'm very much proposing, Congress act, so that we have clarification on this. Craig and I were talking about how that might happen, and I think we've reached a consensus that that should happen, but that's where the discussion is right now.
Thank you, Peter. And just as a follow-up, I wonder, or I somehow suspect that in certain European countries, Russia has put more money than in others, and I wonder if it's like if those countries can decide for themselves how they are going to freeze or not freeze the money, or is it something that they have to do like together, the decision?
Yeah, no, good question. The answer is every country can choose on their own. The actions taken, I say the G7 because those are the largest economies in the world, and they all acted in coordination with each other. That was very good. But ultimately, this comes down to the national level. I'm sure the European Union can have a policy or pass legislation where they all agree to act in coordination with each other. But ultimately, this is really done at the national level. You just need countries to all agree we're all going to act in unison with each other, and that's what's happened so far.
Thank you, Peter. And I have an obsession to ask this question because I haven't got any. Couldn't sort it out in my head. What prevents the world for labeling Russia a terrorist state? I'm sure it has been discussed like this dead horse beaten, but do you have any easy answer for me? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. And we have gone over it. The bottom line is here in the United States, once you make that designation, all American citizens who have been harmed by Russia's invasion and war against Ukraine, they are first in line for the money that we have frozen here in the United States. So any money that Russia had in the United States, the Russian government, American citizens would be first in line. There's a lot of policymakers who don't want to go to Congress and say, hey, can you give us billions more for Ukrainian reconstruction? What they want to do is use the money that we have frozen to send over to Ukraine to help them rebuild. If Russia is designated a terrorist state, it means that policymakers have to ask Congress for more money to help the Ukrainians instead of using the money that's already under their control in bank accounts. So it's basically an issue of policymakers who work for the president not wanting to have to go to Congress. Honestly, I think this is an issue that we can resolve. I don't see this as a Herculean boulder in front of us. We can resolve this issue, and we can do two things at once. We can say Russia's a terrorist state. Congress can say some money that we have frozen can go to Americans, and the rest of the money can go to Ukrainians. This is a policy fix. This is why people commit themselves to public service to solve complicated problems like this. And I think that should be the solution going forward.
And if you may, one more comment that I think that it's obvious that Russia is a terrorist state, and that would also pretty much like make an impact to other countries too that will have anything to do with Russia. Thank you. And now I'm going to take myself down, so I'm not going to be naughty anymore.
Thank you, Nina. Always appreciate your questions.
Peter, just a little follow-up on this. So if we refer to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977 that was used in the US in relation to Iran, could you comment on that and just to kind of a bit elaborate on the situation, why it was used, and could the same principle be applied in European countries?
Yep. Okay. So correct. What we did though, what we used, couple things, because you asked a brilliant question. We must distinguish between the United States and Europe for sure. So I can only speak to US policy and US laws. I am familiar with the EU system and their laws, but I'm much more expert on the US. All right. That said, the mechanism that the US Treasury used in order to freeze, and I stress freeze, Russian assets was this mechanism that basically said, we're going to freeze your assets in our banks, and we're not going to let you, use these funds. Okay, so for the case of Iran, this money just basically stayed on the balance sheet of the U.S. Federal Reserve for decades, and it wasn't until JCPOA that the Obama administration transferred, repatriated, essentially billions of dollars that had been sitting on that balance sheet. It was basically on a balance sheet, and the Federal Reserve turned it into literal pallets of cash that the United States flew over to Iran and repatriated that cash to the Iranians. Why? Because ultimately this money was the property of the Iranian government. And so the Iranians wanted their money back. Under the existing laws, we could freeze these assets. But because property rights are important in our societies, you ultimately have to return the property to its legitimate owner. Now, in the case of Russia, many would ask, well, that doesn't make any sense. Frankly, many have asked, why did we send all the money back to Iran? That doesn't seem right. And the answer is no, it wasn't right. I think it was wrong. And it's certainly wrong in the case of Russia. So what we need to do is change the laws so that we are not obliged to return the frozen money that Russia has in our banks back to the Russians. What we should do is return that money to Ukrainians who have been most harmed by Russia's war. Congress must act in order to make that change.
Awesome. Thank you on a quick elaboration on that. And on that note, we'll go quickly to Ryan because he's also a co-host. Just happen to be in speakers right now. So Ryan, please go ahead.
Peter, I had a question from a listener that wanted me to ask because they couldn't come up to speaker right now. They were wondering if anything can really be done to twist Saudi arms to be more helpful with respect to energy production. And they say that with the implicit knowledge that there's no easy way to overrule decisions by MBS or topple his clinch on power within Saudi. I have some of my own opinions. I think there are other more complicated factors involved with that, but the question was posed to you, so I'll let you answer first, and then maybe I can throw in my 2 cents afterward.
Ryan, I would love for your 2 cents. Let me say this. Whenever I talk about this issue of Saudi surge capacity, I often frame it as a religious question, because all of us in the world must take it on faith that Saudi Arabia plus the UAE has an additional 1.5 million barrels a day of capacity left in which they can pump. Aramco says that they have 1 million barrels a day that they can additionally pump. Aramco is under, as of very recently, Aramco was under their OPEC quota. They were not pumping that additional 1 million barrels a day. There have been some who have proposed that Aramco is not pumping that additional 1 million barrels a day of oil because Saudi doesn't have it anymore. They're hiding the fact that they're really running low. Stop and think about what that means. That means that Saudi Arabia does not have the surge capacity that it used to. That's possible. Now, the Saudis absolutely deny this. They say that's not true. And we're all supposed to take it on faith that Saudi Arabia still has this magical 1 million barrels a day that they can pump out of the ground, plus another maybe 500,000 from the UAE and other OPEC members. I call it a religious issue because, again, we must accept on faith that Saudi Arabia has this capacity. I wonder if they do. I wonder if they really do. And what their incentive structure here is to lower the price of lower production to keep prices higher so that they can make more money. That's obviously what Russia's incentive structure is. So really what we have here is a combination of interests. Saudi Arabia and Russia both have an interest in producing fewer barrels of oil every day for the planet to keep the price of oil high. And that works against American interests. We have a solution to that. It's domestic energy production, but that's where we are right now. Ryan, I'm very keen on your perspectives because you are so expert on this topic.
I think the Saudis, I too question, like you do, whether they have the additional million barrels of production that are just sitting sequestered and in reserve. And essentially all they need to do is open a needle valve or a gate valve somewhere, and they can magically produce or turn on this additional production at a whim. I think their investment in additional production was hampered just like everyone else's was with back in 2020, and things are slow to turn on right now. They saw how quickly prices spiked up to the 130s, and they, like all other oil and gas producers, benefited heavily from that. But Saudi is well aware that they and the other OPEC nations are no longer the swing producer in the oil and gas market. The volume and the speed with which they can turn on shale gas wells, primarily here in North America, is unrivaled in the oil and gas business. And I was feverishly looking through my Twitter retweet and like history to find the specific production number of natural gas liquids that have been exported this year as a comparison to last. I suspect that if Biden went over there, it wasn't hat in hand to beg the Saudis to produce additional global production. I think he was probably more directly requesting that they maintain adequate supplies to the #1 oil refinery in the United States, which is owned by a subsidiary of Saudi Aramco and sits on the coast of Texas, I think, in or around the port of Houston. Oil companies, as a general rule, do not like to see wild swings in prices. Even if they do go up rapidly, that can cause shocks to economies that cause demand destruction, and then the prices inevitably fall back down, and they end up in this cyclical or pendulum state, almost like riding a roller coaster up and down. And anything an energy company can do to smooth those peaks and troughs and maintain a more stable, predictable price is in their interest, because typically the smaller operators, and I'm not talking about Aramco here, but people who have to take out loans to complete their production projects, want more stable pricing so they can get loans from investors to and capital to produce these giant oil and gas projects. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think Saudi foresees at least a small global recession on the horizon, and they know that $78 prices could easily drop to $58 prices if there's an oversupply in the global market, because China's not consuming what they were expected to, and conceivably the US isn't consuming what they were expected to. So they're just trying to dial back in with the market, and possibly at the same time not play their hand and tacitly or overtly admit or acknowledge that they don't have the production capacity they've led everyone to believe.
Bingo. And I think that's the answer to the listener who asked that question. Very sophisticated one that you're not going to get anywhere else but here at the Maria Report.
Thank you, Peter. And on that positive note, let's go to Chris and Pauli. And then, guys, Nick and Jink, if you have actually raised your hands, please raise them again, because if I don't see them, I will have to put you back to the listeners. Thank you.
Real quickly, Mikla, the number, and I know I tweeted it to Finance and Axel the other day when I saw it come across, but the amount of natural gas liquids that we're exporting this year have increased dramatically. I'm going to go back while I'm not flapping my gums here and try to find that tweet. It was from, I believe, a verified, knowledgeable source, or I wouldn't have lent it any credit. But it even raised my eyebrows when I saw how much we have increased our exports year over year. Not so much in crude oil, but in natural gas liquids, which is like butane, propane, methane. All of those things that can be compressed down and put on a boat and sent presumably to Europe, but other places as well. So let's go to some hands, and I'll see if I can find that, just to provide some context and some concrete numbers to work off of.
That would be great. And also, just to make sure to put it in the comment section so people can read it if they want to. Chris, you're next.
Greetings all. You guys are way ahead of me on a load of stuff here, but in terms of like countries lining up with America or Russia, I'm not trying to say that he's like God or anything like that, but I've been watching Peter Zayan's videos quite a lot, and I'm sure I mean he basically says Russia and China had it even before the Ukraine war, and now they both have had it even more so, so but I think the point is this, right, is I'm like, I mean, these countries can line up with Russia if they want, but at the end of the day, the actual economic power is with America and the West. So now, okay, if we don't actually leverage that power, then it doesn't really matter, right? But if we do choose to leverage that power, we could basically ensure that Russia and China, don't control anything ever.
Okay, sure.
Well, we are the biggest off-takers of their semi-finished product, their refined product. The refined product they create in our nations. We're the single biggest off-taker still of their export product, of so-called finished goods. And they are the biggest off-takers of our consumer goods. And they're also the biggest off-takers of our spare parts. And they are the biggest pirates of our software. And they are atrocious authoritarian governments, both committing genocide. Now, what choice do we make?
Well, precisely. That's my point.
Okay, and following the order, there was Pauli next.
All right. Thank you, Mikola. Good moderating and good discussion. Nowadays, I do my main job as an attorney, so I might be qualified to comment on some things here. I think we discussed a lot about the cash reserves or the asset reserves that have been frozen or seized. I want to extend your thinking and your minds that there are lots of other assets in Europe other than just the government assets. I mean, there are lots of real estate and other property assets in Europe and in Eastern Europe that, given enough political will can be also seized and used to build Ukraine. And I think this is something that I would recommend EU doing and being creative with this and having the political will. Then another thing, I don't know how familiar you are with war reparations. I think Axel knows also, of course, something about this. My line of thought is that after the war is over and Ukraine has clearly won, we should in some form install war reparations that Russia has to pay to Ukraine for the genocidal and terrorist activities. And I don't personally like the term tax very much. It's I think it's this is semantics, but in my opinion, duty would be a better term. So we would set duties for Russia. But in my opinion, we should first use all the assets that are frozen that would be instantly directed to Ukraine. And then, in my opinion, before Russia gets to do any free trading, it would first have to pay the war reparations in full. That's payable. And in my opinion, we would have to be also creative on what counts as a war reparation material. So in this, I think I would have some lenience, taken into account that Russia doesn't really produce a lot of high-tech stuff. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, Paulie, so we briefly discussed, actually probably by now extensively, we discussed the reparation side. But what about the funding from US and Europe when Ukraine wins the war? How would you look at it from that perspective? How would be the funding organized, and how much would it be? And thank you on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mikola. I think Peter might be better on speaking about this topic, or Axel, but there are many levels in this. I think there has to be government funding. Then, I don't like Red Cross or Amnesty being in the country, so we should leave them out, not letting them go in any way. But there should be also private sector investing and building in Ukraine. I think that's really important. As soon as possible, let the companies come in, and the way Ukraine wants it. I think Ukraine also needs to have international companies there, and in their terms and in their rules. But I think that's also healthy. And Ukraine needs investments, in my opinion. So I think that's important. But in general, I think, well, of course, I'm from Finland, and we have the background for actually paying, the only country that paid the war reparations in full after World War II. And that was like 300 million at that time. For a small country, that was a whole lot, but it didn't kill us. It actually started our technological advance and the advancement of our industries. So it was actually a good thing for us. All right, that was my 2 cents. Thank you for a good question.
Thank you, Paulie. Peter, that would be great if you could drop your 2 cents on that, and possibly mention Marshall Plan after Second World War.
You know, when I started thinking about Lend-Lease 2.0 and the moments after Russia invaded, I started writing on Lend-Lease 2.0. In the back of my mind was Marshall Plan. One of the important things to remember about Marshall Plan is that this wasn't a giant helicopter of money that was flying over Germany, dropping cash. The Marshall Plan actually said, if you are going to take money from this plan, you have to purchase the majority of goods that you're using to reconstruct your country from the United States. That's an interesting point because it really helped the post-war reconstruction of Europe, but it also helped the post-war economy of the United States. Marshall Plan, when we talk about it, it's not a giant cash grab. It shouldn't be thought of as, sending pallets of cash to the Ukrainians. The Marshall Plan should be thought of as deepening the economic ties between two economic blocs or two countries, like the United States and Ukraine or the EU and Ukraine. That will occur with Ukraine's EU ascension, and we should add into that Ukraine's NATO membership. If we can do both things, we can complete the long project that should have been done many years ago, and that is to recognize and integrate Ukraine into our Western civilization. If we use a Marshall Plan style concept whereby Ukraine is buying and purchasing equipment, concrete, you name it, asphalt, all of the steel rebar, all of the things that Ukraine will need to rebuild, then from our Western economies, then we will achieve the concept of Marshall Plan. If we think of it in terms of flying pallets of cash to the Ukrainians, that's not Marshall Plan. So let's just remember that as we talk about the post-war reconstruction. But that's really for tomorrow. Right now, I'm focused on how we help our Ukrainian friends win their war against Putin today. And that should be the real focus right now. And when it comes to what we should be prioritizing, let's prioritize weapons, heavy weapons, air defense systems, free the Leopards. Let's focus on helping Ukraine win the war today before we really delve any deeper into the post-war reconstruction.
Great, Peter. And on that note, actually, I have a few things to add. So just as we were speaking, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly condemns Russian attempted annexations in Ukraine. So 145 countries voted in favor of the resolution, and we had only 5 countries that were against. And of course, it will be Russia and Belarus as 2 of them. So that's definitely a victory for Ukraine, and we'll see how it unfolds later. On a positive note, on the aid and what happened today. So a New Ramstein meeting that took place today, the first results that we heard and covered, it was basically that France promised to supply Ukraine with 3 LRU MLRS, so modernized systems. In this sense, Germany will hand Panzerhaubitze 2000, self-propelled guns, and Mars 2 MLRS to Ukraine in the coming weeks. Canada will provide Ukraine with 500,000 units of winter military clothing, artillery shells, and satellite communications. The Netherlands will give Ukraine anti-aircraft missiles worth 15 million euros. And the head of Ukrainian basically the Ukrainian government, Son Yermak, announced the closure of the sky over Ukraine in the form of new air defense systems. And as a joking remark, is that Russia will give Ukraine another 150 tanks for free over the time, because the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kherson is performing quite well. And on that, let's go to Craig. Craig was next in order.
Hey, mic check, real quick.
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. Peter, wanted to push back slightly on the using frozen Russian funds for Ukraine. And the reason why is actually there's the general criticism from other countries in the world about the nature of the international rules-based system, as we like to refer to it in Europe and the United States, that in fact it is simply a cover for the control of other nations economically and politically, sometimes militarily, by Western countries in the United States. And I worry that by rewriting the rules of the system because of Russia's actions, that would just further give ammunition to critics of the international system who will say, see, they invite you into the rule-based order under one set of rules, you do something they don't like, then they change the rules of the agreement and take your stuff away. So I wonder what you think about that.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Craig, on being such a great dad. Keep that up. And also, congratulations on, I believe, completing your studies. Where do you stand right now? Did you finish up? Did you get the thumbs up there?
I'm still waiting for feedback from my advisor on stuff. I finished my master's. Gonna try to turn that into a PhD soon, but I sent in my master's thesis and probably gonna get some of it published. And I have a couple of articles based on it that are probably. Sorry, my son's playing with the little train whistle thing. Probably some scholarly articles based off of my thesis that I'm gonna be working on. And also, there's a thing maybe for the Telegram that I've been talking to you about. So we'll see. Oh, Telegraph. Sorry.
Well, it's not easy to be a dad, a great dad, and complete your studies. I know they're both full-time jobs. Well done on that. Yeah, so, I mean, your point is well taken, but I stand on what I said. Yeah, we have an international system. We should create incentives and disincentives for behavior that we like and behavior that violates our laws, rules, and norms. So, you know, if people are going to criticize, they're always going to criticize. I mean, those criticisms come mainly from the extreme hard left that doesn't like the system as it is. So they're always going to criticize. I think there is an advantage to say, if you are going to break our rules, norms, and laws, there are going to be catastrophic economic consequences to you. If you want to play by the rules, welcome to the party. You're all going to be prosperous and your societies will be peaceful. If you want to break those rules, there are massive consequences, and the hammer of Thor comes down upon you. As a policy, I say that is a good thing, not a bad thing, and we shouldn't have to, you know, defend it. But congratulations again, Craig, on being a great dad and on your academic studies.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, like I said, I just concerned that I am on the left, so I hear a lot of these criticisms kicked around. I don't always agree with them, but I worry that it will. Not only will it give more ammunition to people who say that like a lot of the rules-based system is, you know, kind of BS and is basically the US and Europe kind of rewriting the rules and whenever they feel like, and that rules that they make other countries follow, they don't even follow themselves, which is a whole other thing, which is a valid criticism and fairly accurate in a lot of cases, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm also worried that on geopolitically, by doing this, it'll also send a message out there to countries who aren't a big fan of the European system, that perhaps it's time to go look for another one. And there is a rather large country with that's got a massive economy who would be perfectly happy to welcome a bunch of countries who don't want to fall under that rules-based order under a system of order that they're trying to build. Basically, China's been trying to build a counter system to the Western system for, you know, the last 2 to 3 decades, and I think changing the rules to punish Russia, well, I agree with you, it should be something Russia has to be punished, but like further changing the rules to punish Russia in that sort of way will give ammunition to those who want to pull away from Europe and America and go towards China.
Yep, and India is the best example. If India wants to throw in with China, India is acting against its own interests. But we need to create incentives that say to India, hey, selling steel, selling equipment, selling the things that Russia needs to maintain its war against Russia is bad. Here are massive disincentives. One, India loses all access to the Western financial system. That's a major one. And we can do that through secondary sanctions if Indian companies are supporting the Russian defense industrial base during this war. India is free to double down with China, but then India becomes a colony of China. India worked long and hard to break free of colonization. Is India going to return to colonization, or are they going to enter into our Western system? I think from even a leftist perspective, if you frame the question as, do you want to be a colony again under China, or do you want to be part of the prosperous, peaceful, rules-based Western order, welcome to the party. And if we frame it in that way,
Peter, you know, but Peter, you know the lefty critique of that, which is just that you just described Russia using neocolonialism on India, and then saying the lefty critique is you're saying that India should accept neocolonialism from the West instead. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I think India should be aligned with this, but like that's not a counter argument to what the lefties say.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to draw a line and say, look, are you a good faith actor? Are you trying to have a real discussion, or are you pursuing an ideology? The West is not a neo-colonial power right now. Russia is, China is. Choose between what you want. Do you want colonization, or do you want prosperity and peace? And if the left is going to continue along the lines, then I'll say my piece and let the left wag.
Well, maybe we can just also just discard the notion that leftist orthodoxy is something which we should accept for discussions. I couldn't care less whether leftists hang over a fence or fall over if they make the argument that they should therefore allow genocide to be tolerated.
Thank you, Axel.
And the same applies to people on the bloody right. If they believe that because something is not fully, say, compliant with their orthodoxy and their populism, therefore we should tolerate genocide, I will go out of my way to blast them off the table. It's so totally simple.
Axel, one of the biggest, most famous Marxists in the entire world right now is pro-Ukraine. So let's not pretend that the left is anti-Ukraine.
I did not say this. Would you mind, please, Craig? I mean, I dearly respect you. I was just highlighting the fact that we are not going to make up an argument here for orthodoxy left or right. We're not going to have this discussion in that format because we don't need to. The case, as you just rightly also interjected, is the case is made. China has chosen to support another authoritarian government, directly, implicitly, by tolerance, by acquiescence, and by conducive support. Fair enough. They made their bed. They shall live in it. We will take appropriate action over time. India is on the fence. Let's see whether Humpty Dumpty falls left or right. We will see, and we will act accordingly. Peter is right. Everybody else, Hungary, Turkey, everybody who fails to act now, rightfully so, and is righteous in their support of freedom. Everybody who fails that litmus test will have to live with both the shame as well as the consequences. There is no argument to be had in this case. This goes also for the money. The money of Russia can be easily forfeit. There's one way to do so. Ukraine has to make the claim first. It needs to claim for reparations with every nation in the West. It needs to document it and needs to make the claim, and the claim will be tallied up and added onto. And with that claim, it will have first standing. And the West can say that if a nation is subjected to genocide, that this claim will go first. It's simple. That is the act our friend Peter is going after. And when that is made, that is not a change in law ex post or a middle in the game goalpost moving. It is just simply recognizing the moral imperative. If we have said never again, and I am German, don't forget, I am from a nation which has that cross to bear. But if we say never again, we should take it seriously. And there is no argument against it. It's not moving the goalpost. That money will never go back to Russia as long as I can work for the fact that we will take it and give it to Ukraine. The set-off is easy. The claim has to be made, and against that claim, the United States will hand the money to Ukraine for safe custody. And then Russia, if it wants to go after something, they can claim this in a Ukrainian court. Good luck.
Axel, just a quick response. It's a slight, okay, just to clarify my position. I was saying that the idea that the West should simply change the rules and take the money and give it to Ukraine as just like that's their process, like 1, 2, 3, is a bad idea. If the system is, if what you're proposing, what's being proposed is that in a peace negotiation between Ukraine and Russia, Russia agrees to pay reparations to Ukraine after being thoroughly defeated in this war, which it should be and is being. They agree to give money as war reparations to Ukraine, and then they say it's okay for the West. They are saying the money the West is holding should be released to Ukraine. That's totally fine. That's not a changing of the system. That's the system functioning properly. It's just that simple.
But there's a misunderstanding, Craig. There's a misunderstanding. I'm saying we should not wait for the armistice. I'm saying we should not wait for that peace negotiation at whatever end. No. I say Ukraine can claim reparations today because it has already assessed a lot of the damage. And by the way, the damage has been verified to a large extent already by external sources. And we can do so during the war. It should start making the claim now. And the act of Congress, by law, should be that in case of a genocide going forward, if and when a nation then makes such a claim, that this claim will have priority. This can be determined quite easily because there is a definition for genocide. You and I discussed it here once on the space. We are in agreement on this. There's a clear definition of genocide. Russia fulfills all these criteria already today. There is no doubt. It's there. So the claim is there. It has first ranking priority. And then by that law, the US president can decide to advise his treasury to hand over, in lieu of that claim, to hand over those seized assets to Ukraine for safe custody. Then Ukraine has collateral and can, during wartime, fund whatever is necessary in order to not only win and therefore deflect the genocide, but also immediately reconstruct. That's what I'm saying. It's in between what you just said. It's not ex post, it is in between. And it provides the ultimate liquidity which a nation needs when it is being invaded upon and genocided upon. That is the task. This is the solution. That's my proposal, and I think it works.
The one problem with your solution, Axel, is it requires the United States to recognize the actions in Ukraine as a genocide, which, as a treaty member of the Genocide Convention, would demand that the United States intervene to halt the actions of Russia, which is why the United States hasn't called it a genocide. It's why the United States never calls anything a genocide until they're over, because it constantly genocide at the government level mandates which is the problem with the argument, is that because of pre-existing international rules and laws that we're assigned to, is by making a law that if an ongoing genocide is happening, it's possible to take money from. Oh, geez, my son's mad at me too. If an ongoing genocide is happening, it's
no, I
okay
think
for
it's
that to happen.
circular. Craig, I think it's circular what you're saying. They can recognize a genocide as a legal claim, as a basis for a legal claim, without feeling compelled to act any further than the already existing national help it gives. By means of the help the United States has given and continues to give under the land lease, it is already fulfilling a major component of what it is obliged to do in case of preventing, or in case it has to prevent a genocide. I think that is the easier case to make, that it is already fulfilling its requirement.
Hey, Axel and Craig, I'm just going to jump in here and point out, I actually see the validity of both points. And let me say this, Craig, yeah, you're correct. I think that's why the State Department and the White House have been so reticent to actually say what we all can see with our own eyes. What is happening is genocide. But there's also the policy implementation side. And what the United States has done in practice is provided Ukraine with the weapons that it needs. I want to see us provide them with more weapons, heavier weapons, everything that they ask for. But, we have acted in a way that has turned the tide and rolled back Russia's ability to continue to commit acts of genocide on territory that it controls. So I can see both points. Craig, to your broader point on the hard left, et cetera, at the end of the day, I'm not going to debate with hard lefties. I'm just going to say the world is based on power. And China is saying, join our side, we have power. And what we need to say to the world is, that is a mistake. Join our side. And here is a structure of incentives and disincentives to deny China access to more power. Join our side. And we have the ability, because our economy is bigger than China's. Together with the European Union, China can't hold a candle to us. Russia is a dying star. And what we need to do is contain the damage that this star inflicts on its neighbors as it dies. As a policy priority, that is achievable. That must be what we do.
Yeah, I've taken up a lot of time, so just last things. I agree with you that the rule-based system is a system of power. I think, as awful as Russia is, it is as you said, it's the dying star to the rising star of China when it comes to forces running counter to the Western international order, which a system that I generally agree with overall, or else I wouldn't be here. the concern, again, whether or not you take it valid or not, is that through modifications of systems to punish Russia, you're giving ammunition not just to like the hard left, which I'm left, and I'm not hard left in the United States or in Europe. You're giving ammunition to the states who are concerned about being under that Western and American power structure. I mean, it's like America's current fight with Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf states with OPEC, is that you might push, by fighting them too much, you could push them towards China, and then America has a huge problem. That's the last thing I want to say, and I'm gonna pop out and listen. Thanks for the awesome conversation as always, guys.
Thank you for your contribution. And on that, I just wanted to add a little thing that I think Axel had a good point about actually talking in relation to making a claim even before the war ended, because as we know in the court, right, when the victim comes and tries to use the kind of the aggressor in the sense, they make a claim and they say how much they want to, even prior to deciding whether it is actually a victim or not. And that's similar what we can actually follow the approach here, is that basically Ukraine already assessed some of the reparations, and Axel mentioned it has all legal right to do so. It just it's about whether the kind of the US can find a little loophole, and it has a little loophole, actually 2 of them. So yeah, why not? So on that, we have actually a number of listeners who are waiting for quite a long time right now. So let's go to Dan and Jens.
I'm trying to do this in the car for the first time, so let me know if I'm coming through.
We can hear you, but quite bad because we can hear the noise at the back.
Yeah, all right, I'm trying to, if it's noisy, it's going to be noisy. I'll just step down and try to get on later.
Dan, fire away. We can hear you. Fire away.
All right, so the first thing is the Russian, designating Russia as a state sponsor of terror is a problem because of mandatory secondary sanctions. And there are Russian products on the market that we don't actually want off the market. We want to reduce how much money Russia is getting for them if we can, but we don't want all the Russian oil, fertilizer, and grain off the market because it will literally do air economies more damage than it does theirs. And the idea is to win this war. Congress just needs to sit down and write a law about this. These are the consequences for Russia launching this war. And step 1 is that 280 billion at the Fed is Ukraine's. Step 2 is a sanctions regime that does them more harm than it does us, under full control of the executive branch, and maybe they have to come back and have it voted on every 6 months or something. And number 3, if they will give Ukraine $100 billion of the Russians' money, that actually relieves one of Ukraine's bigger pressure points right now because their government is having real cash flow issues. And $100 billion will secure that for a year and a half. And that just completely eliminates one of Putin's pressure points. There's just no reason not to do this. Just, lock everybody in a room on Capitol Hill and get it done. And that is the short version, and I've got to pay attention here, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan, for your comments. I'll drop you to listeners. We have some requests from people as well. And then, Jens, do you want to comment on that as well?
Come again?
Was just asking whether you want to comment what was just previously said.
I just wanted to comment on the thing that it seems to me that the Western or European rules have been tremendously beneficial to Russia, in the sense that it has been tremendously beneficial to them to discount the rules, and that beginning to enforce the rules will not push them away. Well, maybe it will, but I just think, what's the point of having these rules if we allow Russia to do whatever And I also think when we talk about the frozen money, I'd rather have we start using them than starting taxing Russian energy and making us dependent on them again. I think CJ said that Russia turned its back to us. I wanted to say it feels to me like Russia's back was always turned to us. We just threw money at its back. That was all. That was my point. Thank you.
Yeah, John, so I totally agree. And I think we came to this consensus that kind of the tax is probably not the best way of trying to get the reparations to Ukraine right now, or financing kind of Ukraine, which is, yeah, a common consensus here. So thank you for your 2 cents. And on that, let's go to Prince.
Hey, you guys, I just have a really quick question. I think that involves Peter Duran. You mentioned, oh, now I closed the screen. You mentioned the UN vote today. The one number you did not mention is the abstentions. And I think often in these instances, the abstentions say a lot. And I'm wondering if Peter agrees with me in his thought on the 35 abstentions that happened today. Thanks.
Thanks, Prince. Also, before I answer, oh no, I think it was Jans who dropped down. Jans, I love your duck, fella. I think that's awesome. Well done. Prince, yeah, we should read abstentions as a no. We should read abstentions as countries that the United States has not yet been able to bring on board. Those should be the priority. Obviously, Russia voted no, but we should look at the abstentions as no's in practical terms.
See, that was short and sweet. And that's sort of how I was looking at it also. I look at the 5 that voted no, but looking at the 35 that voted or that abstained from voting, it says a whole lot more than the 5 that voted no. Because, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that and highlight that.
Now is the time for choosing. Now is the time for countries to choose what side of the civilizational divide do they want to be on. And those abstentions are an indication. And we should focus our efforts on them, create incentives and disincentives using our economic might so that they choose us and not our enemies.
One quick follow-up that just occurred to me is, Russia had requested this to be a closed vote, a secret vote. Do you think that there might have been less abstentions and more against if it had been a secret closed vote?
100% yes.
Well, that's a quick answer. I thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate all of you and all of the good information you guys give me every single day.
And thank you on that. And I think we discussed it with Ben a bit, but Ben wanted actually to discuss the countries that abstain specifically in Europe. So, for example, like Armenia. What's your take on that, Ben?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Miko. Yeah, Armenia is a bit of a problem, to be honest. It shows also at a much smaller scale the sort of problems India might find itself in if it sides with the baddies, because once you're with them, you're with them. And there's very little doubt, I think, that among Armenians, there's a strong support for Ukraine. And at the same time, their government is has their hand tied, and they cannot act upon it, and so they find themselves in the glorious company of Eritrea, China, and this couple of countries which are openly flouting international law and disregarding human rights, even though in all logically it should not be there. Ideologically, it has nothing to do with these people. Its interest is clearly somewhere else, and they get caught in this. And so that's once more the proof that if you make the bad decisions, sometimes because you feel that you don't have a choice, but if you side with the devil, at some point the devil will take his share, and it doesn't bode very well for Armenia on the long term.
And overall, there's the geopolitics of this vote is, I think, quite interesting. There's a lot of hand raised. I think we can return to this discussion when there's fewer people wanting to speak.
Okay, sure. And on that, I think Prince was next.
Well, I just went, but I was going to just say, ask Ben if he had seen the news that I've seen about Armenia and Azerbaijan having agreed to sign a formal peace deal. Because I wonder if that plays into it at all too, because that was sort of interesting news that I just got a chance to read after doing some chores. And I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah, we would have hoped that between the abandonment by Russia last month and the hopefully more peaceful situation at the moment, as well as the American support that is on the horizon, Armenia may have chosen to be louder in support of Ukraine, but they were not, and I'm disappointed, and a lot of my Armenian friends here in Paris are disappointed along with me.
And there was also a question about not abstainment, but opposition from Nicaragua. So that was an interesting case, and I just wanted to give a bit overview because we have a history, and it's related to the president of Nicaragua, which is just a second. It was a note of mine. Never mind.
Miguel Ortega.
Yes, so he has been a crony, Putin's crony since 2014, and he was one of the first to recognize Crimea as part of Russia. So that story is quite long, and Nicaragua still cannot choose the right side of history. And yes, so just to continue on that, George, you were next.
Hey, hello guys. So just really quick on reparations and for Ukraine, and someone was saying about can I get a mic check?
Yes, we can hear you now, but for a second you just disappeared. So continue.
Yes.
Speaking.
Okay. So yes, for the reparations, I mean, and someone was saying that if they change the rules, those that criticize the West will say, they're changing the rules again, and this and that. And as Axel said, in the face of genocide, I mean, there should be rule changes. Like if a country's committing genocide, then they should have forfeiture of whatever cash or reserves they have in other countries. They should be forfeited because it's a crime against humanity. I mean, how cut and dry can that be? My question is to anybody here on the panel, Peter, Nicola, anybody. Let's say, the war ends and some deal is made for Russia to pay reparations. Is there any way that those reparations can be taken from the sale of Russian petroleum, whether it's gas, oil, whatever have you, i.e. a tax imposed? Let's say the war ends, the West or whoever it is decides we're going to put a cap on the price of Russian oil. I think they should put a cap on the damn thing now, but that's another story. Put a cap on the price, whatever it is, $80 a barrel, whatever, and a certain percentage of that, whatever the country is supposed to pay to Russia. So it's, let's say, $80 or whatever, minus X amount of dollars, that gets paid by the country that's purchasing the oil straight to a fund for Ukrainian reparations. Is that feasible? Is that something we could do?
Mikola, can I just give a quick answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Yep, the answer is yes. We impose our system And anyone who doesn't abide by that system loses access to the US and European economy combined. And that ends the game right there, because no country in the world will say, we're only going to do business with China and lose access to the EU and US economy combined. So that's called secondary sanctions. Right now, the president of the United States has statutory authority to impose this system if he wishes. He hasn't done it yet. And what we need to do is create a system of secondary sanctions right now that sets us up for the post-war settlement that we impose on Russia. We don't negotiate with war criminals. We tell war criminals how things are going to be. And if other countries don't like it, well, they lose access to our economies. That's what real power is. We haven't used it yet, but we must in order to help our friends.
And Peter, you mentioned China. I mean, everybody talks about China, especially these I call it the extreme polar lunatics on the right and on the left. Like China's like some self-sustaining juggernaut. If the United States says, guess what, we're gonna take the hit, but we're not gonna buy your crap no more, what would China do?
Well, we don't have, so I would just say this because other people have questions and I want to hear them, but we don't have to create this binary option. What we have to do is say, if you do business with Russia, and you're not playing by our rules, then you lose access to our financial systems, and we're going to target your bankers. See, this was the problem. Vladimir Putin, he had a plan. Vladimir Putin was ready for the primary sanctions on him. What our primary sanctions say is that Vladimir Putin personally cannot walk into a bank in New York and open up a checking account. He was ready for that. Many of the people around him were ready for that. What we need to do now, through secondary sanctions on the financial system and other aspects of Russia's economy, we need to say, okay, you were ready for primary sanctions. You don't care. We want your bankers to care. Your bankers in Vienna to care. We want your bankers in Beijing to care. Target the bankers, you win the economic war. Right now, we haven't done that. President Biden has the statutory authority to do so right now. He must pull the trigger on that in order to end this war in Ukraine's favor.
And I think we should always remind people that basically China is the third kind of United States largest goods export market in 2020. So there is a huge, kind of interdependency between US and China in this sense, and much less between Russia and China. So yes, China is taking advantage of cheap resources right now from Russia, but it's definitely and it's never going to sacrifice its relationship with the US, because that's the one that actually gave it power and actually economic prosperity for a certain time, right? So we should always remember that. And yeah, on that note, sorry guys, I will have to leave because it's quite 11 o'clock in London, and I will wish you a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikola.
Thank you, Miko. Okay, the kid has it. I think I can retire.
Are you going to stay alone, or what's the plan?
Stay alone after my retirement? I don't know, fishing, something along those lines.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, I think that we just mentioned China, and I believe we have someone on the panel who knows China a little bit, just a little bit. Jing.
Yeah, I just want to add a few things. The first is I heard someone was talking about as if India is going to switch over to China, and China is the alternative. I thought I was living in Mars, completely detached from the reality. For anybody who believes China is a viable alternative, that person needs to possess some serious skills. Number one, a complete inability to read, write Chinese, has no Chinese friend. Then number two, always read Chinese propaganda. If you do not possess these, if you talk to Chinese, if you know what's really going on the ground, what is China? China is Soviet Union in 1984, right before Gorbachev came into power. At the best. So what do I mean? You need to look into the number. For example, if you look at the percentage of Chinese renminbi, yuan, used in the international trade, you'll get a number about 3%. Okay? But if you look deep into that, 75% of that 3%, which is about 2.3%, is the trade between China and Hong Kong. So China's biggest international trade is its trade in Hong Kong. That's the part using renminbi a lot. The rest of the world is really not using renminbi. Why? Think about it. For a currency to be accepted, the credibility of that government, the rule of law is crucial. China could overnight one-sidedly decide that the treaty between the Great Britain on the return of Hong Kong, which is registered in the United Nations, overnight, China could unilaterally notify that agreement. Who dare to use that currency? If you hold your asset, wealth in that currency, overnight, Chinese government can make a decision, completely one-sided. There's no recourse for you. The Indians could be greedy, they could be cheap, but I don't think they're going to be that stupid to take such a risk. Indians know Chinese much, much better. Yes, they are going to do things right now unsavory. Yes, but keep in mind, number one, China is India's number one geopolitical enemy. Why India is always at odds with Pakistan? Because behind Pakistan is China. Why does China prop up Pakistan? To bring down India. Why? Because the border between India and today's China is Tibet. Dalai Lama is in Tibet. If China and India got together, where's Dalai Lama going to go? India is not going to betray Dalai Lama. Trust me. And for the history, China has not been ruling Tibet until 1949. The communists came into power with the help of Russia. Tibet is occupied. So China is inherently a very unstable structure. So to think about China as this unity, as this thing that's coming to replace, for example, the rest of the world, completely ungrounded. And for that, I fully agree actually with George, who is raising his hand. He's saying, what if the United States pull the plug? If the United States is pulling the plug, it will take maybe several years to move the supply chain out of China, which is already taking place, into Southeast Asia, into India. So one thing is that we should not spread this information about ourselves to portray something which is way exaggerated over the reality. That's my point.
Jingu, why is India supporting China's pact, Russia? Because they're exploiting economic incentives. They're buying cheap Russian oil.
Okay, Peter, here's one thing we need to understand. Just because India has a good relationship with Russia does not mean India is a friend of China at all. Here's one thing. India is buying a lot of weapons from Russia for one reason, to build up its defense against China. So, in India's mind, the number one geopolitical enemy now and always is China. Why does India do that? Because for the very long history, for the last several decades, India has been primarily getting its weapon to build its northern defense against China from one country, which is Russia. And Russia is very cognizant of that. So there's one thing. The weapon Russia sells to India and Vietnam actually are much better than any weapon technology they will provide to China. Is a known fact. So Russia is selling weapons on both sides, sort of like China did during the Iran-Iraqi war, selling weapons and ammunition to both sides. However, Russia has a preference. Russia gives its really the better weapons, although it sucks, we know, in Ukraine, but still better weapons to India and Vietnam.
And Jingo, if we created the right balance of incentives and disincentives to India, which is naturally inclined to reject Russia or China, would that not help our overall effort to isolate our enemies and help our friends and the fence sitters?
Yes, Peter, that's a great question. In fact, let's take a look at the two incidents already happened. So we talk about things already happened. First, Boris Johnson visited India right after the Ukrainian war broke out. He offered to give Indian weapon technology. Immediately, Modi reduced his commitment to Russia with a weapon cooperation. That's number one. Number two, if you look at India, it's a democracy. It has a major opposition, which is the Congress Party. The Congress Party is right now very critical of India's policy to be pro-Russia. The Congress Party is urging the Indian government to switch away from Russia to the West. Now, the Congress Party is the party that used to be in power before 21st century. So if you think about the Nehrus, the Gandhis, and so on, they are all the Congress Party. They just lost power in a recent 1 decade or so, but they still have a huge base. So it is only a matter of time before the Congress Party came into power. They will be our friend. Second thing, China is never a friend. India is never an enemy. Yes, they do things. They're going to assert their independence. They're going to be they like to be perceived. I'm not really 100% all in to any Western power. However, Indians are very, very shrewd when it comes to dealing with China. They are not going to sell out their national security. Think about it. Why does India offer the enclave sanctuary to Dalai Lama for the last 6+ decades? Dalai Lama, also in the enclaves, completed its democratic reform, transforming the government in exile from a theocracy into a modern democracy. Why does India do that? They have very shrewd geopolitical calculation, and also we gotta respect that in their diplomacy, there is a place for value-based democracy. They're supporting Dalai Lama, not because Dalai Lama has millions of tanks. It's because it is the right thing to do. And for that, the Indians are reaping rewards. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, I was in the Colombia talk about energy at the moment. Things are heating up. It's really amusing. I hope there's going to be great news very, very soon. In the meantime, my favorite beaver. There's two beavers on the panel at the moment. There's BJ and there's Bloke. But my favorite beaver is Bloke. So please go ahead, my friend.
Thank you, Ben. We'll see if I'm your favorite beaver after I talk about finance, something that you clearly know a lot more about than I do. But I wanted to pick up on Craig's point earlier, and then the point that Jingu made, which I think sums up my feelings on the matter. So I'm not particularly worried about the feelings of the leftists or autocracies if there is a financial system that they have to participate in that has rules. And the reason for that is because money has feelings too. And money does not like being in a system without rules. And there's a reason that the Western financial system has, there's a reason that China and Russia invest in the Western financial system, because it is a rule-based system. And this is why, as Jingu pointed out, China is not really a replacement for a rules-based financial system that has been built up over hundreds of years. if the rules are that autocracies who invade other countries might have their money taken away from them, maybe what are these countries going to do anyway, right? The point is, capital has rules of its own, and those rules are that I'm not going to put my money, my capital, in a system that might be inflating real estate markets, has an opaque financial system, is under government control. Because if you think the Western financial system is on government control, that's nothing compared to the government control over any financial system that China, Russia, or other autocracies could come up with. So maybe my understanding is completely naive. You know this better than I do, Ben. But that's the way where I was going with this. I do not believe that there is a replacement for the Western financial system. And I am not particularly worried that if we set rules that force that say that to governments that you can have your money taken away from you if you do stupid things, that this is going to be a disincentive for people to invest in a system like that. Because put it this way, anyone who put their money in Russia right now in their financial system is probably regretting it. And anyone who's been following a couple of scandals and financial scandals in China lately, with all the corruption, especially in real estate, Jingu knows far more about this than I do, but it seems to me that there is no replacement for the Western rules-based financial system. Now, Ben, tell me if I'm naive, and if that makes any sense to you, please.
And Ben, if you can, give me just 1 minute. Let me beef that up. Volker made a very good point. I'm going to share 2 stories now, so everybody can visualize it. Number one, if you know for example, the foreign currency lending that's right now being conducted in China, okay, it can be done by Citibank or Bank of America, anything. There's one clause which is saying the governing law. The governing law has to be in London, has to be in New York, has to be outside the Chinese jurisdiction. Why is that? Because there's no independent judiciary in China. That's number one. And let me give you the second story. We all know China is the biggest player in the rare earth materials in the world, correct? And there's a major state-run company called Chinese Five Metals Company. It's a major player. It's a monopoly. Now, that monopoly went into an ill-fated gamble on the global futures market in 2000, I think in 2007 or 2008. They lost $10 billion. Goldman Sachs was the other side. Okay, so in the CCP Politburo, there was a meeting. It was a very major event. There was a meeting. The CCP, Communist Politburo, decided they should not return the money. They should not pay for the $10 billion loss. Let Goldman Sachs eat it up. Why? Because it's too huge a loss. This rogue trader made a trade. And you know what? We should not pay the Western capitalists such money, right? Goldman Sachs, they're wealthy enough. What is that $10 billion to them? Then the Hong Kong courts still ruled, you gotta pay. Why? Because 2008, the Hong Kong judicial system is still independent. Not anymore. So today, if you, let's say you get into a futures contract with a Chinese counterparty, they lost. You go to the Chinese court, say, I'm going to sue you. You owe me that money. Here's the contract. They're going to say, go screw yourself. Because you know why? Our Politburo will never agree to that. And we cannot give any ruling to make them upset. Because if we do, we are in jail. Now, you tell me who dare to trade in such a market. If you go to London, if you go to New York, if you trade, the American firm lost. You can sue them in American court. You can get your money back. If you go to the Chinese court, the only chance you will win is that you win the contract. They can enter a contract, they will never lose. If they lose, basically the court will annul the entire contract. You tell me, if that's a financial system, the Indians will be so stupid to jump into. Never. Indians are very, very shrewd. So that's my point.
My point is that it's probably getting a bit late for me because I'm having beavers making excellent points about finance. So it's weird. That being said, oh no, Vachinovsky has dropped. I'm sorry. If you hear me, you can come back. You were. I was about to thank you for your patience and give you the mic. So please do come back. Otherwise, I wish you a very, very good night. That being said, Nancy, please go ahead.
Thanks. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I had a quick question, probably directed at Peter, on the UN vote today. I did see, of course, our focus is usually on those 35 abstentions, but there were also 10 countries that didn't cast a vote at all. In absence of them having, very urgent bathroom breaks, I'm assuming that we would look at them the same way as the formal abstentions. But is there any reason besides an urgent bathroom break where they choose not to vote at all?
No, the answer is no. Now is the time for choosing, and they are trying not to choose. And that should reiterate how we have a policy imperative to create a system of incentives and disincentives to support us instead of the Russian Chinese bloc that is emerging. That's what's happening. They found a reason not to vote. That's cute, but we must create clarity. Now is the time to choose.
Yeah, thank you for that. I found it very compelling that that the photographs that were being shared, definitely made it easy to see those individual countries as well. So I think it's very important that we all take note of that, in particularly in President Zelensky's post from an hour ago, where I'm very glad they had the roll call vote. Thank you.
That was a good question. You are identifying subtlety in the UN system that we should expose and clarify.
In the immortal words of Dante, qui si convien lasciare ogni sospetto, ogni viltà convien che qui sia morta. On this note, Alan, I think
Ben, you have to translate. We can't have a Frenchman speaking Italian without a translation, my friend.
Now you must leave aside on any doubt. All fear now must be abandoned.
Well said.
On this, Alan, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Ben. I'm thinking ahead, and I believe the G20 summit is coming up in November. I understand it's an international economic forum. I don't think that they impose policies. They might come to some loose agreements. I understand that that Ukraine has been invited to this G20 summit. Russia is a member of the G20, although it's been thrown out of the G8. That's why it's now the G7. My question is this, and I'm glad we have this panel of international experts right now. Is there anything that the G20 can do to assist Ukraine, impose pain on Russia? Is there anything we can expect or should expect? Thanks.
Peter, you've probably seen a few, paid attention to a few of those. I tend to think of them as overblown cocktail parties, but maybe you want to disabuse me on this.
No, Ben, I would ask you this question. Can you think in your lifetime of an event where the G20 weighed in on an issue and it was radically positive, it changed the game? We said, oh, wow, the G20 just did X and the world will forever be different. Can you think of an example?
It's going to evolve into a dirty joke, so go for it, Peter. Say it.
I can't.
So, in other words, expect nothing. And I think that's a little sad. I guess it's possible Putin will attend this. If he does, that might raise the profile of the G20 summit a little bit this year. I don't know. I just think it's sad that that 20 leading economies and of developed and developing nations can't say something about this and do something about it. But thanks. So I'm disabused.
It's why we need new structures, new institutions, new mechanisms to, again, create this question for the world. Make a choice. Do you want to be part of the Russian, Chinese, Oriental, kleptocratic despotism, or do you want to be part of our prosperous, rules-based order? If you want to be part of our side, arms are open. And if you don't, there are massive penalties. This is what we must do. Right now, I think we have the conditions to achieve this goal. I think they are necessary. I don't think they have been executed yet, but they should be in order to protect our friends and prevent future nuclear blackmail, to prevent future wars. What's at stake is not one Ukraine. It is multiple Ukraines throughout the remainder of this century. It is multiple instances of nuclear blackmail. We must draw a firm line now in order to prevent future wars. If you don't like endless wars, we have to draw a firm line now.
Fully agree. Mr. BJ, you can go ahead, and then we'll move on to my second favorite beaver on the panel.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to tell all of you that I've really enjoyed listening to everything you say. And Peter, I think you're spot on. I wanted to say that a lot of us who are considered on the left here in America resent people talking all the time about leftists like it's bad. All we want is democracy. We don't want another war, but we're glad to support any nation in trying to be a democratic country. And I was at a luncheon with a bunch of ladies last week, and we talked about giving money to Ukraine and how you contribute and all that. And one of the ladies said, well, I just wrote a check for $7,000 for my federal tax, and it didn't bother me because I thought, oh, I might be buying some HIMARS. And I thought that was a good way to look at it. The other thing I wanted to say is that when I worked for the Department of Defense, I was in provisioning of aircraft, weapons, missiles, and aerospace ground equipment. And we have so many capabilities that people haven't even seen or we've used. And my son, in his whole career, he was generally up in a plane at 35,000 feet, directing drones and fighter jets and giving kill orders. And it's like, I don't understand why we don't give that to Ukraine. It would solve so many problems with the Russians and maybe save lives of the people there. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
BJ, may I suggest that your views are why we're going to win. Your friends are why we're going to win. What we have right now is a coalition that has not existed in a very long time. And that is a coalition of people on the right and the left together who say no. what Vladimir Putin is doing is wrong, and we say no. And it is super important for folks on my side, on the right, I'm a conservative, and folks on other sides to come together and say, we may disagree with each other over this issue or that issue, but those are domestic issues. Right now, what is imperative is that we support our friends and say no to Vladimir Putin. Because if we don't, the world we're going to live in is going to be a much worse place. That is the coalition we must hold together. And BJ, thank you so very much. It's very enlightening and it warms my heart to hear the stories and thoughts of your friends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, BJ. You're a fantastic speaker. A bit difficult to predict, but fantastic points. Mr. Wiestand, and then we'll go to Rosalie and Jing.
Mic check.
Yes, is a good Czech friend of the space. Is Pavel Majcek. Great guy.
Yes. I feel like a lot of us here on the panel like to see China. You know, like we talk about like China, Russia. You know, and I see China is 10 feet tall. But one thing you got to realize is, you know, I think Jing Gu mentioned earlier about interdependence between the U.S. and China. If you look at the most recent, you know, high-tech sanctions we put on China's electronics industry, I would say, you know, we actually have a lot of leverage over the Chinese. I mean, China is not some superpower, you know, that could like become self, you know, they could be like self-reliant. In that sense, you know, the United States could use a combination of financial and high-tech sanctions to drive a wedge, to force the Chinese to step away from the Russians and for other purposes. So in other words, we have every tools within our arsenal to engage in coercive diplomacy, and there's nothing the Chinese can do.
Okay, well, would like to salute the members of the Chinese secret police listening to the space at the moment. If I were you, I would not report what is being said in its entirety. That might not end very well for you. That being said, Rosalie, I'm very, very glad to pass you the mic.
Hi, Ben. I just sort of wanted to make a bit of a meta comment on perception. And I would agree. I think in the way that we have found that we were all kind of misled about the Russian military, that misleading there wasn't as surprising to me, because we are often misled about a lot of like our perceptions of one another. And one of them that I continually hear in the space, and that I just kind of want to bring up, is that they don't just try to divide us based like on issues, but also in our perceptions of one another. And so the kind of perception of most people on the left being on the far left, that is a perception that is often played up not only by foreign actors, but also domestic. And so something that I think is just good to do in general, whether you're looking at China or you're looking at a group that lives in the country where you live, is to ask why you have the perception of them that you do. Ask if it's rooted in evidence, and if that view might be benefiting somebody else, because very often we rely on other things other than evidence to shape our perceptions. And I do think that China is a place that we do that about. I think a lot of outlets will cover China in kind of an apocalyptic tone. And China will actually like amplify that on the international stage because they're like, look, the US is afraid of us. And so I just kind of wanted to make people aware of the different the influence on our perception.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Jing, do you want to speak about this or?
Yeah, I think I fully agree with Rosalie, and I think I agree with the Mr. Y a lot. So there's a lot of kind of a one-sided portrayal, just like Mr. Wu is saying, portraying China as a standalone giant, right? China even say that China is like a Nazi Germany before World War II. Far from that. Before World War II, Nazi Germany could manufacture its own aircraft, some of the finest aircraft. It has its own technology to build its the warships. It has its own technology to build its tanks, artilleries. China does not have any of that. The Chinese military, their military technology relies heavily in Russia. Yes, you see the export, import number to be huge. Now you need to look deeper into that. Why it is huge? Because the rest of the world send components to China. China does not know how to manufacture many of the components. Then China put them together into, let's say, iPhone, then sell it. So if you look at import and export, you add it together, that's huge. But you know what? What's really entailed is actually some soldering work, very low tech work. So if you get to the ground to understand what's in China, you know it's a far more flimsy, brittle, totalitarian regime than you would ever think. Yes, China has so-called economic boom, but at what cost? First, demographic collapse. Second, the areas in China which is really catching up with the advanced world is probably the size of the New York State, and China is pretty much the size of the United States, including Alaska, or let's say the size of Canada. So the rest of China, this is what we're saying. If you go to Shanghai, you're thinking you're in the first world. Okay, you drive west for 100 miles, you feel you're in the developed world. You drive another 100 miles to the west, you are in the poorest place in the world. So the Chinese government is basically relying on this very thin slice of its territory to get all the resources to do two things. First is to intimidate the areas it occupies. Many people don't understand. Today's China is not a historical China. Like I said, China includes 5 geographic blocks. It is China proper, Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, South Mongolia, and Manchuria. And of course, it has its eye on Taiwan. Traditionally, for thousands of years, China is only in the China proper. How is Chinese welcomed in Eastern Turkestan and Tibet? Let me tell you, if Chinese are truly welcome there, the Chinese government does not need to build concentration camps to force the local people to give up its own language. Not a single government, no matter how brutal it is, would do that, unless it is hated, resisted, rejected by the local people. So it's a very, very unstable structure by default. And then to the outside, what is China doing? China has this paranoia. It does not want to fit into the rest of the world to follow the rule. Why is that? Because the Chinese Communist government, its mandate is to make China great again. Also, keep the occupation of Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, South Mongolia, and Manchuria forever. Now, if China starts to follow the rules, if China starts to adopt what the rest of the world embraces, rule of law, what happens? What if the Tibetan people want to have their own free press? What if the Eastern Turkestan want to have their own self-governance? What is Chinese Communist Party going to do? So all these things in place, determined. So basically, getting to you either play the role the rest of the world follows, or you sabotage it. And we know what's its choice. So anybody who is really having people on the ground telling you what truly the situation is, understand what's the situation on the ground, would never get even too close to the notion that China could come in tomorrow and switch out the rest of the world, and the Indians would jump in. Like I said, Indians are not stupid. That's my point.
Thank you, Jing. Peter, since you're here, can I take the opportunity of asking you a couple of questions?
Yeah, ask away.
Okay, fantastic. You published, when was it? Monday? I think it was Monday. A great article about how Ukraine should be accepted with open arms into NATO. I loved it, although I have to say you made a critical mistake. You assumed.
Oh no, Ben, what did I miss? Oh gosh, you have a very keen jeweler's eye for flaws in the diamond. What did I miss?
You assumed the reader was half as smart as you are. I did not understand how it would work. The way I saw two ways for it to work. Either Ukraine is accepted, but only once it has won the war, or Ukraine is accepted and basically, during the vote and while everything is getting together, there's maybe a couple of months or something like that. This is an ultimatum to Russia that says that if you don't withdraw by the time the last country has voted for Ukraine in NATO, we're launching the 82nd Airborne on Crimea and the Old Iron Side on Donetsk. So which one of the two? Well, you see, Americans, you ask them something, they go away. They're afraid of discussion. Criticism frightens them. Peter, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, so whenever you write an article, the first question in your mind should be, who am I writing this article for? So you mentioned this article I published through my great organization, the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. It's pinned on my Twitter timeline right now. You can take a look and make your own opinions. The audience I was writing for were the American policy elites who are debating one question right now. Should the United States embrace and advance Ukraine's bid for NATO membership? And right now, that question is unsettled. So I wasn't really trying to talk to any other audience other than my American brethren. Right now, that question is unanswered. So what Zelensky did was created a forcing mechanism. He said, NATO, United States, they have long said the door is always open for Ukraine. Since 2008, the door has been open for Ukraine. And Zelensky is now saying, great, I want you to honor that pledge. I'm officially proceeding with our official application for NATO. And many in America have said, including the National Security Council, well, we're going to continue to support Ukraine with arms and weapons, but we want to kick the can down the road once again on Ukraine's membership application. And I say no. I say now is the time. There never was a good time in the past. There isn't a good time in the future. We should do it now and accept those costs and reap those benefits. So the audience I was talking to was an American audience, and the question at hand is very simple. Should the United States support and advance Ukraine's NATO membership bid? I say yes. And the good news is that I've got a lot of good colleagues like Steve Pfeiffer, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Steve has written an article that proposes a different idea. Steve and I are in comms right now. We're trying to set up a debate where everyone in this space can actually watch us talk about this debate between Americans about the question, should America embrace and advance Ukraine's membership bid? That was the purpose. I laid my point out. Steve has laid his out. People of good faith can disagree, but I think my view is better than Steve's. And that's why we're going to have this debate.
Okay, one very good thing, one very bad thing was what you just said. The very good thing is that it's sounding like a fantastic debate. I love it. The very bad thing is that I thought that Axel had managed to convince you to have it on the space. But anyway, we'll, you know what? We'll do one better.
Well, we might have it in
comment.
person. So, I mean, the point is, Steve and I, actually, Steve is in Germany right now. We might be able to have this debate in person and live stream it. There's nothing like an in-person debate, because I can tell you, I've debated lots of people in person. The in-person debate is so powerful. If we do it virtually, great. But we're still working on the format. We have agreed on the question and the terms and how we're going to have this discussion. And again, Steve Pfeiffer is a great American. He's a public servant. I really recognize the great work he's done. When Steve weighs in on a topic, I pay attention because his views are important. This time, I disagree with Steve. And I think this is a good opportunity for Americans to ask the question, should we embrace and support Ukraine's NATO membership? I say yes. Steve has a different opinion. Let's have that conversation among like minds.
Brilliant. Although, if you allow me
If
to...
only, Ben, if only we had a tool where people who are not in the same room, not in the same country even, could talk in an open forum with thousands of people listening in a debate for free, without advertisement, without bias by any corporate sponsor. Unbelievable. Where would that happen?
Hey, there's
Absolutely.
advertisement, a lot of it, for cigarettes even. It's illegal in Norway.
Although I would say I disagree with Peter. There, even when you're not in the same room, there can be massive amounts of chemistry between people. Just have to look between me and Axel right now. It's physically impossible for two people to be more in tune. And the fact that I don't see his beautiful face at the moment doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. But Ben, also Steve has offered to do it in person. So, I think we could take that option if we can make it work. That's all.
Of course. Teasing you a little bit.
Hey, Peter. Good evening.
Daryl, how are you? How are your dogs?
I'm good. They're doing fine, and I'm doing well. How are yours?
My pup is curled up on her pillow right now near the fire, so she's doing good.
All right. Hey, I just got a question for you. What is the general consensus in our house right now as far as what you are feeling? And same for our Senate. What are you feeling from the concerning the issues that you're bringing up with the money and the NATO? What is the current feeling that you're getting, so that if we need to, tap on some doors about this issue, and if there's a bill that you are specifically, leaning towards, as relative to the funds and money from Russia, is there something that we can actually tap our legislators in, and kind of pick their brain and get them moving in the right direction? What say you?
Off ramp, Daryl. The issue is the off ramp. So on the right now, there are a lot of leading conservative voices, people who I respect, but right now I don't agree with them. And they're saying we must offer Vladimir Putin an off ramp, and that's wrong. So we've got guys like Ben Hodges and Ben Shapiro, two folks named Ben that I respect a lot, who don't agree. Right now, the issue is the off ramp. I think we need to push back on this idea. We must offer Vladimir Putin an off ramp for one very specific reason. It ignores the Ukrainians. when we think about off-ramps, what we do is fall into this old idea that America and Russia will negotiate and settle the world together, and the little countries have to deal with our decisions. I think that's wrong. Not about us, without us. That was the old phrase from the Cold War that the Poles and Romanians and other captive nations used to say. Don't talk about us without us. So when Americans say we need to give Vladimir Putin an off-ramp, we should say, what are the Ukrainians saying about that? What do the Ukrainians think? Because they should have a significant voice in this conversation. No off-ramps without the Ukrainians. And right now, the idea of an off-ramp simply sets up Vladimir Putin to consolidate his gains to his advantage and Ukraine's defeat. We should reject that. So that's where I think our focus should be. No off-ramps. The ideas of off-ramps are wrong. They're misguided. I respect some of the people who are proposing them, but they're wrong. And I say this from someone on the right.
You know, when you're talking about bringing Ukraine into that conversation, I can't help but think of all of the stands out there that also would like a piece of that pie at the table. Yes, they have not been fighting as hard and as long as Ukraine has, but something just itches to me that these countries also too want to have a say in their future regarding Russia, and it just, there's just something in me that just has that inkling that they want to have a say as well. To the same point that you're making, we need to bring them into the table as well, but not maybe at the second table. You know what I mean? So, and that's just something that
Daryl, the
you
first
said
table.
that.
The first
Well,
table, Think about two guys smoking a cigar, drinking a cognac. They've got a map between them. They're in plush armchairs and they're drawing red lines around maps. That's how the Middle East created generations of wars. When Western leaders pretend that they have the power to determine the lives of other people, our policies fail. And right now, this discussion about an off-ramp ignores one critical variable in the equation, and that is Ukraine. Not about us, without us. We must recognize the Ukrainian will to fight, the Ukrainian will to take casualties, because they understand if they don't take back their territory, Russia will continue to ethnically cleanse and genocide their lands. We must say no to that. And so that's why I say off-ramps are wrong. The Ukrainians are winning. We need to support them with all of our might. And I say that as someone who is a leading figure on the right.
Yeah, and I'm totally agreeing with you. But I'm not talking about off ramps for Putin either. Don't. What I was saying is the same way that we should be bringing Ukraine into this. These other countries having a voice as well, so it's just an add-on that these countries they want this as well. Some of these countries may want this as well. And that's what it wasn't an aside from what you were saying. It was just a plus to it. That's all. And that I was thinking about.
Daryl, we agree. Of course, we agree there.
Okay. And so, what about the funds? Is there a specific bill or a specific not a bill because it hasn't been voted on, but something that's being written up? What say you on that?
Yep, not yet. So that's where Congress must act. Congress must come out with legislation and they must pass it. Biden will totally support it. He'll sign it, and it must say, and here's what I would propose. We should say, okay, there's an amount of money that we have in our banks right now. That money should go to Americans who have been harmed by Russia's war. Okay, fine. Salami chop. Boom. The rest of the money, the overwhelming majority of the money, should go to help Ukraine rebuild its country after it has won this war. I think that's a modest and supportable proposal. We allow some aspect of Americans to regain the harm that they have been caused by Russia. But the overwhelming majority of these funds should go to Ukraine. Congress can do this. This is a natural thing for Congress to do. Right now, Congress is not doing it. We should start thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead on the game board and preparing for that. And until the election happens, frankly, nothing is going to happen because everyone in Congress and a third of the Senate are just focused on returning to government. So that's where their minds are right now. Once that election happens, this should be the issue. Change the laws, allow for a small amount, a significant but meaningful amount of the money that we have in our bank accounts to go to Americans. Let the courts settle that, but the majority of these funds should go to help Ukraine. And the irony is, this is Russia's money. We don't have to take from the taxpayer. We can take Russia's money and give to Ukraine so they can rebuild their country. That's a win-win-win-win by all accounts.
And also would shut a couple of voices up on the far ranges of both of us, of both of the parties as well.
Oh, Daryl, how many times have you and I heard, why are we giving money to Ukraine when we should be doing this or that in our country? And the answer is, we can do both things. But this is an opportunity where we can take Putin's money, help Americans, and help Ukrainians at the same time. Bipartisanship should totally surround this and support it.
Amen. Amen to that. All right, I'll get out the way and let Ben go back to it.
No, by all means. Daryl, if you want to continue, I think everyone is enjoying you a lot more than they would me. I'm French, tired, and there's a baby running around, so you probably want to take over.
Oh, really? All right. Well, let's see. Was it Erlen or Andreas?
It was Andreas.
All right, go ahead, Andreas.
Thank you very much. Peter, I'm completely on your side when it comes to how to support the Ukraine. I've loved it, what you've said. We have to support the Ukraine, and I hope that you can push through your point in your work. That's one point. And the other point was actually, I found it very interesting what Ching was elaborating on a couple of minutes ago. Maybe Ching, if you're still here with us and listening, maybe could you? I would like to, from my perspective, as far as I've understood you, Fukuyama and Huntington were talking about how 21st century civilizations could divide and could work against each other, could also collaborate overseas. Is this anything you are interested in? Is that something you are thinking in, even in terms of categories? How have you come to this point in reasoning? You have come to, again, if you're listening to us.
Yeah, I'm listening. So, Andreas, you're asking about so how do I think about the Huntington's Clash of Civilization and so on, right?
Yeah, right on.
So Huntington is a great thinker. However, I've become increasingly skeptical about his theory. So let's talk about this. Huntington's example is to use Ukraine, the Western Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, right? So if Huntington's right, we shall not see the Azov style. But the Azov style were mostly Russian-speaking Ukrainians. And we see that some of the best fighters, the most determined fighters, like the Azov battalion, they were from the Russian-speaking Ukrainians. They are no less patriotic, anti-Russian, than the Ukrainians from the West. That's number one. The other thing is, for any kind of analysis, it's a very, very important to have the basic assumptions premise right? Because otherwise, garbage in, garbage out. Now, if China is truly a unified entity. Has been so for thousands of years. Maybe what Fukuyama and Huntington talk about China is correct. However, if we look at the history, you just look at deeper into that. You look at the map. Huntington places the entire China as the Confucius cultural whatever area, right? But if you look into the history, you would know that only applies to China proper, which is 30% of what Beijing controls today. Eastern Turkestan was never Confucius. Tibet was never Confucius. South Mongolia was never Confucius. They are actually, if there's an opportunity, they will seek independence immediately. So when you look at these things, basically that draws question to his entire conclusion. The other thing is this: if you look at the evolution of the global world system, right after World War II, how many members UN has? As dysfunctional as it is today, how many members does UN have today? So if you look at how major power evolved over the time, it's going into the same direction as the crumbling of the empire. More and more states become independent. It happened to the British Empire, Ottoman Turkestan. It happened to Latin America. So any country who is holding up, say, we are going into the opposite direction, won't work. Why? Very simple. Put yourself in the shoes of the Tibetans. Okay? If Tibetans become an independent nation, all in a sudden, they're protected by the world order. If China mess with them, what happened? They can get aid from the rest of the world. What's the difference between Hong Kong and Taiwan? What's the difference between Chechnya and, let's say, Georgia? We're not going to talk about the Ukraine. Georgia is an independent state. So therefore, weak as it is, as its military may be, Georgia's ability to defend itself far exceeds Chechnya. So every nation look at this will say, okay, if our culture is different, if our custom and norms are different, if those people who are the colonialists, like the current Chinese Communist government, come to colonialize us, really don't understand us, it's actually much, much better off for us to seek the opportunity to go independent. And also, here's the equation for the independents and the imperialists. The imperialists can win 10,000 times. If they lose once, they lost it all. People seeking independence could lose 10,000 times. They only need to win one. If they win once,
did I get here you right? People are seeking independence when there is a trade-off, and if there is no trade-off, they will keep on being within a bigger paradigm, which from the outside might be interpreted as repressive, but practical still.
So, and Andres, the trade-off is no-brainer. Think about it. Put yourself in the shoes of a Uyghur, right? If you are Uyghur, you have two choices: go to the concentration camp, erase your cultural and ethnic identity, right? And if you are married, you're a man, okay, you go to the concentration camp. Your wife stay back home, and every 2 weeks there's a Chinese man going to live with her for a few days. If she becomes pregnant, you are going to raise her child. Think about it. Then think about being independent. There's no comparison. So there's no comparison here. Especially with the communist totalitarian regime, there's no comparison.
Yeah, but if for example, let's take a concrete example, like Doug.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
Andreas.
please, Terry.
Andreas, we're getting a little bit off topic here of Ukraine. So I've got hands that are going up. Please let me go around and we can continue on this a little bit later. Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, Erlen.
Yeah. Okay. So I saw some rumors about NATO top meeting about some initiative to create a common air defense system. It seems like most of the countries who signed up for this petition were smaller countries plus, or not the greatest military powers, plus Germany. Is this in some way a kind of cowardice way to create a somewhat anti-missile defense system, but to save a lot of money? I read that it was Scholz who came forward with the proposal, but I guess this is these are just rumors. Does anyone know what this proposed missile defense system is actually about, or if there is anything more specific than just rumors?
Axel, you got anything on that one about this air defense conglomeration? Bloke? Nobody right now, Erlen. I guess it's a little early to tell.
Sorry,
unless...
in the middle of cooking. What was the question?
No, it was just, have you heard anything about a conglomeration of an air defense treaty by countries including Germany and over Europe?
Yeah, something the equivalent of NORAD, you're saying, right?
Yeah,
so
it seems it's something equivalent to NORAD, yeah. And it were basically most of the smaller countries in Europe, or smaller military powers, plus Germany.
I'd have to dig. I mean, to a certain extent, NATO does already. There's so much cooperation already that I'm curious as to why. I guess the command and control would be centralized, similar to NORAD. Let me dig. I have not read up on it. I will get back to you.
Because
Can I check we're talking about the same thing here? There was an announcement out of Ramstein today that the NATO countries were going to work on an integrated air defense system for Ukraine. That's the announcement I saw. I don't know if that was the one that the questioner was referring to. And then all of a sudden people are talking about a Europe-wide NORAD, but I understood the question to refer to this announcement from Ramstein that they're looking at delivering an integrated air defense system specifically for Ukraine. So it might be worth, before we get into the whole thing about the Euro NORAD, just checking which particular air defense initiative we're talking.
Colby,
it was confusing.
Hold on, Erlen. Colby, go ahead.
So at the NATO meeting today, I believe it was General Mark Milley who said that they are working on a way to develop a comprehensive air defense network for Ukraine, which Ukraine sort of already has in some ways. They have a very broad spectrum. They had, even before they received foreign assistance, they had a very broad spectrum of different air defense systems. Again, I've discussed this a lot over the space, in the space since the war began, that Russia did not expect, did not plan for the level of depth that Ukrainian air defenses had. And the conversation right now is about further building that out with more Western systems, because Ukraine went into this war with just legacy Soviet systems, and they are trying to get Ukraine more modern Western systems. So I don't view this announcement as anything particularly new. I mean, this is something that they've been working on for a while, but not nearly as fast enough IRIS-T is now in Ukraine, which is good. NASAMS is supposed to be in Ukraine soon. There are a lot of other short-range systems that have been in Ukraine for some time now, MANPADS and other short-range systems, vehicle-mounted, Mistral and the Stormer AFEs, which use Starstreak. So there's stuff on the ground already, but Ukraine still needs a lot more. And so they're having conversations about what other systems can be sent to Ukraine to build out the air defense network. So there was some mention of America's old Hawk systems, which are old, but the newest ones that were in service before they were retired by the United States, and they were retired in the 90s and the early 2000s, I believe, by the Marine Corps, still could be effective because Ukraine is already using a lot of very old Russian systems with some degree of success. So Hawk is something that could potentially be sent that hadn't been considered previously for whatever reason. I think there was some mention of Patriot, but Patriot is not going to be operational in Ukraine anytime soon, even if the decision was made today, and the decision has been made today as far as we can tell. So I just view this as public musing. I'll pay attention when we get like a new, very concrete promise of X system will be sent, and we hope to have it done on this timeline. Those are the kind of announcements that we need to be looking for. Today, it has been reported that France is going to send Crotale, which again is just a short range system. It's not a bad system, but it's a short range system. Theoretically, it can help with the threat from cruise missiles, but as far as I'm aware, it's untested in combat against cruise missiles, but theoretically it could intercept them. But again, this is a shorter range system, so it's not going to do the same things that IRIS-T or NASAMS could do. So that's what the conversation in the NATO meeting was today. What we really need is just specific, concrete commitments that specific systems will be sent and some sort of timeline, because a lot of these conversations needed to be happening way sooner in order to get these systems operational, because air defense is very complicated, takes a lot of time to train, and the discussions are good, but the discussions needed to be. This conversation would have been much more beneficial if it had been had at the beginning of the war, because now, many months later, we could actually see something like Patriot operational if the decision had been taken at the beginning of the war, but it hasn't. It wasn't. So we're still ways away from, seeing a system like Patriot operational in Ukraine. It's taking, long enough to get NASAMS there, and that's just two systems. And there's supposed to be 6 more coming, which have to be produced. And then I know there was some, I don't know if Millie said it himself or somebody else said something about potential Israeli systems being sent. I will say that is extremely unlikely. Don't count on it. That's kind of fantasy in my opinion. I think that the interesting thing about this conversation is just the mention of Hawk, because that's not something that I have seen for the entirety of the war. I've never seen anybody float the potential of sending retired American Hawk systems over, and that is definitely something worth exploring in my opinion. But like the most important thing would be for European countries that have more modern systems in service right now to send some of those systems over, even if it means a reduction in their own capability. So other countries that operate NASAMS, if they could just send some of those systems without having to wait for the new ones to be produced, because that just takes way too long. It's a long-term solution to a short-term problem right now. Like the war could be over and won by the time a new NASAM system gets produced from industry. But in the meantime, a lot of people are going to die because that system is not in Ukraine providing coverage against Russian missiles.
Okay,
Right,
can I
appreciate
reply to that, Daryl?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Jacoby, for that. Yeah, go ahead, Erlen. I got Peter here. He may have to go or something, so he raised his hand there real quick. Go ahead, Peter.
No, I'll stand back, and I'm going to weigh in on the 8 air defense issue. But go on.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Erwin.
I completely agree with Colby. This should have been taken. This decision should have been taken in March. I've been advocating, lobbying a little bit or quite a lot here in Norway when it comes to NASAMS, and unfortunately, basically, it wasn't the government who said no. It was the a military. The military didn't want to give it up. One of the reasons is that the NASAMS program we have was under upgrade, so half of the batteries were basically being rebuilt. And there was if we sent one battery, we would have been without coverage. They're building it now. I know that the government they gave investment money to the Kongsberg Air Defense in the industrial complex, which is building the NASAMS, and they're ramping up the production of everything in the US as well. So I think that we can't make them fast enough. They can't hire enough people. That's the problem right now. They got lots of orders all over the place, and they just can't deliver. The main problem with the NASAMS delivery, since they took the decision, I believe, is the training, because the US apparently have some extra they put aside for this. But the training is very long, and there are actually not enough instructors. So it's complicated. The thing I was mentioning wasn't, though, the same issue. What I was mentioning is 13 countries that signed, apparently, it's not public, a creation of a European air defense system. So it's NORAD in Europe. And it's
Erlen, the one thing about that, if it's not public, there's no way we have no way to verify.
I know, that's what I was
so,
asking about. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's no way to verify something that's not necessarily public yet. So with that, you gotta pick your battles when we can talk about something. Per se, when it's there, we can look at it. They've said it, they announced it. So
I just wanted to concretize that it wasn't about the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
There is an announcement of this, or there is at least coverage of this in a site called defensenews.com. I have just this second tweeted it. So there is an announcement, there are numbers, there are dates, 2028, there are lists of countries that are participating. So we do have some information from this reporter based in Stuttgart, Germany, in Defense News. So there is at least some kind of announcement that we can look at. Have a look at my latest tweet.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that, Nick. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, Daryl, I love this conversation on air defense. I spent 10 years of my life in the trenches of the policy debate over the question, should America allow Poland to buy Patriot? So a couple things here, some important things for our audience to understand. One, announcing that the United States and NATO together would integrate Ukraine into a combined air defense picture. Wow. I mean, if that's what the Pentagon means by that statement, that is a huge statement, because once we start getting above a guy with a Stinger in a field, we start moving into upper tiers of air defense. And it's not just about one guy with a missile, it's about an integrated air defense picture. Just integrating Ukraine into NATO's air defense systems alone would solidify Zelensky's claim that Ukraine is already a member of NATO, in fact, if not in name. That's important. Otherwise, Patriot is an extremely expensive system. The Poles are spending about $10 billion to field their own Patriot systems. These systems you don't want to use against, hold on. Daryl, do we have an open mic, maybe? I hear some feedback.
Nick,
Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah. So, okay. When we're talking about Patriot, this is how you should understand air defense. Some targets are easy to see, but hard to kill. Other targets are hard to kill, but easy to see. So, Iskander, very easy to see. This is the ballistic missile that Russia can put a nuclear weapon on. When it goes really high up into the atmosphere, you can see it, but Iskander is hard to kill. A cruise missile, like we've seen over the past couple days when Russia is using cruise missiles to attack Ukrainian cities. These are hard to see, but easy to kill. Patriot is very, very effective against Iskander. You wouldn't want to use it on, say, a cruise missile. There are other SHORAD and NASAMS people are talking about. These are terms people are throwing around. Basically, this is short range. So here's how you think about it. A guy in a field with a Stinger, that is extremely low altitude, extremely low circle around him. He can control that air defense base right around him in a small circle, a small dome. Once you start moving out, you've got NASAMS, SHORAD. These are short-range missiles. People are talking about Israel's Iron Dome. This is kind of that tier. That's a very low tier, we call it. Then you start moving up into the tiers. We would talk about things like THAAD. THAAD, terminal high altitude defense. THAAD is what you would use to defend an air base where American soldiers are positioned. THAAD is what we position in Crimea, Korea, to defend our soldiers. So THAAD has a very high altitude but small circle around it. And then you've got Patriot. And Patriot can defend everything up to the ICBMs that Russia can launch against America. We have a multi-layer defense. Why does this matter? Because if we can integrate Ukraine into our NATO air defense picture, then we start accepting what Zelensky is saying with regard to his NATO application. Right now, the Ukrainians are saying, we're already part of NATO. We're already part of NATO in all but name. And we just want you to recognize that fact. If we integrate Ukraine into our integrated NATO air defense picture, that will happen. This is a big move in the direction of advancing Ukraine's NATO membership plea, while at the same time helping to prevent Russia from killing Ukrainian civilians. This is a very important thing. I think this is a move that we should respect and encourage.
Checks the box off before they actually happen.
Daryl, I cannot underscore how important it is to integrate countries into the integrated NATO air defense picture. I mean, you have to learn. There are so many elements that are important for integrating a unified air defense picture. If what the U.S. has said today, they meet their commitments, Ukraine will become a meaningful member of our NATO air defense picture. That is so key. The Ukrainians can't afford Patriot right now, but it will help defend Ukrainian civilians. That is key.
And that's the point of getting it done. Delman, good evening. Well, good evening. It's a really late night for you.
I just want to highlight one big thing, which is how far you can affect depends on how far you can see. And if you are on the ground, and even if everywhere around you it's just a flat step in Kherson, you can only see about 10 miles, give or take. So having this, excellent longer range system like a Patriot doesn't do you a whole lot of good when you can't see things further away in the first place. And this is something that we were talking about with Colonel Jeff Fisher yesterday, is where it's really important to dominate the sky, to have air superiority, air supremacy, not just for the kinetic reasons of it, but for the electronic warfare reasons behind it. Because that allows you to have planes up high with sophisticated radar systems and signals intelligence systems that allow you to see much further away. Because as we know, the Earth is not flat. I know, shocking. And now we've just lost 3 listeners that are abhorred by the suggestion that the Earth is indeed round. But for everybody else,
Dorman, they fell off. They fell off the Earth already when you started.
Fell off the edge. I know. But for everybody that remains, right? Any sort of radio frequency emissions can only see so far because of the curvature of the Earth. The higher you are, the more of the area you can cover, and that is where that is really important. But also, when Peter was talking about integrated air defense systems, they're not just integrated missile systems, one to another to a third, but it's also those detection systems and the communication between them, and that is really crucial. And I just want to highlight that, underscore that, doubly, triply, quadruply. So, a bunch
gentlemen, we integrate Ukraine into a unified NATO air defense picture. You've got AWACS,
Exactly.
you've got all of these sensors, and Ukraine is now part of that system. That is critical for defending Ukraine's airspace, but also making the point that Ukraine is part of NATO already.
Couldn't agree more. I want it to happen, 14 and a half years ago. But what I want to highlight is, if you're in Kharkiv, it doesn't much help, because even at the high altitudes that the AWACS fly at, if they fly over Poland or the Black Sea, they can't see to Kharkiv, right? They have to be able to fly over Ukraine. So air defense isn't a standalone question. It is a question, one could say, integrated with many other questions, such as the questions of actually dominating the skies above Western Ukraine to start with. And it's just a little technical point for anybody who got really excited, thinking, yes, tomorrow we can have a bunch of Patriot batteries in Ukraine controlling the skies. It's just a little bit more difficult than that. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. Just means it needs that extra bit of dedication, extra bit of resolve, extra bit of realization that this is something that A, can be done, and B, should be done.
And Turkey is not in NATO's air defense picture right now, because we will not let Turkey into our systems because we're worried that they have too much Russian malware on their tech right now. If we recognize that Ukraine is an ally in fact, if not in name, that is a major advantage, and it solidifies Ukraine's claim to be a true member of NATO. That is so important, and I don't think people understand that. It's not just a fact of setting up a Patriot battery in Kyiv. It's a matter of integrating Ukraine into our collective air defense picture that NATO already has. And Turkey's not in it. If we allow Ukraine into that picture, and I believe we should, that is huge.
Can I ask you a question, Doman?
Oh, just one little point. Like, S400s come pre-installed with APT28.
And that's why they're not in our system.
Okay, Doman, are you talking about a no-fly zone with AWACS flying over Western Ukraine?
No. The word no-fly zone.
We buried that 5 days into this.
Sorry, Axel, I missed you entirely.
I said no-fly zone. We buried that 5 days into this war.
Yeah, exactly, right? The term no-fly zone doesn't really enter my vocabulary unless we're talking about Iraq in the 90s. It's not the relevant concept, I'd argue. What matters is to have a sufficiently dense set of air defenses and sufficient control over your airspace with active measures, higher up, whatever jets you might have at your disposal, that your AWACS are safe by default as opposed to by declaration.
Yeah, but the
And
only way
Domin,
of
go on, Axel, go on.
it's me. The only way of doing that would be to have air complete domination over the space, right? So,
Well, what he's saying is that you would have it with the countermeasures that would be available. The AWACS would be free to roam with the missile defense systems in place so that they can reach further and be able to pick up signals even further into Russia at that point. Okay, Peter.
If you have what Peter described, right? If you have all of those rings of the onion, not rings of the onion, whatever, the layers of the onion there, the AWACS are free to roam, but that's really a political decision at that point.
But Domin, that's why the announcement today was so interesting, because perhaps the DoD was getting a little bit over its skis, but for everyone in the audience, just remember this. When it comes to defending your air defense space, you have sensors, shooters, and targets. So all of the sensors that are on airborne platforms and radar systems, I mean, right now we have American soldiers in Poland. So we have American Patriot defending our soldiers in Poland, but those radars are linked into a NATO-wide air defense system. If we link Ukraine's air defense system into our NATO-wide air defense system, now the Ukrainians have a better picture of their air battle space, of their air domain. And obviously what we want to do is eventually provide them the ability to shoot down every Russian cruise missile and Iskander that attacks civilians. But for the meantime, integrating Ukraine into a unified air defense system of NATO, which already exists, is so critical. This is such a big deal. More than close the skies, more than we need to close the skies over Ukraine. Integrating Ukraine into NATO's air defense system would be such a titanic and positive development. We could all rest easy at night, because it means that Ukraine is achieving what Zelensky wants. Ukraine is becoming a member of NATO in practice, if not in name. That is key right now.
See, I came here to talk about physics, and Peter dragged it back to geopolitics.
You studied
Gentlemen,
chemistry.
we can talk about the science of hitting a bullet with a bullet. We can talk about how it is so hard to hit a Mach 3.5 object with another Mach 3.5 object. I'm happy to do that. It's, again, I spent 10 years of my life on the Polish Patriot debate. I'm happy to discuss air defense with our allies and friends, for sure.
No, Peter, do you know what you should do? Tomorrow, noon Eastern, clear your schedule when you have Biljana Lily on. She wrote a book most recently on Russian information warfare, but the book she wrote before that was on the Russian attitude to missile defense, both from their perspective, but also from their attitude to NATO missile defenses in Poland and elsewhere. And maybe you can sneak in 10 minutes on the other one while we talk about information warfare.
Domin, I'll be there. But let us all recall 10 years ago when Poland said, hey, the modern battlefield is changing. This was 10 years ago. The modern battlefield is changing, and we need Patriot to defend our cities against Russian cruise missile and Iskander attack. That was the most controversial issue of the day, because people said,
Peter, provocative.
And this was a huge debate, and I was a part of that discussion. Now, Poland, and the question is, why doesn't Ukraine have them? The answer is they're expensive. We can take a first step by integrating Ukraine into our NATO air defense picture. That must happen. I see a small movement on the rockfall right now with the announcement of the DoD. Let's push on that rockfall and let's say, great, integrate Ukraine into our NATO air defense picture. That is a perfect example of how we can show meaningful response to Russia.
All right.
Daryl,
You know, guys,
this is a good
I'm
conversation,
looking
my
at,
friend. This was fun.
I see this. I'm looking at the panel here, and I'm just going, wow. I'm here amongst greats. So I'm just sitting in my chair, rubbing my hands and getting an earful of this, and I hope everybody out there in the audience, I hope we're not losing you to something that's really, really important to what's going on, both in Europe, but mainly in Ukraine. This is going to open up a door that has been closed since the beginning of this war. And it's something everybody really wanted, but because of the way things are written in the laws of NATO and other things, it's been rather closed off. But Ukraine prosecuting this war the way they have is really just taking that door and kicking it open for other countries to think about something that is great, not only for themselves, but for Ukraine in this situation. And in the future, the rest of Europe will be much safer from any just Russia screwing up the world again, be it launching missiles or flying their planes too close. So it's really important. Okay, I'm gonna sit back in my little chair here and let it go. I'm gonna take some hands here real quick. Nick, I'm gonna get back to you. I want to let Rusty and he's been sitting down there in the bottom there for a minute. Go ahead, Rusty.
Hi. I've actually been in the line since 10, but I had some Twitter pucks, I guess. So I actually wanted to ask Peter Doran a quick follow-up question about something he spoke about for 2 hours ago, I guess, about the Saudis running out of oil. But I have something else I want to say, but I just was curious. Peter, what do you guess the reason they're not able to deliver what they could deliver inside of the OPEC plus quota? I would guess that it could be due to drones bombing them from the Yemen conflict, but what's your take?
I want to keep us focused on Ukraine right now, but the answer is we have to take it on faith that what the Saudis, what they say is true. The Saudis claim they have 1 million more barrels a day that they can produce. No one has seen it. They've never been able to prove it. So it is a matter of religious belief that they have that ability. Some ask the question, maybe they're lying. I think it's a good question. And the fact that the Saudis are pushing down OPEC requirements on production indicates maybe they don't have it. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, so I've actually seen pictures of drone attacks on Saudi oil facilities. So, but I'm going to leave that.
Yeah, no, it's not drones. Yeah, it's not drones. It's overall production. The oil under their feet might not be enough anymore to produce the kind of swing capacity that Saudi Aramco has at its disposal. That's the issue. It's not drones. It's the oil underfoot.
Somehow that really pleases me to hear. Okay, so my first question is actually if anyone knows from where the new video of defensive lines, massive defensive fortifications, where that thing goes from. If anyone got any news about that, I'm just curious about where the Russians are putting up their new Siegfried line.
Disaster. It's going to disaster.
But is it like Starobilsk or Troitsk or any?
I think it's Severodonetsk.
It surrounds Svatove, I believe.
Okay, that's way closer than I would imagine that they would make the line. So okay, I thought it was kind of a fallback line. So I currently wonder about the EU initiative. So today there's been a lot of scoops, and one of them is that Biden is considering a complete ban on Russian aluminium. I guess that's for you as well, Peter Doran. Before I take the other one.
Yeah, that was in the U.S. He was considering it. It's not definite yet, but it's for America only at this point.
Okay, so is it just like something he just told the press, or is it actually being discussed and taken up in the House?
It's just him speaking on it at the moment.
Okay, and the other thing I was curious about was the fact that the EU ambassadors today agreed to set up an EU military assistance missions for Ukraine with the headquarters in Germany and Poland. And I'm really curious why they're setting it up in two different places. And my take with it could be that maybe Poland and other Eastern European countries in NATO maybe don't want Germany to be the lead or have the lead headquarter, so they've split it up to two countries. Any take on that?
I think that's what the last couple of minutes we've been speaking on is the air defense and network that they want to build. That's what this whole conversation has been dealing with here.
Okay, so very quiet panel here. I just wonder if anyone had a take on that. But okay, then I'm gonna leave and go to bed. So I'm just gonna leave on a good note and tell the wonderful news that I heard today, and that's the fact that currently, if you're going from Russia to Crimea with a ferry, it takes 3 to 4 days. The line is really, really, really long and packed with the cargo trucks. So.
Hey, did you see any bathrooms along the way? Did you see any bathrooms between all those trucks?
I don't think the Russians care about bathrooms. They only care that it's inside. Isn't that the thing?
Yeah. Where they sit is where it is. That's pretty nasty. But anyway. All right, Rusty.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay,
there's one other one as well. The former chief of the Southern Military District. I've forgotten his name, but he's on the state broadcast every now and then. He went to a Russian tank factory where they announced that Russia is upgrading 800 T-62 tanks, and the T-62 tanks were built in 1961 to 1975, and the fact that they've gone so far back, and today the big thing that they can announce is the fact that they're upgrading T-62 tanks. To me, that's really good news for Ukraine. And I looked at the video, and I've worked in some different factories in my youth, and I've seen Norwegian really like old factories that have been way better than what I saw. I think that the factory will spend even if they have 100 more of them, they'll do a tank every month or something. That really depressed me. Or I got lucky or happy, but I think the Russians are screwed, so I'm out.
Thanks a lot. Good evening. Well, good night then. Oh, right. There's a few more hands, and in particular, lunchtime. No joke. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Nick had his hand up for a long while. So Nick, and then lunchtime. We're having
just finishing off maybe on this discussion of the air defense thing. I just again I wanted to emphasize, as far as I know, there are two completely separate things happening today. One is this new European zone, which undoubtedly a future NATO member Ukraine would be presumably want to be a critical part of, or I think I saw 10 countries have been mentioned so far. And then there is the announcement that they want to create an integrated air defense system for Ukraine on a time scale that I imagine is months rather than anything longer. And I'm interested if anyone's heard anything about what that might involve. For example, I can easily imagine that over the last few days, lots of countries will have been announcing, if only in reaction to public pressure, seeing the air raids on Kiev and other cities, that countries would have been saying, all right, we're going to send some stuff. So I saw the Netherlands is going to send, I think, $14.5 million worth of, I didn't see what type of anti-aircraft weapons. And so I can well imagine that at Ramstein today, the people around the table said, well, might it not be better if we were to coordinate this in some way? So I'm looking for, if anyone has it, more information about this short-term solution for Ukraine, because just as a reaction to my tweet, I can see a lot of people are very interested in the prospect of a completely new and exciting air defense system for Europe, but that's a 5-7 year time scale. So yeah, if anyone has any more information about what this announcement of an integrated system for Ukraine involves, and whether it's just perhaps a bit of coherence in terms of who's purchasing what, and maybe pooling some of the money to arrange for weapons and launchers, munitions and launchers to be paired up or something like that. It's more mundane, but it's much more immediate for meeting Ukraine's needs.
Nick, the issue is sensors. So sensors and cyber warfare. So if Ukraine's sensors were integrated into a broader NATO picture, that would be highly advantageous to NATO and also Ukraine, because NATO could share with Ukraine what it saw as Ukraine shared with NATO what it was seeing. So remember, we've got sensors, shooters, and targets. And those are the three basic components that build up an integrated air defense system. But when you do that, you have to make sure that your enemy is not using cyber vectors to attack you. There's a lot of Turks who are very upset right now. They're lighting up my feed right now saying, how dare you? But the answer is, if you are going to use Russian air defense systems to protect your country, you are opening the door to Russian control of your air defense system, Turkey. Now is the time for choosing. Do you want to be part of Russia's civilization or part of ours? And what the DoD has opened the door to right now is that we are opening the door to integrating Ukraine into our Western NATO air defense picture. That's a good thing. And, times are different now than they were years ago. I mean, it took years to get things done that can now happen in months or weeks. So what I think the priority should be, let us integrate Ukraine into our shared NATO air defense picture. That will be huge. It will be beneficial to the Ukrainians, even if they don't have Patriot or some of the higher end air defense capabilities that we have in NATO. They can still use our air defense picture to protect their civilians from the vengeance war that Putin is using against kids in playgrounds right now.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. My bedtime. Cheers.
Good night.
Cheers, Nick.
Not very far from mine either. Lunchtime. More like supper right now, but
well, lunchtime is any time you want it to be. It's a sort of philosophical state of mind, as you well know, Ben. But there we are. I just wanted to chime in on this integrated defense stuff. So I watched the news conference on Ukraine with Austin, and I don't know who the other guy is. I think it says Millie someone called Millie. I'm not sure who that is, but anyway, I watched
Lunchtime.
this.
He's the most lunchtime. He's the most important general in our armed forces. He's the chairman
Okay.
of the Joint Chiefs. Yeah, he's a big guy.
Righto. All right. Well, so I watched this and I didn't come away with the impression that Ukraine was about to be integrated into NATO's anything. I got the impression that what was needed, what they were talking about was they were very inspired by the cooperation that they'd seen and, you know, the teamwork and so on that they were participating in. They commented on the positive aspects of the war, that you know, Russia wasn't doing so well, etc. And then they seem to make this point that in light of, you know, in light of what had happened recently, the shelling, that it would be a good idea for Ukraine to have some integrated air defense. But the way it was said made me think, because I'm not at all a military expert, but the way it was said seemed to suggest this was something for Ukraine, just a system for Ukraine, and it was a discrete thing rather than Ukraine being admitted into some sort of NATO system that it did not thus far have access to. So I don't mean to throw cold water on the enthusiasm, but I really, you know, unless I completely misread that, it was kind of quite a flat statement, and it wasn't greeted with any excitement at all by the reporters. I think there were 3 questions allowed, and no one really picked up on that at all. I think there was one question which was, okay, well, when will sort of more advanced capability be delivered to Ukraine? To which the answer was, as soon as we can. Really, you know, ultimately just saying, implying that there were sort of organizational, logistical hurdles to sort of, you know, to climb, which is of course understandable. But yeah, I don't know why you're.
May I?
Yes,
I think you've
please,
just
yes.
I think you've just repeated the point that I made, which is that there were 2
Yeah,
announcements.
but the point is wrong.
Both of them.
Whether he replayed it or not, it's wrong because he got one thing wrong. I'm sorry to say that. Normally, Lunchtime gets these things completely right. Maybe this was a matter of perception. What Jeremy Milley speaks very plain English, but in the Q&A, when Secretary Lloyd Austin, an absolute warrior, by the way, spoke, he answered the question as to when these things were to be delivered as soon as we physically can. There is no further thing to be said. That is the fastest possible thing you can hear from a general or a Secretary of Defense of the United States. Let this ring true. As soon as we physically can. And if you doubt the capability of US Transcom, you are completely, utterly bereft of any sense. I think this is the difference between our English friends, who are completely fine and absolutely good. It's different, it's a language. But when a Secretary of Defense of the United States says, as soon as we physically can, then the next thing, which is in between this equipment going there and it going there, is a thin slice of paper.
Okay, so thank you, Axel, for that. I didn't get his wording exactly right. So I've got the text here, though, and what he says is, so they've been very effective at denying Russian air superiority, and that in turn has denied the Russians the ability to conduct ground combined arms maneuver. So what needs to be done here by all of the various countries that were at the conference today is chip in and help them rebuild and sustain an integrated air and missile defense system. Specifically, older systems like you were just asking about, Ukraine has asked for Hawk or improved Hawkeye, as it's called. That's a medium altitude, medium range system. It's an older system, but it's quite effective. And there's other systems out there throughout the world that are available in many countries. In many countries have Patriot, many countries have other systems as a whole, and so it goes on, right? So I didn't take that to mean,
push on the open door. Lunchtime. The art of policymaking is to push on the open door. The fact that they have said integrated air defense picture now means they have opened the door. We push on it. That the whole point is to hold the administration to the words that they say. And now they have said integrated air defense system. There is nothing wrong with NATO integrating Ukraine into our integrated NATO air defense picture. The moment they said integrated air defense picture, the door was open. The art of policymaking is to push on that open door. This is what the DoD has done. The fact that the journalists who were sitting there, they're not experts in air defense systems. They have no idea the bombshell that was delivered. What I'm trying to identify for this space, which is why people tune into this space, is that the DoD has opened the door. And now we must hold those leaders to account. We must say, stand by your words, integrate Ukraine into the air defense system. And what does that mean? That means that NATO will have real-time information flowing to Ukrainian air defenders so that they can prevent Russians from killing Ukrainian citizens. Why would the DoD be opposed to that? It's an honest question that perhaps leaders should answer.
I think also what may be going on here is simply that people who sit in meetings like that tend to like the word integrated. And so the collection of weapons that will be sent to Ukraine will be coordinated in a way to make an integrated system for Ukraine, but that does not necessarily imply that that integrated system will then be integrated into the current or future NATO system. I think this is just equivocation on the word integrated.
Nick, normally I would agree with you because you have a lot of common sense perspectives, but this is a term of art. This is a very specific term. An integrated air defense picture is a very specific term. Both Austin and Milley know it. They have opened the door to it. We should push. Also, what does it mean? It simply means we're providing information to the Ukrainians so that they can better protect civilians from being killed. We're doing that right now with supplying weapons, et cetera. So, to integrate Ukraine into our air defense system as an alliance, that's a positive thing. I see this as an opportunity. And let me stress, this is an opportunity. The art of politics is pushing on that open door. This is an opportunity that the Ukrainians should not ignore.
Thanks, Peter. What I would say is this: yes, okay, I sort of see what you're saying, but at the same time, I don't see what's new about this. Zelensky's been requesting something like this since February, so I don't understand the sudden cause for celebration. Really, I suppose is what I'm saying.
The difference is that Zelensky was asking for a no-fly zone, which is different than an integrated air defense connection with NATO. So a no-fly zone is NATO aircraft killing Russians directly. An integrated air defense system is Ukrainian sensors, shooters, integrated, exchanging real-time encrypted information with NATO's real-time encrypted view of the airspace around Europe. And now that airspace includes Ukraine. So any information that, say, an AWACS or other NATO sensor has is automatically delivered to an air defender in Ukraine who kills a Russian pilot who flies over Ukraine or kills a Russian missile. So the difference is, yeah.
Sorry. He also asked for air defense systems. It wasn't just a no-fly zone. And what you're saying, you're correctly saying that yes, if they were integrated into NATO, then obviously these benefits would apply. But as I say, I've tweeted the link to C-SPAN, and I can't see anywhere where he says anything about integrating into NATO. That's kind of an inference that you guys are making, in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. That's the art of policy, man. Push on the open door. We've done this for 7 months, 8 months now. Continue to push on the open door and force the administration in the United States to do things that they would otherwise not be willing to do. This is the art of policymaking. They have opened the door to integrated air defense with NATO. I think the Ukrainians are fools if they don't continue to proceed in this direction.
Okay, thanks so much, guys.
Just highlight one thing before lunchtime.
I just wanted to sign off.
Goes
actually.
out of lunch. No, you can't. Please, you cannot do.
I have to
you cannot
stay?
do this to me. That you run away. When
Oh, no.
you can't. Yeah, lunchtime. In about 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know how long it takes. We're going to do something funny. We're going to post something which is worthwhile watching. So unless you really feel completely, utterly bereft of any vigor and in need of counting sheep, I would beg you to wait a few moments and bear with us. Whether
Axel,
as a listener with a glass of wine in hand or something else, I do not know.
Axel, I swear this is like a conspiracy by MriyaReport to deny me any sleep. But of course, I'll stay up.
That's sweet. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And as to the integrated air defense, what Peter has just highlighted is absolutely vital. People need to take the specific wording seriously. This is not a small thing. Offhand comments of Lloyd Austin have been unreported of for all his career. Mr. Milley, as he once was called, an absolute star of a general, who definitely has a very difficult role, is a very serious communicator. I can only implore everyone at a later stage, when you've left, so to say, the challenging environment of the MriyaReport. I don't know why you would want to do this, but some people do. Some people are multitasking capable and do this on their computer. But if you have time in the next 24 hours, in a fresh mind, listen just to the posture, tone, and absolutely pristine clarity of wording and the thought behind it of what Milley conveyed. Even if he hasn't written it himself, albeit that I'm told that often enough he is the one who drafts what he actually says. This is a very distinct speech, and its audience is both the free world as well as Russia. There is no mincing of words, and it's a very clear statement. If they fool around, they found out. And they fooled around, and now they're finding out. I think it's pretty damn awesome. It's very well done. You don't have to shout at a meeting to be heard. Sometimes precise, very incisive language is all that it takes.
Very good show. Very good show.
All right, nothing to see here. Move on.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that by the way. Okay, good that you said it, Darren. That by the way also came up today in a side comment, where Lloyd Austin has been quoted that as to Germany, that one would be very comfortable that more IRSTs and Panzerhaubitze were coming, and that other systems hopefully would come soon. He hasn't given up on it at all. And why would he? So, purr, purr, kitty, purr.
All right. Okay. How much time do I have, Axel? 4 minutes.
As long as you like. I'm just downloading something and I'm posting it in a minute.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to a couple of hands here. I'm going to take Sergio and then BJ, and then I'll go to you, Colby.
Hi, everyone. On this air defense picture, NATO's integration into it, very big deal indeed. So we're not talking about just dotting air defense systems throughout Ukraine. So my question is primarily to Peter and Bowman. In practical terms, how would this work? So what are the steps? So what do they need to do in Ukraine on the ground to make this happen?
I think it's going to happen outside of Ukraine to begin with. But I'll defer. Go ahead, Domin.
I just want to say I want Peter to take this really, but this isn't a one-stage process. It's a multi-stage process. It's to do with physics because AWACS don't fly at 90,000 feet. So first, there has to be a sort of a degree of salami tactics employed to be able to implement this over all of Ukraine, right? That's what I'm going to say. Peter?
Yeah, so NATO has spent decades trying to perfect this. The bottom line is this. You need to first trust your allies. So when you connect your computer to a friend's computer, you need to trust that your friend's computer doesn't have Russian malware on that computer. The same general concept applies to NATO. We have a number of countries that have all said we agree our systems can be trusted. So that's the first step. We need to make sure that Ukraine's computers can be trusted. I'm sure we can overcome that. The next step is to start integrating Ukraine's air defense picture into NATO's, and then we need to create cross information sharing, we'll call it that, so that Ukraine can see all of the information that NATO has and vice versa. That actually helps us. That makes a better air defense picture for NATO. And then we need to go about the business of making sure that this system cannot be degraded or attacked by Russia. So it's a long process. We've had entire exercises that were just focused on how do we get different countries to communicate with each other, use their computers to create a unified sensor system. If you're standing on the NATO side of this debate, why wouldn't we want to have up-to-date real-time information from Ukraine? If you're standing on the Ukrainian side of this system, why wouldn't Ukraine want to have up-to-date real-time information? The very fact that we now have the opening of the door that says the magic words, integrated air defense picture, that means the Ukrainians should push on this door and say, yes, we absolutely agree. President Zelensky has said we are a member of NATO in all but name. This is part of the deeper integration we're seeking. And even as the politicians talk and the congressmen and members of the European Union talk, if Ukraine is able to deepen its integration with NATO through an integrated air defense picture, that solidifies Zelensky's argument that Ukraine is already a member of NATO in fact, if not in name. That's the key. Push on this open door. DoD has opened it. Ukrainians should push.
Well, yeah, Daryl, allow me just to follow up quickly. But my doubt remains is, in practical terms, how is this going to be done? So you were talking, what you were mentioning before, the word, the big word for it is interoperability of systems. So the Ukrainian system can talk to the NATO system and vice versa, or in a secure fashion. But on the ground, say, be it in Kharkiv, to obviously Kyiv, to wherever within Ukraine, how is this? Because you were talking about sensors before, for instance, how is this going to be deployed on the ground? That's my main doubt. And what sort of time scale would we be talking about?
Ukraine will need to field Link 16 and perhaps Link 22 in order to integrate with NATO. That is going to be the key. So the practical turning of the key is, all right, let's get Ukraine connected with Link 16. That's a rollout. That's got some complications. Let's do that right now. Make that the priority.
All right. That take care of that for you, Sergio?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. BJ, go for it.
Title me down whenever you need it.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hello, BJ.
I just wanted to say something about air defense systems. I know a little bit about it because of my son and his covert surveillance. He was at NATO for years, and he taught the people in his plane about air defense systems. He had his regular staff, his permanent people, and then he had people from other countries because they have to certify every year. But initial certification is very difficult. Now, he did say that the Norwegians were just phenomenal in the people that they sent. And when they do their initial certification, he has to go onto their plane and go with them and make sure that they were doing things right. And so when he did the Norwegians, they flew him to Norway and entertained him there for 3 days. But anyway, I just wanted to say that there's a lot that can be done with these air defense systems. And I'm just so excited that we can bring Ukraine into the group in NATO. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, BJ. Okay, guys, I got to sign off. I got to go walk the dog. The Vizsla is looking at me like, hey, man, let's go walk.
Peter,
So I'm going to
Peter,
focus
when
on.
you walk,
Yes.
When you walk, and thank you for saying goodbyes and everything, and we hope that you have fun with your dog. When you walk, take your phone with you, because you may wish to watch the video which we just posted on the MriyaReport main account. I think it's worthwhile watching.
Done and done. Okay, guys, thank you for the great questions. We'll be back here. Also, I'll leave it up to the MriyaReport, but we're going to have a very special guest on Friday morning around 11:30 a.m. Keep your calendars open for that. Okay, guys, bye.
Thank you, Peter. Have a good evening. Stay warm.
Bye, Daryl. Keep it up, man.
Will do. Uh-oh. Yehuda. Hey. Yehuda.
Yeah, I'm here.
You came up and you're not going to talk to me now?
Oh, come on, give me a second. Got things going on here. I'm here. Yeah, the video. I wonder what video we're talking about. Is that the video?
It's the little thing of which you saw the teaser. We just posted it. Our boys were just finishing it.
Amazing.
Sweating like hell, but they got it done.
So I'm going to definitely tweet-a-roni that. Hope everyone saw it. Please do come up and have a listen to it. And
he just did it just now, so
amazing.
We haven't even seen it.
You should.
And it's also in the nest.
Amazing. All right. How do I do it? Can I use the link you sent me?
No, I'll send you another link now.
Thank you. All right. Well, I just got here, so let me get situated. Had a busy day, I had to do the work stuff, and it was a lot longer. And I also had a flat tire coming back from big base far away, so that wasn't very happy. Apparently my rim cracked, so anyway. What can we do?
All right.
Alrighty.
Well, I hope you're doing all right, though.
I'm fine.
Everybody's all right?
Just tired.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to listen in for a bit. I'm going to go read some of the new stuff that came in the old cell phone. And I'll BRB.
All right. Kobe, I see you posted something up there in the nest just before the other thing. You want to go ahead and talk about that?
Yes, thank you. United Kingdom Secretary or Minister of Defense, Secretary of Defense, is announcing that they are going to provide AMRAAM missiles to Ukraine for the NASAMS that the United States is providing.
You want to explain those to the crowd there?
Yeah, so this is an actual concrete commitment that's coming out of the NATO meeting today, rather than all the sort of speculation about what people actually mean. This is pretty clear cut. Can't mince words here. They're going to provide these missiles. NASAMS utilizes a number of different missiles, the AMRAAM being one of them. The AMRAAM is a fairly advanced air-to-air missile. that NASAMS is one of the ones that NASAMS is designed to fire. So the United Kingdom is going to provide these missiles in addition to whatever else the United States is going to be supplying. So there will be certainly a sufficient supply of missiles being provided with NASAMS to ensure that the batteries stay hot and they can intercept whatever Russia sends Ukraine's way.
How, are these the new missile, or is this one that we've had in inventory?
The implication would be this is coming out of existing United Kingdom stock and not new procurement. It would be just whatever inventory they have, some number. There's a lot of these around. There's I think like it's certainly over 10,000, probably closer to 15 been AMRAAMs have been produced and still in production, I think. Yeah.
So that means that we won't have to worry about them not having enough and having to decide which targets they want to hit per se. They would only be limited by be able to acquisition the target by not having the missile to hit it with.
Ammunition will not be a problem due to the fact that NASAMS can also fire IRIS-T, so there'll be no shortage of ammunition once the actual launchers get into the country. That's the issue. Is just Ukraine needs more modern launchers, and they need ammunition for them as well. But we need to get more of the physical launchers and more of the physical radar units into Ukraine, so that they can identify all the incoming drones and incoming aircraft, incoming cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and shoot them down.
All right. Well, that sounds like a winner to me. Sounds like a winner to me. I'm going to go to some hands here real quick. Kobe. CJ, I see you down there flapping your hand up. Go for it. Oh, wait a minute. I got to bring him. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, CJ. While he connects. Dan, I'm going to go ahead and let you. Look, there you hear CJ?
Oh, well, yeah, no, sorry. I was stuck in requesting. No, just want to thank Kobe for that great overview. I missed the first part. Hopefully the 18 additional howitzers from the UK were also in there as part of the announcement.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that as well. I don't know exactly which ones that's going to be. I assume that's going to be more M777 because I think the United Kingdom sent some of those as well. So I'd assume it's more M777s from the United Kingdom, or
it might be the 109s, either repurposed from Norway, like the UK is doing, where they're buying up the old Norwegian ones. But I just really like the fact that you said no shortage of ammunition. It just made me really happy.
Yeah, let me look here. Yeah, actually, I don't think the United Kingdom has sent M777s. They sent what they sent so far, 36 105s, and they bought a bunch of Paladins from Belgium, actually. So I'll look into this further and see if we have any more information about what's coming.
Gavin, your computer's up. I turned the power on, I unplugged it, replugged it, and it works. Yes.
Just mute there, guys.
Yeah, I had to mute him.
It's slow on the draw
there.
I hope you're not a sheriff in a town, because if the bad guys came in, you'd pull out that gun about 8 minutes too late there, Daryl.
Come on now.
Get that finger on that mute button. I'm never, when I'm a co-host,
Hello?
my finger, hold on, Dan. When my finger's on that mute button, I use it with no discretion. I mute myself.
Well,
I
know Dan knows the protocol, though.
Apparently,
He
Dan
knows
doesn't know the protocol because he had one of those. What I do with my biggest fears when I'm yelling at some of my family members that I don't have the mute on. So
You got to help him out.
He has a new computer, Yehuda.
Well, he doesn't have a new microphone. But
well, since he was up, I'm gonna go ahead and let him speak now. Dan, you ready? You're not cussing us out tonight, right?
I am.
Good boy.
So, first question on this, actually integrating Ukraine to where they were the NATO air defense, where they were taking Link 16 or Link 22 directly would be beyond fantastic, and I'll put that in the next letter to my congressman. Because if you think about that, you could have an AWACS over Romania queuing a NASAM system in Odessa so that it could start shooting at missiles coming from a sub the instant they were in range of the Ukrainian coast. That would be just a transformational thing. Related radar question. The U.S. Customs Service, of all people, has used tethered radar balloons on the southern border for a long time of various kinds. And about a decade ago, a bunch of defense contractors were doing a bunch of work on better radar balloons. We can't give Ukraine AWACS because of the training and because it would instantly become the biggest target in the country, and we probably couldn't keep it alive unless we just went ahead and committed NATO's Air Force to it, in which case NATO can fly the AWACS. But if we could get them 10 or 15 or 20 balloons sitting at 5,000 or 10,000 feet, even if they were not great radars, it would just give them, a long-range indication of stuff incoming that would really, really help. Obviously, the Russians would make killing these their highest priority, but if we could put the balloons up for less than it costs the Russians to kill them and make the Russians burn the assets to kill them and just keep doing it, it can make a big difference. Because, they'd have to shoot them before they launched the cruise missile salvo. Open to thoughts.
Open to what?
Open to thoughts on the idea.
Oh, okay. That was like open to pumps. Wait a minute. That
Thoughts
was just
on the idea.
That was just my ears hearing you wrong. That's all, Dan.
Happens all the time.
All right. Let's see. Kansas Killer, talk to me.
Hey, Daryl. Hey, Yehuda, Axel, Colby, CJ, everybody. So grateful for this space, especially the video that Axel just posted. That's something else. Colby, I was wondering do you know what variant AMRAAM is going to be donated by the UK?
Which variant AMRAAM? No. I don't think that was specified in the announcement. I would have to go double check and see if I can figure out exactly which variants they have in inventory. I don't think it makes a huge difference in terms of range. I think NASAMS is kind of capped. Let me look into that further and see if like an ER AMRAAM has significantly better range coming out of the NASAMS or not.
Thanks, Colby. And then next question is to Axel. Free the leopards, free the leopards, free the leopards. Axel, do you, in your heart of hearts, do you see Germany ever really freeing the leopards?
100%.
And do you think? What kind of time frame do you think it will eventually happen in?
My job is to push as hard as I can with thousands of other people to ensure that the political will forms, which is then making this government more receptive, so that if and when finally Joe Biden goes cow tipping with one phone call, that Scholz falls. I can't answer the question with a relevant time frame. It could be any day, because it only depends on force. It only depends on the White House deciding that it's enough, on nothing else.
Thanks, Axel.
So let's push. It has to be fertile ground.
Yeah, kitty. Hey, folks, there's a full panel here. I got folks that are trying to get up and they want to ask questions too. So if you've had your question answered, please, give everybody the courtesy. Y'all know the drill if you've been up here. So give everybody a chance. Let's see, Colin.
Colin, but thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Colin. Yeah, I got you.
All right. Perfect. So I just wanted to clear up a couple things in terms of what people have been talking about with integrated air defense systems. Someone, I'm not sure, I think it was Peter who mentioned that this is a term of art. Specifically speaking, in the defense world, IADS, which is what we actually call them, is a field of study, and it's a very different thing what the actual Secretary of Defense talked about. IADS are a huge component of the entire air picture and how we as warfighters conduct ourselves within the airspace. So for him to use that term, like people were sort of mishearing it and thinking of the term integration like they do in the business world with like synergy or paradigm or something like that, like it was another buzzword. It is very much not. It being part of the IAD system is a huge portion of what we do in terms of like ground-based air defense, but also we from the air study this in terms of Russian IADs or North Korean, Chinese, etc. Adversary near peer and peer IADs. So integrating the Ukrainians into that is a huge step, and I think connecting that with the fact that he has now announced that they'll be sending the AIM-120s. I'm assuming they're going to be talking about the AIM-120 Charlies, because there's almost no way they're going to be sending out the Deltas, and I don't even know if they're in England right now. So probably the AIM-120 Charlies with the NASAMS, which the NASAMS can fire them. Those are Link 16 capable, queuable, as well as the NASAMS itself. It has an AESA radar, actively electronically scanned array, which can feed to and from the larger air picture that we create. So if you can look at these two things in conjunction, what you're now seeing is the bridge being built for, people were asking like, what does that look like on the ground? Well, this is what it looks like on the ground. Putting in systems that are capable of talking to our larger air picture, and then creating that larger air picture. The AESA radar is a huge component of it. Of course, that's only one ground-based system. We do need larger overcover for early warning, stuff like that, which is probably coming. One thing you should note is that the NASAMS have already been announced. They were already announced a long time ago. Today and in the past weeks, they've announced further more advanced. They've used the term more advanced systems. So to my hearing, and I don't have any intel on this, but to my hearing, what we're talking about is PAC 2 and PAC 3, because those are the larger queuing systems that can provide that larger air coverage. NASAMS are good, but because they use an AMRAAM from the ground that has to fight gravity, it doesn't have the full legs that an AMRAAM would have in the air. It can't do the 100-kilometer plus run, so it's going to have to fight gravity to get up there, and it becomes a medium range SAM. A PAC 3 starts to put those legs out and really fill out that air coverage. Whether or not that's in the making, they tend to talk in generalities and work in concrete realities. So that would be something much like you saw him announce that these things will be going out there as quickly as humanly possible. That generally means, in terms of the way that Secretary Austin works, is they've already been doing it. So they don't make announcements until it's already been done. I wouldn't be surprised, if we saw this week or within a week or two, like, oh, look, there's a whole bunch of trained Ukrainian operatives, but they just happen to have NASAMS. So it tends to be a retrospective sort of look when they make these announcements, rather than something that they're going to be doing. So I would suggest that the integration of the Ukrainian air picture has already begun with this integration of NATO systems. It is really difficult, and not necessarily impossible, but really, really difficult to get interoperability with Soviet systems into current NATO applicable ones. It's been done. It's been done in a number of situations, but it's always imperfect and sort of a kludge. So I would look more towards this being a future sort of integration, rather than attempting to put the S-300s into the system. Those are, the ammo is mostly made for those, made in former Soviet countries anyway, and it's going to be tough to find new sources of that outside of Russian-controlled territory anyway. So I would say that in terms of the greater IADS picture, we should stop focusing necessarily on terms of like integration and things like that, and get out of the buzzword concept and really look at that as a military picture, and the fact that this is already going on, and this is already beginning and continuing further, and that they're signaling that it's only going to continue with more advanced systems. Sorry if that was a bit of a ramble, but there was a couple things I just wanted to cover.
All right. Kobe, you want to answer something? You want to say something to
that? Just to confirm that the Royal Air Force does, in fact, operate the Charlie 5 variant of the AMRAAM.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Okay, I want to do something real quick here. It's 2011 here in the States, on the East Coast. It is 0311 in Kiev, 1711 out in Los Angeles, and 011 in London. With that said, if you good folks would look up into the nest, the folks that are just joining us, or if you don't know where the nest is, if you look above all our pretty faces and avatars, look up and scroll it down a little bit, you'll see tweets up above. If you would, the very first one there is a little special video that was done, and I want to get everybody to kind of go to that thing, take a look at it, share it, double share it, and let everybody see what this whole thing is about. And then come on back, talk to us, tell us what you think. And everybody knows while we're here, the reason why we're here is for MriyaReport, to help get those non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian soldiers and other groups that are there to assist them in, such as the medical staff getting tourniquets, first aid kits, getting night vision goggles, trucks, things that they have asked for specifically. And that's the key difference here in what they do, is that they are getting clear requests. And so just know that any donations that you do to the organization, it's going directly to that aid. If you want to earmark it for something, put it on there. But it's a great thing. Take a look at the pictures that they post of the gear going back and forth. I mean, the gear going not back and forth, but to Ukraine. And the fact that they've helped soldiers get medical treatment as well. So It's a good thing. It's a legitimate nonprofit. Nobody's getting a salary. There's no pizza parties. There's no T-shirts because I'd be looking for one, I guess. But there's none of that. So if you would take a look at the video, go to Mirror Aid, check out the website, donate if you can, then come on back to us and let's see what's going to happen tonight. I do want to mention that there was 32 attacks that were repelled earlier this evening. Finland has closed the border. And from what I understand, Belgrade may be having a little fire tonight. Somebody may have been smoking. So that's just the little snippets I have. We're going to turn it back over. Hey, good evening, Michelle. How you doing?
Hey, Daryl, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good here. It's nice to see you. You came in to give me some support and fire here. I might just have
Nice
to.
to see you too.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go ahead and order me some dinner. Sit back for a minute and see what Yehuda has to say. See what CJ's gonna do. And
where's CJ? Speaking of the devil,
yeah, he just kind of zipped out of there, didn't he?
He likes to do that. He pulls the old important ranger doing important officer ranger stuff. And no, I'm not jealous. I could have got my ranger tabs too. Damn it. Probably not. All right, let's go. Lunchtime. The man who is perpetually hungry. Go ahead.
Thanks, Yehuda. I really, I was just gonna say I saw the James Vasquez video and just wanted to say that's excellent work. You know, really, really good. And I'm glad I stayed up. So Axel kind of made me stay up. So I just thought I'd say that and wish you all a good evening. See you.
You too. Lunchtime, bedtime. It's always a time with you. Thanks for staying up, and we appreciate it.
Always.
Thanks for staying up, though. Alrighty. It looks like Gina's up.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to echo what Lunchtime said. I just saw the video. I had tears in my eyes. So great job to you guys. I do some video editing for work, and I know how time and labor intensive those projects can be, even a short video. So clearly that was made with a lot of love and thought. So kudos.
That's just the teaser. There's a longer one. That's just the trailer.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Yeah.
if that's the teaser, then it's just going to get better and better. And I'm looking forward to seeing Jimmy. He's coming to the Philadelphia area, hopefully by the end of the month. So yeah, just fantastic work. So thank you guys. Slava Ukraini.
Rom Slava, actually, I did that video on my cell phone as I was driving on the highway. And I use this new app I have called Doesn't Happen or Doesn't Exist. That's actually our amazing video and audio. I don't even know. I'm so dumb. I have no idea what you even call them. I used to call them computer nerds, and then I realized people didn't like that. But these are great people. Artistes. They're definitely artists. They're great, and God bless them. Again, you know how much they charged us? $0. We're all a free organization. We literally are all. We pay to be a part of this thing because we want to. We want to be the voice or a voice out of many. And if you have funds and you can help out, MriyaReport, Ripley's. We know MriyaReport. We've joined with Ripley's recently because they do great work, and we want to support each other. And you know what? Let us do the talking. And if you have any questions, we'll do our best to try to answer it. But that's the best way to do it. We want to raise awareness. This is, as EU top, foreign affairs diplomat said, technocrat, bureaucrat. We can't lose the war on the communication space. It's so important. It's not as important as those fighting the battle and sacrificing their lives every day for Ukraine. But from where we sit in North America and Europe and Africa and Asia, all over the place, South America, it's the best we can do. So that's all done out of love by everyone involved. And certainly I had nothing to do with it because I don't know anything about that stuff. But definitely the planning and the positioning. The hope is we're gonna keep pushing this kind of work. A big tip. I want to say one person's name, but I don't know the entire team, so I don't want to pretend they know who they are. Well, I'm going to get all their names because they all have like fake names, like Big Steve 342 and Adrian P and all these different names. I just don't know who's what I should say, and I don't want them to get poached. No, I'm just kidding. Wow, thank you to the entire team who did the work. It's beautiful work, and we really appreciate it, and the listeners in the audience really do too. And I will go back to my notes.
Hey, real quick, you saying this is the short, the teaser? What's the long version?
It's a lot longer. I mean, it's like 7 minutes. You know what? Mini docu-series. And when I found how many hours it was that they actually filmed versus how much they produced, I'm like, wow, these guys are amazing. Adrian Ferlane, there was a bunch of people that were there, and I'm really sorry. I have been trying to focus on the Ministry of Veterans Affairs visit. Good news. Thanks to the funds that people raised, our friends from Ukraine are somewhere getting a hotel room and getting ready for their flight to Washington. So I feel really energized and pumped. They're in New York. They're somewhere outside New York City at some hotel, and they're getting ready. They're going to wake up early, get on a flight to Washington, and they're going to be there. And we've got some stuff set up for them, and some people here have also helped with that. They're going to be, hopefully, we're just confirming they're going to speak to the Helsinki Commission, which is super awesome. That's if John's up, John, if 6 months ago when you first were snookered to come on here and you heard us talking, would you think that a bunch of random volunteers from all over the world, from left to right, from Christian to Jewish to Muslim to Buddhist to nothing to in between, to every single type of person in the world are sitting here helping direct, getting you to, or helping you get the scoop in Kyiv, to getting Ministry of Veterans Affairs people to the Helsinki Commission, to, I spoke to a guy who's an Afghan vet who's a big serious player in the union business with millions of union followers, called me today. He wants to help out with the Washington stay. And like just from listening here, John, would you have thunk this was possible?
No, I wouldn't have. And it's really the power of the human soul. And I spend a lot of time thinking about community and identity and tribe. And if you were just to take the host that put in so much time and effort into the space, and the host, the organizer, Maria A. I mean, nobody could have predicted it, and the power it's had to influence and to provide real aid, not just talk to Ukraine's struggle in so many different fronts. It's amazing. I couldn't have done, my own research, but now I've been able to give it back a couple of times, and it's just an amazing. Yeah, I mean, Yehuda should take some time every once in a while, and give yourself credit for what you've done and the tireless hours you have done as well, and from day one to keep this space in the pursuit of helping Ukraine like it has for every day, all day, 365 days a year. And I've learned so much just as a researcher, let alone been able to have real impact in helping Ukraine and then having a chance to give back, right? Because some people, we need this community for ourselves as well, as much so as not feeling helpless in our support of Ukraine. So yeah, absolutely. I could never have imagined. I mean, just never.
It's really incredible. And thank you for that. I appreciate the kind words, and I'll say it to the day I die. A lot of the team says, they might not be military. They go, oh, it's a leadership. And as much as I'd love to think that all the ethos and principles and, principles of an officer, of a soldier, are what help do this, it's not. I actually think there are plenty of other people far more qualified, like yourself, doing different things and commanding larger formations in battle. And it really comes down to, sure, organizational skills on my part, but it's really everyone who's volunteered. I mean, if everyone, you could have all the leadership skills in the world and the dedication, but if you don't have a team, you're doing it by yourself, and you can only go so far. But every single person who has been a part of the team, who is a part of the team, who just keeps giving, when we wanted to do this video, I'll be honest, a few of us, we spoke about it, and the first thing I said is, we don't have money. Like we every dollar we send if they can donate. We asked them to send it to MriyaAid or some organizations that we trust. And they said, no, we've got people that do all those things in the background. They do videos too. And I'm like, okay. And when they said they do videos, I didn't think they mean videos like that. I was like, holy cow, this is like Hollywood production. So we're very lucky. We're blessed. And yeah, just a big thank you to the team. I'll always thank you. Hopefully, there was a time where everyone used to say we're going to meet up one day, and I thought to myself, these people are crazy. We're not going to meet up. We're just going to talk on Twitter here. And now I'm actually looking forward to meeting up. I think it's going to be beautiful because there's such passion and dedication, and from people literally all over the planet. Gotta love it. And that's I guess a positive thing, positive aspect of social media, and not always bad. I mean, when I get off this space and I go into Twitter proper, I get a little sad, but here it's good. Anyways, yeah, I heard about. We did a bit of an update earlier, John. You heard about the Russians, and I think I heard you on. I don't know. When I think of you, I don't know if it's something I've heard you on some major news channel, or are you talking here? So I forget if you were talking about the Russians, spending an enormous amount of money, obviously, on that barrage, and then spending, the next day petered out. How much longer do they have to go? John, do you have any idea how people even know how many precision guided missiles the Russians have? Because we know it's over 50% spent. What do you think the percentage expended on that terror attack on all of Ukraine a couple days ago?
Yeah, I think they were digging deep into their coffers. And there are people in that business. We work in the open space, but there are people behind walls that have really good estimates on every type of missile, and the type of missile matters. And just comparison, whether it's an ISCAM or a cruise missile or an Iranian drone, which is just crap. There are the major difference. So I think they dug deep into their coffers, and that's where, as a strategist, you really got to think like, what was the value of your attack? Could you were trying to send a strategic message. It's just ridiculous in the pursuit of strategic objectives, strategic goals, to terrorize or break the will, knock out energy, things like that. Like, it gives you nothing other than expend a finite resource that Putin has, which are these missiles, and the quality, right? Because I come to the space and we talk everything about, chips, the actual technologies that they need versus what we're seeing fired today or yesterday and versus 6-7 months ago. It's a finite resource. Absolutely. I think he dug into the coffers. Who knows? I'm really inspired, although, like, let's put some meat behind it, and I see Axel there as well. I mean, 140 plus nations voted. I think it means something. Voted that Russia's full of shit about its annexations, which is its entire new stated goal for being in Ukraine and the entire world, the free world, and in crazy amounts of countries and states said, you're bat crazy in accordance with the UN Charter that you're going to seize another country's land by force. No. So I think that was an important moment, as much as realizing that the Russians have dug deeper into their coffer and to do nothing really of value other than galvanize. And I mean, you don't want to thank Russia for it. You just don't interrupt your enemy while he's making a mistake. Don't discount the suffering, of course, the Ukrainians, and this will hurt their energy. As you know, and you remember even when I was there in July, gas and the hit on the gas supply was real daily, but the amount of air defenses that are going to start arriving next week, the week after, the Ukrainians shot down 50%, if not more, of what was launched at them. That's getting ready to be 60%, 75%. And you just took a terror tactic, which is like a big baby, like what he has left. I'm just gonna act. We're getting ready. The world is getting ready to take that away from him. That capability.
Yeah, and we're seeing it. I mean, we're almost seeing, I think what we all dreamed of, especially in the first few months, especially when we saw the Ukrainians fight back so hard, and then it looked bad because the Russians just started destroying everything with artillery, and we all knew that there would be a culmination. We expected, and then the talking heads said there would be, and then there was, and then you see, you see the miracles happen. It's truly a David and Goliath, but it's not really Goliath. Let's be honest. But they do have a big quantity, and I think this is the part where people are starting to tune in, because you always want the good guy to win, and obviously that doesn't always happen. But this is one of those times where, thank God, it really is. And whether it's we've had people come in and say, "Oh, what's the military strategy behind the attack after the Kerch Bridge?" And it's very simple. There's no military strategy. All those weapons could have been fired, even if they weren't effective, at all sorts of Ukrainian military positions in Kherson, west of Bakhmut, towards Izium, Kupiansk. Nothing, not a single one. All that tells you is Russia truly is a terrorist state. Shame on us for not paying attention in Syria, and shame on us for not caring about Grozny as a collective, right? I'm not assigning blame particularly to listeners, but you're doing it in our own backyard, and maybe the future. And I think countries like China are now starting to realize that we can't be hypocrites. We have to look at this murder and genocide wherever it happens in the world by anyone to any other group, and fight for it as equally vociferously and with gusto and courage and determination and resilience. We can't, maybe the world changes today. It's not just about land in Ukraine. It's about this homicidal, genocidal, authoritarian belief that just because I physically can do it, I will, and it has to stop. And hopefully, this is the beginning of the end of tyranny around the world, right? I mean,
Yeah, I think it's a great point. One, I don't know if you saw, it's inside baseball for us military folks, but the United States National Security Strategy came out today, which is a big deal because it cascades things within the U.S. Department of Defense that matter. And Ukraine is up front in first couple sentences, trying to rewrite the international order. I think your point as a soldier is very applicable. Imagine being a Russian soldier anywhere in Ukraine and seeing what Russia just wasted on civilian targets, committing war crimes, of course. But some of these troops need saving. We don't want to see that happen. We want to see all Russian troops back in Russia. But that your country just launched this barrage is almost like a baby flailing, and those tools could have been used to support the military formations that are, unmotivated, untrained, and unsupported. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that's something to look forward to in the future, especially those who, they opine and they make comments about whataboutism.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm as fed up as you is with the whataboutisms,
and frankly, use that argument against them. The same people that support Russia are the same people that support, Cuban dictatorship or Venezuelan silliness, and Iran and North Korea. Like literally North Korea. People are in bed with North Korea now. That's how bizarre this is. And frankly, there are a lot in China. I mean, there's countries all over the world that oppress their people remarkably, just remarkably. And I think that's why, if anything, that's why China has changed their tune quite a bit. Not publicly, maybe, but privately, they certainly have. And they realize that time's up. People are onto the game, and the problem with China is they want to export that, and they want to do the same thing. The Russians wish they could do what the Chinese could do, but the problem today is Ukraine. The problem is in Ukraine, and the problem is Russia. and it's definitely a clarion call if I've ever thought of one. The world is waking up, and yeah, it's good to be a part of it. And I mean, it's actually it makes it, for the audience, it's what makes it worthwhile for all of the moderators. We enjoy doing this because we know we're doing something. We want to be on the right side of history. A lot of people say things like, well, if I was around in Germany in World War II, I would have done this and I would have. Well, you don't have to think about it anymore. You're around today. The only reason why millions of Ukrainians haven't been murdered so far is because they're strong enough not to let it happen, and the West has supported them in that endeavor. The one called surviving, but don't kid yourself. You hear the Russians; they're saying it. You see the Russian videos of commanders talking to their troops, talking about murdering and killing, and gleefully, Russian talking heads on stupid TV shows that look like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something, Who Wants to Be a Ruble Billionaire, and they're all sat around a circle and they're babbling about 1 million, 5 million. We can kill 5 million Ukrainians. We need to bring them to heal. This isn't a joke. These people are serious. They're seriously delusional. They seriously want to do it, and if given the resources, they would. And that's why it's imperative. The Ukrainians are on the offensive. That is not an excuse. We don't slow down. We don't stop. We don't give up. We don't falter. We don't, figure out they're good. Let's move on. We stick it through to the very end. Thank God for the United States, especially. I got to admit, President Biden, whatever you like him, you don't like him. He's sleepy Joe. He's awake Joe. He's superstar. I don't care. All I care is he's sending those checks over. I know those people hate that word, the crazy ones. Oh, you're sending those checks. I don't care what he sends. As long as he can help Ukraine defend itself, he fixes a problem that the whole world would have had to face. And let it be solved today. Let it be solved tomorrow. And I think it's a great thing. John, I know that a few people had some questions. I know Colby is ready to go, and we've got Colin. I have to get a 20-liter container of water from the grocery store. So I will do that, and I will pop on intermittently here so you don't hear me grunting. All right, Daryl, Colby. Yeah.
What?
Gosh, I think everyone's having a
Wait a
sandwich.
minute, you got to go
That's
to
what
the store
happens.
for water?
We talked about this earlier in the day. When I go on my Shakespearean soliloquies, everyone just goes and takes a break, and they get a hot dog. And
That's right.
and then when I'm done and I don't warn them, they're just scrambling back to their phones. They're like, "Oh crap, where's the mute button? Hold on."
You caught me with the mouthful of food, Yehuda.
I knew it. I knew it.
I had to go.
When no one has their mic keyed up and I'm done my rant, it's a little anticlimactic, and we don't even have the Finnish guy Antti here. All right, so I'll pass it off. Gotta grab that water.
See, I told you I had to go order dinner, and you going to the store for water? Really? What's wrong with the tap?
All right, I won't grab the water yet. I will wait for everyone to swallow and have a glass of water themselves. Just chew, 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 drink, drink, drink. John knows what I'm talking about. Listen, and then we're going to do an update. John, as you know, Natalia and the team there. I'm going to go through who's all there. I hope for everyone, I have bios on everybody.
Nice. Do you hear who I connected Natalia with? I don't know if she told you.
Not yet. Who?
So my good, very close friend, his name is DJ Skelton. If you look him up, he's the most wounded U.S. military commander in our history. He actually is has the title of most wounded commander in U.S. military history. Took an RPG through his mouth. He's just severely wounded, but just an amazing person who was a part of Secretary of Defense's working group on wounded warriors and their families from early on. I think he was actually wounded in the first or second Battle of Fallujah. Might have been the second Battle of Fallujah. But he's just been been through, of course, the Veterans Affairs system, but worked for the Secretary of Defense personally on standing up many of our programs. And then he's actually bringing a bunch of key players together to talk to Natalia. So just linking those two up. So a very dear friend of mine with another very dear friend of mine who helped me while I was in Ukraine. I'm extremely happy that they're going to link up and have a conversation that's hopefully helpful to her mission there.
Everybody just went silent on me, just that quick. Really?
Did you hear what I said, Daryl? I know Yehuda's.
Yeah, I know who Yehuda. Oh, I thought you. I'm sorry, John, because I thought you were still talking, and then all of a sudden I heard you stop. And I was like, wait a minute.
No, did you hear what I said about my friend DJ Skelton?
Yes.
Oh, I did. That's incredible.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I heard what you said. I couldn't talk at the moment. It was a little loud where I was.
No,
but where are they meeting him? How is that? What's going on there?
He in DC. He invited.
He lives in
her
Washington.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Invited the whole team over for dinner with a couple of key players. Yeah. And he is like, I couldn't think of anybody else to talk to her about veteran issues, veteran affairs. I mean,
And
he's
he
the
can
man.
segue her into a whole bunch of other people too, right?
Yeah, he's actually bringing some to the dinner, like key players.
No, thank you. I'm sure you were happy to do so, and considering it's not quid pro, but considering that she moved mountains for you in Ukraine, it's so nice.
Absolutely. I mean, if I could
So
be there,
nice.
I would. But my trip would not have happened without you and her. But she gave all those days of her personal time, let alone all the work to coordinate it. I'm so happy to have a chance to give back.
Yeah.
It's not like
she's a busy lady. She's a super
absolutely.
busy lady. She's like, and who is this John man? I said to her, trust me. I go, trust me. For Ukraine, you want to do? She goes, okay.
Yeah, and hopefully, I think I sent her everything that I wrote about the trip, and like you said, it's not quid pro quo, but these are people come to become your family, and you want to help.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you left, I think she called me right away. She goes, "Oh my God, I love him. He is the best ever." And I was like, "Yeah, he learned from me." And I had to tell her, "No, I'm just kidding." I said, "He's great," and it's honestly, this is just an example of people coming together, and we're producing results. For those who are asking, we are producing results. We are getting stuff done. I cannot wait till they go. First of all, I'm hoping when they meet your friend that they are able to get those,
Oh, now just when you
tell us
getting ready to say the important.
Can you explain what the importance of the Helsinki Commission is, John?
Yehuda, hold on. Yehuda, you said something and you bleeped out just as you were saying the important thing.
Or not? Did I cut off?
You did?
Cut off.
Right.
Oh, I was saying, did you want to explain what the Helsinki Commission is, like how important it is for them to testify there?
No, I actually don't. That's outside of my area of expertise. I'm a one-trick pony. I connected her to. I can't speak to it actually.
Okay, no, it's that legislative. It's after the Magnitsky Act. They created that. It's almost like a standing committee, but on human rights and supporting freedom and democracy.
Yeah, you want to talk about some of the people she has with her?
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. Just give me 1 second. You just if you can mark time for me for like 2 minutes, I'm going to open up the file here.
I'm out. I know how to mark time, but I don't know if that's going to help you any. That's a Daryl. Axel, you up this early or this late?
Yeah, it happened. We tried to get this video out, and the team was still working on it, and I just wanted to be here when it actually drops. So I don't know whether you had a chance to see it, but we put this up on the MriyaReport account, and it's the first of a series of video shorts about the interviews which we made with James Vasquez in Kiev. So, and we're starting to do more of those.
I did see it. I mean, it's very high quality. I mean, very impressive. I think everybody who was involved should be proud of that. I mean, that's true, like Netflix documentary level stuff. Absolutely, I watched it, and I'll share with my community, of course.
Yeah, we got lucky.
Please
we
do.
have Well, you know the director.
Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna pop off. Natalia's calling me from the hotel there. Just want to make sure she's okay, and I'll be right back.
The director?
John,
I heard
you know the
Verlaine was
director.
involved.
That's Adrian, our friend from Romania, the documentary filmmaker, and he's absolutely fantastic. And a friend and colleague of his is the cinematographer. She is Ukrainian from Kiev, and she jumped on the opportunity because we had very little time to prepare for it, and so lots of people contributed a lot of their time to it, but it all went down within the space of 36 hours.
I was actually just going to ask you, Axel, how far in advance or when did this collaboration start to happen? Like, I guess it sounds like it was pretty recent.
Yeah, actually, it started Wednesday lunchtime, and we filmed Thursday afternoon.
That's
You mean
amazing.
this was done in less than a week?
It was actually, yeah, the idea I had on Tuesday, and Wednesday we had a chat about it because we're working on a variety of projects like this. So Adrian and Donnie and others and I had a chat, and we said, "Hey, well," and I asked James. So James was up, and our other friend in Kiev, James, did something special for him as well. And our dearly beloved friend and one of the earliest co-moderators here, Verlaine, took it upon herself to meet with James that evening on Wednesday, sorted out the details, and the next day we were filming. So,
bravo.
Yeah, bravo. I actually regret not being able to say hello to Verlaine when I visited, but she was in a different location.
Yeah, she's been exceptionally busy, but we're going to do a few of those videos, and by the way, we have a lot of material from this interview and a lot of interesting things discussed with James, and the whole team, Dom and Tim and I, had a number of questions for him and went through it, and Verlaine and Anna and Adrian did this perfectly. So we're very, very lucky to have such wonderful people in our team here.
Yeah, John, just wanted to say that's what I was viewing while you and Yehuda were talking. That's why I was like kind of quiet there for a minute. So I had a chance to look
You don't
at
have to explain it to me, Daryl. I'm not that guy. That's Yehuda. I understand the work you hosts put in, and I'll never do that.
You feel natural. You got your podcast, so you're not too far from it now.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't be that guy to say, "Hey, where'd the host go?" I mean, I could. I really appreciate all the work you guys do, and watching you, Daryl, go from a active, frequent speaker into that co-host. That's really cool to watch this group develop.
I'm still learning the ropes, but
I tell you, he's really bad at it though. Chuck, don't put Chuck up there again. Like Chuck's, like this elite of the elite of elite, and you put him up in there in a co-host. He's like, I don't know how to push these buttons. It's pretty funny. I love him like a brother, but him learning the process has been hilarious.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a humbling experience. That's the one thing I can say is, becoming a part of this. And, I came in asking questions because there was very little I knew. And I just kept asking questions. And these guys entertained me, my questions, just like, now me doing everybody else's. And it's humbling. It's a humbling thing.
Yeah, I can only imagine, Joe. I was actually thinking about it when I was watching James. How cool would it be to see the demographics of our hosts? You, Michelle, Axel, M, all just to show the power of the Maria Report. Is just to even if it's anonymous names, show the diversity around the world of our hosts that commit that give hours and hours of their time. I would love to see that, just as a representation of this space. We've learned a little bit about each one of you along the way, from Axel to all of you. But I would think that would be really cool. I did one podcast about the space a long time ago, but I think it's a lot of people are kind of, the fellows is great too, but just the diversity of our hosts that keep this space running 24 hours a day for the last 8+ months is it's clearly historic. And you've created a community for the thousands and thousands that come on every day. It would be so cool for me, just as I guess I'm just curious, the diversity of our hosts. Like, here, look at this. It's just amazing.
I'll tell you this: when Axel asked me to come back to the Mirror Report, because there were some issues everybody knows about, we're not going there. He said it's a little bit different, and I got a call from Yehuda, and me and him, we talked, and it was one of the things that he brought up, was that he wanted the space to be more diverse, to get more voices from not just here in the States, but from all over the world. And when you look at everybody that's a part of this thing, we have people from all over, and we're here for one cause, and we all have a mission. And although we may come from different backgrounds, I think what Axel always says, the center must hold, and that's where we find ourselves. We find ourselves in that center, and hopefully that center voice is raised all around the world, so that we all can come together. It's not going to be a kumbaya all the time. We're going to have our moments, but we got to remember, we got to talk, we got to communicate, we got to show the people of the world that there is something that is constant. There is something that can bind us, whether we come from different religions, different political views. We can communicate and come together to make this world a better place. And for Ukraine right now, we bring what they need. We come to them with things that they need in their time of despair, in their time of hope.
Did we lose Daryl?
No, I had a call come in. But I just want everybody to know that the diversity is not by chance. It's something that was designed. It's by design, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. Sorry for my rant.
Yeah, it's 100% amen. I believe in it. I think Ukraine is showing the world what a unified nation looks like. Of course, they don't agree on everything. I think this space is also showing what we are social beings in our biology. This is about being uniters in a good cause, our values, despite all the diversity of this group. This is a battle of good versus evil, but this group talking every day is about communicating to each other, finding bonds, and unified for a purpose, of course. But it's also about, this is representing the global community that, like that's what I learned in the military, right? The military shoves people from all walks of life together, unify them under our service and the mission that we're given. But that's why I think I feel at home when I come in this space. One is I've learned to know so many of you, but also that this is the best of us. This is us coming together even if we're arguing at like a family, and we do let outsiders in. I mean, we're an open dialogue that is in the pursuit of understanding what's going on in Ukraine and understanding how, if we can in any way help. It's powerful. The space is powerful, and that's why I come back every day, even if I'm lurking in the back.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. I think also the diversity is what reflects the audience too. Like we have people from all sorts of all over the world, nationalities, religions, and so on. I think Yehuda was speaking to it earlier, and everyone's here for one common goal. So it's a great thing to see.
Yeah, 100%. I'll actually have to leave and take care of the little ones. I will share the James Vasquez documentary. That's very cool. Actual congratulations. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, John. Much appreciated. And I'll pass on the best wishes to the whole team.
Well, all right, Michelle. I think we can go to some hands here. We got a few there, and we got folks trying to get up too. So, Bloke, we're gonna go to you, and then Prince, and Paul. You came up. You haven't raised your hand yet. And Alan, you guys got something you want to say? Please raise your hand so we can get to you. And if you have, and once you guys have, please drop yourselves down, because we're trying to get people up, and then we're having that little glitch where people
Uh-oh, I lost audio.
We can hear you. Oh, can you hear? I guess you probably can't hear us.
No, I can hear you now, Michelle.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, so it's too bad Colonel Spencer was gone, but Yehuda is here, so I can ask him. Oh, Prince, I think you might have been in front of me. Do you want to go first, actually, before I ask my silly question?
I just want to ask, can you hear my mic? Am I clear?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Good.
great. I just want to make sure I had to come in a few times. Okay, I'll wait.
No, I was just going to point out what John was saying about the diversity of the space, and I think one of the most interesting and possibly one of the most easy to collate and put together would be just a list of what countries co-hosts are in. I mean, because we've got the United States, we've got Egypt, we've got several countries in Europe. What countries are all the co-hosts from? That would be fairly easy and simple, I think, to put together, and it would really shine a light on the diversity of the space. That's all that came to my mind.
Yep, no, we're from all over the world, and then some. I heard Mark Zuckerberg came in, so we also have aliens in here too. No, I'm just kidding. He did make a funny comment once about humans, as if he wasn't a human, and I thought that was funny. All right, I'm just going to go and take a look at. I'm going to give you the bios. Who wants to know who we sponsor to go to the United States of America? I do. Does anyone else want to know? Here we go. And big list here. Okay, all right, here we go. And no, we have a list here. I cannot find it. The big list. All right. Go ahead in the meantime, someone. I can't find it.
Alrighty. Well, actually, this will. Sorry, is that you, Yehuda?
Sure. Say what?
I think that might have been Luke.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, it is Luke. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to raise your hand, Luke. We'll go in order. I had a question for you, Huda, so it can wait. But before you go, Luke, I just wanted to say about there's great diversity in the people here, but the one thing we have in common is values, right? And that's what makes it work so beautifully, and that's why I love it so much, because the values bring us together. Just
Yeah,
it's really important.
Bro, did you want to raise your hand, Luke? Were you looking? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was waiting. Sorry. All right, no worries. There's a little heart button, a heart figure with a plus sign on it. And if you go click on it, on the far right, there's a hand like you're raising it. It's just decorum we can hear. No worries.
All right. Well, he can go. He can go next. I'm done. I have a question for you later, when you've finished fussing with your papers or whatever it is you're doing now.
Sorry,
go
I'm
ahead.
just breathing heavy.
Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to butt in.
No worries. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Luke.
Yeah. How do you guys feel what's going on now? How do you think it can evolve at the minute? Like I'm working in Ukraine at the minute as a EOD technician, and I just don't see any progress in my value of work to anything that the West is bringing in. Do you know what I mean?
Sorry. No, I don't. You're saying you don't think what you're doing is meaningful. Are you in Ukraine? You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been in
And you
Ukraine
feel
for the last 3 months. Yeah.
nice. And
As
where?
a volunteer.
Are you working for like Foreign Legion or the military or?
No, just volunteer.
Just volunteer, just showing up and demining bombs and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Just randomly. Huh.
Well,
And
not
they just let you
randomly.
do that?
Like we've got organisations that we're under, but
Oh, nice. Which ones? We'd love to hear about them.
like
Love them.
runs of the police EOD. We've got the foreign legions that we're under. Like we're just getting sent out on missions that most people don't want to do. As you
So
can
just like
imagine.
the hard missions that no one wants to do, eh?
Yeah. Well, the EOD
Oh.
ones. EOD one.
Okay. So, well, thank you for your service, Luke.
Yeah. But how do you feel like anything's going to progress in like our line of work in the foreseeable future?
I think you would know more than we would if you're, you know what I mean? Why don't you tell us about the work you're doing there? How is it difficult? Is it difficult? What do you do day to day? We'd love to hear.
Well, yeah, everything's difficult day to day, unfortunately. But I just think we're going around in circles. Like we advance to a village, we clear that village, then it might get taken again, then it's booby trapped again, and it's like, where does it stop? Should we just leave that village? Like the occupants are evacuating. Like, what are we going to do with that?
Are you in the village right now, Luke?
Was that?
Are you in a village right now?
No, I'm in a safe area right now.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We don't know, Luke. I guess we just don't know the answer to that, right? So
it's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle.
Vicious cycle. What do you propose we do?
I don't think there's anything. I don't know. We're lost as much as everyone else is.
Okay. So, well, I don't know how to answer your question, Luke. I'm struggling to kind of understand. Are you saying like you're depressed, like you're having a mental health issue, you're unhappy about what you're doing? If that's the case, you should definitely speak to someone in your chain of command and say that you're feeling a little, That's the vibe I'm picking
my
up.
mental health's fine, mate. I'm just asking your perspective of what
You're
think.
asking my perspective in Canada about villages in Ukraine that you say. I don't know many villages that have been retaken by the Russians lately. In fact, not at all. So what villages are you talking about? you realize that Ukraine has won about 10,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian land back. So, in which part of Ukraine did the Russians take? I'm not trying to be combative. I'm confused. Are you talking about like 5 months ago, or are you talking about today or yesterday? Okay, Daryl, Michelle, there. You there? I think
Yeah,
Luke's mic
we're
is
here.
having some
Yeah,
problems. So, yeah,
I'm here.
why don't you cycle him down so I can come back up, Daryl? Just because
Okay.
his mic's not. So cycle him down, he'll come back up. I think he wants to talk to us. All righty. Luke,
All
come
right.
back and let us know.
Bloke, did
Okay.
you want your question now, Yehuda?
I forgot my question was. I got distracted. So, whoops. Okay, let me
Missiles.
think that through. No,
Let's see.
not
You want to talk
missiles.
air
No, not
defense, missiles,
Oh
video?
yeah.
Okay, there we go.
4 days, no Kerch Bridge. 5 days now. Well, heavy rail over Kerch Bridge. I think trucks are queuing for days now, all laden with supplies. What does that mean, Yehuda, in terms of Kherson?
Sorry, can you say that again? What does what mean? That there are no supplies for the Russians?
Yeah, so the bridge, they were claiming they had it fixed the next day, of course,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, no, they did put up a pontoon, but I mean, it's again, you got to remember what are they going to do with these pontoons, right? How reliable?
Oh, wait,
is
you're
a
talking about a different bridge. Different bridge.
Are you talking about the inlets or you talking about the
No,
Kerch?
no,
Did you
no,
say
no.
Kerch?
Well, now that we're on the subject, let's talk about both, right?
Sure.
So on the Kerch Bridge, so they were claiming that they were going to fix it, but it the next day, but it was only light rail. Now they have trucks. It's been 5 days. There's been no heavy rail going through with supplies. Trucks are backed up for days now, apparently, all with supplies.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you can talk about the inlets. But what this means to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that dare I say that the Southern Front is about to collapse, or is that just me getting ahead of myself?
Sorry, we're a buzz in the back channel, trying to figure out what happened to Luke. Wanted to hear his compelling story, and I was curious. I hope he wasn't having a bad day. So look, Kerch. So obviously, come on, look, everything that the Russians say is silly. A lot of damage was done. Is it rated? Can they, safely drive over it? No. Small vehicles, maybe certain weight restriction, but I mean, they're taking their chances. I think that's pretty obvious. As for the rail, who knows what kind of structural damage was done? But more importantly, Ukrainians could hit it again, right? That's pretty obvious. When it comes to Kherson, I still didn't quite understand what you're saying. The Russians are going to have huge. So the Russians are resupplying bit by bit. Sorry about that. If you want to hear that, so you can geolocate what grocery store I'm in. They're able to resupply to an extent through a helicopter, via helicopter, TAC air, but they can't maintain that under contact. So the Ukrainians already destroyed 4 Ka-52s, or whatever they're called, and it's only going to get worse when they're engaging the Russians on the west bank of the Dnipro. The Inhalets River, all the bridges were destroyed. The Russians did put up a pontoon. They're trying to reinforce the 5th Combined Arms Army in the center of Kherson Oblast there, and the remaining 3 motorized rifle brigades that have been severely attrited. 1 was fully destroyed. There were 4 in the north. That's the Naval Infantry Brigade. They're Marines, I guess. So the Russians are really feeling the pinch in Kherson, and you're going to see Ukrainians, I suspect, keep the pressure on them, attrit them more, let them bring up all their bridging equipment, and then destroy it, right? So why not let them feel comfortable? What can they move? Don't worry, let them move some stuff, then do the bridge again. I'll let them bring up another. They're basically just destroying all of Russia's equipment, and the Russians are eager and willing to do it because they have some crazy idea that they need to hold that position. So the more the time goes on, you might think of it as toying with your food. In a way, it is. Now, there are good. I suspect now. It's kind of open source. About 4 divisions worth 40,000. Not American divisions in the north in Kharkiv, and you're seeing Ukrainians really attempt to encircle Svatove. They're really cutting off the Route 66 there. They're coming from the south as well. There's there's a lot of stuff going on in Kharkiv. I don't know. Right now I would call it shaping operations, enabling operations rather, where they're shaping the enemy. And I think in the next couple of weeks we're going to see some more changes in that region. Look towards Svatove, obviously, and Starobilsk. So yeah, that's all I have to add for that. I'm not sure if you have anything that you wanted to ask as a follow-up.
No, it's just that it just seems to me that with this stranglehold on logistics, I mean, it's done. Like they're toast. It's just a question of time, and how many people they that they're willing to kill before it's over. They can't win, and it's this is sort of seeing that bridge was so heavily damaged and it's so critical for the entire southern front made me think that give up already, right? Go home.
Yeah,
but,
they're not going to.
But they
they
don't have
just
it in
want
their
to kill.
DNA. They don't have given up in their DNA. I mean, they do not know how to lose, and they're going to kill so many innocent.
Well, I think the Ukrainians are teaching them, and
they got it in their DNA. They're getting it force fed in their DNA, Daryl. They might live on another planet. Yeah, but you're right in the sense that they're not gonna listen. If they were rational actors, things would be going down differently. But they obviously, the only lesson they're gonna learn is really at the end of a Ukrainian barrel. That's the reality, whether we like it or not, whether it's not nice. The reality is they will keep. You saw them. They don't have much, but what they're doing is attacking civilians. Boom. They had plenty of military targets they could have struck. They chose to hit, playgrounds and universities and pedestrian bridges in Kiev. Tells you all you need to know about where the Russians. They're desperate. They culminated a long time ago. They do not have what it takes. They will fail. It's a matter of when and where. And the strategic loss is already there. We recognize that as clear as day. The Russians cannot maintain what they're doing. This will not last forever, and Ukraine will win. The question is, what are the casualties? Watching the Russians expend all that energy and all those munitions just to lose, just to kill 20 people, not just 20 people, but with what they had tried to do, they managed to kill 20 people when they really wanted to kill, 5,000. That says a lot about what's going on in Ukraine. And all we got to do is we got to keep supporting Ukraine, doing the right thing. Doesn't matter what the Russians are used to doing; they will lose. We just have to give it some time. And logistically, they're in big trouble. They're having less and less, and fewer, and there's nothing they can do about it. They cannot resupply. They cannot get stuff into the country. And who are they going to support? We're going to have those 300,000 Russian middle-aged dad bod dudes with a heavy dose of alcoholism and cirrhosis, wearing green clothes and just being led to the slaughter. How many thousands did they throw in right off the bat without any training? Right now they've slowed it down because there's huge pushback in Russia. It's not going to get better. Russia is trying to talk about peace. Yep. Yeah, they're putting out feelers quietly in the international community.
Oh, are they ever? I mean, did you hear the biggest joke of the day? They asked if they could turn. They asked the Germans if they could turn Nord Stream 2 on again, and even the Germans told them to get stuffed.
Oh yeah, listen. If you want to get a good laugh, go and follow. If you have a strong enough stomach and you don't want to throw up, go and follow the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all the Russian embassies in the big capitals. And they always do these tweets from Lavrov. I mean, it's hilarious because the delusion in this man is something like you've never seen. The delusion is like, we are number one nation. Everyone on our side. We will discuss peace. We want to make a safe world. And it's like, are you listening to yourself? Right? Like, this is like a Netflix comedy special. This account is like a parody account, but it's not. They're desperate. They know they have no game. They know they're on the run. So just keep having at her, and that's what's going on. Baza, let's go to Baza, and do get some hands up here. I don't know if Daryl, if you're eating, you need me to CH for a little bit. I'll do that for you.
No, I'm good. I'm good here now. I just had to go get it. My guy got lost. He couldn't get into the hotel.
All right,
so
that's fair
I had
enough.
to go get it.
So if you had
All right.
CJ there, he'd lead the way, but he's not. So,
Yeah, right.
Get it? The Ranger lead the
Yeah,
way.
I
All
know.
right, Baza.
Hey, Yehuda. The Kherson offensive, when they get to the dam, do they take the counter-offensive over the Dnipro and basically just try and isolate the Russians from the other side of the river?
So we've had this question before. I don't think so. I think there's too much material and space between the Dnipro and where they push down from Zaporizhia. I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see if depending on what happens in Kherson City. So there's 25,000 Russians still hanging around. A good 5,000, captured, wounded, killed. A lot of people died in northern Kherson. You don't see it on the news. You don't need to hear it reported. Just look by how many units are left, right? And if you force them to surrender, or attrit them, or allow them to swim across, make a mad dash, whatever, what kind of condition are those troops on the other side? You're going to see that front collapse. It's like an orange on a toothpick. The orange is in Kherson City. The toothpick is across the Melitopol. That orange falls off. There's not much between the river and Melitopol. In fact, not even that much to Mariupol. So I can't see the Ukrainians not bridging the Dnipro if they had the ability to, not in a permissive environment, but in a safer environment. They could form a bridgehead and reinforce and start getting all sorts of pontoon bridges up and workarounds. And then you're going to see them also come down from the Zaporizhia salient. A lot of these OCT maps show a lot of partisan activity within like 50 kilometer by 100 kilometer belt. That's there to interdict Russian supplies. It's also there to provide ISTAR sensory capability. There are that many there. It means the Russian lines there are also not very strong. So you're going to see the Ukrainians exploit the Russians wherever they can. I don't think they're going to limit themselves to just saying we're just going to stop, because there's some really, and they can go around anyway as well. It depends on the rate determining step here would be depending on the amount of Russians surrendering, where they're going, and their effectiveness. Are they going to be able to regroup down the line across the river? I doubt they will. I really doubt they will, because once Ukrainians really engage the Russian forces in southern Kherson, you're going to see a lot of a lot more downed helicopters, barges. Every bridge is going to get hit, and the Russians just won't have anything, right? So that's going to change it. Right now, for certain, I'm sure, operational reasons, they're not doing that. I think they've been very good at lulling the Russians into a sense of security. They start doing more of the wrong thing, and then they hit them, and it's just a common theme throughout. Hope that answers your question, Basil.
Yeah, Yehuda, this one may have been asked as well, but have we been able to establish how much the supply lines have been affected with what's happened with the Kirsch Bridge?
What? Say again. You're not.
How their supply lines have been affected? Like, has it reduced everything down to a couple of days worth of ammunition that they've got in stock, or?
Well, you know that there's a 3 to 4 day wait period to get onto the bridge and get across, right? I believe it's what, 3 days of food typically, and maybe somewhere near that for ammo. So if they are in heavy firefights, they could be running low a lot sooner. So that bridge is, and also the distance that ammo has to get to, has to go to get to where it needs to be in an area that's also can be hit by the Ukrainians. So there's that supply line is getting longer and longer, along with the days that it's going to take to get there, if it actually gets there. So hopefully, what has happened with that bridge will, like you're looking for that answer you're looking for. We don't know how much they have on hand, but we know how long it's taken them to get resupplied. So that's the key thing.
Yeah, look, it does affect. There obviously, I've gotten some information that there were a ton of rail fuel supplies by rail heading out, like dozen a day, and now that's gone to zero. So that obviously affects the fuel. That obviously affects how things are, operating there. How quickly they can repair, I really doubt. And again, maybe the Ukrainians have it in mind to let them do all the work and hit it again, right? What's wrong with that? And let them spin and then do it again. So I don't think the Kerch Bridge is going to be something that the Russians will ever be able to rely on to resupply at the same strength that they had been doing it. We just have to wait and see for that.
Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Hey, Yehuda, one of the things I've been thinking about with all of this going on and what they have been hitting with their missiles, I'm beginning to question how much they have the ability to see the targets, to see what they need to hit. Like we have the AWACS and all those satellites, everything up in the air, looking down. And I'm beginning to question their ability to actually see the battle space in real time, or even delayed with satellites. I mean, it's just the way that they're targeting. They know certain targets, but they may not know anything else because they can't see it.
Sorry, I'm just buying water, so give me a sec.
All right. While we wait, let's see. Gunther, go for it.
All right. Hey, good evening, everyone. Like I've mentioned before, when when I went through RTC years ago, what we learned about trench warfare was they took us out to a site where engineers had made a really impressive set of trenches, and then that was it. Like we learned how to dig foxholes, but it was mainly about being on the offensive. And I was looking at some video today of some captured POWs, and they were left without really weapons, food, or water for a couple days. But it seems like what sort of broke their spirits is the trench that they were in. It rained and it completely filled up with water, and that was like enough for them. They just said "F it," and they went to Ukrainian lines and surrendered. And I guess my question is, are the I assume that's just because those are sort of hasty positions of where they're at, but is there any reason to expect, like, once the weather turns sour, that a lot of the Russian defensive positions won't just become unlivable hellholes, and that might sort of do it for a lot of them?
I got one observation on that. Where they have been entrenched for some time, their foxholes are not dug in such a manner that is livable. They do not keep them. If you look at the pictures that have come from the front, they do not keep their trenches and bivouacs in such a way that it's livable. Whether they're following any kind of sanitary, for that matter, in building their foxholes and bivouacs. It seems to be non-existent when you look at the pictures. The fact that they are in foxholes in water, it may not be so much the fact that there is water there. They just didn't think about how to get the water out of there when they built their trench system. You have to have drain off. You also, in some cases, you want to build up off the dirt, whether that means getting pallets from all the ammo you've been getting and putting them down on the trench floor so you're not walking in the mud. Because as you walk in the mud, it's not going to get bad for the enemy. It's going to get worse for you as time wears on. Trench foot, and just being in it, that muck, it wears you down. So it's not necessarily that they were in hasty positions. That's how they have been doing them in a lot of cases.
Right, because it seems to me like even if you have some, you know, effective but antiquated ditch digging or trenching equipment, like you still have to like prepare it, like you said, deal with water, and like, you know, it's like it requires a lot of work other than just like a ditch in the ground.
But they don't even have antiquated dishes. They have pretty decent the trenching machines, the BTMs or whatever they're called. They literally have the one thing that we hate doing, which is digging a trench by hand. They bring these little big tractors with looks like a terror Ferris wheel, like little buckets on it, and they digs out the dirt and spits it out with an auger. They're so bad at what they do that even the hardest part of making a trench, they have it done for them for the most part, and they can't even make that right. Like we're talking, it's pretty nuts. The positions that Daryl's referring to is we've seen them in defensive positions that they've held for 5 months, and it looks like they just got there and opened up 50 garbage bags and threw it on the ground. It's very bizarre. It's not, I'm not going to get into the little details about sump pumps and drains. The reality is, it's just not done to any professional standard. It's like if your office. So imagine the people from the office space. They just decided to go paintballing in a forest, and they had to dig a trench. That would be what I see in a Russian position. Literally, random people just dig in, kind of. We call them shell scrapes. Shell scrape is like the first type of thing you can make. You do it real quick, but it's not after 5 months. Number 2 army in the world. You should have. It should be like what you should expect. I don't know if anyone has Facebook here. When you see those Indian guys or the Indonesian or Filipino, and you see them, they got like a wooden spoon, and they're in the jungle, and then they make like a waterfall in a hotel made out of mud, and it's got like palm trees. Have you ever seen that? And you're like, holy cow, that's what you expect. And like it looks like, it makes you think they fake it and they just build it, and then they pretend they're chipping it away with like bamboo sticks. You can't be serious. Literally, professional trench should look like that, minus obviously the waterfall and all the cool things. But all jokes aside, it's actually, it's a skill. You're trained how to do it. There's specifications. You even have stages of development, and that's obviously related to the time you're there. So ideally, you want to make that trench and that defensive position as beneficial and as quality as you can make it. The only thing that limits you is time. They had 5 months. Literally looks like a garbage dump. So we've talked about this time and time again. The Russians just don't have it. They just don't have it. It's not, it's not even trying to be pro-Ukraine and funny. Every position overrun. That's not a trench. That's literally random people digging kind of like linear holes and connecting them together. No thought put into it. I mean, you could cut them some slack and say they were taught that the Ukrainians would never fight them and never come at them, so they didn't prepare. I mean, that could be part of the answer, but no matter what, it's definitely not a standard for soldiering or any type of field craft. But yeah. And I'm back with the water, so I can talk in a little bit. Go ahead, Gunther.
Oh yeah, no, I just asked the question about. I just noticed that some soldiers had they were out in a trench without ammunition, weapons, food, or water. But what did it for them is when it rained and filled the trench with water, they just said F it and they walked to Ukrainian positions and surrendered.
Yeah, I mean, I'll buy that for $1. Why not? It's definitely. I mean, look, you don't know the morale they had over time, right? You don't know how bad it was over time, and then it could have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
Oh, these have been recently mobilized. They were there in country for like 3 days, and then that was it.
Okay, so then it has nothing to do with anything else. They weren't ready for it, and they didn't want to die, and they realized that, there's no training there. They were left there to die, and they'd rather live. Probably a good bet. My recommendation, if you're a Russian mobilized soldier and you're listening to MriyaReport, contact Ukrainians somehow and say, hey, I'm here and I want to surrender. It's probably your only chance to survive this war, this invasion that your leaders in your country have supported. So, Andreas.
Thank you, Yehuda. Well, a quick question. I think we have a few chapters in this war, and we know the flavor. What is the next? I don't want to say flavor. It doesn't sound right. What is the next characteristic you think in winter and perhaps also February and New Year 2023? As we don't know, I mean, perhaps the war is over before, but if the war would prolong as long, do you think there will be something else? Will the characteristic change? I mean, we know the Ukraine is winning, right? The Ukraine, that's German, yeah. Ukraine is winning right now, certainly. What can we expect? What do you think?
Such a broad question. Very distinctive voice. I'm not gonna lie, you sound like the bad guy from Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Can you say we have ways to make you talk?
You know what? You know
Mr.
what?
Jones, have you got that before?
You know what? Germans' credibility are higher. The more ridiculous they speak. Yeah.
Can you just call me Mr. Jones for a second? I want to see
All right, Mr. Chance. Mr. Chance, what's your
Yeah.
opinion?
Yeah, all right. Well, or you call me Indy. No, look, it's such a broad question, Andreas. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
What do I see? I see the Ukrainians maintaining the momentum, and it's so tough because Ukrainians are going to get more, and they're getting more. And I think it'll be, they're going to reach a critical mass of just firepower and capability and destructive capability that I just can't see I mean, I see this almost ending in a different plane, ironically, politically, meaning something has to change in Russia, because when the winter comes and Ukraine is just pounding Russian positions. Russians are going every day. The Russians launch these idiotic terror attacks. That's more. Those are more things they can't use against the Ukrainian military. They're running out. I think it's pretty funny that the nuclear threat. I mean, have you heard? Ever since the Russians might have figured out that every very important former U.S. general of a very high stature has gone on the TVs and gone on shows and said, from this show to real, news media shows, and said, "Oh yeah, if they even try to detonate a bomb, we will sink the Black Sea Fleet, the Baltic Fleet. We'll sink every fleet anyway, just for good measure, and we'll destroy every Russian." Magically, it is so very quiet coming out of the Kremlin.
Mm.
Nuclear what? Nuclear what? Well, I'm sorry. Did you say? Can you say that again, please? Because the West told them, keep it up. Keep it up. We can end it. We can end it real quick. You want to go dumb? We can go and sink anything that you have that floats. And what are you going to do about it? Nothing. Big old nothing. So this is part of what we've been talking about. Don't be afraid. Stand up to the Russians. So what happens when let's just conjecture before first major snow, Ukrainians have all of Kherson, Oblast west of the Dnipro. Let's say they have all of Luhansk and they're situated on Donetsk Luhansk border, facing south. And then winter starts. Then what? Russians are toast. Russians are toast because Ukrainians have the ability. They're going to have more and more ammunition. They're going to be given it over and over again. They're just going to be pounding the Russians day and night all through winter. They can get those 300,000 troops. They're going to have 2-3 months of training. They're going to think they're superstars. They're going to get slaughtered. The Russians are going to try some dumb, stupid move to attack somewhere in Bakhmut or up into Kharkiv or down into Kharkiv or somewhere near Melitopol because the Ukrainians are going to be close to there. And they're going to get decimated. And then there's going to be something that gives. Because at that point, the writing's on the wall. Putin's going to have to explain to the hardliners. One second. He's going to have to explain to the hardliners. He's going to have to explain to the hardliners. And he's going to have to explain to the moderates why, after giving everything he's asked for, he's not just not winning, he's losing territory they'd already won. So I'm hoping there's a palace coup. I still keep a hope out for some ambitious, jerk Russian to take over. That's all I can say, Andreas, because it's too vague.
All right.
Alright.
Thank you very much. Just a sub question. Do you think that in winter there will be something like not a pause, but that fightings will drop in intensity, or will?
The winter will be a slower operational tempo, sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
They won't be dead.
But there will be something like a pause or until January or February, perhaps.
No, they won't pause. The Ukrainians, why would they? Everything's in their favor. They'll keep the pressure on the Russians. You're just not going to see such large advances made.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, they want to. The Ukraine Ukraine wants to push further, and not giving a damn about the season, so to say, because the capabilities perhaps are also just there. One can push, so one will push.
They're on the home front, and they got a reason. They got a reason to keep pushing. The Russians are trying to occupy. They're trying to defend territory that they thought that they would not have to. They're being pushed, and they're being pushed with some speed to it. Now, it may not be as bad it may not be as full-fledged as they are right now, but the gains that they're making right now will determine what they have to fight for later on when the Russians decide they want to stop and entrench, or they're being told to entrench at all costs. like like what's beginning to be shown right now with these trenches that they're building. So yes, it may slow, but the Ukrainians have no reason to stop. Just for that reason. All right, Andres, I'm going to go ahead and go to Alan here, if you don't mind. Good evening, Alan.
Hey, Daryl, how are you doing? I was interested in listening to you wondering out loud if the Russians can see the battlefield. And that made me think about some assumptions about the Russians, that they that they're rational actors. And they aren't. They've proved from the beginning, right from the day of February 24, when they invaded Ukraine, not a rational act. And so when you wonder out loud today, 8 months later, can they see the battlefield? I assume you're thinking about where they're aiming their missiles, where they are moving their troops on the battlefield, where they're falling back and trying to create defensive lines and that kind of thing. And I think that, we all want either our associates or our opponents or our enemies to be rational actors. And Russia is proving it's not a rational actor. They don't care where they aim their missiles. They are fighting a war of terror. They don't care where their missiles land. Their second target is infrastructure. That's just an extension of their war of terror. And they don't care where they fall back to, because they use their troops as cannon fodder. I don't know if I'm putting thoughts in your head or making assumptions that you did not make, but those are the assumptions that you're wondering out loud about. Can the Russians see the battlefield? Made me think of.
Well, what I was meaning by that is, is their technology, it not necessarily just their intent on where they're hitting, but they can hit with the same missiles that they're using. They can hit military targets, and they in the fact that they are having to retreat and do otherwise. If I really had the ability to see my enemy's positions, my enemy's supply lines, etc., I would at least spend some of that force of the those missiles that I'm lobbing over. I would take some of that and hit those, rather than just hitting things that really mean nothing. Hitting Lviv, hitting the different places around the country. Which mean really not a whole lot when you think of them fighting on a front. Those are targets that they, when they had a lot of things to shoot, yeah, they did that. But now that it seems that they are slowing down with these fires, it's almost like they don't see the battlefield. They can't see it, which means that I'm wondering if they have their electronic their electronic surveillance abilities are actually on par with what we think they may have been at one time.
I get it. That's very helpful. Is it also possible that the Ukrainians have succeeded in blinding their eyes in the sky over the battlefield?
That too. That's the other point. That's the counterpoint to what I'm saying. One is their kit up to snuff, and the other is Ukraine's kit doing a damn good job. So that was just the reason for that query.
Okay, thanks very much. And you're doing a damn good job too. Thanks again for this space. I absolutely love it. I depend on it. Don't even listen to the weather report in the morning anymore. I just tune right in here. Thanks again.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate you listening in. Susan, and then Random.
To circle back on
the comment the last speaker had about the Russians firing them into cities and not caring where they go. I would say that Russia cares where they go, and they're trying to hit those civilian assets and people in order to cause terror. So I agree with the folks on the panel that it would be better for Russia to use their weapons against the military in order to try and fight the people who are fighting them. But I don't think that Russia is, I think Russia would be hitting the cities and the civilians, even if they also were hitting the military, because hitting the cities and the civilians is part of their terror plan.
I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying at this critical juncture of their battle plan.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah. I just wanted to counter that hitting the civilians isn't out of they don't care where they go. They also care where they go in the cities, and they put them in the cities and places in order to cause terror.
And to kind of assuage what you're saying, one of the things that we do know is that their maps weren't updated to the city's current streets, the city's current building use, things like that. They were at one point they were hitting what used to be a military office building or whatever, and it was no longer that. The Ukrainians had moved on and turned that building into something else, and so they still may be, I'm not sure, but they still may be even using old maps, for that matter, as far as even when they hit the cities. So again, it gets to the point, are they able to see it? Are they able to see what they're hitting?
Yeah,
and
I agree
that was the whole thought process behind what I said.
Yeah, I remember seeing some postings early in the war where the maps that they were finding were from the 60s.
Yep, exactly.
Daryl, before we go to, sorry, I was just going to say, before we go to random, we have Language Learner coming on in 30 minutes. So I just wanted to let everybody know, and please retweet this Twitter space, because we'd love to have as many people show up as possible when Language gets here.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Yep. Everybody, please do that. And we'll go on to random here. Go ahead, Random.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Read your 5x5.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to touch base on something because we were talking about the whole idea of the slowing down of the winter and the offensives there and everything. And I think and the whole conversation with the Russian conscripts being thrown in to dig the trenches and the trench setup, it's really evocative, the fact that the Russians seem to, on a strategic level, just down all the way to the basic troop level, that they are repeating the same mistakes that they've had in their military history from the early part of the 20th century. I'm assuming everybody has that grand impression how winter always favors Russia, but that's not always the case. And in Putin's case, there's definitely the allegory similarity to Stalin when he invaded Finland, which was in the middle of winter. And that didn't go well either. But given the logistics situation heading into winter, the Ukrainians are going to get a lot more in regards to winter clothing, ammunition, and just basic stuff. So I guess in that regard, I'm curious as to how the next couple of weeks play out with the rail lines outside Savitor. in Donetsk and Luhansk, and also the Zaporizhia region. And I'm wondering, because the Russians keep, like, you see it on the Telegraph channels and everything, that they're worried about the inevitable push towards Melitopol, which obviously they have the partisan forces there already acting. We've seen the maps and everything. So I'm curious, like, do you think there's going to be any major action before or after in Zaporizhia when if the Kherson offensive reaches like Novokakova or anything like that?
You know what? Let me defer that to somebody to a military, a real tactician, rather than my suppositions. All right, just hold your fire on that question.
You got it.
All right. Ashkat.
Yeah, it's Akshat. That's fine. So I had a similar
Okay,
question. I had a similar question to what Random was asking. I mean, I was thinking about the winter warfare and was thinking like, what are some tactical advantages that Ukraine can have operationally apart from winter clothes? We know that they have a good source for winter clothes, so they do have an advantage there. But logistically, what are some advantages like which Ukraine can have over Russia?
Well, if Ukraine keeps interdicting their rail lines on the Russian side, have them not being able to be resupplied is one. The second is the ability for the Ukrainians to fly and hit targets. Now, under low cover with cloud cover, that can be reduced. But the fact that they're able to, as they have been, fly in and also wreak havoc on the Ukraine, on the Russian positions, that's also too going to help. The fact that they keep pushing means that the Russians can't entrench. They can't dig truly fortified positions if they're on the run. So if the Ukrainians can keep them moving, they never have that ability. And then it will get to the point of where they are in true urban warfare. And again, I'm not going to talk about that part, but it's getting them across these large open spaces and keeping them moving is what's going to be important. Once they do hit the cities, you talk about a different battle, a different type of fight. And if we had Major Jason Drew or John Spencer on here, I'll let them speak on that. But I'm not going to go there on that part.
Yeah, also just to follow up on the cloud cover part of it. So do you think that the cloud cover would also impact Ukraine's ability to take down the missiles from Russia? Would that impact that also?
Did we lose Daryl?
Oh no, I was talking to a muted mic.
Sorry, I was thinking it was me. I didn't hear
No,
anything.
I was talking into a muted mic. As far as the air cover, the missiles and things that are being fired into Ukraine, that's all being tracked by the ones that they are able to hit. That some of that's being taken down by radar guided munitions. So being able to see it is not necessarily the thing; is being able to track it. Now the other things that they have been able to hit via line of sight with the man pads, that may be affected because you'll have low ceiling, and if it's coming into a if you got one of the loitering munitions coming in the cloud cover, they may not be able to see it, and that's something that they would not be able to interdict as easily. But the ability for Ukraine to have a overall air picture with the radar systems, that's going to be important for them, and being able to still interdict rockets coming in. It's just the loitering type munitions and things of that nature that may be a lot harder when you start talking inclement weather. What was the last thing? Did that get you? Was that it? Did I cover that?
Yeah.
For you?
Yeah, you covered everything. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but as far as the urban stuff, I stay away from that. Good evening, Lexicon. How you doing? Lexicon. Good evening. I see your heart. Lexicon, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna go back to you, Random. I don't think she can hear me.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like a mic button issue or something. But if they figure it out, I'll step back. But again, going back to the comment on the battle space that you were talking about earlier, and maps from like the 60s. I'm wondering, like, given the command and control situation with the Russian army and everything going, do you think, in addition to just the missiles being done the way they are, that there would be additional issues going in for, like, because we know they're not training the conscripts or anything like that in like command and control functions, and they're just sending them in there mostly as cannon fodder. But do you think that might be an issue on their battlefield maps as well when they send new units in to fill and shore up like old units? Like could we see like units getting lost in short order by accident?
To be honest, I don't know on that part. Because if they've been entrenched, if they've held the battle space for as long as they have, you would think that they would have established routes, in which how to move and how they move within those established routes. It's only where they are been moving quite frequently and pretty quick that I think it would be any issue. But where they have been entrenched, I don't think that's going to be so much of an issue. Only because they would have, hopefully, like we would have markers out there for where they need to go.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's seen the viral video today, because it's like the APC that runs off the road, gets it back on the road, and immediately hits its own landmines. So I don't know if anybody else.
I'm just sorry about my mic, but please keep it up.
Oh, hey, I got you, Lexicon. You good, Random?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right.
I'm shutting it down. I don't know who's shutting it down. I'm sorry. Apologize, you guys. It's not that I can't. It's not that I have trouble with the mic. It's this wand thing that Twitter puts on there. Yehuda's been able to take the wand off from his side. I've been following. I've been looking at the instructions. You try and take that wand off. The wand is superimposed over your mic. So I mean, what I have to do is kind of sneak up on it from the left side, etc. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can let him finish his comment.
We've been waiting on you.
I know
I was just stalling for you, Lexi.
It's every time. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay. I was just it's tangentially related, but one of the things I'm thinking about, because we talk about what are helpful things to do to raise our voice and so on, raise the voice of the good guys. And one of the things I like to do a lot is use good old Julia Davis News, which shows you the kind of vicious whipping up of ghoulish glee that the state propagandists on state TV do. And I've been following what I've been anyway, I find it useful to retweet that stuff. And I've noticed if you can retweet with a quote, if you can quote the tweet and you kind of distill something there, then I find there's a rapid response. So I see like within 20 minutes, 100 likes and 50 retweets. So what I'm suggesting is we look at the kind of vicious crap they're talking about, and we use the opportunity to show people this is what they're doing. Now, the recent stuff has been this with glee the last 2 days. They're saying, wow, this is fantastic. They've, of course, been calling, the Hawks have been calling for attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure, and they've been calling for that, we know, for 2 weeks now. So, analyses I see about what's happening to Putin, he's got no threat from the left. All the liberals have left, have been shut down, they're in jail, whatever. But his attack is from the hardliners. And so they've been baying for blood for weeks, saying, why aren't we doing more? And suddenly you see all this hitting of civilian infrastructure, hitting people, hitting street corners where people are going to on the road, going to work, children, parents, and they're cheering it on, and they're saying we should keep this up, keep it up for 2 or 3 weeks now, and let's see what happens. So I think we need to call that stuff out. I think we need to show what's going on. As people say, it's terrorism, it's state terrorism, and there are state paid, state-backed propagandists who are propagating this in their population. So you got a kind of sick set of opinion leaders who are teaching that kind of sickness to their population. And there's different ways we can call it out. We can do it humorously. We can do it with whatever analogies and so on. But I think it's very valuable. And to me, watching, I think Julia Davis, of course, we all know, does a tremendous service watching Russian TV. So we don't have to. But to me, I've seen the Russian population, or these folks who are distilling what they want them to think, going through these, it's like the 4 stages of grief or something. Somebody else said it's this various stages of war. Anyway, they were triumphalist at the beginning. Then they started being puzzled. They started asking questions. Then they started being rather despondent and mopey. And then you suddenly saw that they'd been given a talking to. Like, enough, you guys. None of this stuff is allowed on state TV. You're supposed to be victorious. And so you get at the same time the demands for hitting the population across the whole country. And Russia starts to do it for 2 days. And these idiots exult. And they teach it to the population. Seems to me we can call that out very successfully. And Solovyov, is that his name, is like the leader in the gang. To me, he's a bit of a weather vane. So he's the one who gets depressed and despondent first of all. He's already today saying, well, if this was rational, why didn't we start this campaign from the beginning? Why weren't we bombing these civilian structures since 24 February? So it's very interesting. You can kind of get an impression of what's going on in the propaganda space in Russia. I think it's useful for us, and I think we can use it. I don't know if people agree with me, but I think it's a good thing to work on. Thanks, people.
Thanks, Lexicon. There's just only one thing about what you're saying as far as their media.
Yeah.
They are speaking to a closed audience, pretty much.
Yeah.
The fact that these ultra nationalists and right wingers are asking for the blood, they want heads.
Yeah.
The thing is, what the military guys may be looking at is it's not doing them any good, because it only galvanizes the Ukrainians even further.
Well, really?
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if you saw it last night. Did you see? Last night, one of the guys, the whole gang was exultant, and then suddenly one guy says, "Yeah, but all that's going to happen is the Ukrainians are going to ask for more help, and all their NATO buddies are going to give it to them. And then the moderator says, "Oh my God, you're a killjoy." He said, "You come in and kill all the joy." He uses a word like joy. "You destroyed the joy we've all been feeling." Well,
Exactly. That's it.
exactly, yes. And I think it's fine. Like, increase the contradictions, promote this stuff, and it helps. It helps. In fact, the fact that this makes these folks despondent and they get fuming and ranting, we might as well let our side know that this is worth promoting. And indeed, Ukraine just gets more support from its allies, and that's all it's going to do. And let the contradiction between, the fracture between the military and these state propagandists, Putin's buddies, and so on. Let that fracture just develop. I think it's just fine. Whatever chaos develops suits Ukraine fine, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to change it except from within.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Who we got? Who's this?
It's random.
Hey, all right, random. Go for
it. So the thing is about, I mean, Julie Davis and her work with Russian Media Monitor is great. And she's doing a service for it, but it's more of a service for us to see, like, outside of the bubble that is Russian propaganda and state media, to see that what they're saying in regards inside that bubble in Russia. So what that is it's not so much as, like, it's good to share, it's good to spread, to show this, but at the same time, part of the reason that's the share it is also knowing that the Russians know that they have both a domestic audience and they know that people are paying attention, and then they'll share the clips and stuff like that. So that's why some are more gung-ho than others, and they do have those hardliners and everything.
That's
but
right.
It's also just to fit a narrative. So sometimes they'll have on that speaker that's like, it's like the best comparison I can put is, like, remember Alan Combs when they had Hannity and Combs on Fox News? It's like having that token person.
Oh yeah,
Man, you're going way back.
Like that token
you're going
person.
way back in time with that now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can be more relevant. But it's like having that person on your network or on your show that goes against the narrative to be like, oh, see, we cover both sides of this in one regard. It's like, oh, this is, or just to bash down the argument or something. So it's like it's both a psychological device to keep people invested and to show, like, oh no, there's more than one voice. It's not just pure propaganda, even though most people can tell by this point, except for a certain generation that's not been raised media literate in that rate.
Well,
and it's not just a Russian thing in that regard, if you expand upon it, because like you see on Julie Davis and all this other stuff, is that they pick up on certain networks and certain people across our side, being in the West or in other places, and they use that to help craft their narrative at home, as well as to foment support or to do disservices in other regards. So
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's true. But the other thing is, their token Ukrainian is long gone. They used to have this token Ukrainian that they bashed away at, and he kind of gave up. They tried a couple of them. So they don't have that around anymore. What I find about Solovyov, why I say he's a bit of a weather vane, this guy is a real thought leader. I mean, the show is his venture. It's his show. And he becomes despondent rapidly. I mean, the guy is thinking a little more than some of these twerps are. And I think that you could tell they follow Twitter and a number of Telegram and so on. They follow some Western Spaces, or somebody there does. So I think it's pretty interesting. And I think we managed to get some feedback, because they get very pissed off at the responses they see from the West. And who's that? That's us. So I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, but the other thing is, you'll notice in some of those recent videos, they talk about self-censorship and all that regards to that. And I think that's more in line with the fact that these Telegram channels, more Russians are turning to Telegram to follow, like, their own pro-war military correspondents like War Gonzo and these bloggers that are on the ground in those areas. and that's why the mood change is when Ukraine won in Kharkiv. It was such a big moment that you couldn't ignore it through the media bubble, and that had to pierce through. So when there's like a moment where you can't avoid it coming into the narrative, and then the narrative has to change. And the other thing is that we need to remember is with guys like Putin, there are people that are in politics in other countries that basically they combine the media influence sphere, like Rupert Murdoch, like Murdoch's just picture Murdoch's media empire, but with a political leader. And you get guys like Silvio Berlusconi in Italy, and you also get guys like Vladimir Putin, because when Putin first came in, he got criticized by a puppet show originally in the beginning, and he didn't like that. And so he took down the whole network and everything, and then made it forced to sell the Russian state TV assets. And since Putin runs everything in Russia, because Putin comes from that line of both knowing to always watch your back from his days in the KGB and being like the Czechist secret police guy, but also that deep line of Russian centralization philosophy, which is everything is to secure the security of Russia via control in Moscow. And so everything goes through Putin in regards, even the narratives. Solivov, he's obviously not happy that he lost his DACA in Italy like other oligarchs, but the thing is, he's probably getting his messages from the higher ups and bringing it down. So and he's like, oh, I'm speaking truth, but it's like, no, I'm talking to Putin like everybody with my coffee.
But I love to see that there's cracks. That's all I'm saying. You can see the cracks.
we love it's a great amount of Schadenfreude, and I know there's some Germans listening, so it's like Schadenfreude is like one of the favorite moments. And so when you see that in propaganda, because it's like you can't ignore this in the narrative, then it's like, okay,
right,
and it's enjoyable, but it needs to be remembered that they domesticate this for a Russian audience. To keep them in that narrative space, which is why you have these guys who are like if I'm from the United States, it's like imagining a bunch of radicalized Vietnam vets being told they're going to invade Canada, and they're like, yeah, and then they get drafted to invade Canada with the M47s and 48s and their gear from Vietnam at age like 60.
Guys, random. Hey,
I'm gonna cut it off there, man, because I know.
I love the convo, but right now I got hands and we got language coming in about 4 minutes. So I'm gonna see if I can cycle through some hands before he gets here.
Go for it. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that.
All right. So I'm gonna go. Phil, you're next. Susan, let's see, what's this down here? The FAR unit unknown, and then Dave. So let's see if we can get you guys cleared up before language gets here. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Daryl. Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you fine.
Okay. I had that conversation went down some rabbit hole. I had a comment to what Random was saying before. What was it about? Battle space. That's right. It might actually be better for when language learner comes in just a few minutes to ask him. But what I was wondering was what happened the last time it was announced that 10,000 Ukrainian troops were trained in the UK and are coming back to the battlefield. Oh yeah, the Kharkiv offensive. And it was just announced today that 10,000 more troops were announced to be coming back to Ukraine after being trained in the UK. And I'm just wondering what that will do to the battlefield, especially now that we're seeing some D1 howitzers that were like pre-World War II are now entering the battlefield. So I think I'm just going to maybe, unless someone wants to answer it, maybe we could, I'll ask it again later. Thanks.
Let's hang fire on that one, all right? Because it's probably going to take a little bit longer to answer than we got time for it in a second, all right? Let's go. Where did they go? I'm missing one. All right, the far unknown. Let's go.
Yeah, hi. I have a little bit of a
different take on the media situation, and I'm thinking about the end of the World War II in Germany when Goebbels came out and started screaming about total war and tried to, doubly radicalize the population. But the only people he could really reach were party members who were trying to save their skins. And the situation with the media in Russia kind of reminds me of that a little bit. And I also think that in watching some of the clips on Julia's channel, that maybe it's a little more a case of tail wagging the dog rather than from below, or rather from than coming down from Putin. I kind of wondered whether or not maybe Putin was reacting to all the bad news and gloominess that he was seeing on the media, and perhaps thinking, if I lose these guys, the whole thing is lost, and I better do something to get them pumped up. Because if you watch that Solovьov, I mean, of 3 or 4 days ago or a week ago, he looked like he was ready to put a pistol in his mouth. And I think that the constant litany of bad news and the news media in Russia finally having the guts to report exactly not exactly, but how bad it was, may have caused Putin to sort of go, well, I got to take another step and go a little further to get these guys off my back because I need some breathing space. So that's my thoughts on that. And I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. I'm going to say one quick thing to that. Remember, they tried to influence both the left and the right, both the doves and the hawks. So what you may be seeing is a play just to get the doves and the hawks on side with them. They see somebody that looks like a dove by some, a more truth teller. And then of course you got the ones that are calling for blood, the ones on the right. So it's don't be so fooled, because they don't let out anything. They don't put anything on TV that they don't control. The newscasters, the people on those shows, they are picked because they can look the part. They can say the words that people outside of Russia need to hear from, quote unquote, a Russian source. So it may be a ploy to pull both sides. That's all I'm going to say. All right, Dave.
Hey, Daryl. Yeah, I had a quick comment regarding the same topic on Julia Davis's channel. I think I'm kind of surprised that our media does not use their media to kind of. I just think it would be amazing if the Americans here or from all over the world saw what they were consuming, because it is shocking. It's wildly racist. It's anti-Semitic. It is just so horrible, and I think that it may kind of disillude people of the notion that, it's Russia. They're maybe just like us, or they
Dave.
Yeah. Yes.
I want you to do one thing.
Yes, sir.
I want you to look at the extreme right of this country right now. I'm not talking I'm not just going to say Republican. I'm talking about the far right in our country. Do you really think that they don't see themselves in that?
They may, but I would think that the vast majority.
They may.
I'm sure that they might love it. But I think the vast majority of people would be so behind and I think most people are behind what's happening and the support. But it is just, it's so out there. And then maybe we could find those people who give it a thumbs up and we can round them up. I don't know.
See, now you're talking about an American type activity.
No, I know. It's
yeah.
You're right. There may be a very small percentage of that kind of identify with that. But I got to tell you, the first time I saw it, I was absolutely blown away. I could not believe that was really,
No.
and that truly is the mainstream media there. That is their channel. That is what they consume, and it is horrifying. It is horrifying.
And let me say this. I don't know whether we're from different time periods, because on what I have been, what I was taught, and what I was groomed when I was in the service, etc., was that what we are seeing from Russia is, although that we consider them a more potent force back then, what we're seeing now on their news is exactly what we thought. So it's just, I think there's a disconnect from the time periods, people that are post Glasnost and those of us from the Cold War era. And I think that where you're surprised, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. Okay, well, thank you so much for everything you do. I'll step in.
All right, appreciate it. Language, good evening.
Chet was just making some food. Yeah, thank you. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are. Don't want to tread on anyone's toes because it sounds like we've got an interesting discussion going on here. And I see Jingu's up here, so I certainly don't want to interrupt him. I do have the map and the text up in the top of the screen here. If you guys would like to follow along, the code for tonight is 0CA5M. To be perfectly honest, kind of a slow day at the front. Not a huge lot of changes, so it'll be a little bit more some nitty gritty, some of the political developments in the country, and then a couple big military events, things getting shot down. But with that, let me turn it over to Jingu and yourselves.
Okay, so just want to respond to some of the conversations about the Russian media and so on, because our team have been studying the disinformation. So here's one thing, okay, because we do not like what we see, does not mean the people running the propaganda haven't done their analysis on their market. Let me make an analogy. Different types of media catering different type of people. Just imagine the Mexican food versus the Indian food. Some people will think Indian food is the best. Some people will think the Chinese food is the best. Some people will think the Mexican food is the best. People who are brought up to think one type of food is the best often do not take the other offerings as well as you hope. So you think, for example, the Mexican food is the best. Let's say the American media, the way we expose things, investigative journalism is the best. In a totalitarian regime like China and Russia, people are brought up, fine-tuned to think otherwise. Some basic assumptions. For example, freedom is not necessarily good. Taking care of yourself, pursuing your own interest is weak, is selfish. One needs to sacrifice for the greatness of his nation. The nation needs to make hard decisions to the point making necessary sacrifices, meaning certain people will have to be sacrificed to the point of dying. That's what the state should do. These are the basic premises of a totalitarian regime. If you go look at, for example, all the Russian education, Chinese education, Third Reich education, how they start to bring up their kids through the primary school, middle school, patriotic education. These are the premises. So therefore, just like, for example, we love what we consume. For me, coming from communist China, it also took me a while to adjust. But now I know this is truly good. In a totalitarian regime, let me assure you, the entity running the propaganda do not assume they're stupid. They're underinformed. No. Actually, they spend a lot of resource studying how to messaging. If you look at, for example, the QAnon, the disinformation in America, far-right MAGA crazy stuff, the Russian intelligence sent their best agents living in the United States for decades to study this kind of thing, to build it up, to distill the message, make it crisp, concise, to target an exact audience. These people are highly intelligent. Unfortunately, it's not used in the right place. So please do not assume people are underinformed. They haven't seen better. Quite the contrary. They have seen everything and they decide to do what they do. Now, how to counter that? The most powerful message is this. All the Russian disinformation domestically, the Chinese imperialistic disinformation focus on one thing. Make Russia great again. Make China great again. Now, how is that manifested? The Russians are crushing the Ukrainians, supposedly. The Chinese are crushing the Uyghurs. If on the battlefield the truth is otherwise, then the whole house of cards start to crumbling down. So the best way to wake up Russian, for lack of better words, is not to say, look, these are atrocious crimes. They probably are conditioned to think that's great. Look, we can actually pummel the Ukrainians. The best message is to see you guys get your ass, for lack of better language, handed to you. You guys are pummeled by Ukrainians. They kick your ass. When we consistently start to deliver this kind of message, it busts their ego. It destroys the foundation. Make them question what's going on. That's the best way to get in. So that's my point.
All right, thank you there, Jingo. How you been, man?
Pretty good. Thank you for asking. Enjoy your hosting. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Language.
All right, appreciate it. All right, Language, you 100% there?
Yeah, I'm about ready to go.
Okay. Folks, when he starts talking about the map and the directions for the map, if you look up in the nest, that's that place above all our pretty pictures up there. It's that little space. There's a tweet where he's going to put that information up there with the map, how to get the map, and if you want to follow along with that map, he'll leave the code up top there. And so instead of trying to tweet me and ask where it is, that's where it is. I'm just trying to get ahead of it. Okay. With that, Language, go for it, man.
All right, thank you. And, thank you guys for having me. So with that, let's begin. As per usual, we'll start in the northwest around Belarus, proceeding clockwise and ending with some general statements. This is the military update for October 12th, 2022, day 231 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting look at Belarus, there are no major changes in Belarus's military posture towards Ukraine, although the risk of suicide drones and missile strikes from Belarusian territory remains. We know that there's a number of suicide drones that have been brought into Belarus that haven't been used yet. However, reportedly several hundred tons of Belarusian ammo and missiles have traveled by rail all the way to Crimea in recent days, indicating that that Russia is continuing to tap Belarusian stockpiles. The Ukrainian border guard stated that with increased defenses and minefields along the Belarusian border, should anyone assault from that direction, they would be repulsed at the border itself. Moving down to Kyiv, central Ukraine, and some of the politics and explosions of the day. A Ukrainian MiG-29 shots down 5 Russian suicide drones in West and South Ukraine today, but suffered unspecified technical difficulties and had to eject near the Ukrainian Air Force major city of Vinnytsia in the southwest after guiding his aircraft down away from the city. The pilot is safe. The incident is being examined. it's very unlikely that this was the result of enemy action. However, these things are still unfortunate, as Ukraine does not have a huge fleet of combat aircraft to replace these. However, it's good that the pilot is okay and that he didn't just bail out over the city itself. Russia did launch a smaller volley of missiles and suicide drones today towards western and southern Ukraine, with no apparent major successes past the front lines, with Ukraine air defenses in the central of Ukraine near Cherkasy, which lies just along the Dnipro River, shooting down an unspecified target. Otherwise, per Zelensky, in a meeting today with the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, among other financial institutions, Ukraine will need some 38 billion US dollars for the state budget in 2023, including social benefits, salaries, pensions, and other necessary government expenditures. Additionally, Ukraine will need approximately 20 billion US dollars for rebuilding critical infrastructure, such as schools, hospitals, housing, and energy plants. The USA will allocate an additional $4.5 billion to Ukraine to support the state budget, as Ukraine needs apparently $5 billion US dollars a month to currently cover its internal financial requirements. A Russian FSB agent who had supplied targets for the massive missile salvos in Kyiv has been identified, and some members of his cell have been detained. The man himself is located physically in Crimea at this time, having left Kyiv some time ago, but was coordinating it from there. Additional Russian spotters to the east, near the Kharkiv region, were also arrested today, who were similarly walking in missiles and looking for locations of Ukrainian HIMARS and other long-range rocket artillery. The Ukrainian Prime Minister, Denis Shmyhal, called on Ukrainian citizens to stock up on warm clothes, candles, and flashlights to get through the winter, as Russia will likely continue attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure and heating. The request to limit electricity usage between 5 and 10 p.m. daily will likely continue through the next several weeks and months, as Ukraine tries to reduce the load by 25% over that time span. The Ukrainian intelligence services rejected claims by the Russian intelligence services that they've been involved in the Crimean Bridge explosion. And on the education front, Ukrainian students in occupied territories who are internally displaced persons or who are either combatants or family members of Ukrainian soldiers will be offered a budget form of education at universities going forward. Think of it, if you're in the US, of if you're going to a state school in state versus out of state. And Ukrainian teachers were told today, in sort of an ongoing little schism there, to report any attempts to get them to return to teaching physically in areas without adequate air defense shelters, as there has been some increasing pressure from certain educational establishments to forcibly end remote learning and threatening teachers' jobs if they don't come back. This became a bit of a brouhaha, and now a bunch of people are justifiably pretty upset about this. Moving to the east, to the Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv regions of northeastern Ukraine. Russia did fire into the Sumy region today, destroying 3 electrical stations over the past 3 days, which means it is currently impossible to plan or schedule blackouts for load balancing purposes. Otherwise, shelling continued to the north of Kharkiv city along the border, but we did not see a tremendous amount of missile strikes into the city, which is good for a change. Moving further east towards the Kupiansk region, Ukrainian troops appear to have pushed further from northeast of Kupiansk or to the southeast of their positions further upriver near Tavozanka to the town of Vilshana, which lies just along the highway between the two towns. While we're still not clear if Ukrainian forces are managing to push out of their crossing on the river into the Russian-controlled town of Tavozanka, the fact that now they are moving up and down the highway, apparently a bit more, or at least attacking there, likely does not spell good things for Russian forces that have been just sitting on their haunches and shelling them for the last several weeks. Otherwise, Ukrainian troops continue to push to the east from their positions along the east bank of the Oskil River and continue to exert fire control over the Russian strongpoints along the PO7 highway, which runs from Kupiansk down to Svatove. However, at this point, there's no indication that Ukrainian forces have attempted to breach the Russian lines in force here. Regarding some of the pictures and video coming out yesterday of Russia building large defensive lines, these seem to be mostly static, with either large trench systems or large concrete pyramids designed to try and stop a tank offensive or other rapid moving vehicle offensive. However, talk with a few folks there. While it's certainly an impediment, it is very far from being the be-all, end-all to stop some of these Ukrainian assaults, not the least because these assaults often happen at night, and Russia is apparently not exerting full reconnaissance over all the areas they're leaving these defenses, and walls by themselves do not make good defenders. More information has come out regarding a Russian essentially machine gunning at close range of a number of civilian vehicles to the southeast of Kupiansk several days ago, as well as a few more people who were found today who had crawled into the forest before expiring from Russian gunshot wounds at close range. This is notable in contrast to a number of Russian war crimes in that this happened in very close proximity. While obviously shelling into civilian areas is terrible, you can't even make the excuse of, oh, our rounds went off target when you're shooting people at, touching range for the crime of driving out of a war zone. Moving to Liman and Crimea in the southeast, Russian forces continue to shell along the Zarabets River, where Ukrainian troops have broadly continued to move north, although we haven't seen indicators of this grand Russian counteroffensive, much as some Russian propagandists would like to claim so. Ukrainian forces likewise returned the favor, shelling along the highway from Svatove to Crimea and into Crimea itself, although currently we have not seen good evidence to suggest the Ukrainian forces are mounting a sustained assault into Crimea city proper. Reportedly, per the Ukrainian government and a few other public statements, the goal is not to take all of these cities at the same time. One or multiple may be designed to try and pin Russian forces in areas where they can then not reinforce other locations that are a little more strategically and immediately important. Moving down to the Seversk region towards Lysychansk, shelling continues across the front lines as Ukrainian forces very heavily shelled into Russian positions down the highway midway between Seversk and Lysychansk in the town and industrial area of Verkhokamyanka. Otherwise, the situation remains broadly the same. Moving further down to Bakhmut and the area around it, Ukrainian troops continue to hold the suburbs to the northeast of the city in Soledar and Bakhmutsky, following Ukrainian and Russian competing artillery duels, as well as maintaining control over their industrial defenses to the east of the city that the Russians keep trying to run their heads into. Russian forces do not appear to have made significant progress in the last 24 hours from the southeastern front, although they have continued to shell into south and southeastern Bakhmut city. At this point, there's one, technically two, but really just one suburb south of Bakhmut city before you hit it, and up the highway. Russian forces have not been demonstrably able to get through there, although everything along this highway looks like the surface of the moon from craters. It's been very heavy shelling for quite some time now. To the southeast of the city, there's a large number of fields, about 4 or 5 kilometers, before Russian forces can actually get into the relative safety, and I use that term loosely, of an actual urban environment. So at this point, while we continue to see shelling, it does not appear that Russian forces are physically in the city of Bakhmut at this time. Otherwise, broadly moving to the southeast, as we talk about the Donetsk region and Mariupol, there's been no significant change while heavy shelling continues outside of Donetsk and Mariupol continues to be in rough circumstances going into the winter. There's no significant news of note today. Moving to Zaporizhzhia in the southern region. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency today stated that external power had been restored to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in the Enerhodar after an electrical substation had been damaged, which indicates just how precarious the situation is, given that there is only one external power line running to the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, albeit the plant is in cold shutdown mode. Unfortunately, the deputy director of the nuclear power plant remains missing after being kidnapped by Russian forces. This same thing happened to the general director, who was thankfully released unharmed and basically told, get out of Russian territory. Hopefully, we see this man who has been kidnapped now returned sooner rather than later. A lot of activity to the southeast of Zaporizhzhia city today. Reportedly, 4 Russian helicopters, alleged to be their most modern Ka-52 gunship, the one with 2 blades on top of each other, were shot down in the span of a mere 18 minutes by unspecified means along the southern front near Mali Sherbaki. there had been extensive use of these Russian craft for airstrikes over the past several days, and it appears that Ukraine managed to figure out where they were coming from and set up some air defenses along the route, attacking them all at once. One crashed in Ukrainian territory, 3 crashed in Russian territory, and another pair were allegedly fired on with unknown result. At about $20 million a pop when equipped, this cost the Russians some $5.7 million per minute. So rather expensive endeavor. However, it does appear that Russian forces are focusing on this area, not only with the increased use of airstrikes, but also with incredibly heavy shelling near the town of Orikhiv to the southeast of Zaporizhia. We've seen Ukrainian forces conduct heavy shelling towards Russian positions further to the south towards the town of Tokmak, and Russian forces seem to have returned the favor today, unfortunately killing and wounding a number of civilians. Moving to the west towards Kherson. And if you're following along on the map, the red dots are reported Russian artillery strikes, the blue dots are reported Ukrainian artillery strikes. There's minimal apparent change on the ground in Kherson region today, while Russian and Ukrainian forces continue to shell each other heavily across the front, and Russia has apparently damaged, or either through inaction or through intent, a number of the recently liberated town in the northeast's infrastructure, to the point where you have things like electricity, gas, water not working in towns that the Russians were nominally occupying for weeks, if not months, and this is taking up a little bit of the Ukrainian focus in the region. Otherwise, while we haven't seen a demonstrated assault towards the Russian front lines to the northeast, we have seen increased shelling of the Russian pontoon bridges, as well as other bridging operations, including missile strikes not only on the Kakhovka Dam Bridge, but also all the way closer to Kherson, artillery strikes near the 2 pontoons that were visualized by satellites as being up yesterday near Dorivka. These are probably in pieces floating down the river at this point following these strikes. However, that again means that Russian forces have exceedingly limited opportunities in how to move things east and west out of Kherson city to the rest of the front, considering they can no longer just happily drive across the Dnipro River. Russia is apparently using civilians to try and fix these bridges as a way to shield them from Ukrainian attacks. However, at some point, even the mechanics have to go home, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian, and that's about the time when Ukraine drops missiles on them. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, there's about 2 Russian warships with approximately 16 missiles available for use. While there are currently no plans for power plant shutdowns in Odessa, there is currently high demand for batteries, inverters, and portable gas stoves on the news that there will likely continue to be power issues going through the winter. And in very interesting news, per the Ukrainian government and some partisans there talking about it, Iranian military instructors are physically present in Kherson and Crimea to train and monitor the launch of the Shahed 136 suicide drones provided to Russia. 2 of the locations known are reportedly in Zalizny Port, which is located in southwest Kherson and technically within HIMARS range of the front lines, as well as the northeastern Crimean town of Zankoy, which is northeast of the Sevastopol region, and itself has actually had a couple explosions, with the most recent being just a couple days ago. The causes of those are unknown, but it is interesting that we're now getting official statements from the Ukrainian government that Iranian military forces are at least partially engaged in active combat operations against Ukrainian troops. I'm sure this will have some international diplomatic consequences. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 270 soldiers for a total of 63,380, 19 armored vehicles, 1 tank, 13 artillery guns, 2 of which were rocket artillery, 11 cars and trucks, 1 air defense system, and 15 UAVs. The United Nations held a vote today overwhelmingly condemning Russia for its annexation attempts in Ukraine, with only 5 countries voting against it and 35 abstaining. Russia, Syria, Belarus, North Korea, and Nicaragua were the only ones who voted against it. The Ramstein 6 conference happened today, where there's a collection of a number of Western allies providing aid and other sort of material to Ukraine. The U.S. stated they are ready to create a multi-layered air defense system in Ukraine, which, while not capable of controlling the entire airspace, would allow for protection of priority targets such as cities. Strengthening the air defenses of Ukraine was one of the main topics of the meeting today. A number of European allies committed to long-range anti-air missiles, artillery systems, and rocket artillery. Canada committed to an additional $47 million in military aid, including cold weather gear, and South Korea will be providing some $100 million in varied support. The Czech Republic has closed entry to Russian tourists starting in 2 weeks on October 25th. The European Union stated they will not recognize Russian passports issued in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Per a NATO senior official, a Russian nuclear strike would, quote, almost certainly provoke a physical response from many allies and NATO itself, unquote, although, again, a number of foreign representatives have said that at this point they do not see any indications that Russia is preparing for such a move. Per the UK's intel agencies, Russia has launched some 86 suicide drones thus far, with about 60% of them being intercepted, and that they are not quite the silver bullet for deep strikes that Russia hoped they would be. However, because these do stay in the air for a longer period and can change their target as they're moving, apparently, it does mean that a number of the air alarms in Ukraine are lasting a bit longer than people are perhaps used to. So people still should be adhering to them. And Russia is apparently having issues with equipping rifles for newly mobilized forces, as some 500 soldiers were both given Soviet Air Steel helmets and the AK-12, which was a modern iteration of the AK rifle for the Russian military that had very considerable real-world issues when they tried to deploy it in 2014. There's additional reports of mobilized men having heart attacks and dying in training centers, and at least one military parade where the armored vehicle that was making the big showing there actually ran over one of the soldiers standing at attention. With that, should be about done. Thank you guys so much for listening. I'll stick around for a few questions.
Thanks so much, Language. We do have a few questions already, but before that, I just want to let everyone know that there are a few spots available to come up and speak and ask a language learner any questions that you may have. So feel free to click on the bottom left-hand corner on the microphone button, and then we do have an order for some of you new listeners and speakers. There is a heart emoji or icon in the middle of the screen, so press on that, and on the right-hand side, there will be a hand icon. So we'll start with Phil.
Thanks, Michelle, and thanks, Language, for another awesome update. I had a question earlier, and I figured you were coming on in a few minutes, so I delayed it. And my question was, the last time that it was announced that 10,000 Ukrainian troops were actually posted a picture. I think D40 is the name of it, and I think Andrew Perpetua he posted a comment on that as well. So there are some pictures that I've seen rolling out. So that answers my question perfectly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Hey, thanks. Hey, Language. So I find myself thinking about Bakhmut a lot more in recent days and weeks. And there's like a video today, a news story of kind of some frontline footage and what it's like in the terrain there. What do you foresee the end game is in Bakhmut? It feels like it's like Severodonetsk was in June and May. Like it's a political decision on Putin to win there. And what concerns me most is, despite Ukrainian efforts to push back in, with HIMARS and rapid reaction brigades, things like that down in Bakhmut, we aren't seeing shortages of ammo. We're seeing increases in ammo expenditure there in recent days and weeks. So I guess the question is, Language, does Bach, is this going to be drawn into like a urban combat situation? And I see Major Giroux down in the audience. It'd be great to get his take on this too. And are there any examples of where, can this just stay as a stalemate? And and honestly, this is defense, right? This is an urban defense of Bakhmut by Ukraine. So kind of a stagnation here and a stalemate. Is that a successful win for Ukraine? I'm not really sure how to view it. And then lastly, if Bakhmut fell, what's that ultimately mean? I don't understand the strategic significance of Bakhmut, so maybe you could frame that up a little bit.
So I'm going to make a bold prediction, lean out over my skis here. Bakhmut's probably not going to fall. There is substantial urban defenses here. This is not the Russian military on the right side of the river for themselves, shelling Severodonetsk into the ground for 3 months before going in, as the Ukrainians have to find interesting ways across the river. This is a place that is very heavily defended, with all of the lessons learned from these urban combats, really seen over the last 8 years, and especially over the last 8 months. So I'm just going to kind of come out and try and say that now. We haven't necessarily seen heavy urban fighting in Bakhmut. What we have seen is to the east of the city, where Ukrainian forces are entrenched in some pretty heavy industrial buildings. The Russian forces have been demonstrably unable to progress for several weeks, if not months, despite heavy shelling. To the south, where we are seeing Russian gains, it is in these small villages along the highway coming up from the south and in the hills around. Frankly, after they leveled a couple of the Ukrainian strong points to the ground with artillery over the course of 2 months, and the Ukrainians had to either choose to sit around in a leveled city or pull back, then that shrunk the front lines here, and Russians took advantage of that. But we have not yet seen them enter into the urban center. And I suspect that because this is a political drawing, like, even the Russians have to recognize this doesn't usually work out well for them when they've tried it in other areas. Their original goal was to capture the highway to the north, capture the highway to the south, take the highway to the east, and then hit Bakhmut from all 3 directions at the same time. Currently, at best, they can run headlong into the same machine guns they've been running headlong into for several months in the east, and perhaps they can push in from the south, although there are considerable defenses there. I'd like to remind some of the listeners back to an earlier battle, this war near Rubizhne, to the northwest of Severodonetsk and even around Severodonetsk itself. Ukraine does not always necessarily choose to fight at the outside leading edge of the city, looking out at the fields. They may pull back a couple blocks, because then those blocks are their playground to do with as they will, to the detriment of Russian forces. So it's a concerning situation. It's an unfortunate situation that Russia is continuing to attempt attacks here to the detriment of their own forces, and a lot of conscripts and prisoners who are being killed in this senseless attack, as well as also devastating Bakhmut itself. But the likelihood of Russia being able to make some grand breakthrough, and now given that the whole Izium section is no longer Russian controlled, the implications of Russia even being able to take Bakhmut, Ukraine pulls out tomorrow, are rather meager. It would open up a different lines of attack, to be sure, but the whole grand encirclement of Sloviansk and Kramatorsk is no longer in the cards. Does that kind of answer your question?
It totally does, language. And just looking at the map real quick, Popasna is just due east, right? And I'm just curious, any updates in what's going on? What's going on in Popasna? That was a big loss in May or whenever it was for us. So just curious is there any action there? Any strikes going on back in Popasna?
Not as many that I've seen in the last couple days and weeks, although Russian bases in the area have been hit a number of times. They are using it broadly as a supply and logistics hub. Wagner Group, actually, and a number of other units have their bases quite a bit closer to Bakhmut, unsafely close, if you ask me. We're talking about within 10 miles, so very much within artillery range. And their whole security through obscurity way of, if the Ukrainians don't know where we are, then they can't hit us, has failed a number of times. So right now, while Popasna is important and there's some partisan activity there waiting in the wings, the towns immediately to the east of Bakhmut, specifically Pokrovsk, which is to the northeast, that's a major Russian hub. Kleinov to the southeast is also a major Russian hub. Those get shelled every day. In fact, towards Soledar, if we're going to dive into the weeds on it real quick, while you may see things about Russian attacks towards Soledar or specifically towards Bakhmutsky, which is the suburb immediately south of it, the area we're looking at on the map, it is a large river that runs right, or large length of river, I should say, across open fields that Ukrainian artillery has had dialed in for months now. And when they talk about attacks on Bakhmutsky, broadly speaking, the Russians try and cross these fields, they get artillery to hell, they pull back. So we are seeing that it's somehow this, worst of both worlds, where the Russians are far too close to the front line, and yet they're also not able to bring the requisite supplies to bear to actually break through these Ukrainian defenses. So they lose coming and going.
Dr. Paul, if I can add, if you hadn't listened to the Spotify from Thomas Tyner, he actually went into like the strategy of Bakhmut and a few other areas like it, with the goal of what the Ukrainians are trying to do, which is basically grind down as many Russian soldiers as possible. Whereas in other areas like northeast of Kherson, or northwest of Kherson, northeast of Kherson and Kharkiv, the goal was to get as much territory as possible. So it's like two simultaneous strategies: one of getting rid of as many Russian soldiers as possible, and one of getting as much territory as possible in different areas. And he went over Bakhmut pretty well, and I just thought it was a great perspective to hear his strategy. Sorry for interrupting, and we can go back to his. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. So before we go to Martin, I just wanted to welcome Anda up to the co-hosting spot. So welcome, Anda. It's going to be ladies' night for the next 2 hours. So we're going to have some fun, and we'll go to Martin next. So Martin.
Good evening, everyone from around the world. Martin in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Slava Ukraini. Language, thank you, as always, for that superb roundup. It's really, really an important part of the day for me, as it is for, I suppose, everyone else listening. So thank you again, sir. So you mentioned that there were Iranians in Kherson working with the Russian illegal genocidists. They're launching drones. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, so Eric, thank you for your kind words. There's a lot of great resources on Twitter. I probably shouldn't be your only one. But there were allegations several weeks ago, they all blend together, of a Russian launching site for these Shahed 136s, suicide drones, being shelled while Iranian trainers were present. I think the report said it was like about 40 of them. And there was some dubiousness about that. Going, no way. Except now we have the Ukrainian National Resistance Center, which oversees a lot of liaising between the Ukrainian government and partisan operations, calling out exactly where they are, or at least two of them. Now, reading through it in Ukraine, they're not saying that the Iranians are themselves launching these and driving them into targets. What they are saying is that they are training Russian troops, and they are observing and following along for the duration of the strike missions, for what aim, possibly for training, possibly so they have more data on their own weapons being deployed and likelihood being deployed elsewhere around the world. The two areas that we have seen so far, or that were explicitly delineated, one is in southwest Kherson. It is near the town, if I can pull it up here, I'm sorry. It's the port, actually, of, I just had it, I'm sorry. Zoloty port? I'm just, I just, Zalizny port, that's the one. Zalizny port, southwest Kherson, actually relatively close to the Dnipro River and the opening thereof. Technically, very much within range of Ukrainian HIMARS if they were driving right up to the front line and doing dangerous stuff. This is on the south across the Dnipro River, but it's still a lot closer than I would expect any foreign nationals to be that are actively involved. The other one, actually down in Crimea itself, is near the town of Zankoy, Dzhankoi. This has been a large military hub for Russian forces for some time. It's experienced a number of explosions, of which the causes are still unclear. However, there's speculation now because there was a third location, and perhaps I'm crossing wires here, of one close to Kherson, where Iranians were launched or assisting in the launching of drones and was also likewise hit. So that kind of, I mean, I thought that was kind of a big deal that, you know, we actually have the Ukrainian government in some capacity coming out saying, hey, Iran is all but involved physically, actively, and militarily against us now, which is a big deal on the world stage.
So I'll be brief. I have a question related to that. So would that then make them legitimate targets for partisan forces within those temporarily occupied regions?
I would imagine the partisans are not going to set up an IED or, you know, other actions and then go, whoa, 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 that guy is speaking a little bit of Farsi over here. Let's call it all off. Just historically, it's not the first thing on their minds. But so as far as partisan activities, I don't think that's going to change anything. Frankly, as far as military activities, I don't think it's going to change much inside the borders of Ukraine, because what's Iran going to do? Say, oh, a bunch of our Revolutionary Guard guys were killed by these Iranian terrorists. They just happened to be sitting outside of Kherson City, you know, taking vacation. It's not a good look for them. Iran has provided its military service members in a number of conflicts around the world in recent years, and generally it does not throw a huge fuss when they get killed in action. So I wouldn't expect that to change here. I wouldn't necessarily expect anything to happen between Ukraine and Iran outside of Ukraine, though, especially given, I want to say at this point, Ukraine has severed diplomatic relations with Iran or heavily restricted them following the delivery of these suicide drones.
Thank you, sir. And just one final point. I noticed about an hour ago, somebody posted an article from Politico on Twitter, and it said that NATO is developing a 10-year plan to rebuild the Ukrainian defense industry, with the first meeting between the alliance and Ukraine slated for next week. And that was in Politico today. And as I said, somebody had just posted the article on Twitter, and I just came across it while perusing through the different Twitter feeds. So I just wanted to mention that. And thank you again. And one more time, this is the MriyaReport is an indispensable source of first-rate information about the war the Russian aggressors are waging against Ukraine. So everyone, keep up the good work, and thank you. And I'll drop down to listener.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to send me that article, because I hadn't seen it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thanks so much, Martin. Are your Jets playing tonight?
I was just going to say, Michelle, great job you're doing as always. Jets' first game is on Friday. I think they play the Rangers, who beat Tampa Bay yesterday 3-1. So, and there's a number of former Jets who are playing, a couple of former who are playing for the Rangers. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, they're playing here at the Bell MTS Center.
Nice. I have the Canucks game on in the background. They're beating the Oilers right now.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, 2-0.
Oh, no kidding. Well, hey, that's good news too. Great. Okay.
It is. Thanks.
Go Canucks, go Jets.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure.
Keep up the good work.
We do have a few spots available, so feel free to come up and ask Language a question. As usual, he did an amazing job with his update tonight. And we do have a few people coming up. So Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you. Language, I have a question in regards to logistics. I've always heard 70% casualties is combat ineffective. At what point does supplies being choked off from a unit make them combat ineffective? And are we approaching that in certain sections of the front, in your opinion?
So good question. I think it might actually be a little bit backwards. 30% losses is generally combat ineffective. 70% nobody's really sticking around. It's difficult, and I'm sure there's a quantified number on how many pieces of equipment you have to lose before you can't do things. But think about it this way, right? If I took away 20% of your car, maybe you could drive it, but you probably shouldn't. So everything starts to have additive effects down the line. And losing these things, even in a small portion, for a long period of time, exacerbates existing issues. And it's not so much like, oh, well, if you cut everything off, you can't get across the bridge. Well, things get bad very quickly. But if all of a sudden, as is the case in Northwest Kherson, you're getting one ration pack to feed 4 guys, well, that's not really great either. Yes, technically you're living, you're doing just fine, having a little vacation there, but now you're hungry, you're cold, you're running out of ammo, you're running out of water, and they're still expecting you to fight. It's going to have a compounding effect the longer these things go on, which is part of the reason why we've seen a lot of Russian retreats in advance of Ukrainian assaults rather than sticking around and fighting. There's also a variety of other reasons that they're retreating, but their morale just continues to reach new lows, never before seen every day, because they lack the adequate supplies to give them, well, I don't want to say faith, but to give them the inclination that sticking around and fighting is going to be worthwhile. Because if you can barely get enough ammo and supplies and scopes for your rifles or shells for your artillery guns, and meanwhile the Ukrainians are pounding you into dust, when you hear a rumor that there's 100 Ukrainian tanks pushing towards you, whether that rumor is true or not, you're probably not going to stick around to find out.
Thank you. And what you say this has parallels, because I think we all think of World War II, to the end of Barbarossa when the winter was setting in and the Germans were overstretched and having logistical issues. Would that be a similar setup to what we're seeing with the Russians overstretched in their supplies and not ready for winter fully?
I'm going to kind of break the mold here. I'm not exactly a World War II historian, besides stuff I learned in high school and college, so I don't really have the subject matter knowledge to speak to that. I'm sure somebody else does, though.
I will pin that. We actually have in the space a couple of historians on the Second World War, experts on the battles, and we can go back to the Barbarossa operation later, if it's that all right. And Colby has his hand up.
I came to field that one. So comparisons to Barbarossa, really we're talking about Typhoon specifically, which is the final German drive on Moscow, and whether we can draw parallels between that and the current Russian situation. I would say that the Germans were kind of actually in a worse situation just in terms of distance from railheads. I mean, temporarily the Russian situation is really bad because Kerch Bridge is still not operational. So the troops that are in Kherson are like quite far from the nearest functioning railhead. But overall, Russian forces are not operating that far away, at least not now. Before it was way worse when they, were still advancing on Kyiv. Their front line was massive, and they were just massively overextended all around. Russians have shortened their line significantly by withdrawing in the north, and now that they've even been pushed further back in the Donbass after the Ukrainian counteroffensive. So their overall position is less precarious, I would say, just in terms of how far away they are from logistics hubs and the length of their front line and how overexposed their units are. The Russian problem is bad still, though, just because logistics in the Russian army are way less functional than that in the German army, and the German army's logistics were not great either, but they were a professional military, not in the sense of their conduct. Obviously, they behave themselves in in similar ways, at least in brutality, the Russians. But they were a professional military fighting force that actually knew how to fight. They were like the most lethal fighting force that was ever assembled, really, in human history. And the Russian army is the opposite of that. So the problems they're having right now stem from their just total lack of preparedness overall, and the fact that the units on the front line are just very, very weak due to continuous fighting and Ukrainian advantages in artillery now. But the supply situation, just in terms of distance, is actually not as bad as it was for Germany at the end of Operation Typhoon.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you. You save us as always. Helena, I see you have your hands up.
Hi, thank you. Hey, Language, I really appreciate your updates, and I usually go onto your different spaces to listen to them. I was wondering if you or anybody else in the space has listened to Malcontent News. They have a Russia-Ukraine war report daily, almost daily, at least during the week, and they've been really accurate about their predictions. They take in information from a lot of different sources. They try to hold to only really accurate sources of information, and including OCT. And they've had predictions, going forward for weeks that have come true. And I was just wondering if you, Language, or anybody else in the space has been tuning into that. And somebody, I don't know if he's in the space right now, but somebody turned me on to this, the Malcontent News Ukraine Russia report. And I'm just really, really impressed with with their podcast. It's a podcast, sorry. It's not a space, it's not Twitter, it's a podcast. So just asking that. Thanks.
I read their stuff. To be perfectly honest, I've been remiss in listening to the podcasts. That's definitely something I should start doing. And now that you've mentioned it, I will try. But Malcontent News is really great. Sometimes a little rough around the edges with stuff. It's all OCT. We're all here to get along with each other, right? But they are broadly very accurate, and they have a lot of really good information. And they're somebody that I pull stuff from. I just necessarily don't always have the time in my day to listen to podcasts, unfortunately. And thank you guys all for the kind words. But I only had to pay everybody here $5 to say nice things. But no, thank you. It's great to be among really kind people.
You deserve them. All the praises, you deserve them. Sorry, Helena, do you have something to add up, or I will go to Carlito?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Carlito.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Thanks. And everyone calls you Language, but if you're going to be anonymous on the internet, I'll call you Mr. Learner. And thank you for your updates as always. A question that I thought of when I believe he's a general, Nick Ryan was on a few weeks ago. And it occurred to me as well when I heard Colonel Spencer speaking, and he mentioned something about never interrupting your enemy when he's making a mistake. Are there any external threats to Russia at this point worth watching? I forget who it was mentioning Japan as a soon to be even more powerful force in Asia. And I'm wondering particularly on Russia's east, if there's not some covetous nation looking at some of their lands or resources or ports or other interests that they may have that Russia is dominating, maybe even the Arctic, where they take advantage of this amazing concentration of Russian force moving west. Having recently read a couple of books, and I'm no expert on World War I and World War II, the consequences of military action are often unpredictable. And I was just curious, maybe a bit fantastic, but it's late here, and I thought I'd throw it out there for consideration.
So specifically regarding Japan, it's the Kuril Islands to the north of Japan. The Ukrainian government did make a statement basically saying, hey, these are still illegally occupied by Russia following 1945 treaties. And I honestly haven't really seen much of a Japanese response to that, politically speaking, aside from basically saying, hey, thanks, that's kind of you, because the Russians had broke off some negotiations about them that have been, again, ongoing for the better part of 70 years, I want to say earlier this year. But nobody's invading Russia anytime soon, right? Like, let's just kind of, not to push back too hard on it, but Russia has nuclear weapons, and generally you do not invade the sovereign territory of a nuclear armed state. So I've seen a couple speculations about, oh, Russia's pulling things away from Kaliningrad, they're pulling things away from the Far East. This means China's going in, Mongolia is riding across the steppes. It's not going to happen. What could very well happen, though, and we're already seeing happen, is the degradation of Russia's broader, I don't want to say the word empire because it's the wrong word, but broader collection of countries that is traditionally termed as under its sphere of influence. We're seeing this in Kazakhstan. We're seeing this in a number of other, in Tajikistan. We've seen it in Armenia and Azerbaijan, where, frankly, if you had told me a year ago that Azerbaijan would blow up the base of a Russian FSB group, the FSB guys managed to get out on time and were leaving, and so they shot that convoy too, and Russia sat on its hands and did nothing. And then when Armenia went, what the hell, we're part of your military line, send help, they said, oh, we'll send some people to observe. I'd have said, no, there's no way, right? But that's what we're seeing, is that Russian, I don't know whether you can call it soft power, but this sort of diplomatic, forces around the world are not doing so hot. I would keep an eye on Syria, specifically if, and I suspect when, Turkey decides to go in against the Kurds along the northeast. There's already been some claims and a series of much different kettle of fish about Syrian Arab Army getting involved in the area. So I can see that Russian influence in Syria, while it's still very high, might not necessarily be backed up with the action that the Assad government would like, as well as a number of other regions. I see Russian allies being more of the flashpoints here than Russia itself, especially given that the Russian quote-unquote peacekeepers are broadly, fighting and dying in Ukraine now, rather than sitting pretty on the border regions in any of these former, Soviet Union or post-Soviet republics. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, and don't worry about the pushback. As I said, I was more musing than anything, and I think you're right about the quasi-internal. I was thinking about Azerbaijan as well. So good points. And I guess maybe the only silver lining, if there can be one, is that some of this soft power and hacking and promotion of basically fascism across Europe, hopefully this effort saps their energy so they can't export that as much as they have been. So cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. So good answer by language on that one. I'll add briefly. Russia may perceive external threats. I don't believe that they actually face external threats right now. As you said, they are a nuclear armed state, so that's going to dissuade any sort of actual armed aggression against them, unless we have a collapse of the central government in Moscow, which is something I've spoken about quite a bit. But that's not where we are right now. There's still a functioning government in Moscow that has control over all of its nuclear weapons. As long as that remains the way it is, Russia is not going to be invaded by anybody. That said, Russia has strategic interests around the world. They have traditional spheres of influence. Azerbaijan and Armenia being one traditional area of influence, and Russia has completely abdicated its traditional role and its power in that area, because we now have a peace deal, and maybe it'll still fall apart. But even the fact that we have a brokered peace deal and a process that was negotiated by the European Union and not Russia speaks volumes about the decline of Russia's influence in the region. We have Central Asia, in which Russia still has considerable strategic interests and still significant influence, because they still maintain military bases in Central Asia. But we've seen troops withdrawn from those military bases out of necessity. We've seen troops withdrawn from the Far East all over Russia out of necessity, because they need those soldiers in Ukraine. And that weakens Russia's influence in these areas where Russia has critical interests at stake. So by withdrawing forces, they weaken their influence in these areas. and that is a sort of a long-term threat to the Russian state as it currently exists, because they are very much reliant on maintaining influence in these areas to maintain the current structure and operation of their state. So the risk of them being supplanted as the dominant influencing power in Central Asia is very high. China's the obvious candidate that's going to move in, but Turkey is also making inroads and trying to establish itself as a regional power in this area. And so while Russia itself is not directly threatened, there is a significant decline in its ability to project power into traditional areas of strategic influence, and the degradation of the Russian arms industry without having to actually physically destroy it is going to be a significant problem for their power projection going forward around the world. As potential customers say, you know what, we're not going to buy S400 because it's a piece of crap, and we're going to buy something else instead.
I just to dovetail on something it might be worthwhile as far as threats to Russia. Are we going to see a coup revolution in the streets? Almost certainly not. Are we seeing rumblings of unrest in some of the larger ethnic minority regions, especially Dagestan? Yes. There's been at least a couple, and this is notable to me. And again, we're still seeing these relatively small quantities, but Russian military units and police actually sort of being tasked to hang out in this region because there's been protests, mostly against mobilization. In one specific instance, where a bunch of folks essentially blocked the Russian military commissariats or recruiters from actually going to a village where some 100+ men were scheduled to be essentially deported to the training grounds. So while we continue to see acts there, I mean, Russian troops so far are not firing on anybody. They've been shooting into the air, dispersing people, and things have somewhat settled down. I think that there's at least the potential for flashpoints on a very local scale in Russia, but this would be more of just something that then Russia now has to go and put that fire out rather than an actual threat to the regime.
Absolutely. Russia's current threats are internal, not external. And it's not an existential threat right now. They have a pretty firm grasp still right now, Putin does, in the security services. But it's a much bigger threat from within than from outside right now.
Thanks so much. Go ahead, Derek.
Yes, to kind of piggyback on what Colby just said, here's my question that if you might be able to answer. So, I read recently that Putin's inner circle is giving him criticism of how he's handling the war. How powerful is that inner circle, I guess, have to impact his decision-making ability or even his grasp on power?
Right. I mean, I guess it's difficult to say. I'm sure Colby can perhaps elaborate better than I can on this. But the state that currently exists in Russia among their political elites is one, broadly speaking, cultivated by a single man and his ilk over the last 2 decades. You are not going to end up being the right-hand man to Putin here, cough, cough, Sergei Shoigu, as a good example of this, if you do not kiss the ring every single time. Because when you stop kissing the ring, at best, you're out. And at worst, you're an example. So it is notable that people are bringing this up to his face, per some reports. I'm not a psychologist either, but I would suspect, given the actions he's already taken, the responses that he's taken to his mistakes, that he's not going to suddenly wake up tomorrow and go, I really should start listening to other people and asking for the unvarnished truth. It's a very delicate balancing act in Putin's Russia, which has led to a lot of issues. And while it's considerable in the fact that it's happening at all, and it shows increased dissent in some forms, it is unlikely to be a major, weather change in the halls of power in Moscow as of yet. At least that's my assertion.
Cool, thank you. I'm just curious about that.
Thank you.
Language, I just wanted to check, are you good for a few more minutes?
Yeah, I'm good for just a little bit.
Sounds good. June Fan, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, language. Thanks for the update. Say, I know this is kind of maybe a hard question, but as you piece things together, can you give? And I'm curious as to what the intensity is, like on a scale or a, you know, how intense the fighting is at the moment in the Savote Cremina line, and also down in generally the Kherson region. You know, after now that it's kind of settled in a little bit. Can you kind of give an idea of what your view is of the intensity? The highest obviously being the spearhead, and the lowest being just kind of the manning of the lines.
It's kind of a difficult question, right? I would say I'm going to weasel out of it. It's somewhere between the two. Currently, a little closer towards sedentary action. We are still seeing Ukrainian forces push around Svatove. They're a lot closer than some maps may suggest, and the Russians are a little more concerned in that city specifically because of the topography. There's hills to the west, really running right into the town. I want to say it's a difference of like 300 or 400 feet to this point where the Russians have realized that, oh, wow, this would not be a good place to get shot by artillery in. So if you have a basement in Svatove and you've got a big building, congratulations, it's now property of the Russian military. Get everybody out. They've done that a bunch, which indicates a level of concern about events to happen in the future. We haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen, any evidence of grand Ukrainian assaults taking place and being beaten back by Russian forces, despite Russian claims to the contrary. I also haven't seen these, ludicrous claims of Russia pushing out from Crimea and taking everything all the way back to Liman. Those are also just false. But we are seeing shelling. We're seeing preparation. We've seen a lot of clearing of things on the east bank of the Oskil River. I'm mostly surprised today, north of Kupiansk, just across the river from Dvorchna. Ukrainian forces have been hanging out in the name of a town I can't really pronounce off the top of my head, and shelling back and forth with Russian positions just proverbially down the street in the suburb of Tavozanka. That's been going on broadly for 2 or 3 weeks now. Excuse me. And what we saw today, or what was reported publicly today, was that another town to the south of Tavozanka, along the main highway, which taking Tavozanka would allow them to access, has also been aggressed upon or moved towards by Ukrainian forces, which means there is movement happening, but it is a lot more discreet. And if you're seeing stuff happening constantly highly kinetic, that tends to be smaller units, recon, special forces, etc., rather than these same large armored spearheads. Around Kherson, arguably, things have slowed down a little bit. It takes time to consolidate gains because, hey, just because the Russians haven't done a massive counteroffensive after a Ukrainian massive counteroffensive doesn't mean that we should underestimate our enemy, because that's a great way to lose to them. So it takes time to consolidate large swaths of territory gained. I would argue the biggest difference between Kherson and what happened in eastern Kharkiv region was that there's no giant river that the Russians all ran behind, which you can say, okay, well, they're over there, we're over here. We have a little bit more breathing room unless they learn how to swim tomorrow. Versus in Kherson, if the Russians were stupid enough to try it, they could probably throw a decent bit of force towards these recently liberated regions. They've tried that a couple times towards the Vidi Brid. It's been broadly unsuccessful, but it still remains a concern. And so you can't always be pushing. You have to stop and take a breath every once in a while. And with that, I'll stop monologuing.
All right, 10-4. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Craig, go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle. Language, I was the person a couple of days ago that suggested you providing a little bit more info in the beginning so that people that are new to the site could, focus in on your maps. I want to step back and ask a 10,000-foot question. This is just, it's always made me curious. Background, my wife immigrated from Kyiv in 2008, met her in 2009. We've been married for 10 years. She was managing a software company in Ukraine, in Kyiv, running, I don't know, $8 million worth of business, as far as software manufacturing for well, a Boston-based company, and it's too much information. Point being is that the language in the city is that had always been spoken was Russian. Russian is the common language, as I have been told by her. Yes, out in the countryside, she would tell me in times past, you'd hear the Ukrainian language, but everywhere else it was Russian. Yet people get on the air and say, well, this town in the east, they speak Russian. Well, I mean, that doesn't really mean anything to me because everywhere else Russian is spoken. Is there some nuance that I'm missing? That's my question. And language, what an appropriate handle to ask.
So that's a bit of a hot bit of a question, right? So I'm gonna pass the buck a little bit here. Ukrainian and Russian, while they descend from a very similar linguistic structure, are noticeably different. And while Russian has been pushed upon the Ukrainian people, in some times by financial political means, and other times via repression, such as during Stalinist era, Soviet Union, they've kind of existed in tandem. However, during the Soviet Union, what's the language that you're speaking? It's probably going to be Russian, especially in large urban areas. And I don't know you, I don't know your wife, I'm certainly not going to criticize your experiences. I think it's a little bit of a simplification to say that everyone in Kyiv speaks Russian and that's the lingua franca. There are were Russian language lessons being taught in Ukraine until a couple months ago when they all got canceled for obvious reasons. But in the East, in areas that have had more Russian presence, not just in the last 8 years, but over the last several hundred, and people who identify ethnically one way or the other more so, just with a lot of things that have to deal with linguistics and more demographics, especially among older elements of the population, it tends to be more spoken. However, I think it's very difficult to just draw a line on a map and say everybody east of here speaks Russian, everywhere west of here speaks Ukrainian. And then once you dive into the villages, it changes a lot dramatically. Same thing if you're in the United States. You go to Appalachia, you're going to hear a very different linguistic strain spoken than if you go down to Louisiana, right? I mean, it's a very poor analogy, but there's a lot of factors that go into it. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that Russia is the dominant language in Ukraine, or that it had, outstripped Ukrainian for many years, and Ukraine had been relegated to the dustbin of linguistic history, partially because they are very similar in a lot of ways. And so it's not as difficult. I mean, I'd say it'd be easier than if you live on the southern border of the United States and you speak English and Espanol. Yeah, you can do both of those, but this would be like speaking American English and then going to London and speaking British English. You're going to change your tonalities on certain things, but from a very basic standpoint, they are going to be relatively similar, and so people will float between them based on the circumstance. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Well, I know that Russian, I mean, when the Soviet Union went ahead and formed up the satellites, I mean, Angela Merkel speaks fluent Russian because she came from the east side of the German border. And it, we had a gathering of Russian-speaking women from a whole bunch of different countries that had their, own national language or common language. So my wife is, fluent in Ukrainian, as well as Russian. It's just for someone to say, well, this town is obviously leans towards Moscow because they speak Russian. I mean, it just seems strange because my understanding through the years is Russian has been the common language, and to use the language spoken in a town as a differentiator in terms of they fall on the Moscow leaning side versus they fall on the Kyiv leaving side. It just always seems strange to me, and that I just wanted to see if there was some nuance I was missing.
I think you touched on a really good point there as far as sort of I don't know what the right term is, the fact that the Soviet Union exported its linguistic traditions in a very forceful way on top of whatever cultures it was already supplanting. broadly speaking, as I understand this, while Ukrainians can more easily speak and understand Russian, Russians cannot as easily speak and understand Ukrainian if they do not have prior exposure to it. There's a couple factors to it. Just a lot of it is politics and history when it comes down to it, and that businesses were required to use Russian, but there's a lot of examples throughout history of having a state language and also the language you speak at home, and the way those play into things is a really deep rabbit hole to dive into. So I don't doubt anything you're saying. It sounds 100% accurate, but saying like, here's a line on the map, these people speak Russian, these people speak Ukrainian, I would argue, and this is a hypothesis, that in the more industrial heartland, where we saw a little bit more of continued Russian presence, continued working with Russia for economic reasons, because they're at a time we're a very large trading partner right across the border, you would have more reason to speak Russian in order to get those sort of contracts, in order to interface with these people, because they may not understand your Ukrainian language, versus if you're in, say, Lviv, if you're, in Cherkasy, something like that, it's not as much of a necessary condition for your day-to-day life. I mean, that's
All
a
right, well,
hypothesis.
okay.
I invite
Well,
people to
let me kind of wrap up. Move on. Let's move on to the next one. It's not so much the linguistics itself. I mean, I know that Ukrainians ask people they suspect may be sympathizer or Russians to speak Ukrainian words, and they can tell by their inability to pronounce certain words that, hey, these you're not Ukraine. So, but I'm looking at it not so much as to where what's spoken is, and my mother-in-law sponsored my wife, and the common language in this house, and is Russian. My thinking is just that people were using that as just kind of a toss away term. This city, they all speak Russian. And so they obviously lean towards Moscow, and that just didn't make sense. And so I think in the future, I'll just challenge anybody that pops up with that as a catch-all. Well, they all speak, this community speaks Russian. Well, by definition, they lean towards Moscow. So, okay. So basically what I'm hearing is it's as clear as mud, and that's not a reflection on you. It's just that the whole thing is clear as mud. I just wasn't sure if I was missing a subtlety, and I don't think I am. And thank you for your input. And Michelle, thank you for your guidance on getting me on board. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I may have entirely misconstrued what you were saying there, and I apologize. It's a little late. But you're absolutely 100% correct. The linguistic habits of a specific region in Ukraine, especially given the political and other history of its extent of the Soviet Union, are not good indicators on how to judge allegiance or loyalty of citizens one way or another in the war. You're absolutely 100% bang on right with that.
Thank you.
Again, for a couple more hands.
Yeah, I should be good for a couple more.
Okay, Lexicon, go ahead. Oh, Lex, did you hear me?
I think
okay, well,
Yeah, I got it. It's quite tough. I struggle with this superimposed wand thing, so it takes me a lot of hits. But thank you. On that language question, I learned a bit of stuff. I was working for the UN back in 2014. I was mostly working in Kiev, and I traveled a bit. So I had to go to Kharkiv. The director, the resident representative, UN then wanted to meet some grassroots groups, women's groups, and so I collected, with help of friends, about a couple dozen NGOs that were working with displaced persons and so on. So one woman drove in to see me for 3 hours. She drove in from her farm well outside of Kharkiv, And she explained to me, we had to speak in Russian because Russian's what I lost my Ukrainian mostly, but so I had studied Russian in university. And we had our conversation, but she'd had her farm in the family for years. She was trying to get some assistance if the UN could offer any. And she explained that over the years, like we know the Kharkiv area, it's an industrial base, but it's also the Chornozem, the black soils. And what had happened, and there were Welsh and Scottish capitalists that had invested in this area since like the 19th century at least. And what the Soviet Union tended to do, maybe Russia before it, was to these new industrial jobs that were developing, those were favored jobs, and they brought Russians in to take the good jobs in industry, which were good jobs in those days. And the Ukrainian speakers, the Ukrainian population of the area, stayed on the farms and became a bit of an underclass. And I'd known a bit about that, but she really, she was a manifestation of it. Still, we spoke in Russian, but I believe she also spoke Ukrainian. So there's a lot of historical, kind of economic, and of course, colonialist reasons. Russia was very consciously, and the USSR consciously colonizing these areas and bringing Russians to them. But over generations, much has changed, but I agree with you all that it's a complex situation. I mean, I found Russian as a lingua franca in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. It really was that, but also as an instrument of colonization. Complicated.
Thank you, Lex. Language, do you have something to add on that, or I will go to Jeff?
I just to say thank you. It's great to have that sort of perspective on it. And I mean, I guess the question I'll turn around and ask you: would you argue, or would you support the statement that because of the Soviet Union and its very forcible exportation of its culture around the world, everywhere from Tajikistan to Ukraine, etc., that is more of the reason that Russian has become a de facto lingua franca after its use for 70, 80 years in commerce and business, rather than things necessarily tied to the ethnic groups in those countries?
Yeah, it's because of the colonization. They called it Russification. And if you look at the Soviet Union, there was a bit of, under the new economic policy of Lenin and so on, a brief, feeble moment of Ukrainianization, but then that very quickly reversed again. So some of it, I mean, you're going to call it natural movements when they really go and move Russian working class people, or maybe peasants, down to areas that they're developing, industrializing. I doubt that they had a terrific life as a worker in these new industrial areas. Who knows? But they were kind of favored above the poor old peasants stuck out there in the dirt. So that's certainly a big part of it. And I know my mom used to just say to me, I mean, my mom didn't live to see 2014 and stuff, but she used to just shake her head and say Russification. It was like Ukrainians in the diaspora here felt really discouraged about the possibility of there ever being a chance for Ukraine to be vibrant again. But we know, we've heard it a lot from Ukrainians, that their language is being reborn, and lots of people are choosing to speak Ukrainian when they can, more and more, and Ukrainian literature and so on are being revived. Why is Taras Shevchenko such a hero of the people? Aside from being a brilliant poet, he wrote in the vernacular, and that was a revolutionary step, and he was politically a revolutionary as well. But he was a serf. He was born a serf. He was orphaned. He was taken under the wing of some Russian artists and educated in St. Petersburg, and then went on to really be an advocate of the language and to write brilliant poetry and literature in Ukrainian.
Thank you. I mean, a statement from a listener, so, and I apologize for dragging everybody down the path of everything to do with languages, but they're important. Everybody should focus on them. Yes, even you. It doesn't matter. Learn another language. It's free. Go to your library. But a good statement from Random Minutia. So that historically, the Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine were formed from colonization during the reign of the Tsars. During the Soviet Union, initially, as we just heard, they encouraged linguistic development among ethnic groups and nationalities, but then went very hard back to the Russification option that had been previously done under the Tsars once Stalin came to power. So Russian became the dominant language and basically the state mandated language de facto in terms of trade, politics, business, etc., while some local communities continue to speak their own, versions or forms of their ethnic language. I mean, you can look even more hyper-focused. You can go down to the Crimean Tatars and aspects there. But I won't fully apologize for, dragging everyone down. I really do love talking about this stuff. But I understand there may be a couple other questions that I'll probably have to head out in another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, neat. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I think it was an interesting pause on our regular military information. Jeff, you're up next, and then James.
Thank you very much, co-hosts of the group and language. Nice to be back. And it is absolutely a useful and very important discussion talking about languages. But I am going to shift the direction back a little bit in the direction of military. And the first thing I'm going to ask very quickly of language and the host is, how much discussion has there been of the fortification in Luhansk that's going on?
So if we're talking about the trenches and the dragon's teeth and whatnot?
Yes. Yeah. I don't want to cover recross the same ground if it's already been chewed over a great deal.
Well, A, I think we've talked about before. B, I think we should talk about it if you have questions on it, because this is something I'm somewhat scattered on, is that if you don't know the answer, you have questions, there's probably a dozen other people that don't know the answer, have questions, or can provide information. So, let's tap it real quick. So go ahead, sorry.
I'll start off just simply by saying that in context, I think it is actually a very revealing moment because you're going to build fortifications like that in order to do force multiplication. You're trying to use mass of, literal mass of earth and stuff like that to improve the performance of your military units in absorbing an assault. But the thing is, what it's also signaling to me very clearly is a couple of things. The first is, it suggests to me that Russia no longer thinks it can assemble a decisive maneuver unit. And I think that's very big. And it leads me to a second question, a second point, which is, do we think that this is a clear signal that Russia has lost the strategic initiative? If so, I think it's a new war, because it now becomes, in some ways, Ukraine's war to lose. And the only option that Russia has really is to try to wait out Ukraine and see if it can outlast both the Ukrainian resolve and the resolve of the West to support them. Now, some of this was probably true from the start, but the thing is I don't think there's been a signal that has shown up so clearly on the battlefield as what's going on right now, because they're looking at putting in hundreds of kilometers of trenches, and that doesn't support a war of maneuver, and it isn't preparing for a war of maneuver. And this is really good tank country, which is the other thing. So it's not the thing that I would expect, the form of defense that I would expect a army which is supposed to be mobile to be applying in the situation that it finds itself in. So I'll go ahead and let people respond to that for the moment. I may have some additional follow-up comments and questions.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. For those who are listening and a little confused, while we have seen Russian trench lines in the past, and broadly they suck, we're not even quite at World War I levels where you even get something to walk on in the mud. You're just walking down a ditch. So go by your local construction site and you'll see about the same level of expertise, probably more because they have OSHA. But in the east, around Svatove, down towards Kremina, which lies along this highway, the P66, where Ukrainian forces in some areas have fire control over, though I do not believe at this point they physically control any areas of the highway. What we've seen Russia do is drop a large number of trenches back to back, as well as what could be called dragon's teeth, anti-tank obstacles. They're basically small concrete pyramids. The idea is, if you put these down, you might have seen in an old World War II movie or something, a bunch of welded pieces of steel together. Well, that will stop a vehicle from driving through it. And if it's a big piece of concrete and you space them apart, not only will it slow down tanks, it's probably not going to stop them, but it's really going to put a bit of a hindrance on the same rapid Ukrainian assaults that we've seen thus far in numerous locations, where you have very quick forward units that manage to break through, tie up Russian units long enough for the big guns, both proverbially and literally, to show up, at which point the battle's concluded. So the way I see this, because I don't know if they're quite saying they're going to do 100 kilometers of it. I was under the impression they said that they were going to do like 20 kilometers of this by the end of the year. But I'm always happy to read more about, Russia's grand strategic ambitions they'll never fulfill. Is that I didn't see a lot of indications they're actually going to try and staff these. This seems to be not slapping something together, but slapping something together to try and buy time, with the idea that, okay, if we can leverage X resources we actually have, i.e. trench digging equipment, concrete, and we can use this to buy ourselves 2 weeks, a month, 2 months before Ukraine is able to push through with rapid units or feels the desire to do so, well, maybe that's enough time for things to change to our benefit. But I 100% agree with what you're saying here, and I invite other folks to take a swing at it too, that this indicates that Russia is reacting rather than being proactive in their plannings. If they had said, and though we also have heard things about them blowing and mining certain bridges, so I think that kind of feeds into it. This isn't, some part of a grand scheme. This is just shit, stop them. I don't care. Will this work? Let's throw it at the wall, see if it sticks. So does that kind of answer the question? I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, so I don't know if I'm the best person to answer it.
Mostly what I was saying was for affirmation, is that I'm not wrong in what I'm looking at and my interpretation of it. And it sounds like, and the other things that are playing into this that I'm thinking about just how weak this is that they're losing artillery superiority if they haven't already. As a matter of fact, I'd say they probably have. They're losing, they really haven't had much more than air parity, and they're probably even losing that. And you combine that with talking about saddling these conscripts who are going to be going into the trenches with the kind of logistics they're having, and you're essentially trying to create an imaginal line on a secondhand store budget. And I cannot imagine how even, well, the inability to maneuver means the inability to respond to concentrations of enemy force and other locations. And so this absolutely means that Ukraine can pick and choose where it wants, anywhere along this region where it gets fortified, where they break through. And because it's so static, and because it sounds like they may not even have a mobile force in order to throw in as a quick reaction force. And we've seen this happen before too, where they're, like real recently in Kherson, but also, earlier with Kharkiv, that they do not have quick reaction forces of sufficient strength to be able to stop the Ukrainians when they break in, even when they're just using infiltration tactics like they have. So this really does strike me as a watershed moment. And with that, I'll let other people talk, but it really does sound like we've reached a real serious change and initiative and tempo in the war.
Arguably, sorry, I'll just hit this one real quick and then I'll let it go. But we've already seen this for a while. This is a very visual example of it on the ground, something you can look, see, and touch. For some time now, including in the Luhansk region, and broadly speaking, going back to even before the Ukrainian offensive in Kharkiv, Russia started relying on artillery to try and hold Ukrainians back. We're seeing this in Zaporizhzhia today. We're seeing it in Kherson. We saw it for a while. However, that only works so long. A, you have to expend more shells. B, Russian logistics, they keep exploding. They have a lot of other issues. And eventually, the Ukrainians will find a way to mitigate these problems. Either it's when they go, okay, we're actually assaulting. Now we've killed 10 of your artillery guns. What are you going to use to stop us because you were relying on those the whole time? Or as we saw in Kherson, they go, oh, you're going to shell us? We're not going to stop. We're just going to separate into a bunch of small groups. You got enough shells for all of us at the same time? Let's find out. Spoiler alert, they didn't. So while this is a much more physical, in-your-face way of Russia trying to commit to a defense in something other than actual necessarily combat troops and tanks and whatnot, it is not the first time where they've fallen back on a less than comprehensive manner of defense. And I suspect that they're going to continue to try these strategies, everything except, oh, let's actually have a quick reaction force and let's do this and that and actually plan our way through. It'll either be some poor bastard from Moscow who recently got conscripted and got given a rifle and said, hold out here for 2 or 3 months until the third echelon of training can be done for somebody else who actually knows how to fight. Or they just shoot a bunch of artillery, or they dump a bunch of, and I'm grossly oversimplifying here, or they dump a bunch of rocks in a field and call it a day.
Language, actually, I have a question, which is kind of so you described us a bit how the ditches. It's more of a ditch, not a trench. Yes. My question is, don't they reinforce them in any way? Because the rain season is coming. Rain makes the earth go softer, and usually this means the margin of the edge of the trench or ditch is collapsing if it's not propped, and that can be detrimental. Not that they are caring too much about their people, but just asking a question.
It's a great question, and as oftentimes I kind of waffle, I say it's both yes and no. Yes, in that a lot of Russian trenches have been just as you described. There's already a couple videos floating around of trenches filling up with water and people bailing them out with the boots, and I do not expect that to get any better in the coming weeks and months. I expect it to get measurably worse. There's also lots of videos of former Russian positions where this isn't all quiet on the Western Front where there's concrete pillboxes and machine guns and barbed wire. Frankly, a lot of these don't even have any of those. It's somebody dug a bunch of trenches in the forest. They set up some logs. They made kind of a little place to sleep. And congratulations, that's what you get. Now, that's not to say that the Ukrainians are necessarily building, whole fortifications themselves. This has been an issue on both sides. But the Russians take it to new lows. What we're seeing here, and somebody explained this to me just the other day, so I'm parroting other people's work, is that a lot of these trenches, they're actually fairly wide, and it seems like they're more designed to be anti-vehicle infrastructure rather than something where people are going to sit around and defend in. Although I do agree that these aren't exactly up to OSHA code. They're also, I don't believe, quite that deep. But you could likely see environmental failures from these in severe weather conditions. Also, explosions much more easily than, say, if they actually had things like supports and whatnot. But I think the biggest issue with these trenches that we're going to see come winter is trench foot is more than just a descriptive term. It's a physical condition. And the severity of that, when you have water and slush and mud and you've been in the same, cotton socks for 3 days, cannot be overstated. And I would argue the Russians are going to be demonstrably less prepared for that, given the status of their equipment and the status of how they performed in February, than Ukrainians will be, although it will be a risk for both sides.
Thank you, language. Daniel.
Thank you.
We missed you yesterday. We had a talk about Romania and Moldavia and energy, and Transnistria again.
I love
The
to sleep
Romanian Power
sometime.
Hour.
I need to sleep sometime. Language, my brother. Allow me to say something in Russian for the Russian lurkers on the space. Konec Kerch, konec Krim, konec Vojna. One question for you. Did you see the picture posted by Special Kherson Cat?
I have not, but I will go take a look at it now.
Please do. Look at that pillar. I am not engineer. I am not structural engineer. I don't know anything about bridges. But when you see centimeters wide cracks in the pillar, that bridge is cognacs. I have a feeling somebody mess up very, very, very bad when they make that bridge. Somebody steal from the reinforced concrete. And that bridge is not repairable. Not today, not next month, not next 3 months. That pillar is dead. And if the pillar is dead, the bridge is dead. If the bridge is dead, Crimea is in deep fuck. And all the logistics are dead. Did you see it?
Yes,
You say it in Ukrainian. Oh no, in Russian.
I listen more to Russian radio than Ukrainian radio, so I kind of had a predilection for that. I apologize. One side is easier to find.
Конечно.
Yeah, right? But any which way, so we're talking about the Crimean Bridge for those listening, the one that had a blast on it several days ago. Daniel, I think it sounds like you're standing in the middle of traffic, brother. So if you don't mind, to also get yourself out of traffic, don't get hit. But the Crimean Bridge, there's severe structural cracks evident after this blast, and I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of what did it, but whatever did it was large, right? Now, this is speculation from my perspective. I don't think they use nearly enough rebar. Now, why would you use rebar? Because concrete, unless you're going back to concrete about 100 years ago, 80 years ago, where different formulations, now things are a little cheaper. Russia, things are even cheaper than that. You need to have adhesion points for it to bond to, or it will not have the same kind of strength that it would otherwise. An engineer, somebody who actually works in construction, can probably explain this far better than I, but you need to actually have something. You can't just pour a bunch of concrete in a hole and expect it to last forever, especially if you're dealing with all the multitude of stresses that a sea bridge deals with. However, this is one section of it. I would agree. I wouldn't drive across that bridge. It's probably not going to be a good time. Are the Russians going to keep driving across until somebody falls off? Probably. Are they going to keep using the other rail line? Almost certainly, as long as they can. Is it going to have long, enduring issues that they're probably not going to be able to fix, either because they don't want to appear weak or because they don't have the resources to attend to it? Also, almost certainly, yes. The big takeaway is that it would be great to see the thing crumble and fall into the sea. I don't think we're quite there yet. Bridges do, even in Russia, tend to be a little bit over-engineered, but this one seems to have been afflicted by the same issues of corruption as every other element of Russian bureaucratic society. And the issue with corruption is it rots everything it touches, in this case, both figuratively and very evidently literally. But thank you.
Language. 3 or 4 months ago in Romania, one bridge collapsed. It was very, very new. And they were the same shit. Russian, less steel bars, and the bridge collapsed with 2 tracks on it. Now is something very penal, prosecutors and politicians to go to jail. Idea is, if you had that cracks, imagine there is a saline environment. There will be contraction because it's very cold at night, and dilatation because it's warmer at day. If that problem is on that pillar, I don't think is something new. And I don't think 1 ton of, I don't know which type of explosive, of 2 simultaneous missiles hitting at Mach 3. Imagine the shock wave in all structure, foundation, on the railway bridge also, which also was cooked off very well. I don't think that bridge is working. There are vibration. When you go with your train, there are vibration, powerful vibration, which are transmitted in all structure. You do not need to be an engineer. If David will see this at noon, he will laugh his ass. That is not Antonovsky Bridge. Antonovsky Bridge was made in Soviet time, and they were very, very conscious to make. That is a very bad built bridge. I think is over for their logistics.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to say I wish I could agree saying it's absolutely over. I would love to be proven wrong and wake up, again on a weekend to see that the, Coach Bridge is simply falling apart. But I think we may have a couple folks up here who can speak a little more eloquently to that than I do. I am seeing a couple of DMs from some folks just talking about engineers saying things like, shear stresses and whatnot, and how now it is much more vulnerable. So I will have to turn that over. If somebody here is an expert, please do come up and share your knowledge with us.
Well, we will hope for Charles Ray to come.
Can I speak just for a second on that language? I know a little bit about concrete. This is dry fly in that structure, the cutaway that Daniel is talking about. It's probably problematic in more ways than just rebar. You're right. There isn't a lot of rebar there. You would see rebar. So there isn't any rebar, and that's conspicuously absent. But it's also very possible they didn't do the chemistry right. When you do concrete, there is an enormous amount of testing they do, both on the aggregate that goes into it, the kind of aggregate. In other words, are they using certain size, certain types of rock? Is it broken and jagged rock, or is it rounded? You got to be careful what kind of sand you use. If you use sand that's from a beach or from an ocean environment, you get salt into the concrete and it's much weaker. A couple days ago, you had guys talking about, and I think it was Ryan who's talking about the mafia, the concrete mafia. The amount of cheating and corruption that goes on in concrete is incredible in some parts of the world. And that even includes in the United States. There's some belief that some of the buildings that collapsed in Florida might have had adulterated concrete when they were poured 20 years ago. And instead of lasting 40 years, they fell much sooner. Yeah, but no one's shooting missiles at them. And I think Daniel stumbled on, and Kirsten Cat has stumbled on something that's really, really going to be significant. And frankly, this is the first I've noticed it. It is worth paying attention to because this could be really, really big. If that bridge itself has a lot of that problem in that section, they will probably have to replace much, much more than we're knowing. They may not have to replace the whole bridge. There may be enough safety factor in the other structures that aren't hit, but it dramatically changes how sturdy that bridge is under other attacks. So I will just shut up now and listen.
I have a question for you. Since you seem to know a little bit more about this, actually 2 questions. One, as as they pour the concrete, right? They are in the saline environment. Would you agree or disagree that the concrete is affected by saline environments in the way of binding itself?
Let me answer that one first, and you can ask the second question. The answer is Yes, it does. But what they do is they alter the chemistry of the concrete so that it pours well. So, for example, you will see, and here's how I know that. I'm not an expert in concrete. I know people who are. I've worked with people who are, but I'm sort of peripheral to all that. When I was in when I was in that environment, the problem with concrete is you're going to be pouring it in a saltwater condition, and you see that for piers all over. So I knew guys that were pouring a huge contract in Dubai. It was going to be something like what was it, $500 million project or $1 billion project for a pier, a group of piers in Dubai. All of the concrete that was poured was specified for saltwater application. So whatever chemistry alterations they did to it was made so that when they poured it into these molds that were in the ocean, that if a little salt water came in contact with the surface as they were pouring it, it wasn't going to be a big deal. They accounted for that. But it's very expensive. And it's not cheaper just because you do it in Russia. I mean, Russia can't get it cheaper than they can get it in Dubai or anywhere else. You have to do it right. And a lot of the companies that produce that kind of stuff are like Sitka, which are German, and they don't give the stuff away. Sitka, Henkel, others, so yeah, there are fixes for salt water, but did the Russians do it, or did they cut corners? Did they use sand that wasn't properly washed, so it would have salt in it, and then not properly account for it? We're not going to know. But just looking at those cracks, boy, it sure makes me wonder. And it's not something I thought of. I should have thought of it, but that's a real find.
Okay, and one more question, and then we go to hands. Uh, if I don't know if you are a structural engineer or not, but when you do the calculations for the structure, you get you foresee you have some criteria with which you will calculate the thickness and of the steel bars and the number of the steel bars that are needed in the concrete in order to give it the flexibility that it needs, because it needs to be flexible not only um, due to heat and cold, but also due to stress. It needs to be also endurant and to hold the entire stress of the vibrations from the bridge, correct? So you touched the point that if this um, pillar has this problem, probably the entire bridge has the same problem, correct?
I would guess that's accurate, yes.
The question was, if they choose to patch it, what would you assume will happen in the future?
Okay, I can't tell the future. Wasn't a structural engineer. What I did is I was a chemical engineer early on, and then I stayed with the chemistry side and mechanical side of things, but went into materials. So I supplied companies materials, and some of them were metal materials like downhole oil and gas. Some of them were chemical materials. So I actually sold for a while and represented companies who were selling concrete additives to strengthen concrete, and I was selling them in the Middle East. Okay, not in the Black Sea area, but in Dubai and Saudi and places like that, plus in the U.S. Um, so I know a little bit about it. As for the rebar, you're right. They have to have the right number of rebars. They do a ton of calculations. They have to get the chemistry right on the concrete. And there's a lot of things that go into the chemistry, whether how the mold is going to be. So they do all these kinds of tests on concrete here in the U.S. And I'm certain they do it in Europe as much or more. So you're pouring concrete into like these cone shaped things, and then they measure the slump, and that's how much the concrete kind of pours out. And they're doing that to find, does it flow right into the molds, because you're pouring this concrete into these molds with these columns with these bars in it. In some places it's precast, so they'll do these big spans will frequently be precast, but a lot of the columns will be cast in place. So they have to check the chemistry They have to check that the bars are right. They check the metallurgy of the bars. They check that the heat treat on the bars are right. They frequently tension them to make sure that they are put in the right kind of tension. All that stuff's got to be done right. Corners can't be cut. If you cut corners, yeah, the bridge is at risk, and bridges do sometimes fall down. Now, in fairness, a lot of parts of the world will so heavily over-engineer a product that they kind of put corruption into the formula. In other words, they anticipate that, yeah, some people might cut some corners, so we got to put more into it just to be safe. But even then, when you have a situation like this, that may not be enough. I think they've got a big problem, and I didn't know this until until Daniel pointed out to me. I was just on Kirsten's site maybe a few hours ago, but I didn't see that. That's a significant story that's going to drag out the fix of this bridge for some time, I think, at least to have it safe. And I will let you get your other hands.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight and for your contribution. Simon, if you can be a little patient, James is trying to come up. It's like the third or fourth time, and if we can go to him in order to have him speak. If not, we will go to Irish, Rajendra, and Simon. Would that be okay with you guys? James, do you hear us? James, I see your mic is on, but I cannot hear anything from you.
We recommend don't use any headphones or anything like that, James. Just talk right into your phone mic. Back to you, Linda.
Yeah, it sometimes happens when your earbuds or headphones die, their batteries die, they don't transmit anything. So the order of the hands, because I didn't forget, is Irish, then Rajendra, and then Simon. And thank you all for your patience. Irish. Irish. Okay, Rajendra.
Yeah, hey, thanks for letting me speak. Although I'm not a structural engineer, I'm a civil engineer by training. Did take structural engineering classes and have studied structural engineering. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on what the original design of the bridge is, because although we're looking at pictures from hundreds, if not thousands of feet away, and even if the people walking on the bridge, they're looking at a finished product, so it's not going to be very easy to see a bridge built like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I'm trying to remember when this bridge was completed. You can't really see enough detail to really make a argument that hey, Russians cut corners when they built the bridge or not. And also, I studied engineering back in I graduated in '88, so I'm old. And I studied it back in India, and some of our textbooks were Russian, and even back then, quality control was discussed. So even Russians, although they may cut some corners, they're not gonna cut that many corners, especially on a government structure where there's probably government officials looking over back of them, because if something falls over, it's going to be that government official that's going to be held responsible. So even in a communist system, you're going to see some measure of quality control for important structures, some measure of scrutiny. So I wouldn't say that the whole bridge is bad or it's not resistant to salt water or Russia doesn't have the technology to really build it. I think we should focus more on whatever it was that damaged the bridge, be it missile or vehicle based IED, what kind of damage it did. And there are pictures that I saw today that I think tell me that the bridge is in pretty bad shape. At least the close ups of the two lane road bridge, because that's where the impact was. Obviously, the first place where the impact was, the two spans or three spans. Two spans have collapsed. One of them broke in half, and the other one kind of tilted and fell in. And where they broke, you can see that they didn't actually break in the, except where the middle part where the explosion occurred. The other span kind of neatly tilted in there, and they look like they were precast concrete, the way it looks like. And they basically broke at the expansion joints which you would have over the piers. Essentially, you have a span. These are put together like Lego blocks. They're not cast in place because you're not going to be able to get concrete trucks out in the middle of the ocean. So you usually precast them out in the yard somewhere on land, and then you put it on a barge and take it up there, and using a crane kind of lift it and put it together. So these each individual span is almost like a piece of Lego sitting on top of piers, half on one side and half on the other side. So usually that's the connection between them is meant to be weak. So you're not going to see rebar sticking between the spans or anything like that. So I don't think that's an indication of bad design or anything like that. These are probably also pre-stressed concrete spans. So typically they're going to be like when they put it in, they pull out the stop. I forget the exact terminology now, but they pull out the stop around the cable, so the cables put the concrete in compression, and concrete is usually pretty strong in compression, so it almost forms like a monolithic block. So the single span that looks like it's tilted down into the ocean, they were look like the repair people were trying to use a crane to lift it up and put it back into place, and they could probably do that. The span that's out broken in half would definitely have to be rebuilt out on the yard somewhere, and concrete takes at least a month to put together. I think it doesn't reach its full strength in at least a month. You can accelerate that, but it's not going to be quite as it's going to break apart if you try to lift it from wherever it's cast. So you would have to wait until it's built, put it on a barge somewhere, bring it up to where it's at, and put it on a crane and place that span that fell over. But what concerns me about the integrity of the bridge is really if you look over the other side where there were the workers that were working on the part of the bridge that's really the Russia bound part, so to speak. And you see the bridge and you see people walking there. And essentially, that part, you see the edge closest to the part that fell into the ocean has deformed, warped down. I can't tell by the scale, but looks like at least 8 inches, if not 1 foot. And that kind of deformation is definitely not supposed to be, and that's not deformation of a it's not like displacement. It's really something is is weakened, and that span would also likely have to be replaced because I don't think it has its full strength. Plus, a lot of the supporting uh, guardrails, etc., are gone, so they would have to be replaced. Now, as far as so, I think if I was, I'm not, I don't know if you could really push it. You could probably repair that bridge in 2 months. You could probably put some light traffic on the Russia-bound side for the condition it's in, and then replace the spans on the inbound side, and then come back in and go out on the other side and put so it gets 2 months to full repairs, with a month to at least get traffic flowing at full, where you can put heavy duty vehicles on it. Is my guess, at least. But we'll see what they can do. For example, I live in U.S. and I live in Atlanta. In Atlanta, we had a fire. So we have an Interstate 85. There's a bridge, and underneath the bridge, they were storing some polyethylene pipes, and a homeless person was underneath there. At least that's what they're alleging. And he was setting up a fire to keep warm, and his cart, that shopping cart that he had set his fire, got out of control, and it rolled into this pipe material that was stored under the bridge, and the pipes caught on fire, and the highway bridge in about 15-20 minutes basically collapsed because the fire weakens the concrete, and the concrete, once fire essentially weakens the steel, and concrete is very good in compression and very weak in tension. So if you think of a bridge, really, when you put load on it, and a bridge is like if you take a stick, or like a popsicle stick, and you support it on two ends, and you try to put a load in the middle, it's going to bend downward. So the part that's bending down, the bottom of the stick, is essentially in tension, and the top is in compression. So that's why the steel is important, because the steel is good in tension, and especially if it's bonded to the concrete, it takes the tension and it can basically keep the bridge intact. But if the steel loses its strength, then the middle part will start sagging, and if the steel completely loses its strength, then the bridge can't support its own weight, which is what happened to the bridge in Atlanta in 15 or 20, I think not 15 minutes, but somewhere within an hour. It basically, the fire weakened the structure enough that the spans just collapsed under their own weight. There were no cars on it. Nobody died. Nobody got injured. That was a good thing. But it took them a month or so to rebuild these spans of a bridge. They essentially built it and put it back there, and they gave the contractor incentive to do it quickly. So the contractor did work night and day, 24 hours, and was able to put it together. So that actually is probably more of a concern on the railway side. There was a railway car sitting on it, and the bridge was on fire. So all of that concrete is weakened, and I think it's not going to handle. I think both lanes are not going to handle full weight traffic. The Russians may not care and may still put it on there, but I think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna take the. I think it's gonna have to have some retrofit repairs done sooner, if not later. How exactly that is, I don't think we can tell from a pictures taken from far away. You would have to really go in there and really see the cracks and the concrete and take some readings on that bridge to really tell. But the way that railway bridge, especially the part that was sitting under the loaded train where it was on fire, it definitely looks like in bad shape. The other side may be okay without much work done to it. Just wanted to, you guys talk military. You're way out of my league, but civil engineering, I can speak to some authority, although this is not the bridge engineering, not what I do every day, but I did learn it back in school back in the day.
Thank you, Rajendra, and it's very welcome. This is the beauty of this space. We have a lot of people with a lot of different and interesting information to bring to the topic. Irish, I saw you dropped sometimes, so I will go to you, and then we will go to Greystone. Irish?
Hey, how you doing? I actually work building, concrete structures as a tradesperson, and I've done a lot of coastal concrete work. When they build concrete near the beach, it's a coastal mix. It's they have additives called Cypex or Plenium, and it actually, it's so if any water or anything gets in, it keeps it strong. But the biggest problem on that would be, like, I would imagine it's built 100%. Like, they're not going to spend hundreds of millions building a bridge, and like the steel, and like, it's already been 4 years. It's a very open area, big high seas, so it'd be very well designed. It'd be very over engineered. I believe it was Dutch engineering companies and stuff involved in it, I believe, which usually are the Dutch and the Germans are pretty, anal about all that stuff. But on the pier where it's damaged on top, piers have to be continuously poured, because you can't just pour, half a meter on top if it's damaged, because it will laminate and just break up, because it needs to be one continuous pour, or else you'll get a cold joint in the concrete, which is a failed joint. So they probably will fix it, but in the long term it probably will have problems. But I think that that the repair time, the actual work involved would be a month if they have the correct formwork and molds to do it. But then, as the other speaker before me said, that concrete needs 28 days to reach its design strength, and that is in place. So if you're going to move it, it might even need longer, because they have to put them out the way they do them bridges. They have to kind of roll them out into place because they're so heavy. 1 cubic meter of concrete is 3.5 ton. So, you know, that one section of it's 20 meters, you know, that's serious weight. You know, it's like hundreds of tons. You know, it's like the lifting equipment to get it in position or whatever would take another month just to get it there, you know. So it probably would be 2 or 3 months minimum to fix that. Well, that's my little bit.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Um, I was wondering because I saw the pictures and I saw that also the second lane is damaged. And for me that was a question: how are they going to fix that, if fixing that? And you just brought the answer for me, right? They will use it with light vehicles until they have um, um, the replacement uh, um, built and set, and they will just change it in place. um, Michelle, I believe you have something for me, and so I will defer to you, and then we will go to Hans.
Yeah, thanks, Anda. Before we go to Greystone and bring the 1-6 mob down, we just have a few announcements. So when you get the opportunity, if everybody could please retweet this Twitter space, it'd be much appreciated. We're loving all the new listeners and speakers that are coming up, so it's been great, and thank you so much for your support. MriyaReport has been on, or is on, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's been on since before February 24th and will continue until the Russians are gone. When you do get a chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the really amazing things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like night vision, body armor, thermal vision, and so on. And none of it goes to either overhead or administrative costs. As well, if you would like to come up and ask a question, there is the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. Feel free to press it. And I know because we do have quite a few new speakers, where the hand up button is you have to press really hard on that heart emoji that's in the middle of the screen. And then the whole bunch of icons will come up and there'll be a hand that comes up, and it's going to be on the right-hand side. So feel free to press that and come up and join Anda and I. We do also have a few guest speakers that are going to be joining us in this space tomorrow. So I'll pass it to Anda, who will talk to us about the first speaker.
Yeah, I'm really exciting about our first speaker for today, which will come at 12 Eastern. Her name is Biliana Lily. Actually, I heard Domen and also Rosalie raving about her. So I'm really really excited to have her on the space and to listen to her. She has a book which is called Russian Information Warfare, and she is the director of the Security Intelligence and Geostrategy at the Krebs and Stramos Group. She's also denounced by the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that is also a good presentation. All the people that are banned by Russia usually are the people who speak the truth and present how do you say, a threat for their narratives and their propaganda. So she's most welcomed, and I really look forward to hear her and Domen and Axel and the team, because in Bucharest and in Kiev, this will be 7 p.m. in the evening, and it will be 6 p.m. in Prague and 5 p.m. in London. So tune in. For those of you who go to sleep, who are on the Pacific side, it will be tomorrow morning for you at 9 a.m. So set up your clocks. Yeah, Joseph doesn't like that. Uh, um, and set up your clocks. And if you want to listen to Domen and Biliana, she will be at 9 a.m. in the morning for you. Okay. For the next speaker, I know I heard Michelle talking about Matthew, so I will let her.
Thanks, Anda. Hopefully it's not super loud. A car is just starting right behind me. Well, not right behind me, but outside of my apartment. So if you can hear that, I apologize. So we're really lucky in that we have two really special guests tomorrow, and 2 hours after Dr. Biliana Lilly, we have Matthew Van Dyke, and he was supposed to join us a couple days ago and wasn't able to because he is based in Kyiv and was having some internet issues. So he's going to be joining us at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. He's the founder of Sons of Liberty International. He's also currently training forces to fight Russia and Ukraine, and his story is really interesting because he was actually he'd escaped from prison in Libya 10 years ago after being wounded and captured on a recon mission. And so he's actually spent 6 months in solitary confinement as a POW. And that was before escaping and returning to combat. So I think his interview story is going to be really fascinating. So if everybody, if you do have an opportunity to join us tomorrow, it's going to be really amazing. The one other thing that Anda and I wanted to mention is that James Vasquez's video was released today, or dropped today, and it is on MriyaReport, and quite a few of us have also retweeted it. So when you get the opportunity, check it out. I'm still halfway through it, so I can't wait to watch the rest later, and it's really fascinating. I know the group spent a lot of time putting together, and they put it together in a really short period of time. So I think everyone should be really proud of the work that they've done. So I know Axel and Ferlane, Yehuda, and a whole bunch of others, Alex, spent quite a bit of time working on this. So it's really a great video. So check it out when you can. So we will go back to Hans, and thank you for listening to our big long rant. We haven't been able to do announcements for a really long time, so we're trying to get everything out in one couple breaths. So we'll go to Greystone.
Thank you. That's a great lineup of speakers, and I really appreciate this space. And I'm a little bit jealous that I have not been sanctioned by Russia, because I think it's such a badge of honor, and we should invite more people who are sanctioned by Russia to join this space. I just wanted to
I know
add.
Benjamin Wittes is always coming on, and he checks every time there's a new round of sanction. He's like, "Man, I'm not on the list," and he's all mad. Sorry, go ahead.
Julia Davis posted it's her pinned tweet, her sanction badge of honor from Russia. So I think it's awesome. One thing I just wanted to add to the bridge over the Kerch Strait. I listened to, and I think someone had mentioned it earlier today, Malcontent News, and they seem to so far do an excellent job of reporting what's going on. They're not as good as Language Learner, but they are quite reliable. They mentioned that the bridge and whoever pulled off this attack, I mean, however they did it, I know there was a consensus that it was maybe attackums in this space. I don't know if that's changed, but because there was a fuel truck or a fuel tanker, I should say, where the bridge was struck or near where the bridge was struck, there was a fire that burned for hours and hours and hours. And then some of that fuel, which was on fire, fell down the support structure, so that it was going into the water. And that also severely compromised the integrity of the bridge. I just don't know if they, they're so incompetent. I don't know if they can fix it. So I didn't want that to get missed as well. And then in the meantime, this huge, heavy tanker is sitting on top of this structure, which was not designed to be on fire for, however long it was, 12 hours. So I think it's not going to be repaired. I agree that just because of how incompetent and stupid and desperate the Russians are, they're going to try to move logistics over the bridge. But I would be very happy to see it fall into the ocean with a train full of ammo or what have you, coming from the other side of the peninsula. One thing I wanted to ask is, the last I had heard, the only logistics routes to support the occupation in Crimea is based in Kherson, and I don't know if that train hub is within striking distance of HIMARS or drones or any other artillery, where if the Ukrainians can eliminate that last supply hub, it just decimates any chance of reinforcing or resupplying the occupation forces in Crimea. Does anyone have any updates on that? Am I right?
I'm afraid I don't have an update on that, but I will look for it and I will come back with it. I have bring the mob down up, and in the meantime I will try to find out the information for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A civil engineer also, so shout out to all those contributing, but not an expert in that field either. But the bridge, there was pictures of the bottom of it earlier, and it seemed like sort of a lightweight prefab steel trusses that held up those road decks. And the road deck is probably some combination of tin and concrete and asphalt that might be modular too. But so that assembly process is probably not as long as pre-stressed concrete girders. So it's just a relatively more lightweight form of construction than pre-stressed concrete beams. So, and as far as the railroad bridge, I don't know which kind that is for sure. There was some really good picture of the machine that they were using to add sections to that railroad bridge when they were building it, but it looked like they were just huge welded steel web type I-beams, but I'm not sure.
So I know way back in the day, the SPU actually released. They were just like, "Here's all the plans to the Kerch Bridge," but I think it's all in Ukrainian. But yeah, so I wish we had we could reference that document a little bit more. Maybe I can have some people go to work on it a little bit now that it's a little more relevant. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, everything was very interesting. That's all I got.
Thank you. I would have to. I would have for the moment two more things to add, because I see Daniel's avatar here on the panel, and he was talking earlier about a bridge in Romania who broke by itself. No one bombed that one, which was built and released into usage 6 months prior to the crash, and due to poor construction and basically they stole from the materials and uh, didn't do a good job. It crashed in 6 months, which is you know when yeah when the missiles come and you see the Antonovsky Bridge, like full of holes from one point to another, and usable up to a point. Um, um, you see this one, which at least is in place. Half of it, anyway. Yeah, you kind of wonder. Daniel, I see you have your hands up, and then I will come back.
Okay, and can you hear me well? Okay. Yep. Before I become hired in public service, one job was in a software